A father ensnared by gambling, a mother ravaged by alcohol, ailing sister, and a fractured self. All individuals have reached the age of 18. Here is 1 million depart from Miss Wei Qingyu. Our transaction ends here. Thud. A travel bag was carelessly cast upon the table. Lu Xing unzipped the backpack, and a cascade of red banknotes tumbled down upon him. Ah, the most magnificent hue in this world red. The butler, filled with exasperation, exclaimed, "You are merely 18, why have you descended into this line of work?" An extravagant father, a drunken mother, a sickly sister, and shattered me. Lu Xing replied, expertly extracting a counterfeit detector from a bag, counting the notes while nonchalantly responding. The butler, astonished, muttered, "You speak so flippantly, are you planning to take the graduate entrance exam?" Wait, that's not right. Halfway through counting, Lu Xing suddenly recalled the crux of the butler's words and inquired, "Are you implying I won't have to trail behind Wei Qingyu, tending to her every need anymore?" The butler's face flushed with anger as he stammered, "Vulgar, vulgar. How can you speak so crudely?" Ignoring the butler, Lu Xing continued to count the money with his head bowed, amusing, as if he had no dignity at all. Why must he remain silent? Once the butler regained his composure, he elucidated, as graduation approaches, the employer intends to enhance the protection of Miss Wei Qingyu. Hence your services are no longer required. This 1 million is a compensation for you. 2.5 years prior, the cherished daughter of Wei Laodao, Wei Qingyu, had entered the school. Wei Qingyu possessed an ethereal beauty, yet her demeanor was aloof and taciturn. Though in Lu Xing's eyes she resembled a simpleton, her beauty was indeed a universal currency. Countless suitors, lured by her allure, fell one after another, tragically met with her indifferent gaze. With a mindset of destruction for that which cannot be possessed, rumors began to swirl. Upon learning of this, Wei Laodao was incensed. Others might only display momentary anger, yet Wei Laodao was different. He wielded financial power. In a fit of rage, he donated an entire building to the school. Instantaneously, the rumors vanished. However, Wei Laodao remained concerned for his daughter's school life, pondering whether she might be subtly ostracized without any overt expression. Yet, he could not station 2 bodyguards at the classroom door, could he? In this quandary, the name Lu Xing caught Wei Laodao's attention. Having trained in martial arts, hailing from humble beginnings, performing well academically, and being a classmate of Wei Qingyu. If he were to be hired to safeguard Wei Qingyu, what a splendid idea! Initially, Wei Laodao assumed Lu Xing to be a mere impoverished fool, intending to reason with him. Little did he expect, Lu Xing, both impoverished and savvy, immediately pitched a package deal to Wei Laodao. The two struck a harmonious accord. You provide the funds, and I shall ensure the well-being of your daughter. A mutually bright future awaited. Yes, the plan was a success. However, this position risked rendering Lu Xing the object of ridicule, perceived as a sycophant by many. After all, to persist in kindness towards the beautiful Wei Qingyu, undeterred by her coldness, was to surrender all dignity and self-respect. Until now, there has only been one Lu Xing originally. Lu Xing believed he would serve as a mere sycophant to Wei Xiaohua until the contract was terminated by the boss. However, just yesterday, a turning point occurred. A local ruffian from another school, upon catching a glimpse of Wei Qingyu's visage, became utterly infatuated. In such a world, power and connections reign supreme. What good is fighting prowess? Yet, to Lu Xing's astonishment, this ruffian showed no regard for decorum. Without so much as a preliminary inquiry into the background, he recklessly gathered a band of miscreants, intending to corner Wei Qingyu and compel her consent. Even if she were to refuse, it mattered not. He planned to have his underlings call her sister-in-law. If word spread within the campus that she was being addressed in such a manner, what could she possibly do? Could Lu Xing tolerate this? He was a person of utmost professionalism. No one could harm his client. The conflict was imminent. As Lu Xing managed to take down a dozen thugs, Wei Qingyu's bodyguard arrived just in time to escort her away, while also clearing the battlefield. Unexpectedly, today, Lu Xing received notice from Wei Qingyu's father regarding the termination of their agreement. Damn capitalists! Had he truly been optimized out? He would see to it that a streetlight would soon hang in his honor. Yet, despite his curses, The termination of the contract bore little impact on Lu Xing. After all, he had other clients besides Wei Qingyu. Moreover, the compensation offered by Wei's father was exceedingly generous. Profiting handsomely, Lu Xing meticulously packed the cash into his travel bag. 1 million in cash weighed quite a bit, around 20 to 30 pounds. Staring at the neatly stacked red bills, Lu Xing felt a smile creeping onto his lips, only to be reminded of his injured mouth, causing him to wince in pain. 1 against 12, it was only reasonable to sustain some injuries. The butler, unimpressed by Lu Xing's avaricious demeanor, remarked sharply, "Have you counted the money? Don't let a single bill go missing." With a smile and a zip of the bag, Lu Xing replied cheerfully, "This is not merely money. It is an iron that smooths out the wrinkles of life." The butler was momentarily taken aback. "Your words possess an air of philosophy." With a substantial compensation in hand, Lu Xing was in high spirits as he said, "Please convey my gratitude to the generous Mr. Wei." "Off you go," the butler replied, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Xing's injured mouth and bandaged hand. He truly believed this lad had fallen headfirst into a money trap. Was he so desperate for cash? As the butler watched Lu Xing depart, he recalled Mr. Wei's instructions and finally inquired, "Have you ever had feelings for Miss Qingyu?" Lu Xing opened the door to the private room, inhaling the fresh air deeply, and said with heartfelt sincerity, "Of course. I cherish each of my clients. They are all my benefactors. Farewell, butler. Should such business arise again, do not hesitate to seek me out. I'll offer you a discount." With a resounding bang, the door shut. The butler stood frozen for a moment, unable to regain his composure. After a lengthy pause, he shook his head in resignation. A character like Lu Xing was truly a first for him. It was no wonder Mr. Wei was unconcerned about this impudent lad developing feelings for Miss Qingyu over time. However, so young, yet forced to earn a living in such a manner. Every action is assigned a clear price, and personal emotions are strictly forbidden. Were it not for Lu Xing's disposition, he would have surely crumbled by now. The boss had never allowed Miss Qingyu to become aware of this matter. Thus, Miss Qingyu must harbor considerable disdain for someone as clingy as Lu Xing. Coupled with the herd mentality prevalent among the children on campus, once Lu Xing was labeled as a sycophant, it was only natural for him to become the target of collective ostracism. After all, it is only when everyone unites to exclude one individual that the semblance of a collective is established. Recalling Lu Xing's perpetually beaming visage, the butler murmured, "Your days at school must be quite arduous, no? All right, remove this client from the list." Lu Xing sought a bank to deposit his money. After completing the transaction, he exited the bank, 2 canisters of cooking oil in hand, accompanied by the bank manager's watchful gaze. Finding a nearby bench, Lu Xing deftly retrieved a small notebook from his pocket and opened it. Within lay a conspicuous array of names. Without hesitation, he struck through the name Wei Qingyu and inscribed accounts settled beneath it. Truly deserving of her status as a young lady, she is indeed valuable. Having completed this task, Lu Xing squinted as he reflected on his schedule. From Monday to Friday, I serve as a security guard for Wei Qingyu during the day, and in the evenings, I act for my aunt in playful reenactments. On weekends, I engage in brawls with that lunatic. Keep it up, Lu Xiaokuei. After reciting this all, Lu Xing found himself chuckling. What a busy life. If awards were to be given, he would undoubtedly be hailed as a master of time management. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, Lu Xing suddenly froze. Beneath the distant shade of a tree, a sleek black Maybach stood silently. In the driver's seat, a woman donned an expensive white silk blouse, her seaweed-like black curls cascading casually over her shoulders. Adorning her face were gold-rimmed glasses that tempered her alluring charm, instead presenting an air of cold elegance. At this moment, her slender, pale fingers impatiently tapped against the window, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Lu Xing's countenance. Upon noticing the scar at the corner of his mouth, her brows furrowed noticeably. Lu Xing cast a glance her way before promptly averting his gaze to the calendar. Oh, today is Saturday. Very well. It seems he was to engage in yet another confrontation with that lunatic. Out of respect for the client, Lu Xing quickened his pace towards the vehicle. However, someone was swifter than he. A traffic officer, seemingly appearing from nowhere, promptly affixed a ticket to the car's windshield. The woman's composed demeanor shattered in an instant, her face a portrait of astonishment. The corner of Lu Xing's mouth twitched, more difficult to suppress than an AK-002. The warmth of casual greetings pales in comparison to the allure of substantial wealth. You, sir, must not park here. The traffic officer stammered upon her first glimpse of Song Junju. Lu Xing found amusement in this. Indeed, beauty serves as a universal passport, and in its most exquisite form. It captivates all, regardless of gender. Clearly, Song Junju is a fortunate winner of the genetic lottery, while others frantically question Nuwa about the imperfections gracing their visages. Song Junju's face had become an exemplary masterpiece crafted by the goddess herself. However, no matter how breathtaking Song Junju may be, it cannot disguise the fact that she possesses a rather tempestuous nature. Strong-willed and fiercely competitive, Lu Xing often wondered if she would one day ascend to greater heights. Her motives for seeking Lu Xing were rather simple. It stemmed from hatred. In her youth, Song Junju had an engagement, only for her fiancé to abandon her for foreign shores in pursuit of true love. This betrayal drove her to the brink of madness. Having always strived for victory, she never anticipated that her first failure would manifest in matters of the heart, an indelible stain on her existence. In truth, Song Junju held no profound affection for her fiancé. Her disdain for failure was the true catalyst. At this juncture, she encountered Lu Xing, who was working part-time. The fortunate news, Lu Xing bore a striking resemblance to her former fiancé. Even better, Lu Xing was a professional sycophant and had launched a substitute service. Thus, the ever-ambitious Song Junju enlisted Lu Xing's services, relishing the opportunity to humiliate him to alleviate her own psychological turmoil, while compelling him to profess his love for her as a means to validate her existence, free from the taint of failure. Lu Xing referred to her approach as a form of psychological victory. But it mattered little. Who cares? As long as there was money to be made. Once the traffic officer departed, Lu Xing silently began his countdown. Within 3 seconds, Song Junju would undoubtedly chastise him. 1. Is it amusing? Lu Xing did not chuckle. Today, Song Junju seemed particularly irate, unable to even wait 3 seconds. The 3-second lady is truly something. Though he grumbled inwardly when faced with an angry client, Lu Xing, as the humble subordinate, could do little more than respond without argument and offer fervent apologies. I apologize, Professor Song. I merely noticed your happiness. This statement plunged the woman into silence, prompting Lu Xing to commend himself inwardly. It seems that my late-night study of romantic phrases has borne some fruit. In the next moment, a pale, slender hand grasped Lu Xing's face, yanking him towards her with force, as a cold, indifferent voice resonated within the confines of the vehicle. Are you feeling smug? Do you believe you can manipulate me? To put it nicely, you provide me with emotional value. To be blunt. Song Junju's gaze scrutinized every inch of Lu Xing's visage, her vibrant eyes betraying an icy detachment. You are merely a vendor, without my permission. What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner? Upon uttering these words, Song Junju released Lu Xing. She leisurely adjusted her thin-rimmed glasses resting on the bridge of her nose, calmly preparing to relish the shattered expression of Lu Xing. Yet, there was none. Song Junju furrowed her brows and scrutinized Lu Xing's face, only to discover that he exhibited no trace of sorrow upon hearing her words. His lips remained curled in a smile. Lu Xing mused to himself. Song Junju truly deserves her position as a professor. Her demeanor could use some moderation. The words she uttered bore no hint of malice. In the past, when he had been so destitute that he rummaged through trash bins for food, he had heard far more venomous remarks. How could he possibly be provoked? Moreover, as an exemplary professional sycophant, Lu Xing had developed his own set of strategies. For clients who were demanding, he would cook and do their laundry, providing them warmth at home. For compliant clients, he would take them for exhilarating motorcycle rides, offering them novel experiences. And for a formidable client like Song Junju, who possessed an intense competitive spirit, he knew he simply needed to cater to her whims gently. Thus, Lu Xing retrieved a wet wipe from his pocket, tore open the packaging, and offered it to Song Junju. I've been outside for a while and am a bit sweaty. Since you touched my face, you might want to use this to wipe your hands. A flicker of astonishment passed through Song Junju's eyes. Was this truly Lu Xing's response to her humiliation? Suddenly, she laughed, her gaze laced with scorn. You really are something else. Lu Xing smiled faintly and took her hand, meticulously wiping it one finger at a time. Her hands were beautiful, delicate, and ethereal. Like ice and jade, preserved as a specimen, they would undoubtedly be exquisite. Song Junju appreciated Lu Xing's subservient expression, as if she had never experienced failure. However, she soon felt a tingling sensation in her hand. Lowering her gaze, she noticed Lu Xing's excessive earnestness in wiping her hands. He was far too meticulous. He swept down from her pristine, pale nails, traversing her slender, exquisite joints, gradually reaching between her fingers. Enough. Song Juanju's eyes widened. And just before Lu Xing pressed the wet wipe into her palm, she firmly grasped his wrist. Lu Xing looked at her hand, gripping him tightly, puzzled. Professor Song, must you insist on being so close while wiping your hands? He chuckled inwardly. Huh, what a neurotic, always putting on a facade. Now, she must feel embarrassed. Song Juanju's throat went dry as she shot him a glare. Shut up. Lu Xing obediently pulled a hand across his mouth. You are the client. Your word is law. After all, Song Juanju was exceedingly generous. Spending weekends with her earned him 50,000 each time, totaling 200,000 a month. That was nothing short of a gilded madness. Have you been in a fight? Song Juanju finally shifted the conversation to the injury on Lu Xing's face. He shook his head. With a lazy tone tinged with mockery, her eyes narrowed. So you were simply on the receiving end? Lu Xing again shook his head. Beep. Song Juanju impatiently honked the car horn, casting an irritated glance at Lu Xing. Are you mute? Lu Xing pointed to his own mouth. Song Juanju recalled the incident when she had asked him to be silent, and her anger dissipated immediately. I permit you to speak, she declared. A subtle smile gracing her lips as she tilted her chin upward. She found herself rather fond of Lu Xing's obedient demeanor, despite knowing that beneath that facade lay a greedy rascal. But what did it matter? Before her, he was nothing but a charming boy who could only indulge in playful antics. Lu Xing replied earnestly, I encountered a group of ruffians bullying someone on the street. So I intervened, which resulted in my injuries. Song Juanju glanced at him in surprise. She had presumed he was solely driven by greed, an exceedingly selfish individual. To her astonishment, he had risked his life to save another? A hint of skepticism crept into Song Juanju's expression as she raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with an unmistakable cold smirk. Was it a stranger? Or perhaps a sisterly figure? Lu Xing was taken aback, marveling at the keen intuition of women. For her guess was indeed accurate. However, mentioning another woman in front of a lady was akin to igniting a spark in a volatile situation. Thus, Lu Xing opted for a different approach. A classmate, he replied, a hint of regret in his voice. I initially hesitated, fearing for my appearance. But those thugs were quite intimidating, and I feared for a life lost. I apologize. I shall be more cautious in the future and ensure this face remains unscathed. He averted his gaze, exuding an air of pitiable vulnerability. By clarifying relationships, explaining the circumstances, and offering a sincere apology, he had managed to instill a sense of guilt in Song Juanju. Clearly, she was quite taken with this display, yet she refrained from offering him any soft words. After a moment of contemplation, she picked up her phone and tapped a couple of times. I have transferred 10,000 yuan to you. Buy some good medicine and ensure this face remains unblemished. In matters of warmth and concern, a generous monetary gift spoke volumes. Lu Xing clenched his teeth to suppress a laugh, his eyes sparkling with delight as he gazed at Song Juanju. You don't hold any grudges against me, do you? Professor Song? Feeling somewhat uneasy under Lu Xing's intense gaze, a rosy hue crept up her fair neck, fortunately concealed by her thick curls, rendering it less noticeable. Lu Xing, with his keen eyesight, detected that blush, though he chose to remain silent. He was somewhat astonished. This seemingly wild woman, akin to a vibrant butterfly, was unexpectedly innocent. It was merely the beginning, and she was already flustered. Song Juanju realized her physiological response had betrayed her. Yet she found herself unable to control the changes within her body. It was all Lu Xing's fault. Identifying the culprit, Song Juanju angrily exclaimed, Do not think you can soften my heart with such antics. You have made a commitment, and your injuries have breached that agreement, thus regaining the upper hand. Her competitive spirit flared, and she spoke slowly, her tone dangerously calm. You must face the consequences. Lu Xing felt a sudden chill, sensing impending trouble. Damn, what new torment was this wild woman concocting? Look back. Song Juanju's languid voice rang in his ears. He turned to glance at the back seat. Customized accessories. Do you like them? Lu Xing maintained a smile on his face. I do. Curse it. He had underestimated the situation. I have once again underestimated the extent of this woman's madness. After a drive of about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at Song Juanju's villa. Tossing a luxurious bag onto Lu Xing, Song Juanju retreated to her bedroom to change into her sleepwear. Clutching the opulent bag, Lu Xing mentally repeated, The customer is always right. The customer is always right. However, even with this mental preparation, he was taken aback upon discovering the contents of the bag. A maid outfit? What? A man in a maid's attire? Moreover, it was a dress. Do you have any objections? Song Junju emerged from her bedroom, her languid tone betraying an underlying coldness. She donned a long, dark green silk nightgown, the straps loosely draped over her perfectly sculpted collarbone, accentuating her shoulders' smooth elegance. Removing her glasses, she approached Lu Xing. Illuminated by the stark white light, her presence both striking and commanding, Lu Xing managed a professional smile. No objections. You're the boss, completely fine. That's good to hear. She replied, her red lips curling into a smile. Her long, thick black hair was casually gathered, revealing her neck's porcelain-like beauty, with a few playful strands falling beside her ear. Under normal circumstances, Lu Xing would certainly compliment his boss on her beauty. However, the situation was anything but typical, for he had noticed what Song Junju held in her hand. It resembled a bell from a cartoon character, and he wondered if wearing it would make him smarter. Song Junju's voice shimmered with a hint of danger. This is a custom piece I paid a fortune for. You're going to love it. Delighted by Lu Xing's shocked expression, she felt triumphant. She intended to make this irritating face in front of her beg for mercy. How dare he abandon her in search of some absurd notion of true love? How laughable. With a smile, Song Junju approached Lu Xing, her fingers slowly grazing his neck. Moments later, she exclaimed, "All right, this looks adorable." Her joy intensified. Lu Xing forced a smile, but his breath was suddenly stolen away. He stumbled and fell into Song Junju's embrace, compelled to meet her gaze. The chilling words, accompanied by her fragrant presence, resonated clearly in his ears from now on. Whenever you are here, you must wear this. Understand? Still wish to seek true love? Realizing that Song Junju was treating him as her betrothed once more, Lu Xing quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I don't wish to seek true love. I only love you. Silence. Although she had received the answer she desired. Observing the hurt in Lu Xing's downcast eyes, the way his lips pressed tightly together as if he had been wronged, sent a pang of discomfort through Song Junju. Confused, she attributed her feelings to Lu Xing's disobedience. Change into the outfit, and then prepare dinner. If you don't obey. A dangerous glint flickered in her eyes. I won't mind letting you take a stroll outside like that. Lu Xing obediently picked up the bag from the floor, nodding in agreement while internally lamenting. What a predicament. And now he was expected to fulfill his master's whims? Truly absurd. However, the thought of being dissatisfied with her own cooking made her feel that this insufferable man would find fault again. Thus, Lu Xing inquired, Professor Song, what would you like to eat? You seem quite busy with work lately. Would you like me to prepare an extra bowl of red date and pork rib soup for you? The other dishes can be the same as before. Just as Song Junju was about to agree, she found Lu Xing's intimate knowledge of her taste rather irksome. After all, she was the one in charge. Therefore, she retorted, think for yourself. If I have to ponder even this trivial matter, what do I need you for? I'll attend to my work. Call me once the meal is ready. With that, she turned sharply, her voluminous hair brushing against Lu Xing's shoulder, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Then shall I make fish soup instead? Think for yourself. Bang. The door slammed shut. Insufferable man. Staring at the closed door, Lu Xing's lips curled into a smile. The previous expression of grievance evaporating. He changed into a maid outfit in the changing room, gazing at himself in the mirror for a while, and smugly remarked, Hey, I actually look quite good in this. Fashion truly shines on the face. Why didn't they prepare a pair of black stockings for me? They clearly lack appreciation for my long legs. I would look fabulous in them. Song Junju treated Lu Xing this way simply to witness his pitiable, humble expressions. So let him perform for her. A professional sycophant's role is to provide emotional value. Complaining while receiving payment is no different from being a kept man. Lu Xing looked at his maid-clad reflection and chuckled. Wearing a dress was quite pleasant. No need to ponder whether to place it on the left or right. Being wealthy is truly wonderful. He touched the necklace around his neck, pondering how much it must have cost, certainly several tens of thousands. This brand was undoubtedly among the top-tier luxury labels. Lu Xing did not believe that such extravagant brands would mass-produce such items. The most likely scenario was that Song Junju had commissioned it from the brand. The avaricious wealthy. After preparing the meal, it was already 12:30. Lu Xing had adapted well to the maid outfit, even boldly wiping his wet hands on the skirt before knocking on the study door. Professor Song, it's time to eat. A minute later, Song Junju emerged from the study, her expression dark. Her features were strikingly exquisite, exuding a cold allure coupled with a potent sense of aggression. Her current lack of expression only heightened the oppressive atmosphere. Lu Xing pondered that he hadn't offended her, so why was she angry again? However, attending to a client's emotions is one of the essential qualities of a professional sycophant. Thus, he gently inquired, "Professor Song, are you a bit tired from work? It's the perfect time to take a break and eat. I prepared." "I don't understand." Song Junju interrupted Lu Xing, her previously commanding demeanor now infused with confusion. Lu Xing was taken aback, uncertain of what she was referring to. Song Junju felt quite vexed, speaking to herself. How could those university students be even more foolish than you? Such a simple exam is something even elementary school students could handle. And yet they have the audacity to criticize the teacher? Lu Xing couldn't help but chuckle, pulling out a chair for Song Junju. It is understandable that their intellectual peak is past. After all, their inquiries to Professor Song only reflect the affection students have for her. Yet, even as Lu Xing spoke these words, she found them hard to believe. Song Junju was even less convinced, treating the remarks as mere background noise, mumbling to herself. "They may not tarnish my standing in academia, but they certainly diminish my reputation in the field of education. This year, on a whim, I taught a specialized course, and I never anticipated such a profound impact." Suppressing her urge to mock her client, Lu Xing instead offered her a bowl of soup. "Would you care for some soup?" The moment Song Junju heard this, her attention was instantly drawn to the table, where every dish seemed to cater to her palate. Moreover, Lu Xing had prepared both rib and fish soup. It appears Lu Xing possesses far more wisdom than those university students whose eyes betray their naive simplicity. A delicate chime of a bell caught Song Junju's attention. Her gaze wandered from the hem of Lu Xing's dress to the necklace adorning her neck, and then to the soulful eyes that seemed to gaze at a dog with affection. Song Junju squinted, suddenly realizing that fairy tales do not deceive. Although there was no tortoise girl, she had encountered a tortoise boy. As always, Lu Xing poured water for Song Junju. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a golden halo around her. Song Junju's gaze deepened, her throat dry, and she instinctively swallowed hard. Suddenly, she found herself yearning to stroke Lu Xing's head. The thought emerged unbidden, catching Song Junju off guard. But if she were to voice this desire, would Lu Xing become overly pleased with herself? Would she become arrogant? Beneath the table, Song Junju's fingers gripped the edge of her chair tightly as she deliberated. No matter, today she must touch it. Suppressing her fluttering heart, she feigned impatience, saying, "Do you not even know how to coordinate your outfit?" Lu Xing tilted her head in confusion. Song Junju awkwardly averted her gaze, focusing intently on the bowl of fish soup before her, commanding, "Go fetch the cat ears from the left compartment of the wardrobe." Lu Xing was taken aback. Goodness, I underestimated the extent of her eccentricity once again. As she donned the ears on Lu Xing, Song Junju delightedly patted her head. The fluffy texture was akin to petting a cat. Song Junju's mood evidently brightened, a rare moment of concern for Lu Xing surfacing. "You have an exam coming up, right?" Lu Xing, preoccupied with the leftover food on her plate, nodded vacantly while chewing, the cat ears bobbing atop her head. "How wonderful it is." Song Junju's brows relaxed, her eyes sparkling with mirth, the white of her shoulder captivatingly swaying. Today, Lu Xing was exceptionally obedient, which greatly elevated Song Junju's spirits. Given how tedious reviewing those university students' assignments had been, it was far more enjoyable to focus on her own tortoise boy. Thus, Song Junju unexpectedly declared, "Once you finish your meal, I shall assist you in your studies." As the youngest professor in the illustrious history of Haicheng University, and one who has shattered the rumors with tangible achievements, Song Junju undoubtedly possesses the authority to utter such words. Lu Xing. Huh? Me? Lu Xing was bewildered by her sudden outburst. Could it be that with age, she has experienced an overwhelming surge of maternal affection? How peculiar. Regardless, let it be. During the day, Song Junju was not as irrational. It was only at night that her true eccentricities emerged. It would be prudent to indulge her whims, lest her displeasure manifest in the form of doubled retribution later on. While enduring a beating, I immersed myself in my studies. I am Lu Xing, remember that. In the magnetic field, Song Junju pulled a chair next to me, gripping her pen as she diligently scribbled upon the paper. Her full, crimson lips articulated a stream of specialized terminology, while her seaweed-like curls cascaded behind her, revealing her fair and elongated neck. Occasionally, her glasses would slide down her nose, prompting her to adjust them with a flick of her hand. I was taken aback to discover that Song Junju was genuinely committed to tutoring my studies. The entire afternoon was spent weaving through the framework of knowledge, illuminating the areas I had previously struggled to grasp. As I gazed at the delicate contours of her profile, I couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, a woman devoted to her work is a sight to behold. Previously, I had only witnessed her in fits of madness, unaware of her earnestness during work hours. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Read your book. With that classic teacher's admonition, I was abruptly jolted back to reality. Swiftly, I offered her a cup of warm water, bowing my head slightly in apology. My apologies, Professor Song, I lost my focus. She accepted the water and took a sip, the dryness in her throat instantly alleviated. Closing her book, she declared, "We'll pause here for today. The rest can wait until tomorrow." I was astonished. But tomorrow, you're supposed to unleash your maternal instincts. Was Song Junju experiencing a lapse in judgment, prioritizing my studies over her research? Nevertheless, as a professional sycophant, my utmost duty was to comply with her every whim. Very well, Professor Song, I eagerly await. My cheerful and surprised tone seemed to dissipate her fatigue, eliciting an involuntary smile from her. Ding! A crisp notification chimed. Song Junju picked up her phone, only to be met with a wedding invitation from a colleague, her expression darkening instantaneously. Marriage. The memory of her betrothed fleeing resurfaced, a constant reminder of the blemish on her life. A flicker of madness flashed in her cold, alluring eyes as she glanced at the dimming sky, speaking softly. Fetch the red wine from the cabinet. My previously relaxed demeanor stiffened, and I sprang to my feet. Of course, Professor Song. Here it comes. Each nightfall, after indulging in wine, Song Junju transformed into a wildly exuberant version of herself. Her mental state during these moments was simply uncontainable. With other clients, I provided emotional support. However, Song Junju was an exception. The substantial fees she paid granted her VIP privileges. The dark crimson liquid flowed into the goblet as she sat before the floor-to-ceiling window, savoring a sip of the exquisite wine. I placed a box beside her. Professor Song. I've set the items here. She acknowledged, her gaze still heavy, fixed on the neon skyscrapers outside, observing her seemingly engulfed by the encroaching night. I busied myself tidying the dining table. I couldn't shake the feeling that what Song Junju truly needed was not a devoted sycophant, but rather a sanctuary for the mentally distressed. Song Junju had long been burdened with the lofty expectations of those around her. Everyone insisted that she ought to succeed. Must succeed. This relentless pressure led her to harbor an intense aversion to failure. She refused to accept defeat. Yet the flight of her betrothed dealt a severe blow to her seemingly perfect life. Objectively speaking, it was not such a grave matter. After all, one is not currency, capable of pleasing everyone. Yet, Song Junju found herself unable to overcome this mental hurdle. Consequently, Lu Xing felt she would greatly benefit from psychiatric treatment for her psychological afflictions. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. Lu Xing lowered his head to continue tidying the table. Song Junju certainly did not require his pity. The notion of a worker sympathizing with a capitalist was utterly degrading. Half an hour later, Song Junju unsteadily rose to her feet, her hair cascading around her face as she leaned against the wall, drunkenly gazing at Lu Xing. He was diligently organizing the table. The warm glow of the overhead light made her perceive him as a little angel. However, upon catching sight of Lu Xing's face, the warmth in her eyes was swiftly replaced by a chilling disdain. That scoundrel. Memories of discovering her betrothed's abandonment surged forth, accompanied by the mocking expressions of onlookers. Rage flooded her mind. Having consumed half a bottle of red wine, her limbs felt weak, and she stumbled over a box on the floor, losing her balance and falling forward. In the next moment, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Dazed, Song Junju lifted her head to behold Lu Xing's loathsome face. Yet, he uttered the most tender words. Professor Song, are you all right? Shut up. Day by day. Song Junju found herself inexplicably emboldened, suddenly shoving Lu Xing with a forceful push. She wobbled to the ground and opened the box beneath her, furrowing her brow. An astonishingly alluring expression flashed in her eyes. Here we go again. Lu Xing's temples throbbed. Even now, he found Song Junju's actions both absurd and erratic. Who would imprison a rival's surrogate in a villa for torment? At long last, Song Junju selected a suitable tool, raising her head to gulp down the remaining red wine. The dark crimson liquid cascaded down her exquisitely pale chin, tracing a winding path along her slender neck. After finishing the wine, she carelessly tossed aside the glass. Leaning down, she lifted Lu Xing's chin, forcing him to tilt his head upward. Song Junju gazed down at Lu Xing, his every breath now under her dominion. Everything seemed well within her grasp. Yet, upon noticing the sorrow in Lu Xing's eyes, her heart instinctively ached. Soft-hearted, Impossible. She had summoned him precisely to witness his suffering. After all, the only purpose of Lu Xing's existence was to endure punishment in place of her betrothed. Her mind, clouded by alcohol, forbade her from overthinking. With an air of superiority, she uttered a terse command. Are you ready? Observing the unpredictable expressions on Song Juanju's face, Lu Xing mentally commended himself. How clever he was. Thankfully, he had donned a few extra layers. It wouldn't hurt so much. As a competent master of time management, the judicious use of time is the key to success. Lu Xing calmly reviewed the concepts of the electromagnetic field in his mind. He felt he truly deserved the money he earned. After an indeterminate period, Lu Xing had nearly exhausted the knowledge points in his mind when Song Juanju, having fully succumbed to the effects of alcohol, collapsed. Is that it? Today feels rather short on time. Sensing the silence behind him, Lu Xing staggered to his feet. Song Juanju's long hair sprawled across the floor like a tidal wave, and her dark green nightgown rested at her knees, revealing a smooth calf. Lu Xing stepped over her. After neatly placing the books back into his bag, he turned to look at Song Juanju. She appeared less than pleased in her slumber, her brows furrowed tightly, and her delicate eyelashes trembled restlessly, casting a shadow. How is it that you are so docile in sleep, yet so fierce when awake? Lu Xing's hand glided past Song Juanju's calf as he effortlessly lifted her, making his way toward the bathroom. Cleaning up after clients is also a hallmark of a professional devotee. This is the 5th chapter. Lu Xing carried Song Juanju into the bathroom. Though she had become more subdued, her mouth remained unrestrained, murmuring curses under her breath. It appeared that the incident of her fiancé fleeing had profoundly affected her. However, Song Juanju's delicate, pale arms were truthfully wrapped around Lu Xing's neck, lessening his effort. Professor Song, excessive anger is detrimental to one's health. Lu Xing muttered to himself as he filled the bathtub with water. Yet, he felt no anger. Before resolving material concerns, mental exhaustion merely shortens one's lifespan. The water was nearly at the right temperature. Lu Xing stood before Song Juanju and gently tugged at the ties of her nightgown, allowing the dark green fabric to cascade onto the bathroom tiles. His heart was as calm as still water. Maintaining one's integrity in the presence of a client is a hallmark of a professional. Were Song Juanju a typical woman, he would undoubtedly regard her with respect. Alas, she was not. She was unstable. Once I have earned enough money, I shall find a serene place far removed from you neurotics. Lu Xing murmured as he lifted her. At 173 centimeters, Song Juanju was not short among women, yet in Lu Xing's hands, she resembled a small chick. With a splash, she was unceremoniously tossed into the bathtub. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. Lu Xing had not anticipated that Song Juanju would be so inebriated that she could not even manage to bathe herself. Just before she might have succumbed to the water, he grasped her smooth neck and pulled her back above the surface. The red berries that flourish in the snow-capped mountains are deemed miraculous, akin to his current predicament. Wash, wash, give me a wash. Professor Song struggled to articulate. Already commanding him, had Lu Xing not held her by the nape, the news of her drowning would overshadow her latest academic achievements. Are you certain? Lu Xing inquired once more. Song Juanju grimaced. It's unpleasant. Wash me. Give me a bath. Lu Xing rolled his eyes in exasperation, knowing it was unpleasant, yet still drinking. He resignedly grabbed a bath sponge and began scrubbing. With a slap, the inebriated Professor Song unexpectedly struck him. Without hesitation, Lu Xing returned the blow. It was the first time Song Juanju had ever been slapped, yet she remained oblivious. Her cheeks flushed a vivid pink from the steam, and she appeared blissfully serene in the warm water. The boy clad in a maid outfit with cat ears, devoid of any warmth or charm, calmly stated, the agreement specified no slapping. Hitting the face is one of my lowest boundaries. After thoroughly washing her, Lu Xing wrapped her in a large bath towel and unceremoniously tossed her onto the grand bed in the master bedroom. After bathing, Song Juanju felt a sense of comfort wash over her. Her previously furrowed brow relaxed, resembling a delicate doll, exquisite yet dauntingly beautiful. Lu Xing stood at the bedside, looking down from above, as he rummaged through his pocket for a small notebook, flipping to the page dedicated to Song Juanju. Notes on Song Juanju. 6. She must be serenaded with declarations of love for a full 10 minutes before bedtime. Among the multitude of instructions, Lu Xing was determined to adhere to each one meticulously. Consequently, he settled on the floor beside the bed, gently grasping Song Juanju's tender, fair hand. Regardless of whether she could hear him or not, he simply opened his phone to recite from a collection of romantic phrases. I adore you. You are the greatest love of my life, yet you remain indifferent to my affections. Nevertheless, it matters not. My love for you is unconditional." After reciting for a full 10 minutes, Lu Xing released her hand, murmuring to himself, "No matter how good my teeth are, reciting this too much will surely necessitate a dental visit." Observing the now slumbering Song Junju, Lu Xing finally exhaled in relief. The day had come to a close. Among his clients, Song Junju was the most generous, albeit with the highest expectations. Yet, that was of little consequence. SVIPs always enjoy certain privileges. With a soft click, Lu Xing turned off the master bedroom light and whispered, "Professor Song, good night." The door to the master bedroom quietly closed. Meanwhile, Song Junju, who should have been peacefully resting, furrowed her brow in unease, as if she had heard a sound. Was someone confessing their love to her? Was it Lu Xing? But why had he suddenly stopped? She slipped into a nightmarish state, anxiously clutching the blanket, yearning for the confession to continue. In the next moment, her hand brushed against something soft and furry, cat ears. Instantly, her brow unfurled. She was holding Lu Xing. He was right beside her, always accompanying her, never to leave her side. The past 6 months had been the most fulfilling of her life. Clutching the cat ears tightly, a smile of bliss graced her lips as she drifted into a deep slumber. Fortunately, I inherited good genes. Even with little sleep, I can still grow taller. This is perhaps the only contribution from those two negligent fools. Watching the clock on the wall strike 11, Lu Xing lazily reclined on the living room sofa, allowing himself a brief nap. At 11:30, his phone rang with a sharp tone, jolting him from his repose. Beep, call connected. A gentle yet sweet voice greeted him from the other end. Good evening. Although the other party could not see him, Lu Xing straightened his posture and began to flip through his notebook, which contained pertinent information about this client. Before embarking on each task, he would familiarize himself with the client's details once more to avoid any mix-ups. Lu Qingqing, female, age unknown, suffers from severe insomnia. The two had met online 2 years prior, when Lu Xing was working part-time as a chat companion. The companionship call features a publicly accessible voice recording, designed to familiarize clients with the sound of companionship. Lu Qingqing's insomnia is exceedingly severe. However, upon hearing Lu Xing's voice, she miraculously enjoyed a restful night's sleep. Following that experience, Lu Qingqing took the initiative to contact Lu Xing, and they began engaging in voice conversations every Saturday and Sunday evening. Conversing cannot be aimless. If Song Junju is a wild eccentric, then Lu Qingqing can be considered a playful oddity. She would send Lu Xing scripts for him to read aloud, akin to ASMR. Nevertheless, this presents no challenge for Lu Xing. Aside from the occasional blush-inducing lines, it is remarkably simple. This time, I am to portray a domineering CEO? As Lu Xing perused the script sent by Lu Qingqing, he increasingly perceived her peculiar inclinations. Yet, her voice was both gentle and sweet, completely belied any such tendencies. The call was connected. Lu Xing cleared his throat and, in the most exquisite tone of his voice, softly chuckled, "Are you anxious to hear me?" The other end fell momentarily silent. "I am willing to wait for you." Lu Xing, with an expressionless gaze fixed on the script, uttered his words with a languid and carefree demeanor. "Oh, so obedient. What reward do you desire?" He pondered. 006 stealthily amassing wealth without informing me. One script took an hour to record. Lu Xing Yue grew increasingly fatigued, his mind inundated with terms like domineering, yandere, and paranoid. He pondered, does the overbearing CEO in the script not have a job? Continuously inflicting torment. From whence does this wealth spring? Damn. They're secretly profiting without sharing the details with him. How detestable. Yet, Lu Qingqing became more entranced with each recording, her voice resonating through the phone. Reaching Lu Xing's ears, he mused, if only this method could cure insomnia, it would indeed be miraculous. This type of script before bedtime only serves to heighten one's adrenaline, doesn't it? Alas, the clients have already paid. He could hardly voice his objections and merely complied. Subsequently, they delved into a script featuring a mechanic, which turned into a monologue for Lu Xing. As Lu Qingqing lacked the energy for dialogue, as a professional sycophant, he was compelled to continue performing even in the absence of client participation. Time swiftly slipped to 1:30 in the morning. Lu Qingqing remained vibrant, her voice brimming with excitement. Suddenly, her delicate tone fell silent. He exhaled in relief. With other clients, he needed to act. However, with Lu Qingqing, he merely needed to convey tone. He could not see her face, nor discern the client's reactions, relying solely on the subtle shifts in her voice to gauge her feelings. Quite exhausting indeed. Today's performance was commendable. Lu Qingqing's voice exuded satisfaction. Her mind seemed to drift. As she rambled incoherently, I can finally enjoy a good night's sleep. I've been restless for days. I've transferred the payment to your Outpay. Their professional relationship had endured for 2 years, fostering a degree of familiarity. Lu Qingqing was prompt with her payments, and aside from a few minor quirks, she had few demands and was quite amiable. After a brief hesitation, Lu Xing spoke up. Boss Lu, would you consider consulting a doctor? Unlike Song Juju, who pursued an extreme notion of life perfection, Lu Qingqing was different. She genuinely struggled with insomnia, and prolonged sleep deprivation posed real dangers. Are you suggesting that I am unwell? Lu Qingqing's tone instantly chilled. Lu Xing fell silent for a moment, then shifted the topic. I apologize. Wishing you sweet dreams. See you tomorrow night. Do not hang up. Lu Qingqing's voice dripped with frost as she scoffed. Who do you think you are? Just because we've known each other for a while, you presume to direct your client? There are limits to such arrogance. My apologies, Lu Xing sincerely offered. He vowed not to broach the subject again. Lu Qingqing's previous sweetness and warmth dissipated, her voice now laced with ice. Remember your place. Beep. Lu Xing stared at the disconnected call, chuckling in disbelief. Very well. Showing compassion towards a client was but a cruelty towards oneself. Lu Xing glanced at the time. Half an hour remained until the 3-hour mark. Is this how wealthy individuals behave? He meticulously compared prices before making a purchase, while Lu Qingqing, with half an hour to spare, easily dismissed her desires. After some contemplation, Lu Xing resolved not to feel indebted to her. Consequently, he sought out a script featuring a Yandra character online and recorded himself for half an hour in the living room, facing his phone. Once he completed the recording, he sent the audio to Lu Qingqing and then sank into a deep slumber on the sofa, clutching his backpack. At Song Juanju's home, there was no room allocated for him. His face hardly warranted a space to sleep. A couch was a luxury compared to the discomforts of a bridge underpass, a park bench, or an abandoned building. At Haicheng University, in the faculty apartment, the door clicked open, flooding the room with light. A girl with shoulder-length pink hair abruptly tossed aside the covers, her eyes shimmering with tears. Moments later, large droplets fell onto the bedspread, soaking a considerable area. Lu Qingqing trembled, biting her lip, her hands clutching the blanket, quaking as she sobbed and cursed. Bastard! 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 You think I'm insane? Sending me to see a doctor? Finally unwilling to pretend, by the end of her tirade, her eyes were red and puffy. The combination of chronic insomnia and Lu Xing's words had dealt her a devastating blow. Her long eyelashes glistened with tears, her mouth drawn tight in a pained expression, the disheveled pink strands of hair adding an unconventional beauty to her distress. Bastard! Lu Qingqing muffled her face in her hands, weeping quietly. I really can't take it anymore. She yearned for a tranquil night's sleep, having tried every remedy, medications, traditional Chinese medicine, home remedies, none of which proved effective. One day, she stumbled upon Lu Xing's voice on a website. In an instant, it was as if a wave of electric warmth coursed through her, leaving her mind blank. From that moment on, she developed a new method for sleep. Others' voices were ineffective, but only Lu Xing's voice brought her solace. To avoid appearing overly obsessive, she had made a concerted effort to limit her listening to twice a week. Why, despite her restraint, did Lu Xing still perceive her as unwell? Wrapped in her blanket, Lu Qingqing buried her face and wept quietly. Suddenly, the notification sound jolted her back to reality. Was it Lu Xing? With a flicker of excitement, she opened her phone, only to be met with disappointment. It was merely a message from the student council. Vice President, the school administration wants us to prepare for the recruitment campaign. Instantly deflated, Lu Qingqing sniffed, yet responded sweetly and considerately. I understand. Please organize a preliminary plan tomorrow. And make sure to get to bed early. Don't stay up late. After clicking send, the vice president on the other end felt an overwhelming joy. Wow. The president truly lives up to her title as the campus belle of Haicheng University. She is indeed sweet and gentle, even sending a message so late. Her reply is still so tender. The heartless scoundrel. Lu Qingqing tossed her phone aside, her anger flaring at Lu Xing for suggesting she see a doctor. Yet, as she ruminated, she found herself at a loss for any fresh insults. Frustration welled within her. Ding. Another notification chimed, and Lu Qingqing pressed her lips together, trembling fingers tapping to open it. In the next moment, she sat up abruptly, her blanket slipping away, revealing the delicate beauty of her youthful form. With shaking hands, she clicked on the audio file sent by Lu Xing. Where do you think you can escape to? I have found you. Lu Xing's profound voice resonated within the room, and Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. So, he had been recording these messages all along? Perhaps she had misjudged him. In an instant, all her anger dissipated. No, wait. There was still a flicker of irritation. Lu Qingqing unconsciously glanced at the floor, biting her lower lip. It was wrong to let her temper lead her to throw things around. 007 Self-strategy. He adores me. The next day, the heavy curtains shielded the room from the sun's relentless rays, enveloping the master bedroom in a tranquil darkness. At that moment, the only source of light was the faint glow emanating from a phone screen resting on the pillow. Song Junju was cocooned in her blankets, her gaze fixed on the search box displaying a single line of text. She could face numerous academic conferences with unwavering composure and navigate challenging experiments with steadfast resolve. Yet now, Song Junju found herself at a loss, never having imagined that she would one day be so desperate as to seek help from the internet. After a moment's contemplation, she abandoned the idea of consulting the vast repository of information online and opted instead to call her close friend, Zhang Yu. The phone rang twice before it connected. Hello? Junju. What is going on? Biting her lip, Song Junju hesitated, her expression fraught with concern. Can I call you just to chat? Zhang Yu glanced out the window, noting that the sun had not risen in the west today. Her friend had always been one to value time, with a life motto that equated wasting time with a slow form of suicide. What had prompted this sudden shift? Why was she willing to squander time on idle conversation? Something was amiss, very much so. Having initiated the call, Zhang Yu felt compelled to break the silence. So Song Junju stammered, what if someone has a crush on you? At that moment, Zhang Yu's intellect rivaled Einstein's, and her sixth sense as a woman swiftly unraveled the truth. Is it that male caretaker who has feelings for you? Song Junju paused, instinctively rebutting, no. It's not him. He is just going through a tough time. Zhang Yu chuckled. You are quite eager to defend him. It seems he is not pining for you alone. Oh no. Was she inadvertently revealing her own feelings? Zhang Yu teased. There have been countless admirers since childhood. Yet you've never inquired about any of them. If it's not that fellow, then who could it possibly be? Indeed, the moment I casually mentioned his flaws, you grew anxious. Realizing she could no longer hide, Song Junju confessed, last night, I was drunk, and he confessed his feelings by my bedside for quite some time. He thought I hadn't heard him, but I did. Recalling this, Song Junju leaned against her headboard, a captivating smile gracing her lips. He said he likes me, but is afraid to admit it, claiming he loves me without expecting anything in return. Zhang Yu was taken aback. Wow, it really is you. If he intended to win your favor, he wouldn't have chosen such a vulnerable moment to express himself. Since he spoke in secret, it must be a genuine outpouring of emotion. Nonetheless, Song Junju interjected, but our relationship is entirely innocent. Don't get any wrong ideas. All right. Zhang Yu chuckled. We haven't even begun to scratch the surface, and you're already defending him? Yet, Zhang Yu continued, offering a word of caution. Do not lose yourself in this. Yet I must admit my curiosity, what compels you to seek him out? I was taken aback upon hearing this news. Song Junju found herself at a loss for words. Should she confess that it was because Lu Xing bore an uncanny resemblance to that betrothed individual, thus prompting her to hire him for revenge? She could not bring herself to voice such thoughts. Zhang Yu, perceptive as always, refrained from probing further and merely suggested, why not observe him discreetly? See if he is genuine or merely feigning. Beneath Zhang Yu's calm demeanor, a torrent of gossip surged before the call concluded. Should you make any progress, feel free to consult with me. I am more than willing to listen. Song Junju chuckled softly. Willing to listen? More like eager for gossip. Nevertheless, Zhang Yu's advice was indeed pragmatic. Previously, Song Junju had paid little attention to Lu Xing's daily actions. Now, reflecting back, she recognized numerous subtle details. For instance, why was it that when I felt parched, he would promptly place a glass of water within my reach? He must have been observing me closely. He truly cares for me. Why does my harshness bring a glimmer of sadness to his eyes? At his age, such acting is implausible. He truly cares for me. Why has he never crossed the line? Perhaps because infatuation is reckless, while love is restrained. He truly cares for me. As Song Junju pondered these thoughts, a smile crept upon her lips, one she was unaware of. In the end, she let out a soft hum of approval. Your taste is commendable. 100 times better than that insipid betrothed fool. A knock echoed through the air. Song Junju paused momentarily, swiftly adjusting her hair and clearing her throat. Come in. With a soft creak, the door swung open. Lu Xing stood at the threshold, a tray of breakfast in hand, the sunlight casting a halo around him. Professor Song, would you like some breakfast? Song Junju cast a glance at the meal laid out before her, all her favorite dishes. He truly cares for me. Lu Xing scrutinized Song Junju's expression, perplexed by her silence. Why was she not speaking? Neither could break the stalemate. Damn it, what an enigma. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Xing. Could it be that her throat was sore from last night's revelry? Upon this realization, he felt he had unraveled the mystery and promptly turned to fetch her some water, just as Song Junju had prepared to speak. She was taken aback to discover Lu Xing had slipped away. Alas, words lodged in her throat, and her expression darkened. What did this mean? Was he taking advantage of her affection to act with arrogance? In the next moment, Lu Xing returned to the doorway, a cup of warm water in hand, speaking softly. Professor Song, you drank last night, and your throat may be sore. I brought you a cup of warm water. Song Junju's brow unfurled instantly. He truly cares for me. Lu Xing tentatively approached the bedside, carefully extending the cup toward her. Song Junju appraised him, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Her throat was not sore. Yet if she refused to drink, Lu Xing would likely wear a smile on the surface while feeling sorrow within, wouldn't he? Upon this realization, Song Junju took the cup and began to drink. Yes, Lu Xing silently applauded himself. Damn it, he guessed correctly. How astute he was. This money was truly meant for him. Hiss. Song Junju let out a faint hiss, suddenly feeling a pang of pain on one side of her face. Had she perhaps injured herself last night? Noticing her gesture of touching her face, Lu Xing's temples throbbed suddenly. He quietly placed the tray on the table and spoke softly. Professor Song, does today's breakfast suit your palate? It's all light and easy to digest. You had a bit too much to drink last night. These dishes will be gentler on your stomach. Instantly, Song Junju pushed aside the thought of her facial discomfort and surveyed the breakfast spread before her. He truly cares for me. He knows I drank last night and thoughtfully prepared this breakfast. I am not adept at making breakfast. These were purchased from a shop and should be quite delicious. Seeing that Song Junju remained silent, Lu Xing felt compelled to elaborate. Song Junju paused briefly before nodding. He truly cares for me. He specifically went to a breakfast shop to buy this for me and even worried if I would enjoy it. Observing Lu Xing's anxious demeanor, Song Junju concealed her amusement and replied, All right, I shall eat. Lu Xing exhaled a sigh of relief. Damn it, this unpredictable lunatic is becoming increasingly difficult to please. Even breakfast is such a hassle. Fortunately, he was nearing his savings goal. Once he had enough, he would promptly flee and distance himself from these eccentricities. As Song Junju began to sip her porridge, Lu Xing walked to the bedside and slowly drew back the curtains. The morning sunlight flooded the bedroom, bringing with it a breath of youth. Song Junju took a sip of porridge, gazing at the rising sun outside, and involuntarily smiled. The weather is splendid today. Lu Xing, witnessing Song Junju's inexplicable smile, felt a shiver run down his spine. Damn, he needed to leave this place quickly. Song Junju's mind was not quite right. Heavens, I shall never address you as grandfather again. You have never regarded me as your grandson. Throughout the entire morning, Song Junju felt invigorated. Haha. Lu Xing had been discreetly observing me all morning, frequently inquiring if I was weary. He truly loves me. Conversely, Lu Xing was seemingly plunged into despair. Damn it. Song Junju's eccentricity has reached new heights. How has she not succumbed to madness? Is she perhaps aiming for something monumental? Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, Song Junju completed her morning tutoring session. She had previously loathed Lu Xing's visage. However, the tides had turned. She suddenly discerned a distinction. Lu Xing was nothing like that betrothed fool. He possessed far greater taste and aesthetic sensibility. By this morning, Song Junju had already deduced in her mind. Lu Xing's affection for her indicated that he was a person of sound aesthetic judgment. His persistent affection signified his loyalty and devotion in matters of the heart. His reluctance to confess face-to-face suggested that he felt inferior due to his status as a substitute. In light of these observations, Song Junju felt compelled to exhibit a measure of leniency towards Lu Xing. Although he may not be worthy of her, his affection for her was not a grave fault. Especially during the tutoring session, when she realized Lu Xing grasped concepts effortlessly, her satisfaction with him grew. He was utterly different from that imbecilic, betrothed fool. Lu Xing was still clad in yesterday's attire, preparing lunch in the kitchen. Song Junju watched him for a moment, squinting as she inquired, Why are you still wearing that? Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback, suspecting her of testing him, and promptly replied, Professor, you mentioned yesterday that I should always dress this way at home. I remember every word you say. It's part of my professional dedication as a devoted servant. If I cannot remember the needs of my client, what use am I? Song Junju, with a light-hearted demeanor, swept her long hair over her shoulder, her lips curling into a smile as she remarked, "You truly take my words to heart." "Indeed." "He loves me." Lu Xing smiled and nodded, "Of course. I am exceedingly professional. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood there reciting a 10-minute confession poem." Even while the client was inebriated, Song Junju, satisfied, propped her chin on her hand and said, "You possess a solid foundation and a quick mind. I will compile all the key concepts and typical problems from each subject for you over the next few days. If you study diligently, you will have no trouble in the exam." Lu Xing turned to look at Song Junju in astonishment, nearly cutting his own hand. "Wait, what is this sudden outburst of affection? Has maternal love exploded? Never mind. The renowned Professor Song's private tutoring sessions aren't meant for fools." Whatever her methods may be, he would soon gather enough money to take flight. Thus, Lu Xing promptly nodded, displaying his pearly whites. "Thank you, Professor Song. You are truly wonderful to me." With a chuckle, Song Junju reflected on Lu Xing's excitement, which nearly led him to injure himself. It seems that those who harbor a secret affection often react this way, experiencing a surge of excitement from even the slightest kindness. It's somewhat bittersweet, rather pitiable. After preparing lunch, Lu Xing observed the table laden with dishes, all of which were Song Junju's favorites. She cast a meaningful glance his way. "Your cooking is quite delightful. It appears that others do not enjoy cooking and find it bothersome. However, I suppose cooking for someone you cherish must bring immense joy, right? He loves me so much." Lu Xing chuckled, feeling a touch bashful as he replied, "Professor Song, you work so hard. Remember to eat more. You are too thin." He was quite fond of cooking for Song Junju. Her refrigerator was perpetually stocked, as she herself did not fancy cooking. Any spoiled ingredients were simply discarded for new ones. Lu Xing felt a pang of sympathy for the food, knowing the pangs of hunger all too well. Thus, he endeavored to make each meal at Song Junju's home as sumptuous as possible, hoping to utilize all the ingredients in her fridge so that he wouldn't feel too distressed. The entire afternoon passed harmoniously. Lu Xing sat in the living room, engrossed in his studies, while Song Junju attended to her work. She took a sip of coffee, her exquisitely refined face radiating an unprecedented tranquility. Although no words were exchanged, the sounds of her typing merged with the gentle rustle of Lu Xing's writing, enveloping the air with a warm ambience. With a slight sigh, Song Junju mused, "This truly feels like home." Suddenly, a cup of hot milk was placed beside her, causing her to look up in surprise, meeting Lu Xing's gaze. He glanced at the time. His work hours were drawing to a close. However, it seemed that Song Junju was oblivious, still sighing with an air of melancholy. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xing decided to take the initiative. He set a cup of warm milk on her desk, donning a gentle smile infused with a touch of endearment. "Professor Song, evening is approaching. A bit of milk will help you sleep. Tomorrow is Monday, and I must prepare to leave." The warmth of the milk stirred something within Song Junju, her eyes becoming misty. Throughout her life, everyone, including her parents, had proclaimed her a genius, a beacon of hope, someone to be proud of. This incessant praise had instilled in her a perfectionist nature, one that could not tolerate failure. Yet now, here was a boy whom she had treated harshly, displaying such genuine kindness towards her. The memory of countless nights spent lashing out at Lu Xing filled her with guilt. He labored diligently from Monday to Friday, enduring torment at her hands over the weekends, all for a mere glimpse of her. "He loves me so much." After a moment's reflection, Song Junju picked up her phone and sent a message, instructing Lu Xing to wait for 20 minutes. Soon after, the doorbell rang. Lu Xing was taken aback as he saw luxury brand employees entering the villa, laden with bags. What was Song Junju up to? Was she flaunting her wealth before him? So affluent that those haughty luxury brand representatives were personally delivering items? Yet he knew that Song Junju was indeed very wealthy. His confusion was resolved when Song Junju pointed at Lu Xing and instructed the staff, "Please select a few outfits for him, something aesthetically pleasing. He is a student, so the fabric should not be overly delicate." Many luxury garments fail to consider that clients might wash them more than once, resulting in fabrics that are exceedingly fragile. The staff nodded in agreement, and in less than 10 minutes, Lu Xing emerged transformed. Naturally tall and handsome, the expensive, fitted attire accentuated his refined demeanor, resembling that of an elegant young aristocrat. Song Junju was thoroughly pleased. Suddenly, Lu Xing recalled that the brand of the clothing seemed to match that of the collar. "Has your brand ventured into this industry as well?" he inquired. Given the staff's familiarity with Song Junju, it was likely she was responsible for the collar too. With a cheerful smile, she replied, "Miss Song is our brand's VC. She has the authority to customize these products." Lu Xing exclaimed, Damn it. I shall never call you grandfather again. You never regarded me as your grandson. Why am I not a second-generation rich kid? A cup of hot tea, an acre of thin farmland, and 100 million in savings. This stark contrast of wealth struck Lu Xing until he boarded the bus. He glanced back at Song Juanju's villa, valued in the 8 or 9 figures due to its prime location, steadily appreciating in price. The taxes on a single villa were likely more than Lu Xing would earn in his lifetime, while the brand on his clothes seemed almost laughable. Countless individuals aspired to don this label, many pooling resources to share a single piece. Such an arrogant brand had its staff respectfully carrying piles of garments into Vic's home. In the realm of fate, fairness was a mere illusion. Prior to his role as a professional sycophant, his only connection to the upscale neighborhood was scavenging for food discarded in the trash bins at its entrance, which often turned out to be of surprisingly good quality. Occasionally, during festive occasions like Valentine's Day, he might even stumble upon a few coins. The only downside was the risk of encountering food laced with additives. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Xing couldn't help but chuckle. We have never belonged to the same world. He merely wished to save enough money before graduation to smoothly transition into further education and lead an ordinary life. A cup of hot tea, an acre of thin farmland, and 100 million in savings. Attention all passengers, the next stop is Haiqing Grand Theater. The bus announcement snapped Lu Xing back to reality as he began to gather his belongings in preparation to disembark. An elderly gentleman, also intending to alight at the stop, observed Lu Xing's actions and struck up a conversation. "Young man, off to the amusement park?" he inquired, as there was a bustling amusement park just 500 meters west of the Haiqing Grand Theater. Lu Xing shook his head and smiled at the old man. "I'm going to the Grand Theater." The old man paused in surprise. "Are your parents staff at the theater? You must be visiting them?" Lu Xing was puzzled. "Sir, why can't I simply be going to watch a performance at the Grand Theater? Their essay show today." The old man waved his hand dismissively. "Don't joke. You can't be 20 yet. At your age, who listens to opera? My granddaughter is your age, and all she likes is that. What's it called? Oh right, Live Fu House. Lu Xing chuckled. "Sir, that essay Live House." The old man clapped his hands jovially. "That's the spirit, as long as you understand. However, today's performance features Qi Yushan, and it won't be a waste for you to listen." Though young, Qi Yushan possessed solid foundational skills. "I reckon it's only a matter of time before she earns the Plum Blossom Award." Lu Xing nodded with a smile. "I believe so too." Finally encountering a young audience member piqued the old man's interest, prompting him to engage Lu Xing in conversation. "Imagine if Qi Yushan were my granddaughter. I could listen to her sing every day." Lu Xing laughed lightly. "Are you hoping for her voice to perform acrobatics?" The old man waved his hand. "Not at all. A few friends who adore opera, and I have high hopes for Qi Yushan. Thankfully, she never withdrew from the scene. I heard that when she initially struggled, she planned to retire after one charity performance, but unexpectedly, amidst stormy weather, only a single person showed up to watch. In those circumstances, Qi Yushan found her calling. And her performances have only improved since." As Lu Xing listened to the elder's words, he flipped through a small notebook until he paused at the page dedicated to Qi Yushan. Qi Yushan, female, 24 years old, a performer of traditional opera, composed and elegant, gentle and spirited. The elder clicked his tongue and continued speaking. "I wonder who that sole audience member was. If only I knew. I would certainly invite him to dinner. His name is Lu Xing." The elder was momentarily taken aback. "What? The bus has arrived at Haiqing Grand Theater Station. Passengers are requested to disembark in an orderly manner to avoid congestion." Hearing the bus announcement, Lu Xing stood up and smiled. "That audience member is named Lu Xing." The elder looked at him in astonishment. "Lu Xing? Young man, you seem to know quite a bit about the industry. Your family isn't involved in it, is it? What is your name?" Before Lu Xing exited the bus, he left behind a remark. "My name is Lu Xing. The doors are closing. Passengers, please pay attention to safety." "Oh, so your name is Lu Xing," the elder exclaimed, suddenly startled. "What? Your name is Lu Xing? Hey, don't go. Wait for me. I want to treat you to dinner. Driver, I'm not off the bus yet. My performance is about to start." The driver waved his hand dismissively. "Oh dear, I've already started the bus. You'll have to get off at the next stop." "You old man," Lu Xing muttered, bemused by the elder's peculiar behavior. Having disembarked, Lu Xing made his way towards the Haiqing Grand Theater. His acquaintance with Qi Yushan was purely coincidental. Over a year ago, on a stormy day, Lu Xing, exhausted from his part-time job, sought refuge in a pavilion. Suddenly, he He heard a clamor and looked up to see a performance taking place on a nearby stage. Despite the torrential rain, not a single audience member was present, yet the actors continued their performance as if nothing were amiss. The show had commenced, and it was a tradition to continue regardless of circumstances. Nevertheless, witnessing the empty audience did sap the performers' spirits, and even the string instruments seemed to lack vigor. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Xing ventured through the mud, umbrella in hand, and took a seat in the audience, remaining to watch the entire performance. The stage depicted the myriad facets of life, while below it sat but a solitary figure. As the performance concluded and the rain ceased, Lu Xing prepared to leave, only to be halted by a young woman in costume, her face adorned with stage makeup. "Did I sing well?" she inquired. Lu Xing nodded affirmatively. "You sang beautifully." The young woman, however, appeared disappointed, interpreting his compliment as mere politeness. Having developed an instinct for discerning emotions through his experiences, Lu Xing, after a brief silence, added, "I noticed you trembled slightly from the thunder, yet your voice remained steady, which demonstrates your solid foundation in the craft. You will become a star." The young woman's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. The fact that Lu Xing could perceive such subtle details indicated that he had genuinely listened. Grasping his hand, she repeatedly expressed her gratitude and introduced herself as Qi Yushan. From that moment forth, Lu Xing remembered her name, Qi Yushan, a name as melodious as the person it belonged to. The following day, Lu Xing received a phone call. The individual on the other end of the telephone requested that Lu Xing attend Qi Yushan's performances every Sunday evening, pen an analysis of no less than 1,000 words, and provide encouragement to Qi Yushan, urging her not to abandon her passion for opera. The remuneration for this endeavor amounted to 4,000 yuan per occasion. Lu Xing acquiesced. Qi Yushan's talent was indeed remarkable. Her appearance and vocal prowess were of the highest quality. Listening to her perform a scene provided Lu Xing, who was often weary from the daily grind of earning a living, with a rare respite. Thus, this routine persisted for over a year. As long as there was a performance by Qi Yushan on Sunday evenings, Lu Xing would attend, come rain or shine. It must be said that his discernment was commendable. Over the course of a year, Qi Yushan had garnered considerable acclaim, establishing a notable reputation within the industry. Nevertheless, Lu Xing believed that with Qi Yushan's striking visage, her rise to fame was merely a matter of time. Lost in contemplation, Lu Xing arrived at the entrance of the Grand Theater, where he spotted a familiar figure peering out expectantly. It was Qi Yushan, dressed in an exquisite costume. She resembled a celestial being, her years of dedicated training in the art of opera lending her an elegant and distinguished presence, with her headpiece yet to be donned. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, the evening breeze gently caressing her tresses, which flowed as smoothly as silk. However, at that moment, it seemed Qi Yushan was not awaiting the person she had hoped for, her eyes dimmed with a hint of melancholy. "Qi Yushan." Lu Xing. Upon spotting Lu Xing, the dullness in Qi Yushan's gaze instantly transformed into brightness, and she swiftly dashed toward him. As she approached, a graceful smile graced her lips. "Why did you arrive so late?" Having sung so much, Qi Yushan's tone in conversation bore a slight melodic lift, sending a delightful shiver through the heart. The wind tousled her hair, brushing the tips against Lu Xing's cheek. With a smile, Lu Xing replied, "I will always come to your performances." In the blossoming of pear flowers, with spring accompanied by rain, the petals fall and spring sinks into the mud. Life offers no rehearsals. Each day unfolds as a live performance. As a professional flatterer, Lu Xing must constantly keep his mind alert, adopting the demeanor that pleases his clients most. Although he remains unaware of who is calling himself, a casual inference reveals that Qi Yushan intends to abandon her pursuit of opera. Lu Xing had encouraged her during a charity performance, rekindling her hope, which led to one of Qi Yushan's relatives hiring Lu Xing to provide her with emotional support, urging her not to give up on her singing. Thus, a poignant tale of familial love was born, worthy of a film adaptation that could potentially garner a commendable rating of 3. 4. Lu Xing struggles to comprehend the thought processes of the wealthy. Yet, it is precisely these eccentric and affluent individuals who provide him with a livelihood. When their material desires are satiated, the wealthy often seek fulfillment of their spiritual yearnings. Coincidentally, Lu Xing specializes in offering such emotional satisfaction services. Qi Yushan skillfully guided Lu Xing into the Grand Theater, speaking soothingly. "I reviewed the opera analysis you wrote last week. There were many subtle details I had overlooked. Thank you." "No need for thanks. It is my job, and it pays 4,000 per session," he replied. However, in his previous analysis, Lu Xing had deliberately inserted a 100-word gaming strategy, unbeknownst to Qi Yushan. He doubted that any prodigy in the arts would gain insight from a gaming guide. This implies that Qi Yushan may not have truly engaged with the analysis at all. Lu Xing's smile radiated even brighter as he remarked, "As long as it helps you." Initially, he believed Qi Yushan was oblivious to this matter, yet now it seemed she might be the orchestrator behind it. Regardless, Lu Xing was disinterested in her peculiarities. She might be toying with him, perhaps enjoying the role of a jester, or simply seeking entertainment. It mattered not. As long as payment was rendered, he would respect the privacy of his clients, which is an essential quality of a professional flatterer. Isn't it merely acting? So easy. Lu Xing felt that his current acting skills could easily outshine those of the less attractive figures in the entertainment industry. With a tone of admiration, he shared, "On my way to the theater today, I encountered several audience members who praised your singing, suggesting you could win the Plum Blossom Award in the future." His well-timed compliments filled the emotional void. Qi Yushan paused, momentarily taken aback. The Plum Blossom Award is the aspiration of every opera artist, and no one wishes to be without it. She smiled brightly and inquired, "They think so, but what do you think?" Lu Xing clenched his fist, encouraging her. "In my heart, you have already achieved it." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Qi Yushan's clear eyes, and she covered her lips, laughing softly. Everyone loves a kind word. It's no wonder that even emperors are drawn to cunning ministers. "Will you be writing today?" Qi Yushan asked, her anticipation evident. The journey of mastering opera is a prolonged endeavor. The glances exchanged between them sparkled with brilliance, which is also a vital aspect of the learning process. It was evident that Qi Yushan had already reached a commendable level of proficiency. Her bright gaze was filled with anticipation as she fixed her eyes on Lu Xing. He, too, wore a bashful expression and replied, "I can write it, as long as you don't mind my verbosity." "I won't mind at all," she assured him. Her smile radiant, reminiscent of an orchid blooming in a secluded valley. As the performance unfolded with great fervor, the leads poured their hearts into the act, and the audience responded with enthusiasm. By the time the curtain fell, thunderous applause filled the air. Aside from a few young souls in the audience, the performance was impeccable. Standing center stage adorned in exquisite jewels and finery, Qi Yushan reveled in the cheers of the crowd. Suddenly, her gaze traversed the sea of spectators, landing on the back rows, where she playfully winked, igniting a ripple of excitement. Lu Xing raised an eyebrow, waving to her amidst the cacophony of cheers. As the audience erupted in joyous chatter while exiting, Lu Xing clutched an A4 sheet, densely packed with his analysis of the performance. 1,000 words, worth 4,000. Even if Qi Yushan played with him, he didn't mind. After all, he had paid for it. This was undeniably a means of honing his writing skills. Truly. As an actress, she possessed a remarkable talent for deception. He neatly folded the A4 paper and tucked it into his pocket, rising to head backstage. He scarcely recognized that Qi Yushan, with her graceful and elegant demeanor, harbored a cunning nature beneath the surface. But it mattered little. After all, she was the boss. And as long as she paid, that was what counted. "You sang even better today. I can't find any flaws, so I can only praise you," Lu Xing said, handing the A4 sheet to Qi Yushan, which contained content generated by AI. Hooray! Technology transforms lives. Previously, he believed Qi Yushan would scrutinize his work, prompting him to laboriously craft it. However, upon realizing today that she didn't actually read it, Lu Xing felt a sense of relief wash over him. Qi Yushan had already changed out of her costume and removed her makeup. Clad in a moon-white qipao, her long hair elegantly pinned back, she held a small fan in her hand. She embodied the essence of a classical beauty, further enhanced by her theatrical grace, a true masterpiece. "Come with me," she said, taking the A4 paper from Lu Xing and leading him back to the stage. The bright stage lights had dimmed, leaving only a solitary spotlight illuminating the area. Lu Xing couldn't discern Qi Yushan's expression in the shadows. He contemplated leaving, yet he was puzzled by her sudden whim. Goodness, these women are truly eccentric, each with their own peculiarities. Song Junzhu and Lu Qingqing's quirks are superficial, but Qi Yushan's are concealed, requiring effort to uncover. Lu Xing mused. "Is Qi Jiaoer planning a special encore for this devoted fan of hers?" he asked with surprise. "If there is something to say, hurry up. I need to leave after this." In the dim light on stage, Qi Yushan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she nodded with a smile. "Yes. Usually. You listen to me sing opera. This time, shall I sing a song for you?" As she observed the Na'vi youth captivated by her allure, Qi Yuanshan felt a twinge of irony. Her master had once said that when performing, every frown and smile must enchant the soul. To evoke attraction even from those who were indifferent to her should pose no challenge. She was beautiful, and many had fallen for her at first sight, yet it all seemed utterly meaningless. How absurd. Was not the notion of love at first sight merely a manifestation of lust? Only Lu Xing remained different. When she first encountered him during a charity performance, his gaze bore no hint of emotion. Intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. Man, you have successfully captured my attention. Over the past year, although she had paid for Lu Xing's presence in the theater, the intensity of his gaze upon her had only grown more fervent. Men are but trifles. Oblivious to their own manipulation, watching Lu Xing become increasingly infatuated with her, Qi Yuanshan found herself somewhat weary. After today, she would cease to pay him. Qi Yuanshan was confident that, given Lu Xing's current affection, even if she halted their arrangement, he would still come to the theater every Sunday, come rain or shine. Ah! Men, so predictable and tiresome. Look at Lu Xing, once so composed, and now he has been lured like a fish to bait. The skills of a Peking opera performer, with voice and grace unmatched by ordinary folk, every gesture and expression as picturesque as a painting. With her enchanting phoenix eyes and poised elegance, she gracefully unfurled a fan, her delicate steps taking her closer as she began to sing softly. When the pear blossoms bloom, spring brings rain. When the pear blossoms fall, spring sinks into the mud. In this life, I yearn for but one. Love often brings a sense of indebtedness, while its absence leaves one feeling the pangs of regret. The protagonist is currently engulfed in profound remorse. Lu Xing emerged from the Grand Theater in a daze, consumed by regret. Why didn't I record that moment? Clips of Qi Yuanshan's performances are common, yet her rendition of Li Hua Song was a rare gem. Filled with chagrin, Lu Xing boarded the bus. If only I had captured that segment, I could have sold it to her burgeoning fanbase once Qi Yuanshan rises to fame. Now, alas, I have squandered 10 precious minutes and gained nothing in return. What a tremendous loss. As Lu Xing sat on the bus, self-reproach washed over him. It seems I have not exerted enough effort. I failed to seize such a lucrative opportunity. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang and Lu Xing answered. Hello? It's me. Lu Xing straightened in his seat. The voice belonged to the very person who had initially hired him to watch Qi Yuanshan perform. He suspected that Qi Yuanshan was right beside him. After the theatrical performance, why was she calling again? Lu Xing sighed quietly. After so long as a professional sycophant, he found everyone around him somewhat eccentric, though some concealed their madness more subtly than others. Did you attend the performance today? Indeed, I did. And I even penned a brief essay, which I personally delivered to Qi Yuanshan. The voice on the other end responded with satisfaction. That's splendid. I called to inform you that I have transferred the payment to your account. Our transaction is now complete. Following this statement, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the call. Lu Xing remained unfazed. After all, business is not akin to marriage. Must one be bound for a lifetime? Furthermore, in marriage, one may not always remain with the same partner. Lu Xing nodded calmly. Very well. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Don't you have anything to say? The voice seemed taken aback by Lu Xing's unflappable demeanor. What should I say? Lu Xing scratched his head in confusion, pondering for a moment before a realization struck him. Thank you, boss. Is that necessary? You. The other end abruptly ended the call, leaving Lu Xing bewildered as he stared at the disconnected screen, struggling to comprehend the outburst. What a lunatic. What has he gotten upset about? Isn't calling him boss sufficient? Attention passengers, the next stop is Central Hospital. Please disembark in an orderly manner and avoid crowding. The bus reached its destination, and Lu Xing, uninterested in further contemplation, blacklisted the phone number upon receiving confirmation of the payment. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he disembarked. Backstage at Haicheng Grand Theater. Sister, he truly said that. Qi Shui's brows furrowed deeply, nearly to the point of tears. As the most devoted servant to her sister, he had indeed made that call. Qi Yuanshan, adorned in a pale blue chi pao, elegantly adjusted her hair before the mirror and responded, understood. Curiously, Qi Shui leaned in and asked, Sister, do you think he will return next week? Qi Yuanshan elegantly gathered her long hair with a hairpin, revealing a graceful smile. He will come, despite her lively demeanor. Qi Shui felt a chill run down his spine. After years of familiarity, he had come to recognize the truth. His sister, though seemingly refined, harbored a devilish heart. Each time she donned that smile, it signified impending misfortune for someone. Yet, observing his calm demeanor through the phone, Qi Shui mused, is he too composed? Qi Yuanshan rose gracefully, casting a glance at Qi Shui, and calmly remarked, when I used to hit you as a child, you would only cry 10 minutes later. The shadow of childhood trauma loomed over Qi Shui, causing him to instinctively retract his neck. However, he soon grasped her implication. Sister, are you suggesting that boy is so heartbroken that he has become foolish? Qi Yushan nodded gently. Suddenly, Qi Shui slapped his thigh in realization, startling Qi Yushan, who promptly smacked him on the back. Why the sudden outburst? He exclaimed, wincing from the pain. I just understood. I believe he will return. I observed him backstage during your performance. His gaze towards you was quite revealing. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Shui concluded, that boy must indeed have feelings for you. With a smirk, he added, just thinking about him being broke and having to write a little essay next Monday makes me laugh. Qi Yushan shot him a glance. You have an exam soon, don't you? If you scatter rice on the answer sheet, even a chicken would have a higher accuracy rate. Qi Shui fell silent, retreating into his shell and rejecting further conversation. But sister, why must you compete with that boy? He seems rather innocent and earnest. Qi Yushan donned a long cloak over her cheongsam, gracefully departing the backstage area. Why? She couldn't quite articulate it. It was simply that the peaceful and serene gaze of the boy in the rain had intrigued her. She wished to discern whether his heart was equally steadfast and clear. Yet, it now seemed rather trivial. How dull. At the central hospital, in the inpatient department, the walls had absorbed more prayers than a church. As a doctor, Zhang Yu had grown accustomed to the sorrowful expressions of patients and their families. Thus, it was a rarity to hear cheerful laughter emanating from a ward during her rounds, prompting her to smile in response. Upon entering, she found two elderly gentlemen, both connected to tubes, engaged in lively banter. Old Zhao, you truly have a knack for survival. Elderly remarked enviously. You survived that severe burn, and now, even with cancer, you still endure. Old Zhao chuckled proudly, that's because I have a wonderful grandson. Your envy is futile. Elderly rolled his eyes, unable to suppress his thoughts. Why haven't I encountered a grandson like Lu Xing? Mine only knows how to irritate me. Just the other day, he stepped on my oxygen tube and nearly sent me off. Perhaps your good deeds have earned you a grandson like Lu Xing. Old Zhao replied smugly. Indeed, I am unable to bear children, and my partner and I find ourselves with little to occupy our time. So we thought of opening an orphanage. Who could have anticipated that the orphanage would catch fire, nearly costing me my life? After enduring the burns, I was then faced with the misfortune of cancer. Alas, I am fortunate to have my beloved grandson, Lu Xing, a talented young man who earns a living through his writing. Yet it is a burden for him, while other children merely attend school. He must seize every opportunity to write and earn money. I have expressed my desire to cease treatment, but my dear grandson insists that if I do not seek care, he will accompany me on my journey. Can you believe this child? He is truly stubborn. Old Zhao, although seemingly criticizing Lu Xing's obstinacy, cannot conceal the pride in his eyes. What does it matter that he has no children of his own? Heaven has bestowed upon him a wonderful grandson. This is worth more than anything. Old Li sighed. Lu Xing loves you, dear grandfather. He feels indebted for not receiving the best treatment. My own son does not love me, providing me only with the most basic medicine, feeling it a loss. In times of prolonged illness, there are no filial children. Yet Lu Xing has cared for you for 3 years. Bravo. That young man is truly remarkable. Hee. Old Zhao, may I propose something? Old Zhao, closing his eyes and covering his ears, replied, if you are hoping to match your granddaughter with my good grandson, you might as well give up on that dream. Old Li persistently recommended his grandson. To his surprise, Old Zhao vehemently rebuked him, causing Old Li considerable frustration. The doctor is here. Zhang Yu, having listened for a while at the door, entered the ward with a smile. Old Li, feeling defiant, asked Zhang Yu, Doctor, do you think my granddaughter is a suitable match for that young man, Lu Xing? Zhang Yu replied, Grandfather, nowadays, people are free to love whom they choose. Yet, involuntarily, Lu Xing's face surfaced in her mind. 3 years ago, the orphanage established by Old Zhao had caught fire. Old Zhao rescued all the children but sustained burns himself, later being diagnosed with cancer. At that time, amidst the crowd was a silent and youthful boy, around 16, not even as tall as Zhang Yu. It was said he was also an orphan taken in by Old Zhao, named Lu Xing. However, over the next 3 years, that boy matured swiftly, single-handedly supporting Old Zhao through tumultuous times. No one could have anticipated that, in the end, Lu Xing, this young lad, would snatch Old Zhao back from the clutches of death. The medical expenses over the years were fragmented and impossible to tally. Zhang Yu could scarcely fathom where such a young boy could possibly acquire such funds. Lu Xing had mentioned writing novels to Old Zhao, yet Zhang Yu found that hard to believe. Observing old Zhao's pride whenever he spoke of his grandson, Zhang Yu let out a soft sigh. Misfortunes often befall the unfortunate. Per Lu Xing. Reflecting on Lu Xing's ever-optimistic smile, Zhang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, why aren't those vile individuals meeting their fate instead? Qiu. While diligently organizing her exercises, Song Junju sneezed several times. After a moment of contemplation, she proudly declared, Humph. It must be Lu Xing thinking of me. He loves me dearly. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. A vibrant voice echoed from outside the hospital room, shattering Zhang Yu's melancholic reverie. She looked up to meet the sparkling eyes of Lu Xing. Once a younger child shorter than she, Lu Xing now towered over Zhang Yu, compelling her to tilt her head to see his face. Wow, Dr. Zhang, you're here too. Lu Xing exclaimed joyfully upon spotting her in the ward. In his earlier days, before he had embarked on the path of a devoted follower, he had been an orphan without a penny to his name. While his grandfather was in critical condition, no one could attend to him, leaving him hungry and voiceless. It was Zhang Yu's kindness that led her to take him to the hospital cafeteria for 2 meals, instilling in Lu Xing a deep sense of gratitude towards her. Dr. Zhang, I have a small gift for you, Lu Xing said, his radiant smile infectious, prompting Zhang Yu to reciprocate with a smile of her own. Is this a bribe for the doctor? She teased. Lu Xing chuckled and pulled out a box from his pocket. Are you sure you don't want it? Upon seeing the item in his hand, Zhang Yu burst into laughter. It was a box of pens. It is a well-known fact that in a hospital, the true currency is not money, but rather pens. 100 yuan left unattended would remain untouched, yet a few pins placed on a table would mysteriously vanish by afternoon. Zhang Yu continued to revel in the moment until she instinctively checked her own pocket, her laughter abruptly ceasing. Huh, I had 3 pins in here. Who has taken them from me? Laughter erupted in the ward. Lu Xing gently placed the box of pens into Zhang Yu's pocket and said thoughtfully, Dr. Zhang, you will surely be popular when you return to the department. Zhang Yu grasped Lu Xing's hand with sincerity, proclaiming, what a good person you are. Lu Xing responded with a salute. It's the least I could do. After their playful banter, Zhang Yu informed Lu Xing, Mr. Zhao Henmei is recovering quite well. We need to observe his condition a bit longer, but if all indicators remain normal, he will be ready for discharge soon. Congratulations. Zhang Yu had witnessed Lu Xing's journey and understood the challenges he faced. She recognized him as a grateful and kind-hearted soul. Really? That's wonderful, Lu Xing exclaimed, surprised that his grandfather's recovery was quicker than he had anticipated. After bidding farewell to Dr. Zhang, Lu Xing rushed to his grandfather's bedside, taking his hand. Grandpa, you can go home now. Good, good, Zhao Henmei responded, trembling as he wiped away tears with a cloth. The scars on his hands bore testimony to the irreversible nature of his burns. Zhao Henmei gently caressed Lu Xing's head, tears streaming down his face. At last, we can return home. You've suffered too much. Zhao Henmei's wife, Zhao Jinju, watched the touching scene from afar, her heart heavy. The couple had devoted their lives to establishing an orphanage, having no children of their own, having just brought warm water into the ward. Zhao Jinju witnessed this emotional reunion but chose to quietly turn away, dabbing her eyes. The memory of the fire that engulfed their orphanage, the culmination of their lifelong efforts, still haunted them, and Zhao Henmei had been rushed to the emergency room as a result. During that harrowing time, Zhao Jinju endured sleepless nights, plagued by nightmares. She was unaware that as an uneducated elderly woman, her path would be uncertain if anything were to happen to her husband. In a moment of profound sorrow, Zhao Jinju even wept until she lost consciousness. Upon awakening, she beheld the youthful visage of Lu Xing, who bore a resolute expression and earnestly assured her, Grandma, do not cry. Grandpa will be fine. Even if an unfortunate event occurs, I will take care of you. At that moment, Zhao Jinju embraced Lu Xing, weeping bitterly, believing that this sensible child was merely comforting her. However, she could not have anticipated that Lu Xing was a person of his word. From that day forward, no storms or tribulations befell the elderly couple. Instead, Lu Xing braved the tempest, shouldering the burdens of their lives with his slender frame, creating a new world for them. As night descended, Lu Xing lay on the caregiver's bed, while Grandpa Li had long succumbed to slumber, snoring thunderously. Suddenly, Lu Xing inquired, Grandpa, do you still wish to open an orphanage? Zhao Henmei was taken aback. Since the orphanage had been reduced to ashes, he had not dared to entertain such thoughts again. Lu Xing was aware of his grandfather's fondness for nurturing children. Abandoned in the village, he had survived on government aid, clad in tattered garments, ostracized by peers and disdained by teachers. Only his grandfather had said, You are a star in the sky. Simply living, albeit faintly and with effort, is commendable. When his grandfather established the orphanage, he was the first to be welcomed in at the age of 10. However, after the orphanage burned down, Lu Xing's life once again veered onto an unpredictable path. Gazing out at the stars, Lu Xing remarked, "Grandpa, the copyright for the novel I wrote this year has been sold. They intend to adapt it into a television series and have given me 150,000. Along with my previous savings, I now possess 320,000. I have calculated that constructing a new orphanage will require 270,000. With an additional 30,000 for operational costs, and I will set aside 20,000 for your living expenses. You had a reputable orphanage before. Applying for subsidies could help sustain its future operations." Lu Xing spoke slowly, with unwavering determination. The thought of many children like him finally having a home brought a gentle smile to his lips, a smile more sincere than any he had ever shown to clients. Zhao Henmei's mind went blank. He had not anticipated that Lu Xing's desire was to establish a new orphanage for him. "And what about you?" Zhao Henmei trembled as he asked. Lu Xing paused, confused. "What?" Zhao Henmei abruptly sat up, his teeth chattering, his gaze fixed on Lu Xing's back. "And what about you? What will you do? You've given me all your money. How will you manage?" Zhao Henmei, who had been strong his entire life, now wept profusely. "You have exhausted yourself over these 3 years just to give me your earnings. What will you do? I raised you to ensure your happiness and joy. I had not accomplished it, yet you have been affected in this manner." So this was the reason. Lu Xing let out a sigh of relief. As he had thought his grandfather no longer wished to run the orphanage, Lu Xing consoled him, saying, "I am indifferent. Grandfather, I can still write novels. They truly appreciate my work. Now that your health has improved and the orphanage is established, I can take my time to write without feeling exhausted. By the end of this month, I will have earned enough for my university expenses. Ending my career as a sycophant isn't such a bad thing. But earning enough by June graduation will open up a world of opportunities for me. June, I shall regain my freedom. All those troublesome individuals will vanish from my life." Embracing the anticipation of the future, Lu Xing closed his eyes. "Tomorrow is Monday, the first morning I have to wake up half an hour early to prepare breakfast for Wei Qingyu. How delightful. Those who love to eat are undoubtedly good people." The next morning, Lu Xing completed his morning rituals and found himself in a dilemma regarding his attire for the day. As he surveyed his eclectic wardrobe, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Once I leave this profession, I feel compelled to pen a guide for professional admirers to earn some extra income. As a professional admirer, it is essential to dress in a manner that pleases the client. For instance, in the presence of Wei Qingyu, who is averse to disorder, Lu Xing opts for simple and clean clothing. Conversely, when dealing with Song Junju, who often exhibits erratic behavior, he chooses more durable and mature attire. And when faced with Qi Weishan, an enthusiast of traditional opera, he adorns himself in garments infused with elements of national style. Such expertise truly justifies my earnings." Lu Xing mused, reveling in his self-importance. Previously, his clothing choices were solely aimed at winning the favor of clients, but now, unexpectedly bestowed with the autonomy to dictate his own style, he found himself at a loss for what to wear. After much contemplation, he ultimately settled on his school uniform. Yes, practical and resilient. With his outfit selected, Lu Xing stepped forward with a buoyant stride, boarding the bus to school. On the bus, he unzipped his backpack, revealing not only books, but also a few articles of clothing. By noon, he planned to visit a second-hand luxury store to sell the clothes that Song Junju had purchased for him. He decided to keep 2 pieces for future meetings with her. To Lu Xing, the garments bought by Song Junju were extravagantly priced. It would be more advantageous to convert them into cash. Retaining a couple of items merely served to prevent her from discovering his intentions. If she were to find out, she would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. Unlike clients who merely talk, Song Junju was a different breed. This wild spirit truly wielded a whip. The memory of that night, when she brandished the whip, sent shivers down Lu Xing's spine. Fortunately, her current mood was amiable, sparing him from excessive torment. Previously, whenever she recalled her betrothed, she would become irate and direct her fury at Lu Xing. Occasionally, her aim would falter, and he would end up with a painful strike to the face. The scars from such encounters would keep him awake at night, dreading the prospect of sleep. Recently, however, inexplicably, Song Junju seemed to be experiencing an outpouring of maternal affection. Quite bewildering. Lu Xing shook his head, dismissing thoughts of her. "Attention passengers. We have arrived at the first high school station. Please disembark in an orderly fashion and watch your step." At last, Lu Xing's spirits soared as he swiftly leapt off the bus, realizing that an extra half-hour of sleep each day was indeed a delightful luxury. Wei Qingyu had a delicate stomach and was quite particular about her food. Once, she had fainted due to low blood sugar right in front of Lu Xing, nearly causing him to jump out of his skin. Upon learning of her condition and her aversion to breakfast, Lu Xing endeavored to prepare some congee for her. Initially, he anticipated a heartless rejection, yet he was pleasantly surprised to find that Wei, accustomed to extravagant delicacies, actually enjoyed the simple congee and light dishes. Since that day, every morning, Lu Xing rises early to spend half an hour preparing a meal for Wei Qingyu. In return, Wei Qingyu generously offers him 100 yuan each time. For a mere 100 yuan, one can hardly procure a simple home-cooked porridge, leaving Lu Xing at a loss for words regarding Wei Qingyu's kindness. What a simpleton! Though he may be a bit cold, he is not a bad person. As Lu Xing pondered over Wei Qingyu, he entered the classroom. The moment he stepped inside, an eerie silence enveloped the room. All eyes darted toward him, not for any reason other than to catch a glimpse of Wei Qingyu. After all, from the instant Wei Qingyu set foot on the school grounds, Lu Xing's presence was unmistakable, and throughout the day, he seemed equipped with a radar, constantly detecting Wei Qingyu's whereabouts. Were it not for the current unpopularity of this version in the national server, one might even suspect that Lu Xing would claim to be a homosexual with a female gender identity, following Wei Qingyu into the girls' restroom. The absence of Wei Qingyu today left the class astounded. Was the sun rising from the west, or had the devoted admirer suddenly changed his nature? Someone made a remark, prompting a chorus of laughter to erupt in the classroom. Lu Xing cast a brief glance at them and calmly stated, "The teacher will be here in 10 seconds. Instantly, the expressions of everyone shifted, and they hurriedly settled into their seats, mumbling some lines of verse. Amused, Lu Xing shook his head. At this age, children value their reputation above all else, with the desire to conform overshadowing everything. Is it truly a flaw? Not particularly, merely a manifestation of foolishness. They never stop to consider why, out of the multitude who admire Wei Qingyu, only Lu Xing is permitted to remain by her side. If Wei Qingyu truly wished to distance herself, she could employ countless methods to drive Lu Xing away, yet she does not. What does this indicate? It suggests that Wei Qingyu genuinely enjoys his company. Lu Xing couldn't help but lament how the strategy is laid out before them. Yet they stubbornly refuse to acknowledge it. However, whether or not this strategy is embraced is of little concern to Lu Xing now. His father's subscription to the devoted admirer package has expired. Upon reaching his desk, Lu Xing placed his bag down. His deskmate, Li Dachuan, the class's sports committee member, was quite the amusing simpleton. Li Dachuan hid his face behind a book, surreptitiously nibbling on a piece of bread, his eyes darting nervously toward the window. And he turned to Lu Xing, asking, "Is the teacher really coming?" Lu Xing shrugged. "I didn't see her." Li Dachuan breathed a sigh of relief, took a large bite of his bread, and exclaimed, "Ah, so good." Li Dachuan. A sharp voice pierced through the air, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The formidable class teacher, Li Wanfang, had arrived. Just hearing her name instilled fear. Oh dear. Lu Xing froze, and so did Li Dachuan. "Go outside," the dreaded teacher commanded, causing Li Dachuan to trudge out with his head hung low. Lu Xing placed his bag in the drawer, rummaged for a moment, and then followed suit. As he reached the door, the teacher called out to him. "I didn't tell you to go out." Lu Xing replied earnestly, "Teacher, I also need to eat." Observing Lu Xing's departing figure, the teacher muttered to herself, "The little rascal still has a sense of loyalty. What are you staring at? Do you still have the audacity to look?" Li Mota's oppressive gaze swept over the classroom, instilling a palpable sense of dread. Memorize more verses, score an extra point, and eliminate 1,000. The students lowered their heads, bracing against Li Mota's wrath, subconsciously glancing towards the two individuals outside. How infuriating. They felt a twinge of envy. Outside, Li Dachuan lamented, "Ah, how I wish I could sit in there." Lu Xing chuckled softly, perusing his Chinese textbook. It was a fortress of sorts, where those inside yearned to escape, while those outside longed to enter. How could one ascertain which circumstance was more favorable? Li Dachuan noted a peculiar change in Lu Xing today. Previously, Lu Xing had always been preoccupied with Wei Qingyu, scarcely sparing a word for him. Yet today, Lu Xing not only engaged him in amiable conversation but also accompanied him to stand outside as punishment. Curious, Li Dachuan inquired, "What benefits are there to standing out here?" Lu Xing smiled, tossing him an object, and replied with a languid air, "This is the benefit." Li Dachuan fumbled to catch the item, and upon inspecting the packaging, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, imported chocolate. This is quite expensive. I only indulge once a month." Lu Xing then produced another handful from his pocket, offering it to Li Dachuan. Here, for your refined taste, it's all yours. It was a complimentary gift from a luxury store when Song Junzhu had purchased clothes for him yesterday. He had no particular fondness for sweets, making it the perfect gift. In an instant, Li Dachuan appeared before Lu Xing, exclaiming, "Foster father, is it truly?" Lu Xing laughed, waving his hand dismissively. Indeed, it's all yours." One must admit, the residual effects of his previous devotion as a professional admirer allowed Lu Xing to navigate real life with an unexpected advantage, effortlessly charming those around him. With just a handful of chocolate, he had instantly become a foster father. Li Dachuan beamed with joy, savoring the chocolate as he declared, "Foster father, you are a good person. Anyone who enjoys good food is a good person. That is my moral philosophy. Food is the essence of virtue." Lu Xing, unexpectedly bestowed with the title of good person, felt a touch of discomfort. "But foster father, why didn't you come along with the school flower way today?" Li Dachuan, having his fill, was eager for gossip. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps interrupted Lu Xing's thoughts. He turned to see a familiar figure at the stairwell. Li Dachuan gasped, "No way. The school flower way is actually late." In ancient Greece, there existed a deity who governed the peculiarities of life. Today is Monday. The gentle spring breeze caresses the earth, heralding the season when all things awaken. The students, cast into the confines of the school, bear a heavy sense of resentment. Their dark circles beneath their eyes dragging down to the ground, as if they could sustain 100 malevolent swordsmen. Yet, amidst them, some are born to be the protagonists of the crowd, such as Wei Qingyu. Upon hearing Li Dachuan's exclamation, Lu Xing turned around. At the staircase's edge stood a tall, slender figure, Wei Qingyu. Lu Xing often pondered whether Wei Qingyu ever left her quarters during breaks. Otherwise, how could she be so fair? Even in death, he would not pale in comparison to her porcelain complexion. Among the disheveled students, she radiated beauty like a crystal-clear spring. Merely standing there, she resembled a living painting. While others mocked Lu Xing for his infatuation, they never derided his discerning taste. However, at this moment, Wei Qingyu appeared somewhat unwell. A fleeting glance at her flushed cheeks, a remnant of her vigorous sprint, prompted Lu Xing to lower his head and resume reading. Indeed, within the pages of the book, one can find beauty that rivals jade. The day the steward inexplicably inquired if he fancied Wei Qingyu was certainly not a casual question. It must have been at the behest of Wei's father. After all, as a concerned father, he likely worried that his precious daughter might fall prey to someone like Lu Xing. Nevertheless, having accepted Wei's father's monetary contribution, Lu Xing was bound to honor the agreement. The transaction concluded, he would maintain his distance from Wei Qingyu. Li Dachuan squeezed beside Lu Xing, playfully teasing him. "Your goddess has arrived. Aren't you going to acknowledge her?" Today, unexpectedly, Wei the school bell was late, explaining her flustered appearance. Lu Xing flipped a page of his book. "How is she my goddess? Isn't she yours as well? You could greet her." Li Dachuan recoiled slightly. "No way. I wouldn't dare speak to her. Just look at her beauty. Why does she never engage in conversation? Regardless of how handsome the suitor, she merely gazes at them in silence. And her gaze holds an air of superiority, as if she regards them as mere refuse. Most cannot withstand it and flee." As soon as he uttered these words, Li Dachuan suddenly recalled something. "Vocal, my tongue has betrayed me." His foster father had endured that same disdainful gaze from Wei Qingyu for over 2 years. Lu Xing knew her best. This was troubling. Li Dachuan found himself lost in contemplation. Can I still enjoy my foster father's chocolate? Meanwhile, Lu Xing continued to read, determined to ignore the commotion. Not listening. A turtle reciting scriptures. Wei Qingyu's high ponytail became slightly disheveled as she ran, and she leaned against the wall, taking small breaths to steady herself. Just before stepping through the classroom door, she caught sight of Lu Xing, who was reciting from his notes against the wall. The morning sun bathed the youth in its golden light, exuding vigor. Yet, Wei Qingyu's mood evidently soured upon noticing Lu Xing, prompting a subtle furrow of her brow before she entered the classroom. Li Dachuan could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for his foster father. He felt that Lu Xing was different today compared to before, and he was quite kind to him. Therefore, emboldened, he said, "Father, speak, my child," Lu Xing replied, adjusting his posture and looking at Li Dachuan with keen interest. He was curious to hear what this foolish boy had to say. Li Dachuan rubbed his hands nervously, fearing Lu Xing's displeasure, and cautiously remarked, "You see, you're rather handsome, having pursued for over 2 years, yet Wei Xiaowa doesn't even glance your way. Perhaps you should give up on her. You used to ignore me, but now you speak to me, and I find you quite likable. I understand you're reluctant to let go, but, Li Dachuan was taken aback. What? How can you so easily give up? I had painstakingly conjured up a plethora of comforting words. No, this script is all wrong. Director, I want to redo. Lu Xing's eyes sparkled with amusement as he patted Li Dachuan on the shoulder. Are you surprised that I've stopped pursuing her? Surprised? Absolutely flabbergasted. Li Dachuan felt dazed. He had heard numerous rumors about Lu Xing, who was said to pursue without dignity or limits, astonishing both gods and men alike throughout history. The fact that Wei Qingyu showed no appreciation only made Lu Xing appear more like a clown. How could such a determined person suddenly relinquish his pursuit so easily? Li Dachuan pondered aloud. Have I been born in the wrong era? I should have been a strategist in ancient times. Lu Xing couldn't contain himself any longer and burst into laughter, finding this foolish boy utterly entertaining. Previously preoccupied with Wei Qingyu, he had never realized how amusing his deskmate was. Suddenly, rhythmic footsteps echoed, and Lu Xing whispered, Wei Qingyu is coming out. Li Dachuan widened his eyes and turned around, indeed spotting Wei Qingyu emerging from the classroom, a book in her arms. Two pressing questions occupied Li Dachuan's mind, causing his single-threaded CPU to spiral into contemplation. 1. How did Lu Xing recognize Wei Qingyu without turning around? 2. How could the teacher bear to make the precious Wei Qingyu stand in punishment for being late? He hesitated over which question to ask first. Wei Qingyu was like a refreshing breeze, perceptible yet forever elusive. But now, the wind had settled beside Lu Xing, stealing a glance at Wei Qingyu's pale, serene profile. Lu Xing was at a loss for words. Wei's father was affluent and had invested significantly in hiring professional tutors to teach her manners and comportment. Thus, Wei Qingyu's footsteps were both poised and precise. As she stood beside Lu Xing, Li Dachuan grew anxious. Oh no, my father has finally given up on being a sycophant. Yet this Wei Xiao isn't even making an effort to reel him in? Li Dachuan, unwilling to face reality, covered his face. In the next moment, a cool, melodious voice rang out like a flowing spring. Good morning. Li Dachuan? He stared at Wei Qingyu as if he had seen a ghost. What was going on? Wei Qingyu had taken the initiative to greet her adoptive father? This world had truly gone mad. Lu Xing was also somewhat taken aback. He knew that Wei Qingyu was not one for conversation, so why was she suddenly acknowledging him? Good morning, she said, and that was all. The prolonged silence made Li Dachuan feel an uncomfortable itch all over. What was happening? Wasn't it said that Wei Qingyu despised her adoptive father and refused to engage with him? What was the meaning of this sudden greeting? The response she received was lukewarm at best, leaving a hint of confusion in Wei Qingyu's clear eyes. Shouldn't Lu Xing have started talking incessantly by now? Why was he silent? Yet, he had indeed rescued her just a couple of days prior. One should be proactive towards a benefactor, shouldn't they? Wei Qingyu asked dryly, did you come early today? Typically, as soon as she stepped out of the car, she would see Lu Xing waiting at the school gate. Even on the rare occasion she felt motivated to rise early, Lu Xing's figure would always be there, as if he shared a telepathic bond with the driver. But today was different. Or rather, since that day when the ruffians had fought, she hadn't received any word from Lu Xing. Therefore, this morning she had decided to arrive early at the school gate to express her gratitude, as repaying kindness was her guiding principle. Wei Qingyu waited at the school gate for what felt like an eternity, and by the time she realized she was late, Lu Xing was still nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Lu Xing had been severely injured and had taken a leave of absence? The mere thought of this possibility sent a wave of anxiety through her. She quickened her pace, intending to inquire with the homeroom teacher, only to spot Lu Xing's figure at the classroom door. Oh, so he was fine. You're quite chatty today, Lu Xing remarked. It's not early. You're actually half an hour later than usual. You should come at this time from now on. Wei Qingyu nodded, her expression remaining impassive. It's good to sleep. I didn't see you at the school gate and thought you were seriously injured. Now that I see you're fine, I'm relieved for you. Lu Xing gazed at Wei Qingyu with a peculiar expression. With such a calm, unruffled face. You say you were relieved for me? Yet her words somehow conveyed a sense of sincerity. In a rare moment of honesty, Lu Xing added, your previous admirers must be heartbroken. They wouldn't think you were being sardonic, would they? Huh? Wei Qingyu looked at Lu Xing with puzzled eyes. Would they? Lu Xing chuckled softly, realizing she truly was a bit of a simpleton. 015 The heart that hung in suspense finally ceased to beat. Lu Xing nodded solemnly. In the past, he had to juggle both his studies and the protection of Wei Qingyu, leaving him utterly occupied and devoid of time for idle chatter with her. Others, however, were different. They eagerly flocked to Wei Qingyu, yearning to engage her in conversation. It was no wonder that those who pursued Wei Qingyu described her as aloof. It turned out that her blunt and straightforward manner of speaking had inadvertently wounded their sensibilities. Suddenly, Lu Xing felt as though he had attained a profound understanding of the situation. It seemed that while Wei's father had taught his daughter the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he had neglected to impart the subtleties of conversational finesse. Wei Qingyu gently nodded. Oh, so it was perceived that her manner of speaking was lacking. She found it perplexing. Her words were succinct and clear. What could possibly be amiss? Foster father. You too. Li Dachuan hesitated to voice his thoughts. The dynamic between these two was nothing like the legend suggested. What did it mean? Was it a unique form of communication? Why could he not comprehend it? Damn it. I must report this. There is a riddle maker here. Lu Xing waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Go ahead and play. All right, Li Dachuan replied, nodding vacantly as he distanced himself from the pair. He glanced at the chocolate in his hand and then at the fierce presence of Li in the classroom. Feeling somewhat hesitant to indulge, Lu Xing, understanding his trepidation, chuckled. When it comes to eating, one must possess both courage and caution. Wei Qingyu focused on her book. Though her ears subtly twitched, Li Dachuan, astonished, exclaimed, one must be daring and meticulous even while eating? Indeed, Lu Xing raised an eyebrow and grinned. To be daring means to boldly put food into one's mouth at any moment, while being meticulous entails being constantly aware of the teacher's presence. Ha. Li Dachuan could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. So this was the essence of being daring and meticulous. With an impassive expression, Wei Qingyu continued to gaze at her book, the corners of her mouth curving ever so slightly. What are you laughing at? Did you achieve the top score? Li, the formidable teacher, bellowed across the floor. Lu Xing suddenly realized that being a homeroom teacher was no easy task. One had to master the art of a lion's roar. Everyone, get in here for class. Wait for the subject teacher to arrive. Li commanded, and the trio had no choice but to obediently enter the classroom. Wei Qingyu walked at the forefront, drawing the gaze of all the boys in the class. Oh, even the girls were watching her. Such striking beauty was universally captivating. Since Wei Qingyu had entered the school, her admirers included not just upperclassmen, but also underclassmen. As she passed the podium, her steps unexpectedly slowed, even swaying slightly. The class members assumed she was about to speak and looked at her in astonishment. Only Lu Xing, after a moment of contemplation, sensed that something was amiss. Goodness. Could it be that she was experiencing low blood sugar again? To prevent the school's acclaimed beauty from fainting, Lu Xing swiftly snatched a piece of chocolate from Li Dachuan's pocket, firmly grasped Wei Qingyu's wrist, and pressed the chocolate into her mouth, whispering, swallow it. In Wei Qingyu's expressive eyes, surprise shimmered. As she sensed a hint of sweetness on her lips, she obediently swallowed it all. The dizziness before her gradually subsided. Hu Zhangzhong, the class monitor who had long harbored a secret affection for Wei Qingyu, slammed his hand down and exclaimed angrily, Lu Xing, what are you doing? Who gave you the right to take advantage of your female classmate? Let Qingyu go. Lu Xing remained unfazed. As soon as he noticed that Wei Qingyu had regained her composure, he promptly released her wrist and strolled back to his seat with his hands in his pockets. Feeling a surge of pride at the effectiveness of his reprimand, Hu Zhangzhong rushed to the front of the classroom, eagerly inquiring, Qingyu, are you all right? With him stepping in, the other boys in the class could only gnash their teeth in silence. Why are you scolding Lu Xing? Wei Qingyu, having collected herself, fixed her dark gaze on Hu Zhangzhong, brimming with confusion. Caught off guard by her scrutiny, Hu Zhangzhong stammered. He touched your hand. He took advantage of you. Wei Qingyu's expression remained unchanged as she calmly replied, he did not. A wave of astonishment swept through the entire class. What did Wei Qingyu mean by that? Lu Xing had indeed held her hand, yet she insisted that he had not taken advantage of her? Whispers erupted throughout the classroom. Well, look at Wei Qingyu speaking so much. Isn't Lu Xing just a lovesick dog? Could it be that he has finally won her heart? Is it too late for me to try? What on earth is happening? Even Hu Zhangzhong was perplexed by the unfolding events. Just as he was about to speak again, he was struck by the realization that Wei Qingyu, who never stirred the waters for anyone, now intimidated him. Not everyone possessed Lu Xing's audacity and shamelessness. Step aside. Wei Qingyu frowned, her expression tinged with disdain. You're blocking my way. She regarded him as somewhat dim-witted. Huh? Oh, okay. Hu Zhangzhong, his mind a blank slate, immediately turned to leave but lost his footing and fell onto the podium, prompting a wave of laughter from the class. As the Chinese teacher entered, he chuckled at Hu Zhangzhong's predicament, teasing, are you here to wish me a happy new year in advance? The classroom erupted in laughter once more. Lu Xing, you've really made a name for yourself, Li Dachuan remarked, covering his mouth with a book, still reeling from the earlier commotion. The students around seemed engrossed in their books. Yet their attention was subtly drawn toward Lu Xing, especially the two in front. Upon hearing Li Dachuan broach the topic, they leaned back against their desks. I swear my ears are about to pop. Lu Xing chuckled professionally, yet his gaze remained fixated on the essential poetry in his book. He had wallowed in the mire for far too long. If Li Dachuan was a pure yet foolish flower of the nation's future, then he had long since transformed into a carnivorous plant. Thus, as he perused the verses in his textbook, Lu Xing found himself experiencing an entirely different understanding. Reciting poetry in class, too mundane. Reciting poetry in private, excessively refined. Alas, what is there to appreciate in this broken poem? Xing, do engage me in conversation. Li Dachuan prodded Lu Xing's arm. Lu Xing turned to him, smiling as he inquired, have you ever heard the saying? One cannot simultaneously possess youth and the perception of youth. Lu Xing's past was overshadowed by dust, derision, wealth, and insecurity. By the time he wished to experience the essence of youth, he was left solely with the reminiscence of it. Li Dachuan, perplexed yet intrigued, countered, no, that is not what I was after. I almost fell for your diversion. I want to know what transpired between you and Wei, the school beauty. She defended you against Hu Zhangzhong. Since Wei Qingyu's arrival at school, the majority of her spoken words occurred during her speeches after consecutively ranking first in the grade. Yet today, she boldly stood up for Lu Xing against Hu Zhangzhong. In a group where entertainment is remarkably scarce, gossip serves as a primary pastime. Lu Xing raised his gaze, easily spotting Wei Qingyu's silhouette. He had deliberately chosen this spot to keep a watchful eye on her movements. Wei Qingyu always maintained an upright posture, her demeanor impeccably composed. Lu Xing suspected that her father had no idea how to raise a daughter, resulting in her being akin to an AI robot. What do you think has transpired between us? This was the very question Li Dachuan had been eagerly awaiting. He became animated, clenching his fists and declaring with fervor, it must be that you once again professed your deep feelings for the school beauty, only to be coldly rejected by her. You turned to smoking and drowning your sorrows, weeping on the streets, ultimately achieving enlightenment and deciding to let everything go. Focusing on your studies. Lu Xing felt a chill run down his spine. Ding! The awakening system sounds, and henceforth, your grades soar. While the school beauty struggles to adapt to life without you, suddenly realizing that she has loved you all along, but pride clouded her awareness. Lu Xing coughed vehemently. Finally, to win back your heart, the school beauty engages in a series of actions contrary to her character, even suffering a car accident that lands her in ICU. Prompting you to relent, and the two of you reconcile. Lu Xing averted his gaze. How reasonable that sounds. Where did you glean such wisdom? Li Dachuan replied proudly. Did the school heartthrob endure a fiery trial for love today? And let us not forget, Master Gu has taken his leave. I shall no longer attend to you. Furthermore, that wicked king pursues his queen, and she. No, that voice does not belong to Lu Xing. Li Dachuan's words abruptly ceased. Holy cow! Teacher! Lu Xing's anxious heart finally found stillness. Practice makes perfect. The proud and stubborn persona has long been reversed. Xing, I was wrong. It's fine, I deserve it. Lu Xing wore a smile that suggested he wished for death as he and Li Dachuan were ushered out of the classroom. Damn it. We barely sat down before being forced to stand again. Lu Xing was plagued by a singular question. What kind of novels do you enjoy that end in a grand reunion after heart-wrenching turmoil? Li Dachuan scratched his head, sheepishly admitting, I saw the girls in our class reading these books, so I borrowed one to see what the fuss was about. The boredom of school is akin to the dullness of being in the restroom without a phone. You can spend ages reading a manual, let alone such novels. Li Dachuan offered another apology. Sorry, Xinggu. Can I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Lu Xing chuckled and waved his hand. No need. As a father, it is my duty to be forgiving. Li Dachuan grinned. Xinggu, you're truly kind. You've changed so much from before. It's remarkably simple for children to bond. Perhaps they share a favorite anime, or perhaps they adore the same film, or maybe they have a common admiration for a particular actress. Lu Xing paid little mind to such matters. This class was a language lesson. After the tutelage of Qi Yushan, his essay writing skills had soared. Skipping this class was hardly a loss. He thought to himself, indeed, I am destined for greatness. A little figure in Lu Xing's heart danced with joy. Earning money while honing his language skills. What a delightful fortune. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Li Dachuan recalled Lu Xing's earlier abilities and inquired. Xing, can you tell who is coming? Lu Xing shook his head. I can only recognize Wei Qingyu's footsteps. Hiss, Li Dachuan looked at Lu Xing with sympathy. Seeing is indeed believing. Such a flattering presence. He mused. Humph, I must torment Wei the school belle a bit more, to help her realize her true feelings. Unbeknownst to him, Li Dachuan's internal scales had already tipped in favor of Lu Xing. Oh, are you on gate duty? A boisterous voice rang from the hallway. And Lu Xing knew immediately who it was without looking up. Xia Yexiang, you're late. Since the arrival of Xia Yexiang and Wei Qingyu at school, the debate over who was the true school belle had never ceased. Some adored Xia Yexiang's spicy demeanor, while others preferred Wei Qingyu's cool and reticent elegance. This lively competition for the title of school belle reached its conclusion a month into the term, favoring Wei Qingyu. The reason? A senior, emboldened by his status, attempted to take liberties with Xia Yexiang, only to have his arm broken by her. Yes, a girl, with her bare hands, broke his arm. These three seemingly unrelated words were bizarrely intertwined. From that moment on, Xia Yexiang successfully established herself as a formidable presence at school. No one dared to provoke this thorny rose. While beauty is undeniably enchanting, one must also have the means to enjoy it. The moment Xia Yexiang appeared, Li Dachuan immediately focused on the floor. Ah, these tiles certainly resemble tiles. Regrettably, the immense figure of Da Shachun finds it exceedingly challenging to constrict itself. Akin to an elephant burying its head in the sand, Li Dachuan dared not gaze upon the scene, while Lu Xing remained unfazed, maintaining a calm exchange of glances with Xia Yishuang. As a student of vocal arts, Xia Yishuang's attendance was notably erratic. Her presence or absence seemed inconsequential, perhaps a privilege of her artistic status. Her striking golden hair cascaded elegantly, and her light brown eyes sparkled like precious gems. With a slight lift of her chin, she bore an air of pride reminiscent of a beautiful little lion, the breeze stirring her fair, elongated legs and causing a small portion of her skirt to flutter. Approaching Lu Xing, she unleashed a scornful remark. Today's love-struck fool, she began, that hair color suits you quite well. It's very flattering. Lu Xing interrupted her, leaving Xia Yishuang momentarily speechless, her biting retort caught in her throat, unable to be swallowed or expelled. She found it hard to fathom what she had just heard. Was Lu Xing, the devoted admirer of Wei Qingyu, genuinely complimenting her hair color? What was this? Was he sincere? Did the color truly look good? A torrent of questions surged through Xia Yishuang's mind, causing a faint blush to rise upon her cheeks. Gritting her teeth, she muttered a reprimand to Lu Xing before turning to enter the classroom. As if I needed your approval. Lu Xing chuckled softly, observing her somewhat flustered retreat. Well, how adorably tsundere. Too bad I'm not swayed by such tactics. He mused, it's the 21st century. The tsundere trope has become obsolete. Who still fancies it tsundere? Suddenly, Lu Xing felt a chill at the nape of his neck and turned to meet Li Dachuan's intense gaze. Perhaps I should consider customizing a pair of iron undergarments? Li Dachuan abruptly grasped Lu Xing's hand, excitement radiating from him. Whoa, Xing. Incredible! You've managed to subdue both Wei Qingyu and Xia Yishuang. Da Shachun bestowed upon him the highest praise a man could receive. Incredible. Father, this is remarkable. Teach me. Teach me. With just a few words, Lu Xing had sent Xia Yishuang fleeing in distress. Who else? Who else? Lu Xing rubbed his fingers together, grinning. Well, Li Dachuan comprehended and promptly emptied his pocket, offering all his pocket money as tribute. Long live the king. Lu Xing, with an air of mystery, leaned closer to Li Dachuan and whispered, this matter. Practice makes perfect. Li Dachuan responded, huh? Was I just robbed? Lu Xing swore to the heavens that he was merely sharing wisdom from his own experiences. No one is born a social butterfly. When Lu Xing first embarked on his career as a devoted admirer, he too was oblivious to many things. After facing ridicule and blows, he gradually came to understand. Practice truly makes perfect. What? Just as Xia Yishuang entered the classroom, she slipped to the back to take her seat. Her entourage quickly relayed the events of the day to her. We saw everything, Sister Xia. Absolutely. Yes, I can attest. Wei Qingyu truly spoke on behalf of Lu Xing. Yet it seemed that Lu Xing held little interest in her. This young man had been so devoted in his flattery, and yet he had managed to garner some attention? Indeed. As those around continued their chatter, Xia Yexiang's gaze inadvertently fell upon Wei Qingyu. After a prolonged moment, Xia Yexiang suddenly emitted a mischievous laugh. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Could it be that an AI robot like Wei Qingyu, who held herself in such high regard, could possess emotions? So she has fallen for Lu Xing's sycophancy, has she? Xia Yexiang smirked disdainfully, recalling Lu Xing's earlier words. Her taste appears to be rather poor. Sister Xia, are you about to? The onlookers noted the smile curving Xia Yexiang's lips, sensing that someone was about to face misfortune. Xia Yexiang lowered her exquisite eyes, twirling a strand of her golden hair, and suddenly inquired, "Do you think my hair color is attractive?" "Very beautiful." The crowd responded in unison, nodding like obedient insects. Xia Yexiang rolled her eyes in disinterest. None of them were as sincere as Lu Xing in their praise. However, since Wei Qingyu seemed to harbor some unusual affection for Lu Xing, she would certainly have to find a way to make things difficult for her. The joy of shipping CP. The entire morning passed delightfully. Lu Xing hummed a little tune while attending his classes. Everything was orderly. Previously, he had to divide his attention between Wei Qingyu, his studies, and his teachers. Each day felt as though he were serving 8 wealthy ladies, utterly drained. Now, he no longer needed to expend energy on Wei Qingyu, allowing him to concentrate solely on his studies. It was nothing short of paradise. Only Li Dachuan gazed at Lu Xing with a hint of concern. "Xing, are you truly all right? Have you lost your mind due to some stimulus? Even if you were to abandon your infatuation with Wei Qingyu, it shouldn't have such a profound effect." Throughout the morning, Lu Xing's smile sent a chill down Li Dachuan's spine. Lu Xing cheerfully replied, "Absolutely fine. I'm full of energy." It was clear, this child had truly gone mad. When lunchtime arrived, Li Dachuan attempted to invite Lu Xing for a meal, invoking ancestral teachings. Our ancestors said, if one is not eager to eat, there is something amiss with the mind. Lu Xing, with his backpack filled with luxury clothing gifted by Song Junxiu, was headed for a second-hand luxury store. "Next time, I have something to attend to," he said, like a gust of wind, breezing past Wei Qingyu without a moment's pause. Wei Qingyu sat at her desk, staring blankly at Lu Xing's disappearing figure. In the past, she could always sense his gaze upon her during class. Yet today, she felt no such attention from him, leaving her inexplicably empty inside. After a moment of contemplation, she reasoned, "He saved me. Out of gratitude, I should invite him to a simple meal." Thus, she too stood up and walked towards the exit of the classroom. Li Dachuan was nearly speechless. He recalled Lu Xing's departing silhouette, then the sight of Wei Qingyu following closely behind. Goodness, he thought, realizing he had stumbled upon a momentous secret. Could these two be on the verge of romance? Was Lu Xing's confession not a failure after all? Could it be that Wei Qingyu's family disapproved? After all, Wei's father had generously donated an entire building to the school, a feat that ordinary families could scarcely match. In such families, were there not expectations of alliances? It seemed Lu Xing and Wei Qingyu were caught in a tragic romance. Li Dachuan gasped, covering his mouth, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his cheeks flushed. At that moment, a female classmate walked by, casting a curious glance at Li Dachuan, inquiring, "Physical Education Committee member, which CP are you shipping?" Li Dachuan awkwardly cleared his throat, attempting to uphold the dignified demeanor of his position, hastening his departure. "What CP? I don't understand." The female classmate muttered to herself, "Wait a moment." Accelerated heartbeat, flushed cheeks, excited gaze, a smile of glee. This is the hallmark of shipping CP. Li Dachuan stealthily concealed himself in a corner, clutching the chocolate Lu Xing had given him tightly, with a resolute expression, declaring, "Xing, rest assured, I shall not take your offerings for granted. I shall exert every effort to safeguard the love shared between the two of you." He endeavors to create as many opportunities for the couple to connect as possible. Alas, countless tales of tragic love flickered through Li Dachuan's mind as he dabbed at the corners of his eyes, lamenting, what a pair of lovesick souls they are. Lu Xing had become well acquainted with the second-hand luxury goods store near the school. After all, some clients previously enjoyed gifting items, which was far more valuable to Lu Xing than mere cash or gold. Thus, the significance of these second-hand luxury shops was immense. Dingling. The sound of wind chimes rang out as Lu Xing entered her most familiar second-hand luxury store. The proprietor, a woman in her 40s named Kate, caught Lu Xing's attention. Although Lu Xing found it curious that Kate, a native of the land, chose a foreign name, she thought, what does it matter? Wealth is all that counts. "Kate, dear." Lu Xing beamed with a charming smile, sweetly addressing her. Kate looked at Lu Xing with surprise, swaying her hips as she approached and playfully poked Lu Xing's shoulder, chiding him with a teasing glance. "You ungrateful child, now you remember your sister?" Despite her age, which could easily make her Lu Xing's mother, calling her auntie would earn one a swift ejection from the store. Lu Xing chuckled, gazing at Kate earnestly. "It seems a storm is brewing, Kate. You should try not to venture outside." Kate paused, perplexed. "Why?" Lu Xing surveyed her, responding dutifully, "Because you appear to have lost weight, and I fear the wind might carry you away." Kate burst into laughter, nearly doubling over, as she playfully poked Lu Xing's cheek and shot him a mock glare. Sisterhood isn't easy to maintain. You must refrain from speaking further, or I might be compelled to shower you with money. Kate held a fondness for Lu Xing. He was handsome, charming, and his gaze was always respectful, his hands notably diligent. Most importantly, every luxury item Lu Xing brought was in pristine condition, with many still bearing tags. A seamless exchange of cash for goods as Kate sorted through the luxury items Lu Xing had brought. She remarked while counting the money, "Darling, if you were just 10 years older, I would undoubtedly pursue you." Lu Xing laughed. "You must say that. Youth has its own merits." "Such as?" "For instance, older individuals may not spend their money on you, but the young, full of vigor, will surely invest their energy in you." Kate paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "No wonder you receive so many gifts. Who would adore such an amusing and handsome younger brother?" "Very well, if we cannot be husband and wife, let us be siblings instead." "Good brother. To bring your goods here again. The clothes you've brought this time are truly splendid. They aren't even available in the store yet. And you've managed to acquire them." Lu Xing preferred cash. It felt substantial in his hands. After counting the money and placing it in his backpack, he smiled at Kate and said, "There will be no future visits. I plan to quit by June." Kate was taken aback. "Is there a wealthy woman seeking your hand in marriage? Congratulations on entering the aristocracy. Forgive her for only being able to conceive of such a possibility. This is a common notion among those who sell themselves." Lu Xing waved her hand dismissively. "No, I'm simply tired." "Oh, Kate, please do not wear that expression. I am merely resigning, not departing from this world. Who knows, I might fall gravely ill one day and find myself lacking medical funds, thus needing to return to this line of work." Kate, her tears subsiding, chuckled and playfully struck Lu Xing paw. "Pa, you little rascal. How can you curse yourself so?" Lu Xing wiped her tears away, chuckling nonchalantly. "Just trying to bring you some joy." Dingling. The wind chimes sounded once more as Lu Xing departed the shop, a satchel full of cash in hand. Beneath a nearby tree's shade, the breeze tousled the girl's long hair, revealing her pale, ethereal face, reminiscent of a flower on a lofty peak, untainted and sacred. Lu Xing furrowed her brow. "I had no idea that the campus belle, had a penchant for being followed. Once extroverted, a lifetime of introversion ensues. Do you despise me?" Wei Qingyu stood beneath the shade of a tree, her head tilted in perplexity. "Hiss, how should one articulate this?" Lu Xing approached Wei Qingyu and addressed her. "You know, genetics is profoundly unjust. Clearly, it is a random sequence, yet it manifests in some individuals as utterly malevolent, while others exude kindness and gentleness." A hint of confusion flickered in Wei Qingyu's clear eyes. "Your words are rather convoluted." Lu Xing clenched his jaw. "What I mean is, please refrain from such remarks. Look around at the gazes directed at us." Wei Qingyu glanced around, realizing numerous eyes were fixated on her and Lu Xing. Each gaze directed at Lu Xing conveyed two words: scoundrel. Who dares proclaim that one should not judge by appearances? Just behold Wei Qingyu's ethereal, pure aura juxtaposed with Lu Xing's flippant demeanor. Thus, the tale of a delinquent ensnaring a diligent student was born. At that moment, a fashionably attired aunt, cradling a chihuahua, strolled past them, inadvertently dropping a bedazzled phone between the two. "Hey, aunt, you dropped your phone." Lu Xing and Wei Qingyu momentarily set aside their conversation and hurried to catch up with the aunt. She, still enamored with her chihuahua, patted her pockets upon hearing Lu Xing's words. "Oh dear, it truly is my phone. In modern society, losing one's phone is indeed a considerable inconvenience." The aunt, brimming with gratitude, clasped the hands of Lu Xing and Wei Qingyu, her words tumbling over one another in excitement. It was evident she was an endearing and easily thrilled woman. Upon opening her phone, she exclaimed joyfully, "Family. This pair of young, handsome individuals retrieved my phone and returned it to me. Immense thanks, immense thanks. I must showcase this, a lovely couple performing a good deed." Lu Xing was taken aback, encountering a socially exuberant aunt who made him wish for a hole to burrow into. The term couple struck Wei Qingyu as well, leaving her rooted in place, her cheeks aflame. Before departing, Lu Xing casually inquired, "Aunt, what are you filming this for?" The aunt, gleefully waving goodbye with her chihuahua, replied, "Of course, to share online. I must highlight the good deed you both have done. My account is filled with friends and family. Let them all praise you two beautiful souls." Lu Xing felt a shiver run down his spine. "Could you refrain from posting it?" The aunt cheerfully responded, "It has already been shared." "What?" "I keep the aunt in mind, and the aunt hangs me online." When the two returned to the shade of the tree, they exchanged glances. Suddenly, A burst of laughter erupted from Lu Xing, unable to contain himself. Wei Qingyu's laughter was more subdued, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. The earlier tension dissipated entirely. Wei Qingyu gently curved her lips, observing Lu Xing's carefree laughter, and softly remarked, "Must we revisit that earlier topic?" Lu Xing lounged casually on the bench beneath the tree, cradling his backpack in his arms, and patted the space beside him. Wei Qingyu paused for a moment, a faint blush creeping to her ears. She couldn't shake the impression that Lu Xing's gesture was not merely an invitation for her to sit beside him, but rather to perch upon his lap. With a slight pursing of her lips, Wei Qingyu gradually settled next to Lu Xing. He was always a man of action, disliking unresolved issues, and thus spoke with a smile. "What do you wish to discuss? Ask away, and I shall respond." Wei Qingyu fell silent for a brief moment, attempting to glean a trace of warmth from Lu Xing's gaze, but found none. Lowering her eyes, revealing the delicate nape of her neck, she repeated her question. "Do you dislike me?" "I do not dislike you. No one dislikes you. You are a wonderful person, yet you smile at the lady in the shop, at the street cleaner, even at the clouds above. What does that mean? Am I not permitted to smile?" "I smile at everyone, but you do not smile at me." "Ah?" Wei Qingyu lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Lu Xing, and earnestly reiterated, "Today, you always frowned when you saw me. You did not smile at me." Lu Xing was incredulous. "No. Sister, do you even comprehend what you were saying?" He pointed to himself and inquired, "What am I to you?" Wei Qingyu was momentarily stunned. Initially, when Lu Xing lingered by her side, she wished to rid herself of him, yet he persistently clung to her. He attentively catered to her needs, readily offering assistance in times of trouble, and would prepare delicious breakfasts for her. Most importantly, unlike those who pursued her, Lu Xing had never confessed his feelings. What grounds did she have to dismiss him? Over time, Lu Xing had become a habit for her. There were moments when Wei Qingyu felt rather despicable, for she derived a certain unspoken sense of security from Lu Xing's unwavering gaze. Even on that day when he confronted the ruffians, she experienced a flutter of anxiety for the first time. However, now that Lu Xing abruptly questioned their relationship, Wei Qingyu found herself at a loss for words. In an instant, the phrase "young couple," as uttered by that auntie, struck heavily in her mind. It lingered only briefly before being swept away. Impossible. Her life was akin to a fixed mathematical formula, despite minor deviations along the way. It would ultimately return to its rightful path. True love was like a specter to Wei Qingyu. Everyone claimed it existed, yet she had never witnessed it. Love was unreliable. After a moment, Wei Qingyu, the esteemed school beauty, concluded resolutely, "You are my benefactor." Lu Xing chuckled, amused by Wei Qingyu's oblivious expression, realizing she had once again stumbled into a perplexing dilemma. Yet, Wei Qingyu felt quite content with her definition. "You are my benefactor. I ought to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Not too close, yet not distant, reasonable and unblemished." Lu Xing gestured to stop. "I have no desire to dine. If you wish to express your gratitude, it would be more straightforward to transfer me some money." Wei Qingyu nodded. "Very well. You may do so via my WeChat." Lu Xing, "What? Are you serious?" Upon opening WeChat, Lu Xing discovered a friend request, one that had been sent the previous week. At that time, he had been preoccupied with Song Junju and had forgotten all about it after a brief glance. A look of confusion crossed Wei Qingyu's pristine and graceful face. "It seems you don't often check your phone." Feeling somewhat awkward, Lu Xing accepted the request. His dealings with Wei Laodai had only required communication within the school, rendering any exchange of WeChat unnecessary. Thus, it was only now that he and Wei Qingyu had exchanged contact information. The moment the friend request was accepted, Lu Xing received a transfer of 50,000 yuan. Wei Qingyu, gazing intently at her phone screen, stated, "There is a limit on single transfers. I will send you more." "Hey, wait," Lu Xing exclaimed in alarm. He had not anticipated Wei Qingyu's earnestness. Since Wei Laodai had already settled the payment, there was no reason for any additional charges. "This amount is sufficient, truly. It is enough. Please do not transfer any more, as I would feel burdened." A smile danced in Wei Qingyu's eyes. "On that day, had it not been you, I would have assisted any girl in need. You need not dwell on it too much." Wei Qingyu maintained a neutral expression. Lu Xing studied her demeanor, feeling somewhat perplexed. This oblivious girl seemed to harbor some feelings, perhaps even unknowingly. Previously, his clients had been like Qi Yuanshan, with amicable partings. Yet now, Wei Qingyu presented a rather intricate situation. In June, Lu Xing would be liberated, free at last, yet this troublesome spark of emotion ignited within him, offering no advantage whatsoever. He resolved to swiftly conclude this matter. I will accept the money as your token of appreciation. Thus, our indebtedness to each other is settled. Wei Qingyu appeared poised to say something further, but Lu Xing interjected. I am but a simple person, unacquainted with the world. Upon entering school, I found you beautiful and wished to treat you well. Faced with such candid and unembellished praise, Wei Qingyu felt somewhat discomposed, her heart suddenly racing. In over 2 years, Lu Xing had never mentioned liking her, nor had he ever confessed his feelings. Could it be that he is about to confess? Wei Qingyu clutched the hem of her skirt, her fingers curling inwards. Clear and innocent, conscience unburdened, Lu Xing declared with unwavering confidence. I have treated you well for over 2 years. You should know that I have not exhibited any inappropriate gestures or glances. Wei Qingyu nodded gently. Lu Xing felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed reasonable discourse was indeed possible. My kindness towards you has been a unilateral endeavor, and you need not bear any obligation. You are entirely free to dislike me if you wish. Even when you consume the breakfast I prepare, you reimburse me, so you owe me nothing. Wei Qingyu gazed at Lu Xing in confusion. The previous individuals who had intervened during her confessions had not initiated with such a preamble. Lu Xing seized the moment, continuing. The transfer you made earlier has settled the debt of gratitude between us. Today I have come to realize that my feelings for you do not constitute affection. What? Wei Qingyu's heart trembled, her usually rational mind rendered blank. Her lips turned pale as she opened her mouth, attempting to halt Lu Xing's ensuing words. No, please stop. Don't say any more. Internally, she was in turmoil, a small voice screaming in panic. Yet, Lu Xing was resolute in his intent to conclude swiftly, speaking rapidly. Since it's not affection, I cannot afford to linger in this nebulous sentiment any longer. I must relinquish these feelings and immerse myself wholly in the pursuit of knowledge. My actions over the past 2 years may have occasionally disrupted you, for which I apologize and hope for your forgiveness. From now on, let us be nothing more than affectionate classmates, shall we? Having expressed everything in one breath, Lu Xing finally exhaled with relief. Humph! The naive goose has always sailed smoothly through life, adored by many, and remains emotionally stable. With a well-reasoned apology and admission of fault, she was certain Wei Qingyu would not reject her proposal. Affectionate classmates? Wei Qingyu's face displayed an unusual expression for the first time. It dawned upon her that this was not a confession. A sense of bitterness welled up within her. It was perhaps for the best that it was not a confession. She had no desire to hear Lu Xing profess his feelings. She did not harbor any affection for Lu Xing, and if he were to confess, she would have to reject him, which would be disrespectful given their past. It was indeed fortunate that it was not a confession. Lu Xing observed the myriad expressions flitting across Wei Qingyu's usually impassive face and marveled at the rare sight. It appeared that a gaze filled with mockery, disdain, disappointment, and a hint of affection could coexist within a formidable countenance. With the matter resolved, Lu Xing smiled brightly, addressing her, Wei classmate. You do not harbor any feelings for me, do you? Wei Qingyu's deep-set eyes met Lu Xing's radiant smile, and she suddenly felt dizzy, clenching her teeth. No, I do not. How splendid! Lu Xing exclaimed, clapping her hands joyfully. I do not like you, and you do not like me. We can remain pure and innocent classmates. Moving forward, they could assist each other in times of trouble, as they had grown familiar over the past 2 years. What indeed was this? Multiple friends, multiple paths. Wei Qingyu gazed intently at Lu Xing's face, managing to muster a faint smile. All right. Suddenly, Lu Xing felt a surge of wariness. Was there a hint of gritted teeth in that simple word? Yet, looking at the subtle smile at the corner of Wei Qingyu's lips, was it merely an illusion? Having resolved the primary issue, Lu Xing felt that this outing had been remarkably fruitful. 1. The luxury goods had been sold. 2. He had formed a rapport with Wei Qingyu, elevating them to the status of conversable classmates. Truly a double achievement. While walking back to school with Wei Qingyu, she unexpectedly posed a question. Why did you initially think you liked me? Because of your father. Lu Xing screamed internally, though he could not voice it. Instead, he responded somewhat dejectedly, I have no siblings. You resemble the beautiful younger sister of my dreams, and I instinctively wanted to take care of you. I apologize. My longing for a sibling, compounded by youth, led to this misunderstanding of my feelings. You see me as a sister? Wei Qingyu closed her eyes, attempting to suppress the incredulity that threatened to surface. She endeavored to steady her breath, as her emotional turmoil was unprecedented. Everything began to connect for her. You treat me well because you see me as a sister? You abstain from confessing because you regard me merely as a sister? Lu Xing was somewhat astonished. Wow. As expected of Wei Qingyu, your imagination is astonishing. You even managed to patch up my shabby story. Exactly, Lu Xing nodded eagerly. Wei Qingyu found it hard to comprehend. Why not clarify this matter with those people? You would avoid much scorn. She wasn't naive. She was well aware that many had labeled Lu Xing a desperate sycophant. Yet, she couldn't be bothered with her own rumors, let alone those surrounding Lu Xing. Lu Xing scratched his head, revealing a charming smile. We only need to be true to ourselves. Why concern ourselves with the words of others? After years of mastering the art of flattery, Lu Xing had become adept at charming even the most oblivious. Deceiving such a naive soul was akin to a seasoned expert toying with a novice. Song Junju had once said it right. He was a wretched individual willing to go to any lengths for his goals. Lu Xing's brows furrowed slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. I'm sorry, I've always yearned for a brother or sister. I've felt so lonely, and I've troubled you. All questions lodged in Wei Qingyu's throat. She looked at Lu Xing's pitiful expression and suddenly found herself unable to voice anything. A wave of guilt washed over her. How could she be so cruel? Lu Xing merely desired a sister, and here she was, pressing him with inquiries until he felt distressed. Wei Qingyu bit her lip, pondering for a moment, then spoke slowly. All right. Lu Xing was taken aback. What do you mean, all right? With her watery gaze fixed on him, Wei Qingyu stated earnestly. I can be your sister. Lu Xing was left bewildered. Huh? I never wanted a sister. How delightful. Truly delightful. Upon reaching the school gates, Lu Xing suddenly grasped the situation. If I become siblings with Wei Qingyu, then that trifling affection will utterly vanish, won't it? In the event of any issues arising, I could easily use orthopedics as a convenient shield. How splendid. Lu Xing cast a glance at Wei Qingyu beside him and smiled. You may go in first, sister. Wei Qingyu instinctively averted her gaze, her ears tinged with a faint blush. She still felt somewhat unaccustomed to this title. Seeing Lu Xing so aggrieved at that moment stirred an inexplicable pang of bitterness within her, prompting her to propose this idea impulsively. However, once she regained her composure, a hint of regret washed over her. Yet, witnessing Lu Xing's joyful expression rendered her speechless. Well, as long as he is happy. Xia Yaxiang, with her flowing golden hair radiating in the sunlight, watched the retreating figures of Lu Xing and Wei Qingyu, a smirk curling on her lips. The rumors were indeed true. Wei Qingyu, so you two are capable of harboring feelings for others? Then I must seize the opportunity. Lu Xing, is it? Prepare to be enchanted by my sister. Doubt, once sown, has already rendered the accusation valid. The innate curiosity of humanity compels us to observe. Within a day, Wei Qingyu, in her fervent quest to confront Lu Xing, flitted across the campus like a bird released from its cage. The mundane currents of academic life surged, akin to a drop of water plunging into sizzling oil, instantly igniting fervor. Wei Qingyu had become remarkably renowned. Her fame was undeniable, though she maintained a low profile. The extravagant donation of an entire building to the school by her father, Wei Laodad, lingered vividly in memory. At that time, even the principal would graciously open the car door for Wei Laodad. Wealthy, attractive, and academically gifted, she possessed 3 aces in her hand, while others could only dream of one. Countless individuals were drawn to her by her impressive attributes, only to return disheartened in the end. Ultimately, the sole contender who persevered the longest was Lu Xing, a seemingly empty-headed admirer who, despite appearing to possess nothing but looks, seemed to have genuinely captured Wei Qingyu's attention. As rumors spread, what initially appeared trivial began to morph into something more intricate. The first whisper claimed that Wei Qingyu, suffering from low blood sugar, was given chocolate by Lu Xing, leading Hu Zhongzhong to mistakenly believe Lu Xing was taking advantage of her. The second voice suggested that Hu Zhongzhong sought to exploit Wei Qingyu, prompting Lu Xing's jealousy, inciting Wei Qingyu to scold Hu Zhongzhong on Lu Xing's behalf. The third tale spun the narrative that Lu Xing, feeling envious of Hu Zhongzhong, contemplated withdrawing, while Wei Qingyu, with reddened eyes, grasped Lu Xing's waist, whispering, "Just smile, and I would give my life for you." Do not underestimate the enthusiasm of the gossiping masses, nor overestimate their capacity for memory. A chaotic assembly of individuals, gathering fragments of information here and there, fueled by their boundless imagination, transformed the tale into its current form. Who could have distorted it into such a version? When Hu Zhongzhong stumbled upon these rumors, she was utterly bewildered. This was nothing short of slander. Where's the fairness, the morality, the law? Several of Hu Zhongzhong's friends huddled together, exchanging information. Enraged, Hu Zhongzhong pondered why she felt the eyes of passers-by upon her so peculiarly today. Damn it. Wang Anqiang glanced at Hu Zhongzhong. Could it be that they are staring because your zipper is undone? Is it your zodiac year? Why are you wearing red? Hu Zhongzhong froze, then lowered her gaze, her face turning crimson. Oh no. Flustered, she hastily adjusted her appearance, provoking laughter from her close friends. Such are true friends. Like those who, when you stumble, do not rush to assist but instead mercilessly mock and capture the moment for social media. Wang Anxiang could no longer contain his amusement, exclaiming, "Congratulations! You've managed to gain some fame alongside Wei Qingyu. To be associated with her is indeed a stroke of fortune." Hu Zhongzhong shot Wang Anxiang a glare. "Would you like to claim this fortune for yourself?" Infuriated, Hu Zhongzhong seethed about Lu Xing, the foolish admirer, who had somehow enchanted Qingyu. Wang Anxiang scoffed disdainfully. "If Wei doesn't regard us, how could he possibly take notice of Lu Xing?" "What do you mean?" Wang Anxiang, confident and composed, continued. "I heard about what transpired this morning. It was merely Wei experiencing low blood sugar, and Lu took that opportunity to ingratiate himself. Consider this, Lu Xing did save Wei. And given Wei's admirable character, he would undoubtedly express gratitude towards Lu. Under such circumstances, if you were Wei, wouldn't you scold him too?" This analysis struck like a bolt of lightning, and suddenly, everyone grasped the reasoning. "Ah, that is indeed the case," Hu Zhongzhong exclaimed, realizing he had perhaps overreacted. "So what should we do? What if Lu Xing takes advantage of Qingyu's gratitude and deliberately gets close to her?" In an instant, scenes from dramas flickered through Hu Zhongzhong's mind, where heroines, moved by their saviors, pledged themselves to them. Wang Anxiang chuckled lightly. In this world, it's all about connections and power. Lu Xing possesses neither. He is merely a penniless wretch. It suffices for Wei to see Lu's true nature. "I have a plan." Hu Zhongzhong's interest was piqued. "Oh, you two have a scheme?" Wang Anxiang replied leisurely. "Have you noticed the recent thefts in various classes? The thief hasn't been caught yet, has he?" Hu Zhongzhong understood instantly but felt a twinge of anxiety. "But what if he isn't the thief?" Wang Anxiang smirked. "No one can prove he is a thief, yet no one can prove he is not either. Once suspicion arises, the accusation is already established. Lu Xing is always solitary. Who knows where he spends his days? Who can vouch for him?" This plan was akin to using a blade to eliminate an adversary. As the day progressed, the students indulged in the gossip, while Lu Xing immersed himself in his studies. Learning truly is a joyful endeavor. When the time for dismissal arrived, Lu Xing began packing his belongings, murmuring to himself. The school offered evening study sessions, which students could freely choose to attend. Lu Xing had never participated, as he needed to work his evening job. Glancing at the clock on the wall, which struck 6, he tidied up and bid farewell to Li Dachuan. "I'm off. Goodbye." Before Li Dachuan could respond, Lu Xing had vanished in a flash. "Wow, he runs so fast." Li Dachuan was taken aback. He had never realized Lu Xing possessed such athletic prowess. After a moment's contemplation, Li Dachuan slowly pulled out a sports event registration form. The school's athletic meet was approaching, and each class needed participants, a responsibility that naturally fell to the sports committee member. Li Dachuan had pleaded and bargained, finally managing to gather some participants. However, he had yet to find a suitable candidate for the 3,000-meter event. No one wished to sprint 3 kilometers under the scorching sun, only to finish drenched in sweat and suffering for days afterward. Remembering Lu Xing's agile form from earlier, Li Dachuan murmured, "Father, I shall begin practicing my vocal techniques tonight, hoping you will agree to my request in the morning." The role of the sports committee is truly challenging. As I stood by the doorway, the gentle summer breeze caressed my golden locks, resembling a delicate doll. How enchanting it would be to captivate Lu Xing, that unsophisticated fellow. However, in the next moment, he strode past me without sparing a glance. My charming smile faltered instantly. "What? Not even a fleeting glance? Have your eyes gone blind?" Anger surged within me, my golden strands fluttering violently upon my heaving chest. Ah, he must be heading to the restroom. Observing Lu Xing disappear into the lavatory, my ire dissipated. After all, one cannot help but heed nature's call. Who wishes to transform into a projectile in front of a beauty? Yes, I can comprehend that. Having soothed myself, I approached the restroom with a light-hearted step. "Wei Qingyu, since you are close to Lu Xing, I shall snatch him away." I firmly believe that Lu Xing, with his unsophisticated demeanor, cannot resist my allure. I tossed my dazzling golden hair and leaned back against the wall in relaxation. 5 minutes later, a man clad in a suit and half-rimmed glasses exited the restroom. I squinted, admiring the broad shoulders, long legs, and tall stature. Quite handsome indeed. I positioned my slender, fair legs together and shifted my stance as I continued to await Lu Xing's emergence. Half an hour passed, Yet Lu Xing remained absent. My brows knitted in concern. An hour later, he still had not appeared. My golden hair bristled with frustration. 2 hours elapsed, and still no sign of Lu Xing. In desperation, I dialed the logistics office, urgency evident in my tone. Teacher, someone has collapsed in the men's restroom. He truly deserves it. Oh, indeed I am a dedicated deity. Lu Xing adjusted his impeccably fitted suit and cheerfully strolled toward the school gate. Attention to detail dictates success, and perfection paves the way to achievement. Upon exiting the gate, he spotted a white Alphard parked beneath the shade of a nearby tree. Noticing Lu Xing's emergence, the driver promptly alighted to open the car door for him. Good evening, Uncle Chun, Lu Xing greeted as he settled into the back seat, retrieving a box of hair gel from his bag. Despite his suit, some unruly strands at his forehead still betrayed a youthful immaturity. He scooped a small amount of gel, warming it in his hands, and slicked back the errant hairs, exposing his forehead. Uncle Chun glanced at Lu Xing through the rearview mirror, a fleeting look of disdain crossing his face. Out there selling, and yet he still puts on airs? However, with Lu Xing currently in favor, what could he do? Mr. Lu, we will first pick up Wan from kindergarten and then return to the villa, Uncle Chun informed him. Lu Xing nodded, though it was hardly necessary. He had no authority to influence any decisions made by his clients. Let us make a brief stop at the bakery. They have released a new line of candied hawthorns that Wan expressed a desire to try. Uncle Chun pressed the accelerator, speeding past the bakery. Madam instructed me not to let Wan consume food from outside. It's unsanitary and unsafe. Lu Xing examined his reflection in the mirror, a smirk curling his lips. Very well, I shall relay your words to Wan. She will understand you. Suddenly, Uncle Chun slammed on the brakes, the vehicle screeching against the pavement. His teeth nearly gritted to the breaking point. A 3- or 4-year-old child understanding. Preposterous. Lu Xing, unperturbed, crossed his legs and adjusted his cuff, meeting Uncle Chun's gaze in the mirror with calmness. Make a U-turn. An instant air of pressure enveloped the vehicle. Uncle Chun clenched his teeth, turning the car around back to the bakery. Lu Xing, content, re-entered the car with 3 portions of the new candied hawthorns, placing one in the front passenger seat. Uncle Chun, visibly perturbed, inquired, "What are you doing?" He simply could not comprehend why Wan favored such a pretty boy, nor why Madam failed to see through his facade. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Xing smiled and remarked, "Don't you have a daughter? You can take this home for her after work. They are quite delicious." Uncle Chun paused, glancing at the elegantly packaged candied hawthorns in the passenger seat. As the car resumed its journey, the atmosphere shifted subtly. Uncle Chun frequently glanced at Lu Xing through the rearview mirror. Lu Xing lowered his gaze to the book in his hands and casually asked, "Uncle Chun, do you know the easiest way to meet one's demise in real life?" Uncle Chun instinctively shook his head. Car accidents, Lu Xing stated simply. Uncle Chun jolted back to reality, no longer daring to meet Lu Xing's gaze in the mirror, and focused diligently on driving. Lu Xing continued, "Uncle Chun, we are not so different. You sell your driving skills for profit, while I offer my emotional value for gain. We ought to be friends." Uncle Chun's mood darkened further. He wished to angrily exclaim that he was nothing but an innocent old man, entirely unlike Lu Xing, who had resorted to selling herself. Yet, upon seeing the candied hawthorns in the passenger seat, his words faltered. How could they possibly be the same? You, so young, have chosen the path of seeking favor from the wealthy. Lu Xing forced a self-deprecating laugh. Orphaned at a tender age, impoverished to the point of scavenging from trash bins. Who granted me the opportunity to learn better? A harsh upbringing may be a flaw, yet in the profession of servility it is a lethal advantage. Ah. Uncle Chun's eyes widened in disbelief as he clenched his jaw. Lu Xing is an orphan? Suddenly, a tidal wave of guilt washed over him, leaving him utterly disheartened. I should be ashamed. Lu Xing chuckled inwardly at the look of remorse on Uncle Chun's face. That night, Uncle Chun descended the stairs, neither by the staircase nor the elevator, but rather plummeting under the weight of his guilt. Yes, I am truly sorry. At his age, he awkwardly offered an apology. I was unaware of this matter, and previously, I was too harsh with you. I apologize. Please do not be upset. Lu Xing casually regarded the small notebook in his hands, speaking in a tone laced with faint grievance. It's quite all right. I have no father. When I see you, I often think how wonderful it would be if my father were like you. That is why I may have been so talkative before. I apologize if I have bothered you. When Lingxiu, female, 31 years old, occupation unknown, divorced with a child, gentle and soft-spoken, exceptionally gifted. Boom. Lu Xing's words struck Uncle Chun with a force akin to that of a nuclear bomb. As a father himself, he was left utterly speechless. Why had he previously harbored such a dismissive attitude towards Lu Xing? Why had he felt compelled to mock her, both overtly and subtly? The vehicle arrived at the school gates. Lu Xing alighted and offered Uncle Chen a calm smile. Her eyes slightly reddened. "It's all right, Uncle Chen. You were unaware before. I do not wish for you to feel unhappy." With that, Lu Xing walked towards the school entrance, indifferent to the tempest of emotion stirring within Uncle Chen. "My dear Nuan." Upon reaching the school gates, Lu Xing spotted a teacher holding a cherubic child resembling white jade. Nuan was clad in a pink and white princess dress, her hair styled into two little braids, and her cherubic face was simply irresistible. Too adorable. Upon seeing Lu Xing, Nuan's eye sparkled. "Teacher, Daddy has come to pick me up." With that, she scampered joyfully towards Lu Xing, her small arms and legs moving with excitement. "Daddy." Lu Xing scooped up Nuan and caressed her face, smiling as he inquired, "Did you have a happy day at school?" "Yes. I miss Daddy." Nuan planted a kiss on Lu Xing's cheek. Holding Nuan, Lu Xing turned to the teacher. "Goodbye, teacher." The teacher stared at Lu Xing, momentarily taken aback. No matter how many times she had seen Lu Xing's face, she still found him extraordinarily captivating. "Goodbye, Mr. Lu." "Goodbye, Nuan." Lu Xing cradled his daughter in his arms as they approached the car. The teacher, observing the duo's retreating figures, could not help but exclaim, "How is it that I cannot find such a wonderful man? Handsome, fit, and devoted to his daughter, truly a rare gem." Suddenly, a delightful ding-ding-ding echoed as the little girl exclaimed, "Candied Hawthorne. Daddy is the best." Clutching the sweet delicacy with tenacity, her pristine white face became smudged with sugary remnants. Lu Xing gently extracted a tissue, carefully wiping her mouth. "Is it delicious?" he inquired. "Absolutely. I love Daddy," she chirped, her mouth filled with sweetness as she joyfully waved her tiny fists, proclaiming, "Long live Daddy." Uncle Chen observed the harmonious interaction between father and daughter, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Although he had previously harbored reservations about Lu Xing, he could not deny the man's unwavering affection for his daughter. Suddenly, Uncle Chen froze, contemplating, could it be that Lu Xing's kindness stems from a difficult childhood, and he wishes to ensure that other children experience a better life? His eyes welled with emotion as he thought, "How foolish of me. Do not speak. Just tie up your hair." Nan was indulging in candied hawthorn, while Lu Xing watched her with a tender gaze, propping his chin on his hand. 2 years prior, Lu Xing worked part-time in a shopping mall, a flustered and inexperienced new mother accompanied by her wailing 1-year-old child. This was his first encounter with Wen Lingxiu's scene. Having soothed countless infants in the orphanage, he was adept at comforting children. Thus, Lu Xing approached and lulled Nan to sleep, the little one resting peacefully on his shoulder. At that moment, Wen Lingxiu let out a sigh of relief, her eyes reflecting admiration as she gazed at Lu Xing. The story should have concluded there. However, the following day, Lu Xing unexpectedly encountered Wen Lingxiu and Nan again in the mall. Nan rushed to hug Lu Xing's leg, calling him daddy. Wen Lingxiu stood there, her hair elegantly styled, clad in a white professional skirt suit, observing him with a contemplative expression. That evening, Lu Xing received an acting contract from Wen Lingxiu, stipulating that he would play the role of Nan's father 5 days a week, engaging in play and providing paternal affection. Lu Xing was taken aback and declined, jokingly wondering what would happen if Nan's biological father found out. But upon noticing the figure on the back of the contract, an enticing monthly payment of 100,000 yuan, he quickly regained his composure. Could it be that I am merely stepping into fatherhood? He could indeed do it. This sentiment grew stronger upon learning of Nan's father's demise, and Lu Xing felt a sense of moral vindication. Go ahead, dear ex-husband. From Monday to Friday, after school, Lu Xing would head straight to Wen Lingxiu's home. This routine continued uninterrupted to the present day. Among Lu Xing's many eccentric clients, Wen Lingxiu was a rare example of normalcy, never erratic, never perverse, never violent. Her every request stemmed from the desire to provide Nan and with a nurturing family environment. Ah, the trials of single motherhood are truly formidable, Lu Xing mused. Suddenly reminded of the value of the car he was driving, feeling even more disheartened. I'm the one who has it tough. As the vehicle approached the villa's parking area, Uncle Chen opened the door for Lu Xing. We have arrived, Mr. Lu. Upon raising his head, Lu Xing found himself met with Uncle Chen's tear-filled yet affectionate gaze, sending chills down his spine. Damn it, I've overacted. Clutching Nan, Lu Xing hurriedly retreated into the villa. Uncle Chen watched his departing figure, wiping away a tear. He must have revealed his background and felt inferior. Tomorrow, I shall treat him with even greater kindness. Upon entering the villa, the warm golden lights enveloped the space, imparting a sense of cozy relaxation. Wen Lingxiu regarded the evening as a private time for parent-child bonding. Thus the nanny was forbidden during this period. As Lu Xing carried Nandan into the living room, the kitchen door swung open, revealing a woman, Wen Lingxiu, dressed in a white knitted sweater, her deep brown hair elegantly coiled at the back of her head with a few strands cascading by her ears. She adorned a bear-themed apron. A silver necklace with a pendant hung precariously in the valley of her neckline, appearing almost ready to slip out. Indeed, she possessed an extraordinary allure. Wen Lingxiu stood amidst the fragrant smoke of firecrackers, wiping her hands with a towel, her gentle smile illuminating the atmosphere as she welcomed him home. Lu Xing felt a momentary daze. Wen Lingxiu was astonishingly normal, almost beyond belief. Mama, Wan, nestled in Lu Xing's embrace, extended her small hand towards Wen Lingxiu, exclaiming, "Hug, Mama, hug." Lu Xing was suddenly jolted back to reality. Grinning as he brought Wan before Wen Lingxiu. With a soft smack, Wan planted a kiss on Wen Lingxiu's cheek, then on Lu Xing's, her baby voice chiming. "I love Daddy and Mommy." "Yay." Wen Lingxiu chuckled, caressing Wan's face. "Daddy and Mommy love you too." Holding Wan in his arms, Lu Xing felt the warmth of Wen Lingxiu leaning against him. The soft, golden light enveloped them, and Lu Xing was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of life as completeness. Over the years of his devoted service, he had garnered countless experiences. Even if he were never to marry, it no longer mattered. Wan blinked her eyes, glancing between Lu Xing and Wen Lingxiu, innocently inquiring, "I kissed Daddy and Mommy. Now it's time for Daddy and Mommy to kiss." "Huh? What? Huh?" The cozy atmosphere was abruptly shattered by her words, and Lu Xing felt a jolt as he locked eyes with Wen Lingxiu. They both instinctively averted their gazes. Wan. "You naughty girl, have you been sneaking snacks? You haven't wiped your mouth clean." Wen Lingxiu swiftly redirected the conversation, although somewhat abrupt. It proved effective as Wan's attention was captivated, and she began recounting tales of candied hawthorn. Observing Wan's lively narration, Wen Lingxiu's eyes sparkled with delight. Lu Xing, recognizing the moment, retreated into the kitchen to tidy up, ensuring not to intrude upon the mother-daughter bonding. "Lu Xing, your clothes will get dirty. Put on an apron." Upon seeing him enter the kitchen in a white shirt, Wen Lingxiu immediately called out to him. "Oh, never mind. Stay with Wan and play for a while. Dinner will be ready soon." With that, Wen Lingxiu gently set Wan down, lightly grasping Lu Xing's shirt. At 30, a woman is at the zenith of her bloom. And Wen Lingxiu was a paragon among them, intelligent, gentle, graceful, and full of life. Lu Xing swallowed hard, suddenly leaning towards her. Wen Lingxiu, startled, instinctively took a step back, bracing herself against Lu Xing's shoulder, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. This was the very concern that had lingered when she initially decided to hire him. She feared he harbored ulterior motives. Lu Xing had behaved impeccably over the past 2 years. What was different today? With a note of worry, Wen Lingxiu asked, "Are you feeling unwell today? Don't speak. Put your hair up." Lu Xing's low voice murmured near her ear, enveloping her in his embrace. Wen Lingxiu stiffened instantly. "Hey, catch this. Use this to tie your hair back." Lu Xing suddenly distanced himself, gleefully showcasing a hair tie in his hand. "Huh. As expected of me. Look at my speed. Quite impressive." Wen Lingxiu gazed in surprise at the hair tie in Lu Xing's hand. It was only then that she noticed the loosening of her previously secured long hair, cascading down her shoulders. So it was merely that he had come to her aid when she noticed her hair tie had come undone? Wen Lingxiu found her earlier thoughts somewhat amusing. After all, not everyone is drawn to those of greater age. Take the little one out to play. I've prepared rib soup today. Hooray! Hooray! Lu Xing and the little one raised their arms in unison, exclaiming, "Long live Mama." A gentle smile graced Wen Lingxiu's lips as the kitchen door swung shut. Lu Xing led the little one into the toy room. Noticing the watch adorning the little one's wrist, he remarked, "Darling, that watch might dig into you while playing with blocks. Shall I help you take it off?" The little one glanced at Lu Xing's face, then down at her watch. Her brows furrowed with evident conflict, forming a pitiful frown. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "No, I can't." "Oh, why not? Is there something special about this watch?" Lu Xing realized there was more to the watch than met the eye and, with a smile, said, "Daddy will lift you high. You might hurt the watch." The little one pondered for a moment before insisting, "Mama said I must wear this watch when I'm with Daddy." Suddenly, the door to the toy room burst open as Wen Lingxiu hurriedly entered, her hair slightly disheveled. Lu Xing squinted at her, and she trembled slightly. forcing herself to maintain composure. Dinner is ready. We can eat now. After a brief silence, Lu Xing suddenly chuckled. He was certain that watch contained surveillance or listening devices. Or perhaps both. Ah, how delightful. It's clear that not a single client is sane. They're all utterly mad. Lu Xing rose and approached Wen Lingxiu. Smiling as he said, "All right, let us eat." Wen Lingxiu turned her head away, awkwardly avoiding Lu Xing's gaze. "I am likely unwell." Lu Xing feels that he is indeed ailing. In the gentle embrace of Wen Lingxiu, he experiences a sense of unease. However, upon realizing that Wen Lingxiu has been wary of him for the past 2 years, he curiously exhales in relief. I knew it. Wealthy individuals are merely affluent, not afflicted. As Lu Xing strides into the kitchen, he notices 2 black headphones lying on the countertop, which he had never seen before. Ah. It appears that whenever I am alone with Wan, you have been monitoring me with these headphones. Quite commendable. Indeed, a good mother. Just moments ago. When Wen Lingxiu heard him inquire about the headphones, she must have been alarmed. Neglecting the dish she was cooking and hastily rushing to the toy room to interrupt further questioning. Lu Xing ignites the stove and activates the range hood to complete the dish, a professional smile gracing his lips. Objectively, I understand your position, after all. I'm not Wan's biological father. Subjectively, Lu Xing inhales deeply, glancing down at his white shirt, which is speckled with grease. The feeling of not being trusted is undeniably disheartening. Nevertheless, it matters not. Lu Xing's melancholy dissipates after merely 3 seconds. Sadness? What value does it hold? Yet, there are benefits to this situation. After all, Wen Lingxiu might, out of guilt, compensate him more generously during the final settlement. Another advantage is that when he departs, he will be unencumbered by attachments. In the toy room, Wen Lingxiu gazes at her watch, her expression grave. Since Lu Xing is not Wan's biological father, she cannot fully place her trust in him. When she initially decided to hire Lu Xing, this very watch was prepared, along with others. Had Lu Xing been discerning, he would have noticed that although this villa lacks a maid, every corner, save for the bathroom, is equipped with cameras, no blind spots whatsoever. As a single mother, she must be thoroughly prepared. Yet, Wen Lingxiu did not anticipate that over the past 2 years, Lu Xing would remain utterly compliant, to the extent that she began to question whether he might prefer men. Over time, she lowered her guard against Lu Xing, eventually becoming indifferent to the matter. However, she never foresaw such a monumental revelation erupting under these circumstances, shocking her into a state of panic. Mama? Did Wan say something wrong? Wan, feeling uneasy, nestled into Wen Lingxiu's embrace. Wen Lingxiu gently patted Wan's back, speaking softly, "My dear Wan, you said nothing wrong. This watch is uncomfortable, and we shall not wear it when we are with Daddy." After 2 years of trials, Lu Xing's performance has exceeded her expectations. Wen Lingxiu contemplates that perhaps it is time to set aside her prejudices and acknowledge Lu Xing's efforts. Yet now, a question arises. What expression should she wear when facing Lu Xing? Even though she resolves to trust him in the future, at this moment, she is unsure how to confront him. Just then, a series of knocks resounds at the door. Lu Xing held a spatula in his hand, seemingly unfazed by the earlier events, and with a radiant smile proclaimed, "It's time for dinner. Little ones must eat well to grow tall." One of the hallmarks of a professional sycophant is to always provide a way out for clients. After all, those who pay are the true masters. Once the money is taken, there is no need to play the role of a saint here. Wen Lingxiu gazed at Lu Xing's warm smile, suddenly harboring a sliver of hope. Perhaps there was a minuscule chance that he was unaware of the issue with the watch? Hooray! Wan will eat an entire bowl of rice today. With her short little legs swinging, Wan dashed towards Lu Xing. He scooped her up, chuckling, "How impressive. Wan is the most obedient little darling." Wan wiggled her fingers innocently and declared, "Then Mommy is the second most obedient little darling." Lu Xing chuckled softly and, grasping the doorknob of the toy room, turned to Wen Lingxiu, saying, "The second obedient darling is about to eat." Wen Lingxiu paused, a touch embarrassed, turning her head slightly. Her softly curled hair fell over her forehead as she replied gently, "All right." In this moment, one might mistakenly think Lu Xing was a bully from a movie. A sigh of relief escaped Wen Lingxiu's lips. He truly was unaware otherwise. He would have been furious by now. A normal person would likely express anger in situations where trust is lacking, wouldn't they? Instantly, her heart felt lighter. The meal unfolded in a lively manner. Wan was chatty and adorable, while Lu Xing shared jokes, leaving Wen Lingxiu to focus on serving food and smiling. She mused, was this not the quintessential family scene? I really can't eat anymore. Lu Xing remarked with a blend of amusement and exasperation as he surveyed his bowl brimming with food. Is this a unique way of apologizing? I'm sorry, when Lingxiu replied, her ears slightly flushed. I was worried you wouldn't have enough to eat. Her gentle voice brushed against his heart, softening even the hardest steel. Wan blinked her eyes, observing Lu Xing's expression, then turning to Wen Lingxiu, she innocently exclaimed, Mommy loves Daddy so much. Mommy isn't even serving Wan. Have you eaten enough? Wen Lingxiu shot Wan an amused glance but still sincerely served her more food. Lu Xing rested his chin on his hand, smiling as he watched this heartwarming scene unfold. As night fell, Lu Xing emerged from his bath, clad in pajamas, only to realize that his shirt was missing. Glancing outside, he spotted a gentle silhouette. Wen Lingxiu was at the sink, washing something while wearing a white silk nightgown, her long hair loosely gathered, her expression focused on her task. Lu Xing raised an eyebrow, assuming she was merely washing her belongings, and was about to pass by her when he suddenly noticed, Did you wash my shirt? Wen Lingxiu replied with a soft hum, I washed it while I was at it, making sure it was clean with soap. Lu Xing smiled, leaning against the door. President Wen is doing my laundry. I must cherish this garment. Water droplets splattered onto Wen Lingxiu's face, prompting her to glance at Lu Xing with a hint of annoyance. You're talking nonsense. It's not like you haven't had your clothes washed before. This statement bore truth. Although Wen Lingxiu was affluent, Lu Xing perceived her to possess a distinct lifestyle, devoid of ostentation. For instance, she harbored the belief that garments such as shirts could not be adequately cleaned in a washing machine, thus opting to hand-wash them whenever possible. President Wen is the best. Lu Xing beamed at her and added, Shall I go tell Wan a story now? Wen Lingxiu hesitated for a moment. Lu Xing's voice was melodious, and she often found herself lying beside him, listening to the bedtime tales he narrated. As a professional admirer, one must always attune to the subtle desires of the client. Therefore, Lu Xing graciously offered her an alternative. There's no rush. I can wait for you. Wen Lingxiu's brows relaxed, and she replied with a smile. All right, just let me finish up. And eventually, the princess and the prince lived happily ever after. Lu Xing leaned against the side of the large bed, concluding the final sentence. The bedroom was enveloped in silence. Wen Lingxiu and Nuan had long since drifted into slumber on the bed. Without hesitation, Lu Xing stood up and gently closed the door behind him. He was not permitted to sleep there. Nonetheless, he felt fortunate. Wen Lingxiu was somewhat kinder than Song Junxiu, having offered him a guest room. At 3 in the morning, Wen Lingxiu suddenly awoke. Where did I place my headphones? She muttered, feeling as if she had forgotten something crucial. In a flurry, she rushed downstairs to the kitchen. The kitchen was impeccably clean, surprisingly tidy for a space designated for the maid's upkeep. Panic surged within Wen Lingxiu as her mind, previously dulled by Lu Xing's gentle presence, began to function once more. She observed Lu Xing's demeanor, which was as nonchalant as ever, leading her to believe he was unaware of the situation. But what if Lu Xing was simply choosing not to speak of it? Her heart raced, nearly choking her, and as she looked down, she spotted her black headphones arranged meticulously. A bolt from the blue. Wen Lingxiu stood frozen in place. Lu Xing had discovered it. 024 The strong never complain about their environment. The following day, Tuesday, a beam of morning sunlight streamed into the guest room. Lu Xing awoke from the soft and comfortable mattress and glanced at little Lu Xing. Youth has its drawbacks. It is prone to fiery tempers. Lu Xing dressed neatly, gathered his belongings, and departed from the villa. Sitting on the bus to school, Lu Xing savored a 6-piece hand-grabbed pancake, unable to stifle a laugh. This is the downside of this profession. The disparity is too stark. Just a moment ago, he lay on a mattress worth 188,000, and in the next, he was crammed on a bus, having breakfast. Many people in this line of work often think, once I earn enough, I will surely stop. Yet, that feeling of extravagant spending, intoxicating and lavish, is akin to an addiction, not easily relinquished. Fortunately, I can wear a 10,000 yuan t-shirt just as easily as a 9 yuan one. Lu Xing's expectations for material possessions are exceedingly low, and the sole purpose of earning money is merely for his grandfather's medical expenses in that orphanage. With both matters nearing resolution, he could indeed retire smoothly. In June, everything will restart. Alas, after contemplating the future, Lu Xing suddenly felt an odd sensation. Why does this feel so much like setting a flag? Upon arriving at school, Lu Xing rushed to the classroom. As he entered, he sensed something was amiss. A feeling of impending storm loomed. First, Hero Li sat at the podium with a grave expression, followed by the classmates all present. Even Xia Yexiang, the elusive art student, was there. As Lu Xing reached the doorway, all eyes turned towards him. For someone else, this might induce trembling voices and weak knees. But Lu Xing had long since cultivated composure. He calmly asked, "I hope I'm not late?" Li, the hero, cast a glance at Lu Xing. "Hurry in. I have something to discuss." Once Lu Xing was seated, Li cleared his throat and said, "This morning, classmate Hu Zhangzhong informed me that 3,000 yuan in cash from his backpack has mysteriously vanished." A murmur erupted throughout the classroom. Li Dachuan nudged Lu Xing's arm, advising, "Xing, there has been a thief in the school lately. Make sure to safeguard your money." Lu Xing nodded. "It's all right. I encountered a similar situation in middle school." "Really?" Li Dachuan inquired with curiosity. "What happened?" Lu Xing reminisced innocently. "There was a thief in the class, and the teacher asked everyone to report how much money they had lost. I had lost any money because I had none." Li Dachuan grew anxious. "But if you didn't lose any money, wouldn't they doubt you?" Lu Xing smiled. "So, I wrote on the report that I lost 50 yuan. Li Dachuan. Lu Xing continued. "Later, when the thief was caught, the school required him to repay according to the report. I ended up receiving 50 yuan. He still vividly recalls the thief's gaze, which seemed to convey a singular thought. I may be unrepentant to everyone, but I owe you nothing." Li Dachuan silently raised his thumb in admiration. "Incredible!" "Indeed, it is no surprise at all. A true stronghold never bemoans the circumstances surrounding them." On the podium, the formidable teacher Li reiterated the severity of the situation. Below, Lu Xing and Li Dachuan discreetly concealed their faces behind their textbooks, engaging in hushed banter. Teacher Li turned his attention to the victim. "Hu Zhangzhong, how do you propose we resolve this matter?" After a moment of contemplation, Hu Zhangzhong replied, "My money was lost between noon and this time yesterday, so I would like to ask my classmates to share where they were yesterday. Is there anyone who can vouch for their whereabouts?" Teacher Li stroked his chin, pondering with some skepticism. What if there are more reclusive students among them? Perceiving Teacher Li's disapproval, Hu Zhangzhong promptly echoed the words of Wang Anxiang. "Teacher, I absolutely refuse to accept that any student in our class would engage in such theft. Initially, I considered reporting this to my father, but then I thought it would be more beneficial to resolve this without causing an uproar." Teacher Li's brow furrowed instantly. Hu Zhangzhong's father works in the police department. If he got involved, this could complicate matters. "All right, everyone. Let us remain calm and simply share what we did yesterday." Teacher Li conceded, and Hu Zhangzhong's eyes sparkled with delight. "Wonderful. Wang Anxiang's advice truly bears fruit." Hu Zhangzhong began to inquire of each classmate, and most provided a plausible account. As he continued his questioning, the fatigue in his back and legs dissipated, replaced by a sense of empowerment that flushed his face with warmth. Li Dachuan muttered under his breath, "Fool." Lu Xing regarded Hu Zhangzhong with a look of incredulity. Nodding in agreement, treating each student as a potential thief, wasn't he that inviting retaliation in the future? Who concocted such a ludicrous idea? It is an easy choice between prolonged discomfort and a fleeting thrill, the latter of which can lead to repercussions. Hu Zhangzhong's inquiries were not overly detailed, allowing for a brisk pace. However, when he reached Lu Xing, he suddenly paused, revealing a disarming smile. "Lu classmate, what were you up to yesterday afternoon?" Lu Xing immediately felt a surge of caution. "Oh no, he is targeting me." In the classroom, the treatment of a thief and a suspected thief was nearly indistinguishable. Lu Xing suddenly grasped Hu Zhangzhong's intentions. How tedious. This child harbors a rather strong desire for retribution. I left the school at noon to visit the Kate luxury store and returned home directly after class. I did not attend evening study. Hu Zhangzhong was aware that Lu Xing had stepped out, but he had not anticipated a trip to a luxury store. He remarked sarcastically, "Lu classmate seems quite affluent, able to indulge in a leisurely stroll through a luxury shop." This statement shifted the perception of Lu Xing among his classmates, particularly for Teacher Li, who, as the homeroom teacher, was aware of Lu Xing's status as an orphan. Then, where would an orphan procure funds to visit a luxury boutique? Li Dachuan exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation. "Why does it concern you where I go? I witnessed Xing leave myself." Hu Zhangzhong swiftly interjected, "You are his deskmate. Hence your credibility is compromised. Moreover, did you accompany him?" "I recall it differently." Li Dachuan clenched his teeth in frustration. Lu Xing anticipated this line of questioning. Should he fabricate a false narrative, it would undoubtedly be exposed. All eyes were fixed upon Lu Xing, yet he remained unruffled, responding with poise. "I visited the luxury store to broaden my horizons. Hu classmate is quite impressive. The son of a police officer casually spends 3,000 yuan. Oh, I too aspire for my son to experience such a life. A tense silence enveloped the room, as Li Mo's temples throbbed with agitation. What a fierce assertion. Hu Zhongjing stammered. Why, you're speaking nonsense. Even if he were to be foolish, he understood the sensitivity of the topic and quickly moved past it. Hu Zhongjing's mind raced for the next question. Evidence. Yes, evidence. Who accompanied you? Is there a witness? Lu Xing, a solitary figure, surely lacked any proof of his visit. As a country bumpkin, he could not afford items from a luxury store. Without receipts, who could affirm his presence there? This line of reasoning invigorated Hu Zhongjing with newfound confidence. Who were you with? Is there any testimony? Lu Xing fell into silence. In the next moment, two voices echoed in unison throughout the classroom. I. Lu Xing lowered his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This was assured. The matter was settled. It is unwise to utter words that hinder unity. Prior to the onset of this slander, Wang Anxiang had already foreseen all possible scenarios. He had equipped Hu Zhongjing with responses tailored to each circumstance. However, the current situation was dire. An overwhelming thought flashed through Hu Zhongjing's mind. Quick, summon the Buddha. As he beheld Wei Qingyu rise, Hu Zhongjing felt his spirit shatter. What? He could hardly fathom that it was Wei Qingyu who would testify on Lu Xing's behalf. With a demeanor of cool detachment, Wei Qingyu scrutinized Hu Zhongjing's faltering expression and spoke each word deliberately. From the moment Lu Xing exited the school gates, I was with him until we returned. Is my message sufficiently clear? A profound silence enveloped the classroom. No one dared to utter a sound. Even Li Modeo was taken aback, unable to believe that Wei Qingyu would come to Lu Xing's defense. The pride etched on Hu Zhongjing's face crumbled under Wei Qingyu's declaration. He could scarcely believe that the unattainable beauty, revered by all, had spent an entire afternoon alone with Lu Xing, frozen in place. Hu Zhongjing's mind replayed the Clich D narrative of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress in vivid 3D. What had they discussed outside? Had they held hands? Had they engaged in playful banter? Was Lu Xing, relying on some favor, coercing Qingyu into being his girlfriend? The mere thought of Lu Xing, that insufferable fool, laughingly pressing his lips against Wei Qingyu's delicate ones, left Hu Zhongjing's heart feeling as though it had been mercilessly crushed into a puddle of despair. Li Modeo observed the nonchalant Lu Xing and the serene Wei Qingyu, sinking into contemplation. Could this be considered early romance? Shun Tishi, as their homeroom teacher, intervene upon hearing that students had ventured out together? No. The notion of gratitude instantly reignited Hu Zhongjing's mental faculties. Surely, a student council member could not be the bottom of the barrel. Thus, Hu Zhongjing possessed a modicum of intelligence. He swiftly grasped the crux of the matter and hesitantly remarked, Qingyu, but wasn't it just yesterday that Lu Xing saved you? What you said. His words hung tantalizingly in the air, suggesting that Wei Qingyu might be fabricating a story to shield Lu Xing due to his previous act of heroism. Indeed, my intellect as the study committee leader is not to be underestimated. Yet, wouldn't Wei Qingyu refrain from lying so casually? But what if the person she was protecting was indeed her benefactor? Yesterday, had she not witnessed that without Lu Xing's offer of chocolate, she would have surely fainted and faced embarrassment? With reason and evidence at hand, the classmates began to murmur, suddenly finding merit in the study committee leader's logic. What was that saying? No matter how much the world may condemn a person, if they treat you well, it would be heartless to speak ill of them. If Lu Xing were a thief yet saved Wei Qingyu, then her defense of him would indeed be understandable. Lu Xing lifted his head, suppressing a smile. The class monitor was rather quick-witted, though it was unfortunate that such cleverness was squandered on trivial antics of jealousy. How tiresome. Hu Zhongjing also seemed quite pleased with his own mental agility, now that the witnesses on Wei Qingyu's side had vanished. Who could attest to Lu Xing's whereabouts on that fateful day? Are you deaf? I said I could testify, and you can't hear me? You are just nodding around like a rogue. A sharp voice suddenly captured everyone's attention. Turning around, a striking golden-haired head was particularly eye-catching. Bang! Xia Yes Wang irritably shoved her desk aside and stood up, casting an impatient glance at Hu Zhongjing. She was already vexed by the attention being lavished on Wei Qingyu rather than herself. After all, she had spoken simultaneously with Wei Qingyu. Why was he the first to be questioned? The mere thought of it darkened Xia Yeshuang's expression further. I said I would vouch for Lu Xing. I was with them. Are your ears stuffed with nonsense? Can't you hear a word I'm saying? Goodness. Such fierce aggression. The entire class was taken aback, and even Li Mo, who was usually unflappable, was astonished by Xia Yeshuang's intensity. As for Hu Zhongjing, the target of her ire, he was completely flabbergasted by the tirade. He opened his mouth to retort, but faltered upon recalling the formidable reputation of this school tyrant. Seeing him silent, Xia Yeshuang slammed her hand on the desk, delivering a final verdict. I stand by Lu Xing. He is innocent. Confronting Xia Yeshuang was akin to striking iron. Hu Zhongzhong was thoroughly intimidated and sought to retreat. Oh, okay, then I'll ask someone else. Do we really need to continue this foolish farce? Xia Yeshuang was utterly exasperated, her finely sculpted brows furrowing as she prepared to unleash another tirade. Hu University Monitor, you're acting like a fool. Can't manage your own money and still waste the entire class's time cleaning up your mess? How shameless can you be? Every classmate has just wasted 10 minutes. Where do you think your money comes from? In awe, Lu Xing listened. This was truly impressive. The lengthy diatribe flowed without a single pause, rhythmically captivating. Lu Xing couldn't help but marvel. If Xia Yeshuang were to pursue a career as a rapper, the status of the nation's leading female rapper would surely dwindle. Li Dachuan chimed in, somewhat dazed. She can't be a rapper. Xia Yeshuang finished middle school too early. Her education is too advanced. Lu Xing chuckled. You certainly didn't spare them. Noticing that Hu Zhongzhong was utterly speechless, Li Mo could only diligently step in to restore order. All right, Zhongzhong. Remember this incident about your lost money. Many students in various classes are also reporting missing funds. It cannot be assumed that our classmates are at fault. Hu Zhongzhong's face turned crimson as he hurriedly nodded. He had never anticipated that this fierce girl would intervene so decisively. Otherwise, the shadow of suspicion would have long since fallen upon Lu Xing. How infuriating. With Xia Yeshuang's interference, who would dare challenge Lu Xing now? Surely, no one could possess enough influence to have the two most beautiful women in the school shield him simultaneously. Hu Zhongzhong was mortified, wishing to retreat to her seat, only to be abruptly seized by the arm. Turning around, she saw Lu Xing smiling and nodding at her. Li Laoshi is right. Class representative. Losing money is indeed a matter of urgency. However, remarks that are detrimental to unity should be avoided. Such comments can be quite disheartening. One might think the class representative views classmates as if they were thieves. With just a few words, the entire class's perception of the class representative shifted dramatically. Thus, a farcical episode of catching a thief concluded, yet the spectacle would be fervently recounted among the students. The first principle of rumors and gossip, likely fictitious, yet undeniably amusing. Consequently, when Lu Xing finally learned of the gossip, it was through the mouth of Li Dachuan. Everyone was saying that Wei Qingyu and Xia Yeshuang both harbored affections for him and had arranged a boxing match yesterday at noon, with the victor claiming him as their own. Lu Xing's jaw dropped in disbelief. They also claimed that he left after witnessing their fierce confrontation, closing the door behind him. Lu Xing genuinely wished for death. Damn it, I should report this. As the rumored object of contention between the two most beautiful women in the school, Lu Xing unwittingly became the quintessential example of a love-struck admirer, elevated to the status of a singular deity among his fellow admirers, who reverently worshipped him. Li Dachuan, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, Xing, you are truly remarkable. Xia Yeshuang even speaks on your behalf. Do you possess some secret method for winning hearts? Please, share it with me. Lu Xing was at a loss for words. Are you not aware of whether I succeeded in winning anyone over? Something is amiss. It is profoundly amiss. Ever since yesterday, the trajectory of my campus life has taken a bizarre turn. Are you free now? Hey, come out with me. I need to discuss something. Lu Xing looked up to find Wei Qingyu on his left and Xia Yeshuang on his right, while a group of admirers lingered at the entrance, eager to glean some wisdom from him, occasionally emitting suppressed squeals. Indeed, the rumors of the one and only deity of admirers were not unfounded. Are you a lesbian? Lu Xing pondered, feeling as if he had stumbled into some romantic narrative as he glanced at Wei Qingyu and Xia Yeshuang before him. His life had previously been quite monotonous, eating, studying, and Wei Qingyu. However, ever since he concluded his contract with Wei's father, the atmosphere at school had taken an unexpected turn. While he had once trailed behind Wei Qingyu, he had never exchanged a word with Xia Yeshuang. The few times they had spoken, she had merely mocked his unrefined attire. I want to speak with Lu Xing. Xia Yeshuang provocatively shot a glance at Wei Qingyu, lifting her chin with the grace of a noble swan. Wei Qingyu, her expression impassive, calmly replied, You may wait in line. Xia Yeshuang retorted, Wait in line? Nonsense. Historical experience has shown that those devoid of shame often thrive. Without warning, Xia Yeshuang seized Lu Xing by the shoulder and pulled him away, casting a triumphant glare at Wei Qingyu as they passed. I seem to have acquired a trial experience akin to that of the gentleman whose arm you just twisted, Lu Xing lamented, rubbing his shoulder. Baffled by the petite blonde's surprising strength, Xia Yeshuang huffed, leading Lu Xing into the corridor. The sunlight danced upon her strands of hair, making each golden lock shimmer with brilliance. Lu Xing found himself entranced. Noticing his gaze, Xia Yeshuang proudly lifted her chin, her beautiful visage adorned with a radiant smile. Do you find it beautiful? Lu Xing, fixated on her hair, nodded eagerly, utterly captivated. It's stunning. Absolutely stunning. His first love was red, symbolizing money. His second was gold, representing wealth. The dazzling gold before him struck straight at his heart. Xia Yeshuang reveled in her triumph. She knew her beauty was a surefire way to captivate someone like Lu Xing previously. He had perhaps favored Wei Qingyu due to her indifference. But now that she was showing him kindness, he had transformed into a devoted admirer. How trivial, she thought. Suppressing laughter at the thought of Wei Qingyu being amiable towards such a person. May I pose a question? Lu Xing, still mesmerized by her golden locks, eagerly nodded. Please. Go ahead. He had an idea. Although he lacked gold, he could purchase a golden wig. Gleaming and joyful, it would surely bring delight. Where did you go yesterday after school? Xia Yeshuang inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lu Xing looked at her in confusion. Do you wish to be friends with me? Otherwise, why would you testify for me today and inquire about my past actions? Who wants to be friends with you? Xia Yeshuang exclaimed, her small face puffed with indignation. Lu Xing fell silent, and this silence ignited Xia Yeshuang's anger. I wanted to discuss something with you yesterday. Upon observing your prolonged absence from the restroom, I was led to believe you had fainted inside, prompting me to contact the logistics office. She even contemplated the arrival of a gallant hero. The staff from the logistics office toiled in the restroom for a good 10 minutes, yet not a single strand of your hair was found. Subsequently, Xia Yeshuang faced a harsh reprimand from the logistics staff for making a false report, leaving her so agitated that she struggled to sleep through the night. Lu Xing found the haughty little golden retriever before him rather neurotic. What was she up to? After some contemplation, Lu Xing remarked, I returned home directly after school yesterday. Did you seek me out for a reason? What? You went home? Xia Yeshuang glanced at Lu Xing's school uniform, pondering the possibility that she might have mistaken someone for him amidst the throng of students after class. It was not entirely implausible. Glancing at the time, Lu Xing inquired, Is that all you wish to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave. He had little interest in speculating about Xia Yeshuang's motives. As a professional at deciphering desires, he understood that discerning a customer's thoughts was lucrative. However, deciphering the thoughts of such individuals offered no financial gain. Do not leave. Xia Yeshuang tugged at Lu Xing's sleeve, her questions pouring forth. I demand that you never approach Wei Qingyu again. What? Lu Xing turned to see Xia Yeshuang gripping his clothing, her face a picture of indignation. After a moment's thought, he suddenly queried, Are you a lesbian? Xia Yeshuang was taken aback, and upon realization, her anger surged, causing her head to buzz. You are the one who's a lesbian. Leaning against the corridor railing, Lu Xing scrutinized Xia Yeshuang, adjusting his non-existent glasses. The scheming frog has always been fondling your belly. The truth is singular. You must be in love with Wei Qingyu but lack the courage to confess, hence the warning to others to keep their distance. Falling for someone of the same gender is no easy feat. Lu Xing, filled with a sense of compassion, gently patted Xia Yeshuang's shoulder. Hang in there. Initially, Xia Yeshuang's face flushed crimson with anger, only to turn a deep shade of blue as she began contemplating the potential of delivering a couple of punches to Lu Xing. In a fit of rage, she clarified, I do not like Wei Qingyu. Then why have you come to find me? I intend to use you to irritate Wei Qingyu. As soon as the words left her lips, the atmosphere grew tense. Xia Yeshuang's mind went blank. It was over. The truth had slipped out. Lu Xing, with an understanding smile, remarked, I am Wei Qingyu's devoted admirer, so you wish for me to cater to you in hopes of inciting her ire? The words cater to you sent Xia Yeshuang's heart racing, her fair face glowing with a charming allure. Could you perhaps use a different term? Lu Xing shrugged. Very well. But I had already resolved to cease my adulation for Wei Qingyu. Seeking me out will yield no benefit. Those who admire her are as numerous as the fish crossing a river. You might as well pursue someone more prominent, like Hu Zhongzhong. Xia Yeshuang shot Lu Xing a disdainful glare, her beautiful eyes narrowing. I have no interest in that fool. A chuckle escaped Lu Xing. He found Xia Yeshuang's candid manner of speaking quite refreshing, so direct and unvarnished. I truly cannot assist you in this matter. I must take my leave. Thank you for vouching for me. Perhaps I shall treat you to dinner sometime when I have the chance. in the realm of adulthood. A glance back signifies an eternity of busyness ahead. Halt, commanded Xia Yes Huang, forcibly grasping Lu Xing's collar, her teeth clenched in frustration. Do you not desire Wei Qingyu's affection? I have a plan. Unsubscribe. Lu Xing waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. He would prefer that Wei Qingyu harbored no feelings for him. Otherwise, her father would undoubtedly tear him apart. Indeed, life was paramount. Without hesitation, Lu Xing lifted his leg to depart. Never had anyone managed to put Xia Yes Huang in such a predicament. Her blouse swelled with indignation as she fumed. Scoundrel! Damnable scoundrel! She shouted at Lu Xing's retreating figure. Do you not find me attractive? Attractiveness is worth but a pittance. I can pay you. Xia Yes Huang had not even grasped how Lu Xing had appeared before her in an instant. That lazy demeanor transformed into one of eager attentiveness as he squeezed beside her, rubbing his hands together. Elaborate? Xia Yes Huang was taken aback. Lu Xing glanced at her extravagant skirt worth 40,000 and the watch on her wrist priced at 200,000, beaming as he introduced. Do you find yourself yearning for a long-lost love beneath the moonlit skies? Do you have an unattainable white moonlight in your heart? Our profession as devoted admirers encompasses a vast array of services, including but not limited to adoration and stand-in roles. As long as your funds are sufficient, I shall alleviate any melancholic sentiments you possess. You will gain a loyal and dedicated admirer who gazes upon you, ready to dissolve your sorrows and elevate your existence to unprecedented heights. Of course, others may lack such an extensive array of services. But who could fault me for being so comprehensive? Xia Yes Huang stood frozen, her mind a blank slate. What on earth was this scoundrel prattling about? Most critically, why did she feel a peculiar flutter in her heart? In a state of confusion, the protagonist found herself overwhelmed, observing Lu Xing, who was diligently drafting terms. Xia Yes Huang felt lost. Boss, could you please review these terms? Are you satisfied? If you agree, I can print them out for signatures in duplicate. Lu Xing handed a contract to Xia Yes Huang with a practiced ease, as though he had performed this act countless times before. Curious, Xia Yes Huang inquired, are you selling yourself? A typical person would likely react with anger at such a remark. However, Lu Xing remained unperturbed, gazing at her with gentle eyes, and explained. It's akin to the role of a caretaker or servant, merely providing emotional support to clients. Xia Yes Huang instinctively lowered her head. Lu Xing's gaze was profoundly affectionate, starkly contrasting with his earlier nonchalant demeanor. Amused, she thought to herself how quickly he had changed from arrogance to deference, eliciting a chuckle. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, Is Wei Qingyu also your client? Lu Xing shook his head. She is not. Her father signed. Xia Yes Huang huffed in dissatisfaction. So, flattering Wei Qingyu was genuine, while flattering her required a contract. It was infuriating. What made her inferior to Wei Qingyu? In her defiance, she asked before signing, who is more beautiful, me or Wei Qingyu? Lu Xing remained silent, unable to choose between the two, as they each possessed unique qualities. It was like comparing hot pot to barbecue, both delightful in their own right. Xia Yes Huang misinterpreted his silence as reluctance to name a preference, which caused her to falter. Am I not as beautiful as Wei Qingyu? Fine, I don't really care about your opinion anyway. It's hilarious that you think I do. You're quite average, honestly, so amusing. With a smooth retort, she managed to elicit a laugh from Lu Xing. As she signed, her frustration was palpable, as if she might break the table beneath her. You had better adhere to the terms of this agreement. After signing, Lu Xing placed his copy of the contract into his pocket and earnestly complimented her. You are beautiful. Your golden hair is lovely, your eyes are striking, your skin is fair, and your legs are long. Xia Yes Huang shot him an irritated glare. Such praise felt insincere. Is the agreement now in effect? Lu Xing nodded. When serving clients, they are paramount. One must utter words that please them, despite receiving compliments. Xia Yes Huang felt a knot in her chest. Lu Xing had seemed indifferent moments before, yet now he acted as if she were the most important person in the world. It was absurd. Xia Yes Huang found herself inexplicably irked. To sell yourself for this meager sum, don't you think that's degrading? Lu Xing smiled. Then could you possibly increase my monthly remuneration from 150,000 to 200,000? He aspired to earn enough for his university expenses and, if feasible, to save enough to open a small shop, cultivate a modest piece of land, enjoy a cup of hot tea, and live a simple, fulfilling life. Xia Yes Huang huffed again. I am wealthy, not ill. Why should I spend 200,000 on something that can be resolved with 150,000? Lu Xing nodded, inwardly reflecting on this. It seems this client possesses a sound mind and lacks any detrimental habits. How delightful. Before stepping out, They shared a camaraderie as classmates, but upon exiting, the relationship unexpectedly shifted to one of employer and employee, leaving Xia Yeshuang somewhat flustered. In her affluent circle, there are those who indulge in acquiring small pets. Yet she has never done so herself. Xia Yeshuang wished to avoid giving Lu Xing the impression of being inexperienced, thus she lifted her chin and commanded with authority. From now on, you shall accompany me to the piano room every noon to attend to my needs. Understood? Wait a moment. Lu Xing produced a small notebook and swiftly inscribed a new page. Xia Yeshuang, female, 18 years old, vocal student, proud and irritable, easily swayed. I'll make a note of this. You may speak now. As a professional sycophant, it is imperative to remember the client's demands. Xia Yeshuang was taken aback. This 150,000 was merely the tip of the iceberg when it came to her allowance, and yet Lu Xing was willing to go to such lengths? What did you bring for Wei Qingyu this morning? I made a simple breakfast of congee and side dishes, nothing particularly appetizing. Regardless, starting tomorrow, I want to eat that too. Understood. As long as I am at school, when I call for you, you must come. Understood. Your studies seem adequate. When I have free time, you shall tutor me. Understood. No matter what Xia Yeshuang requested, Lu Xing agreed without hesitation. This unreserved compliance inexplicably irked Xia Yeshuang, prompting her to exclaim in frustration, "Do you not possess any temper at all?" Lu Xing closed the notebook and replied earnestly, "I am being compensated for my services. It is my duty." He considered himself fortunate to have found work as a professional sycophant, avoiding the desperation of pleading for divine intervention in a hospital due to financial constraints. Xia Yeshuang's irritation intensified. She grasped Lu Xing's collar and demanded, "Does this not provoke any anger in you?" Lu Xing smiled, finding the little golden retriever before him to be more amusing than threatening. She was merely trying to intimidate him, whereas Song Junzhu genuinely wielded a whip. The contrast was stark. "Your hair is disheveled." Lu Xing attentively smoothed Xia Yeshuang's unruly locks, satisfied with his handiwork. "You are quite beautiful." Xia Yeshuang abruptly released Lu Xing's collar, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. "Do not touch me without my permission next time." "Very well." As Xia Yeshuang composed herself, she turned to Lu Xing and inquired, "Do you truly have no boundaries?" She found it hard to believe that anyone in this world could be entirely devoid of temperament. After a considerable pause, Lu Xing finally identified one of his scarce boundaries. "Do not slap my face." "What?" Xia Yeshuang exclaimed, raising her head in disbelief. "Is it permissible to strike elsewhere? Has anyone ever slapped your face before? Are all your clients so peculiar?" Lu Xing chuckled softly. "Rarely, not as exaggerated as you might think." "Rarely? Does that imply that it indeed exists?" Xia Yeshuang's heart quaked violently as she gazed incredulously at Lu Xing's face. They were all of a similar youthful age, so why did Lu Xing live such a life? The foremost principle of a professional sycophant is to never fall in love with clients, nor allow clients to fall in love with oneself. The former would lead to self-destruction, while the latter would make it difficult to escape from the client. Thus, Lu Xing smiled at Xia Yeshuang and leisurely remarked, "Hee, I was just teasing you. With such a handsome face, of course every client adores me." In an instant, the flicker of sympathy that had just arisen within Xia Yeshuang vanished. She shot an irritated glare at Lu Xing. "Who would sympathize with you?" Lu Xing nodded in agreement. "Precisely, if you were to pity me, you would find yourself in a dire situation. Feeling sympathy for a man is the beginning of misfortune. Once you feel sympathy for me, you will inevitably grow fond of me. Should you develop affection for me, I would deceive you of your money and your heart, leading you to an unintended pregnancy, compelling you to marry me. Then I would become a Phoenix man, infiltrating your family's business, secretly sabotaging it, ensuring it bears my surname, ultimately acquiring wealth and power to maintain 10 mistresses, while casting you out to the streets." Xia Yeshuang couldn't contain her laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble. As she poked at Lu Xing's deliberately fearsome expression, "I would never fall for you. How can you be so greedy? If you can manage to have both Wei Qingyu and Xia Yeshuang speak to me simultaneously, I would gladly accept living in a villa and driving a luxury car. How can one be so greedy?" Goodness, in the battle for Lu Xing, Xia Yeshuang is far ahead. Why is it that I am not fortunate enough? Lu Xing has both the hardware and software, yet has only ever acted as a sycophant, now that he has awakened. It is only natural for someone to be attracted to him, right? From the moment Xia Yeshuang pulled Lu Xing away, the entire class was engulfed in hushed whispers, filled with various envious remarks. After all, one's own failures are indeed frightening, but the successes of others can be even more disheartening. Everyone is a sycophant. Why is it that Lu Xing succeeded in his flattery, and even worse, he does not cherish it. Wang Jinjin, who sat next to Wei Qingyu, had come to understand her character, silent and unassuming, yet not ill-intentioned, simply straightforward in her speech. Wang Jinjin, with concern, asked, Qingyu, are you all right? Wei Qingyu was momentarily taken aback and shook her head. I am fine, thank you. This is bad. The child is dazed. How can she say she is fine while shaking her head? Wang Jinjin hesitated and said, your hand. Wei Qingyu snapped back to reality and noticed her fair hand stained with dark ink, a glaring sight. After Xia Yes Wang took Lu Xing away, she returned to her seat, her mind wandering. Previously, she could write several pages in 10 minutes, but now she lingered on the first page, making no progress. It's nothing. Wei Qingyu silently took out a wet tissue to wipe her palm. The provocative gaze of Xia Yes Wang lingered in her mind. What would she say to Lu Xing? Wang Jinjin hesitantly advised, Qingyu, don't take it too much to heart. Lu Xing has liked you for over 2 years and won't be swayed by Xia Yes Wang. Like, Wei Qingyu looked at Wang Jinjin and replied earnestly, Lu Xing does not like me. What? Wang Jinjin was taken aback, as if she had heard a joke. He doesn't like you? Who is spreading such rumors? If he doesn't like you, does he consider you a sister? I certainly wouldn't care for my sister in such detail. Wei Qingyu remained silent for a moment before gently saying, he is just too lonely. Therefore, he does not know how to distinguish between familial affection and romantic love. Wang Jinjin felt that the world had truly gone mad. How could Wei Qingyu utter such absurd words? Sympathy for the man's misfortune would last for a lifetime. However, although Wang Jinjin screamed internally, she did not dare to voice her thoughts to Wei Qingyu. Humming a cheerful tune, Xia Yes Wang entered through the front door, accompanied by Lu Xing. Although her seat was at the back, she preferred to enter from the front, ensuring that everyone could see her. As expected, all the classmates' gazes fell upon the two of them. As they passed by Wei Qingyu, Xia Yes Wang suddenly bent down, her golden hair cascading onto the desk in a display of dominance. In a low voice, brimming with pride, she declared, Lu Xing is mine now. Wei Qingyu raised her gaze in surprise. Xia Yexiang was in such high spirits that she almost burst into laughter. Yes, yes, yes. That's the expression. Do it a bit more. At the very least, let me feel that this expenditure is worthwhile. Xia Yexiang trotted back to her position with a light step. Lu Xing turned to glance at Wei Qingyu. Their eyes met, and in that moment, Wei Qingyu's usually tranquil gaze was filled with a somber depth, tinged with a hint of resentment. During the afternoon class meeting, Li Modeo emphasized 3 points. 1. The mock exam is set to commence next Monday. 2. Registration for the sports meeting events has begun. 3. The importance of unity and friendship. While she spoke, the students below scribbled their answers. You speak your piece, and I'll write mine. Lu Xing was grappling with the second question of a calculus problem when an A4 paper was stealthily passed to him from Li Dachuan. What are you doing? Li Dachuan grinned, trying to curry favor. Adoptive father, our class still has a 3,000-meter event in the sports meeting. What? 3,000 meters? Get lost. I'm even contemplating whether to take a taxi for the 1,000 meters. Lu Xing firmly declined. Li Dachuan, seeing his dismay, resorted to his ultimate tactic based on his observations of Lu Xing's interests. The prize for the 3,000 meters is 1,000 yuan. Plus, I've inquired and found that no athletes are participating in this event. They're all off competing in basketball, sprinting, and other flashier events. Not only do they look cool during the competition, but they also get to showcase their handsome photos on the confession wall the next day. Lu Xing paused his pen. Hey, Li Dachuan exclaimed, elated. It seemed promising. After talking to the sports committee from other classes, I discovered that their 3,000-meter participants are just there to fill the numbers. And they're particularly unskilled. Lu Xing remained silent, pondering. He began to fill out the form. Hee. Thank you, adoptive father. Li Dachuan was so excited he could barely contain himself. Suddenly, Lu Xing voiced a question. Why don't you run the 3,000 meters? I can't manage it. Li Dachuan replied, counting on his fingers with a furrowed brow. I still have to participate in the 50 meters, 400 meters, high jump, and football. Lu Xing chuckled. Even the donkeys in a production team wouldn't be pushed so hard. Meanwhile, Song Junju encountered a conundrum. Have the questions evolved to this extent? Looking at the problem in her hand, her beautifully striking eyes were filled with enormous question marks. I can see the answer at a glance. Why do we need all these intermediate steps? The naturally gifted student, Song Junju, expressed her bewilderment at the convoluted solution processes in the reference answers. Isn't this question obvious at first sight? After a moment's contemplation, she decided to seek external assistance and dialed her best friend, Zhang Yu. Hello? Junju. What is up? I want to ask you about a question. Huh? Zhang Yu was taken aback. Song Junju felt a bit embarrassed. Are you free right now? Zhang Yu pondered for a moment. I find myself rather occupied at the moment, as a couple has engaged in a fierce altercation, resulting in the wife being brought to our hospital, her body covered in blood. Song Junju furrowed her brow, filled with concern. Has she encountered a domestic abuser? Not quite. Zhang Yu struggled to articulate. Her husband has suffered multiple stab wounds and has been taken to the neighboring hospital. The director has issued an order. This has become a rivalry between the two hospitals. Song Junju. How is your experience in the hospital resembling a scene from a spirited youth drama? Zhang Yu also found the situation somewhat absurd and humorous, and thus spoke with rapidity. I cannot chat further. I must assist. Later, let us go shopping. There is a renowned performance at the Haicheng Grand Theater that I would love to invite you to. Beep. Song Junju gazed at the already disconnected call, lamenting. It is indeed challenging for doctors. Not only do they endure unpaid internships, but they must also enact spirited dramas within the hospital. After reflecting on this, Song Junju resumed her diligent work of organizing examples and knowledge points. The thought of the expression that Lu Xing would exhibit upon receiving these materials instantly invigorated her. Though you may not be worthy of me, your affection for me indicates your discerning taste. Consider this a form of compensation for you. For 2 days, Lu Xing had adhered a band-aid. Just 2 days. He had successfully transformed from a mere admirer into a genuine deity. Henceforth, whenever his name was mentioned, it was invariably tied to Wei Qingyu and Xia Yexiang, along with a plethora of gossip and anecdotes of which he was blissfully unaware. The burdens of work weighed heavily on Lu Xing, who sighed, Sister, I am here to earn a living, not to engage in idle chatter. As the school bell rang, Lu Xing gathered his belongings, ready to attend to his next client. Exiting the school gates, Uncle Qin remained in his usual spot, but today, he was driving a Bentley. Curiosity piqued, Lu Xing entered the car, only to be met with an unexpected presence. President One? The partition of the vehicle had already closed. Wen Lingxiu was clad in a white suit, complemented by a form-fitting skirt of the same hue. Her long legs were elegantly crossed, and her black, red-soled high heels dangled in the air. Her deep brown hair was softly curled and elegantly pinned up, with exquisite jade earrings glimmering at her earlobes. Something felt amiss, indeed. It felt entirely out of sorts. Wen Lingxiu was a stark contrast to the gentle demeanor she exhibited at home. She now radiated an aura of a professional and assertive woman. What are you dawdling for? Get in, she said, her tone still imbued with that same gentle quality. Lu Xing let out a sigh of relief and settled beside her. Although Wen Lingxiu had never accompanied him to pick up the children before, perhaps today was an exception. People are not mere programmed NPCs. They are prone to unexpected behaviors. With that thought, Lu Xing finally relaxed. The car began to roll towards the kindergarten. Yet the atmosphere within felt somewhat stifling. As a professional admirer, maintaining a pleasant ambience during client interactions was essential. Therefore, Lu Xing took the initiative to break the silence. President One, has today's work been particularly arduous? Wen Lingxiu looked at Lu Xing in surprise. Dressed flamboyantly, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage, she had anticipated compliments on her appearance. Instead, he expressed concern for her workload. Lu Xing pointed to her delicate ankle. Have you been walking too much? It looks a bit red. When we get home, I can prepare warm water for you to soak your feet. Wen Lingxiu was momentarily taken aback. Only after Lu Xing's observation did she become aware of a faint sting emanating from her ankle. A warm sensation surged in her chest. How could he notice something she had overlooked? This realization deepened her feelings of guilt. After discovering last night that Lu Xing had been aware of her surveillance, she had been restless throughout the night, experiencing both anxiety and affection. How could someone like Lu Xing exist, even in the face of doubt and suspicion? He maintained such a cheerful demeanor. Over the course of 2 years, she had come to appreciate Lu Xing's character and had subconsciously begun to regard him as a friend. A pang of sorrow tugged at her heart as she retrieved an exquisite box from her bag and handed it to him. This is for you. Lu Xing raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden gift. After pondering for a moment, he understood. Could this possibly be an apology from Wen Lingxiu? Lu Xing couldn't help but chuckle as he gazed at the exquisite necklace nestled within the box. That one is truly adorable. Thank you, President One. I absolutely love it. This will certainly bring in some profit. Observing Lu Xing's delight, Wen Lingxiu revealed a gentle smile. As long as you like it. Today, adorned in such a resplendent outfit, she had specifically come to pick up the child, hoping to cheer Lu Xing up. Judging by the current circumstances, it seems she has succeeded, hasn't she? The ease with which this matter was resolved left Wen Lingxiu somewhat incredulous. Lu Xing, in high spirits, remarked, "President Wen, I have a band-aid here. If you keep rubbing, it will break." His peculiar words made Wen Lingxiu feel a tad awkward. However, since the atmosphere between them had just begun to lighten, it would be inappropriate to refuse. She could only nod gently. "All right, you can." Lu Xing's hand had already grasped her ankle before she could finish her sentence. Startled, Wen Lingxiu had envisioned herself attending to it. Yet, she did not anticipate Lu Xing's thoughtfulness in taking the initiative. Her ears flushed with warmth, and her gaze involuntarily drifted towards him. Unperturbed, Lu Xing knelt by her feet, one hand holding her ankle while the other delicately removed her high heel. Although Wen Lingxiu wore a suit on top, she had opted for a pencil skirt below. This angle inevitably revealed certain aspects, yet Lu Xing feigned ignorance. His focus unwaveringly on her ankle. He positioned the sole of her foot against his leg, deftly tearing open the band-aid's packaging. Everything was now in readiness. Lu Xing announced, "Here I come." Wen Lingxiu bit her lower lip, emitting a barely audible acknowledgement. Just proceed without hesitation. How strange. Receiving his unspoken permission. Lu Xing's attention shifted to her now flushed ankle. The friction from her high heels had left it nearly raw. He gently blew on it, causing Wen Lingxiu to shudder slightly, biting her delicate lip. It stung a bit. She steeled herself. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xing expertly affixed the band-aid onto Wen Lingxiu's ankle. Voila, task accomplished. Just as Wen Lingxiu intended to retract her foot, she hesitated, fearing she might inadvertently strike Lu Xing's face. Lu Xing, on the other hand, appeared remarkably at ease, exhibiting no signs of discomfort or embarrassment. He skillfully slipped her high heel back into place, even managing to jest. It seems the statement that high heels are instruments of torture is not unfounded. Instinctively, Wen Lingxiu drew her long, slender legs together, her throat feeling parched as she softly murmured in acknowledgement. "President Wen." Lu Xing noticed Wen Lingxiu shudder slightly, disbelief flickering across his face. Am I truly that intimidating? Wen Lingxiu felt an overwhelming sense of relief that she had chosen to wear a suit today. She could guarantee that beneath her shirt, she was blushing profusely. "You mentioned." Lu Xing suppressed his curiosity and continued, "Our school is hosting a sports meet soon, and I have signed up for the 3,000 meters. I will be going for training after school this afternoon, so I might be home a bit late." "A bit late?" Wen Lingxiu lifted her gaze to behold the handsome visage of Lu Xing. She had grown accustomed to the sight of him returning home each day with their daughter in his arms. Training could take place anywhere, and it could certainly be conducted here as well. Rather than outright refusing, she opted for a different approach. The villa possessed a gymnasium, albeit one that had remained unused until now. "I have arranged for a proposal to be prepared today, and it will be ready for use the day after tomorrow." Lu Xing inhaled sharply, astonished. Was this the privilege of the affluent? "Incredible!" He nodded in agreement. "That works for me. I too wish to train at home." "You are truly wonderful, President Wen." Though the playground was devoid of sunlight at night, the warming weather brought with it a stifling heat. Lu Xing was remarkably obedient and understanding. A gentle smile graced Wen Lingxiu's lips, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. If only things could remain this way forever. The sudden emergence of this thought startled even Wen Lingxiu herself. 030 The wise refrain from the throes of love. I choose foot massages. Lu Xing is a commendable individual. This was the conclusion drawn by Wen Lingxiu after 2 years of observation. Upon their initial encounter in the shopping mall, she was grateful to Lu Xing for entertaining her child, yet unexpectedly, the following day, her daughter Wan became infatuated with Lu Xing. Expressing that the gentleman was gentle and handsome. Driven to distraction, she had no choice but to return to the mall, observing Lu Xing tenderly engaging with the child. A thought suddenly surfaced in Wen Lingxiu's mind. Perhaps Wan yearned for a father figure. It is somewhat amusing to consider. At over 30 years of age, she had finally found a strikingly handsome actor, only to realize it was for the sake of providing a father for Wan. A beautiful single mother and a tall, handsome gentleman. Could their relationship truly remain innocent? If this were to be disclosed, no one would believe it. Yet, this was indeed the reality. Initially, Wen Lingxiu thought she would maintain this arrangement indefinitely. However, as she watched Lu Xing squatting at her feet, focused on his task, she felt ripples of emotion stir within her. Those long, powerful legs, that lean waist, that strikingly handsome face. Lu Xing's kindness and gentleness washed over her, mingled with threads of guilt. Wen Lingxiu gazed tenderly at Lu Xing and Wan frolicking about, suddenly feeling a pang of reluctance. Her contract with Lu Xing was set to last until June. Now, in March, The bond between Lu Xing and Nuan Nuan had deepened significantly. If the contract were to end, Nuan Nuan would undoubtedly be profoundly heartbroken, and she would feel a twinge of sorrow as well. How could she ensure that Lu Xing would remain? When Ling Xiu fell into contemplation, Zong, Lu Xing sensed something peculiar in Aunt Wen's gaze today. Returning to the moment, when Ling Xiu smiled at Lu Xing, finished preparing the meal, and removed her apron. Beneath, she wore a white top that swayed gently with her movements. Lu Xing averted his gaze. This Aunt Wen was so beautiful, it was truly unfortunate that her husband had passed away so early. Do you have a girlfriend? When Ling Xiu suddenly inquired, startling Lu Xing and raising goosebumps all over him. What does Aunt Wen mean by that? Is she attempting to take advantage of me? The mere thought filled Lu Xing with alarm. He could forfeit his life, but he could not be deprived of his financial stability. Thus, he promptly replied, no, absolutely not. I have never been in a relationship. This was the truth. He had only ever played the role of a devoted admirer. And how could that be counted as a relationship? When Ling Xiu was amused by Lu Xing's anxious demeanor and gently remarked, I was merely inquiring. There's no need to be so tense. Please go call Nuan Nuan for dinner. Throughout the evening, Lu Xing continued to ponder the significance of Aunt Wen's question regarding his relationship status. Why had she suddenly asked him if he had a girlfriend? It was all rather strange. Even though he considered himself a professional admirer, there were times when he found it challenging to decipher the thoughts of women. Alas, there is always room for learning and improvement. Education is a boundless journey. After dinner, they spent some quality time together in the spacious master bedroom. The little girl nestled in the center, clutching her tiny hands, while Aunt Wen lay to her right, and Lu Xing leaned to her left. Holding a storybook and beginning to narrate, the little fox said to the little rabbit. Today, the little girl had run around a lot at kindergarten. And before Lu Xing could finish the story, she quickly drifted into a deep slumber. Noticing her peaceful sleep, Lu Xing lowered his voice and addressed Aunt Wen, Ms. Wen. May I step out for a moment? When Ling Xiu lay flat on the bed, her silky long hair cascading over her chest, remaining silent. Yet her eyes revealed no hint of drowsiness. Observing this, Lu Xing, with genuine concern, inquired, Ms. Wen, are your legs uncomfortable? Would you like a foot soak? Just as some theories suggest, there are things one might choose not to do, yet the attitude must be upheld. He merely asked out of a client-first mentality, fully expecting that when Ling Xiu would decline, as she always did. To his astonishment, when Ling Xiu turned on her side, propping her head with her hand, her hair spilling onto the pillow, and she gently nodded at him with a warm smile. Lu Xing was taken aback. What? No, Aunt Wen. I was just asking casually. I wasn't prepared for this. His mind went blank. He was at a loss for how to proceed. After spending so much time with Aunt Wen, he had occasionally asked if she wanted a massage when she appeared weary, but she had always politely declined. What had gotten into her today? However, when Ling Xiu continued to gaze at him, leaving him with no choice but to grit his teeth and prepare water and essential oils. Goodness, these women were becoming increasingly unpredictable. He needed to escape before he found himself overwhelmed. In the living room, the warm yellow light cascaded softly. And when Ling Xiu sat on the waterproof genuine leather sofa in her pajamas, feeling somewhat flustered, she, too, was unsure how she had ended up agreeing to this. Now, was Lu Xing really going to wash her feet and give her a massage? Would he think she was humiliating him? Could she still back out now? Women indeed tend to overthink, their minds racing with thoughts. Lu Xing retrieved a fresh white towel, his demeanor serious as he approached Wen Ling Xiu. Technician No. 18 at your service. Remember to give me a 5-star rating. The tension in Wen Ling Xiu dissipated, and she looked at Lu Xing with gentle eyes. That depends on how hard technician number 18 works. Lu Xing smirked. I will work hard. I'm full of energy. Wen Ling Xiu felt a bit shy and fell silent. Lu Xing wasted no time. He squatted in front of her and began his task. He focused intently, gently placing Wen Ling Xiu's delicate, fair feet into the warm water. Miss Wen, is the water temperature to your liking? Wen Ling Xiu, feeling utterly relaxed, could only manage a lazy mm. With her response, Lu Xing's confidence surged. He felt his technique was impeccable. As a professional at this, possessing a unique skill was indeed valuable. Lu Xing gently lifted Wen Ling Xiu's delicate foot, pressing on the acupressure points he had learned in his mind. Wen Ling Xiu let out a soft groan, feeling a twinge of pain. Lu Xing firmly grasped her ankle, which she instinctively wanted to withdraw, and pushed it back into the water, speaking with earnest intent. Ms. Wen, if these acupoints hurt when pressed, it indicates that there might be some underlying issues with your body. You should pay more attention to this. Wearing high heels for prolonged periods can lead to swollen legs, which is quite uncomfortable. Additionally, there should be invisible blister prevention patches available online. It's advisable to use them when wearing high heels. Let me massage you a bit more. It will bring you some relief. Those stiletto heels are truly not meant for human wear. Bathed in warm yellow light, surrounded by the familiarity of home, a sense of comfort enveloped them. Accompanied by Lu Xing's gentle chatter, the word lover suddenly flashed in Wen Lingxiu's mind, causing her to open her eyes wide in surprise. Lover. It felt as though a revelation was about to break through the clouds. Her heart raced, and she discreetly glanced at Lu Xing, her eyelashes fluttering ever so slightly. Yes. Lover. Only a lover would remain steadfast despite the termination of a contract. As Lu Xing continued his stream of advice, Wen Lingxiu's thoughts were consumed by a singular contemplation. A 2-year probationary period. It was indeed ample time. A smile curled on her lips as she reached out to caress Lu Xing's fluffy head. Lu Xing looked up at her, bewildered. Ms. Wen? Wen Lingxiu chuckled softly. She had found her solution. 031 The wild boar cannot consume fine bran. A sudden flash of white light streaked past the window, followed by a howling wind and the rhythmic patter of rain against the glass. Such is the nature of spring rain. When one carries an umbrella, it refrains from falling. Yet when one is unprepared, it pours joyfully. Another thunderclap echoed, causing Wen Lingxiu, seated on the sofa, to shudder slightly, casting a fearful glance towards Lu Xing. Lu Xing, however, was unperturbed by the thunder. His disdain lay in the rain itself. The ground would turn muddy after a downpour, and during his childhood, washing clothes became an arduous task, made all the more challenging by the clinging dirt. Surveying the current state of affairs, Lu Xing noted the droplets that had splattered onto the sofa, cascading downward, with an unkempt basin nearby. Why don't you return to your room and keep Wen company while I tidy up here? He suggested, confident that Aunt Wen would acquiesce. To his surprise, she replied negatively. Lu Xing inhaled deeply, pondering whether Aunt Wen had taken an unusual medication today, as her responses were far from his expectations. Yet, upon casting his gaze towards Wen Lingxiu, he noticed her genuine fear. Her delicate fingers clutched the hem of his garment tightly. With a sense of resignation, he proposed. Shall I accompany you back to the bedroom? Wen Lingxiu nodded gently, a few tendrils of her softly curled hair falling across her forehead, radiating warmth and beauty. Lu Xing extended his hand towards her. Allow me to assist you. Wen Lingxiu bit her lip and shook her head, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she admitted. My legs are weak. This was indeed true. After Lu Xing had applied pressure to her feet, her legs felt unsteady. Lu Xing understood her predicament. But one must eventually rise, no? As a pragmatic individual, he swiftly devised a solution. He grasped Aunt Wen's wrist, maneuvering his arm beneath her knees, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. Wen Lingxiu gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around Lu Xing's neck in trepidation. He chuckled, playfully lifting her slightly as he made his way to the bedroom. Wen, you ought to eat more. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she nestled against his shoulder, offering a muffled mm. It was indeed a peculiar situation. Upon entering the bedroom, they found Wen peacefully asleep. Lu Xing carried Wen Lingxiu into the room, still possessing the energy to close the door behind them. A casual act, yet one that everyone should partake in. Observing Lu Xing's effortless demeanor, Wen Lingxiu couldn't help but exclaim, youth is truly wonderful, an endless well of vitality. Lu Xing, placing her gently on the bed, replied with playful pride. It's not merely youth, it's my strength, you know? Compliments should be precise. When she shot him a playful glare, her cheeks still adorably rosy from the foot massage, her gaze imbued with charm. Lu Xing diverted his eyes, internally marveling at her beauty. You possess exquisite taste, Amen. He pulled the blanket over Wen Lingxiu, ensuring she was comfortable, and adjusted Wen's blanket as well. Finally, he settled onto the floor near Wen Lingxiu's side, leaning against the mattress. Wen, it's quite late. Let us rest. I shall stay here with you. Wen Lingxiu felt rather fatigued today, yet after receiving a soothing foot massage, a sense of comfort enveloped her. Especially as Lu Xing spoke softly with that gentle tone, gradually easing her nerves. 20 minutes later, her breathing became steady and prolonged. She had drifted into slumber. Lu Xing leaned against the edge of the mattress, a flash of lightning illuminating his indifferent gaze. He took out his phone and navigated through a few options. Upon noticing several unidentified devices connected to the network, an involuntary chuckle escaped him. Aunt Wen, who both appreciated and doubted him, had at least 3 pinhole cameras hidden in this room. Any slight movement on his part would surely result in his expulsion from the villa. He truly could not comprehend why Aunt Wen behaved this way. If she harbored mistrust, it should be unwavering. There was no need to feign tenderness while engaging in such surveillance. Standing at the bedside, Lu Xing observed Wen Lingxiu's beauty. Compared to the youthful innocence of younger girls, she exuded a gentler and more forgiving aura. His mind was perplexed by her intentions. After a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply. Well, everything would come to an end in June. Let her indulge in her whims. With gentle motions, Lu Xing tucked the blanket around Wen Lingxiu and carefully extracted the blushing face of the girl buried under the covers. After completing these tasks, he exited the bedroom, closing the doors softly behind him, soundlessly. The night passed peacefully. The following day, Lu Xing awoke early, roused by discomfort. Darn, he really needed to procure some loquat tea. After addressing his own needs, he washed his face and brushed his teeth before heading to the kitchen. There was no other option. Xia Yes Wang, that little golden retriever, insisted on receiving the same treatment as Wei Qingyu, even demanding the same bland porridge for breakfast. I can't fathom the eccentricity of the wealthy. With an abundance of delicacies at their disposal, they insist on competing over this plain congee. His half-hour extension of sleep had definitively expired. As he stirred the porridge, he sighed. Xing, what are you doing? A voice interrupted Lu Xing's internal lamentations. Turning around, he saw Wen Lingxiu, still clad in the nightgown from the previous evening. Her hair tousled, and a few rebellious strands sticking up. Throughout their acquaintance, she had always presented herself as gentle and rational. Seeing her now, drowsy from an early rise, was unexpectedly charming. After a night of reflection, Lu Xing had long since quelled his irritation. After all, she was merely a paying client. Tolerating a bit of eccentricity was entirely reasonable. Thus, he smiled and asked, I'm preparing some porridge. Would you like some? Alas, the moment these words left his lips, Lu Xing wished he could slap himself. Indeed, sure, was her response. Lu Xing felt faint. Goodness, the wealthy truly have peculiarities. With so many abalone and shrimp available, why insist on consuming this mere pot of porridge? It was akin to a mountain pig refusing fine grains. Wen Lingxiu had never risen this early before, so it was her first time witnessing Lu Xing preparing breakfast. She gently inhaled, the fragrant aroma of rice completely wafting through the air. Well versed in the art of soothing children, Wen Lingxiu squinted her eyes and clapped softly. Wow, you're amazing, Xing. Lu Xing couldn't help but chuckle at her praise. All right, go wash up. I'll save some for you in the pot. Remember to finish your breakfast before heading to work. Wen Lingxiu had always been a caring presence for others. Hearing Lu Xing fuss over her in such a tender manner warmed her heart, instead of irritating her. After expressing a few more playful grievances about wealthy individuals being unable to appreciate finer things, Lu Xing packed congee and side dishes into a thermos before departing. 15 minutes later, when Lingxiu had completed her morning routine, she sat at the dining table, sipping congee while watching the surveillance footage from the previous night. Upon seeing that Lu Xing had merely tucked her and the child in before leaving, she felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. A gentleman of integrity, deserving of trust. She had come to acknowledge Lu Xing. Since she recognized him, it was time to take him out for a stroll. He could no longer be confined to the house. After pondering for a moment, Wen Lingxiu sent a message to Lu Xing. On the bus, Lu Xing's phone chimed. Wen Lingxiu, 31, camera wholesaler, Xing. The teacher mentioned we should take our child to see more artistic works. The Haiqing Grand Theater is hosting a special event with renowned artists. After your exam, shall we take our child to see it? We could also buy some clothes for you and the little one. What a nuisance. Lu Xing had anticipated the obligation to go out. He preferred staying home. Especially the mention of the Haiqing Grand Theater triggered his PTSD. Quickly, he checked the details of the special event at the theater and sighed in relief upon realizing Qi Yushan would not be performing. Wait. He hastily searched for any teachers associated with the renowned artists, and once more, he breathed a sigh of relief upon finding none. With an expressionless face, he replied, Lu Xing, of course, that sounds great. Long live President 1032, is this a succubus? Upon arriving at school, Lu Xing suddenly sensed that several students were casting glances in his direction. Goodness, was it said that life does not possess such an audience? Could you gossip a tad bit louder? The rumors of Lu Xing abandoning Wei Qingyu for Xia Yexiang were overwhelming. Lu Xing felt utterly bewildered. Previously, he had only been ridiculed as a sycophant, but now he was to be labeled both a sycophant and a scoundrel. He was at a loss. Never mind, he thought. I should hurry along. When the mock examination commenced, these dear classmates would no longer find amusement in their chatter. Lu Xing swiftly entered the classroom, where both Wei Qingyu and Xia Yexiang were present. Upon seeing him, Wei Qingyu, holding a familiar thermos, brightened instantly. She truly relished the kanji Lu Xing prepared. You. Wei Qingyu was already reaching for her wallet to offer him 100 yuan for breakfast. Yet, Lu Xing darted past her like a gust of wind. When he heard a commotion from Wei Qingyu's direction, he turned back in confusion. Are you speaking to me? Good morning. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Xing hastened towards Xia Yexiang's desk. Today, she donned an A-line dress, her long legs strikingly fair, complemented by her golden locks, making her beauty almost blinding. Lu Xing approached her, offering the thermos, and curiously inquired, Aren't your legs cold? It rained just last night, and the air is rather chilly. Even I, with my robust physique, have donned a jacket, yet you seem quite resilient to the cold? Indeed. The notion of a girl being cold was as perplexing as SCHR Dinger's cat. Xia Yexiang paused for a moment, shooting him a glare. Rogue, Lu Xing responded. Sister, I'm merely showing concern. Very well. Out of respect for his interlocutor, Lu Xing maintained a smile. Take your time drinking. If it doesn't suit your palate, I shall prepare it for you again tomorrow. The classmates, although not looking up, were silently observing the unfolding scenario. At Lu Xing's remark, someone inadvertently gasped in astonishment. Half of them were gazing at Xia Yexiang, while the other half were focused on Wei Qingyu. The only one watching Lu Xing was Li Dachuan, who discreetly gave him a thumbs up. Master. Godfather. Impressive. Oh, and there was Hu Zhongzhong, whose face had turned crimson with indignation. Xia Yexiang felt elated, casting a provocative glance towards Wei Qingyu, who was also looking in their direction. Humph. Her joy amplified. Evidently, Wei Qingyu was not entirely unperturbed. Xia Yexiang leisurely lifted the lid of the thermos, the distinctive aroma of kanji wafting through the air, capturing her attention. She had initially intended to provoke Wei Qingyu, but to her surprise, Lu Xing had indeed prepared something delightful. Remember to join me in the music room at noon. Xia Yexiang reminded him, fearing he might forget. Lu Xing nodded and added, Take care not to catch a cold. Xia Yexiang shot him a glare. Silence. After Lu Xing departed. On a summer night, Xiang Shuang pondered for a moment before retrieving a garment from her bag to wrap around her legs. As warmth enveloped her body, a sense of comfort settled within her heart. Gently, she scooped a spoonful of kanji and brought it to her lips. Her eyes narrowing in bliss, Wei Qingyu shifted her gaze towards the problem in her hands. The derivatives that once seemed trivial now appeared as incomprehensible as ancient texts. How curious. Why did her vision seem slightly blurred? Wang Zhenjin had been attentively observing Wei Qingyu. Upon noticing the usually composed way, the school bell. With a hint of red around her eyes, Wang Zhenjin was left utterly stunned. Goodness. Could it be that Lu Xing is a succubus? Today's campus report, the number of supporters for Xiang Shuang has surged, while Wei Qingyu's supporters appear somewhat disheartened. As noon approached and school ended, Lu Xing gathered his belongings and headed to the music room with paper and pen in hand. The last time, Xiang Shuang mentioned wanting him to tutor her, and Lu Xing was uncertain if she was sincere or merely teasing him. Yet, adhering to the professional standards of a devoted admirer, he prepared himself with the utmost simplicity. As Lu Xing passed by Wei Qingyu, she suddenly called out his name. What is it? Lu Xing halted, looking at Wei Qingyu with curiosity. However, when he turned to her, Wei Qingyu found herself at a loss for words. She felt a certain grievance, yet could not fathom its origin. What right did she have to feel wronged? The last time, Lu Xing had inquired about their relationship. She had referred to him as a benefactor, while he had termed her as a sister. These two definitions left her with no authority to dictate Lu Xing's actions. Yet, the provocative and arrogant glances from Xiang Shuang lingered in her mind. It's nothing, Wei Qingyu managed to utter after a prolonged silence. Oh, all right. Lu Xing did not press further and swiftly departed, having concluded his arrangement with Wei's father, thus feeling no obligation to look after Wei Qingyu any longer. Wang Zhenjin, who had been listening intently, was growing increasingly anxious. She understood that Wei Qingyu was somewhat reserved, but she had not anticipated this level of reticence. Having called Lu Xing over, Wei had failed to utter a single word. It was unbearable. The moment had arrived for her to step in as the divine matchmaker. Wang Zhenjin cleared her throat, gazing at the dimly lit eyes of Wei Qingyu, and tentatively remarked, Qingyu, don't you feel a little constrained in your heart right now? Wei Qingyu pondered for a moment before hesitantly nodding. Am I unwell? Wang Zhenjin, in a flurry of urgency, replied, Qingyu, listen to me. Meanwhile, Lu Xing hurried towards the comprehensive building. This building had been donated by Wei Qingyu's father, and it housed the music room established for vocal students. Lu Xing was unaware of the nature of Xiang Shuang's family, but he was certain they were quite affluent. This music room had been rented at her expense, granting her exclusive rights to its use. Knock, knock, knock. Standing at the door of the music room, he could hear the sound of a piano resonating from within. "Come in," Xiang Shuang's voice called out, prompting Lu Xing to push the door open and enter. Outside the window, towering trees adorned with lush green leaves swayed gently as a soft breeze wafted into the music room, lifting the delicate white curtains. A girl with golden hair sat at the piano, her fingers effortlessly conjuring melodic notes that flowed like a celestial being's descent. It was Debussy's Claire de Lune. Lu Xing quietly found a spot to settle down, careful not to disturb Xia Yexiang as she practiced her music in the summer night. It is often said that students of the arts require low scores, yet those who reach the pinnacle of their craft truly stand out amidst the crowd. Artistic talent is a matter of having it or not, and it is glaringly obvious that Xia Yexiang possesses such gifts. As the piece concluded, Lu Xing twisted open a bottle of water. "Would you like some water?" Xia Yexiang chuckled softly, accepting the bottle and replying, "You're rather polite. I expected someone like you to interrupt me directly." Choosing to overlook the teasing tone in her voice, Lu Xing blinked and sincerely complimented, "Your piano playing is exquisite. I imagine your singing must be even more enchanting." A proud smile blossomed on Xia Yexiang's face. The mention of her specialty instilled a greater sense of confidence within her. "As if you need to say that." Lu Xing laughed. "This client is truly easy to understand." Xia Yexiang pointed to the corner, saying, "That is your lunch. Go ahead and eat." Lu Xing glanced over to see takeout from the city's finest restaurant. "Wow, being wealthy is truly wonderful." His eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you, Boss Xia. You even prepared my meal. What a kind person." Xia Yexiang scoffed. "What do you mean, Boss Xia? That sounds terrible. Choose a different title." Lu Xing pondered for a moment before deciding to seek her opinion. "What do you think would be appropriate?" "Anything. How about Xia Xia?" "No way. That's too intimate." "And what do you suggest?" "Anything." The phrase random will soon haunt Lu Xing's dreams, becoming a relentless nightmare. It is truly excruciating. Though some of his previous clients were rather peculiar, they generally expressed their thoughts in a coherent manner. However, Xia Yexiang is an entirely different case. She is an insufferable tsundere. She demands that one must guess her intentions. Lu Xing has finally grasped why tsunderes often have a reverse version. It is indeed agonizing. In anime, when I witness a tsundere, I applaud enthusiastically. Yet, encountering one in reality makes me yearn to escape. I long to flee. But no matter how hard I try, I cannot elude this predicament. Fortunately, Xia Yexiang did not push her demands too far, ultimately conceding to the name Sister Xia. However, a question arose at that moment, and Lu Xing inquired with confusion, "Aren't I slightly older than you?" Xia Yexiang glanced at him sideways. "Do you have a problem with that?" "None at all," Lu Xing thought to himself. After finally persuading this little golden-haired girl, he was unwilling to invite misfortune upon himself. So be it. If she wishes to be called sister, then so be it. When the opportunity arises in the future, he will undoubtedly make her call him brother. The exquisite cuisine at this top-tier restaurant is truly delightful. As Lu Xing devoured his meal, he expressed concern, "Sister Xia, why aren't you eating?" Xia Yexiang, bored, rested her chin on her hand, swinging her legs from the piano stool. "I'm on a diet." "Huh, but you're not even overweight," Lu Xing replied, astonished. This little golden-haired girl looked as if a gust of wind could carry her away. What need had she to diet? Xia Yexiang found Lu Xing's reaction amusing. Her eyes crinkling with laughter, appearing exceptionally adorable. "You wouldn't understand the matters of a girl." "Very well then." Lu Xing ceased his inquiries. Recognizing he could not influence any client's decisions, merely obliged to comply. He offered a gentle suggestion, "Then I won't prepare that porridge tomorrow. It's too high in calories." "Absolutely not." Xia Yexiang's eyes widened in alarm. Fixating on Lu Xing inwardly, he cursed his luck. He had hoped to seize the opportunity to gain an extra half-hour of sleep, but his plan was swiftly thwarted. How vexing. "Sister Xia, you could have your chef prepare a breakfast more suited for dieting." "No." Xia Yexiang recalled the comforting warmth of the porridge she had in the morning. People often awaken to certain aspects of their cultural DNA at the right moment. For instance, suddenly developing a fondness for traditional opera or an unexpected affection for gold. Previously, Xia Yexiang believed that a casual Western breakfast sufficed in the morning. However, after enjoying porridge today, she realized that a traditional Chinese breakfast was far more to her liking. "So Wei Qingyu had been indulging in such fine food behind her back. I want to drink the porridge you make." Lu Xing was taken aback, pondering. Wealthy individuals are truly incapable of appreciating simplicity. If your chef's creations do not please you, why must they be thrust upon me? How infuriating. By the way, Xia Yexiang noticed the paper and pen Lu Xing had brought, suddenly recalling something. "You perform quite well academically, don't you?" Lu Xing realized she was serious and nodded. I do fairly well. If all goes according to plan, I should attain the scores necessary for Shanghai City University. On a summer night, Xia Yes Wang raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lu Xing's unexpected confidence. All right then. I will be in the piano room at this time every day working on problems. You can answer my questions whenever I have them. Sure, Lu Xing replied readily, for he felt uneasy holding on to the 150,000. Xia Yes Wang glanced at Lu Xing. Why do I feel like you just sighed in relief? Lu Xing blinked. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Xia Yes Wang, with a clever glimmer in her eyes, shot him a glare. Both. Well, that's rather greedy, Lu Xing said earnestly. The lie is that I am overjoyed to share a room with the beautiful Sister Xia. The truth is, thank goodness Sister Xia's grades are good. Otherwise, while tutoring, I might end up in a vocational college myself. Xia Yes Wang was momentarily taken aback before she burst into a charming laugh, playfully scolding him. You rascal. As the wind rustled the leaves, Xia Yes Wang suddenly felt that her future days would be filled with joy. Lu Xing and Xia Yes Wang returned to their class together. Wei Qingyu looked up, her eyes dimmed, yet her mind echoed with Wang Zhenzhen's words. I like Lu Xing. Wei Qingyu found Wang Zhenzhen's conclusion highly unreliable, as there was no theoretical basis to prove she could like Lu Xing. Yet Wang Zhenzhen had said, affection knows no reason. Everyone declares their ideal type before falling in love, but when they meet that person, all those ideals come crashing down. Wang Zhenzhen added. Liking someone makes you feel tight in your chest when you see them with others. Wei Qingyu observed the scene of Lu Xing and Xia Yes Wang together. A match made in heaven. They seemed perfectly suited. She gently placed her hand over her heart. It feels a little painful? Seeing Wei Qingyu's dawning realization, Wang Zhenzhen felt her reading of novels had not been in vain. Finally, she had managed to convey something to this reticent girl. The next moment, Wei Qingyu asked her with confusion, but I still don't understand. Why do I like Lu Xing? Her expression firmed with resolve. Every mathematical formula has a theoretical foundation. I must find my reason for liking Lu Xing. Wang Zhenzhen was exasperated. Damn it. You're getting it, but not entirely. Why on earth do you need a reason to like someone? There aren't that many reasons. Liking someone is simply liking them, by the time you find your reason. For heaven's sake, Lu Xing and Xia Yes Wang could have children crawling everywhere. Wang Zhenzhen could not comprehend how Wei Qingyu had developed such a rigid character. Sometimes, a flutter of the heart is just a sudden thump. Who can control their hormones? Despairing, Wang Zhenzhen gave up trying to help. She suspected that Wei Qingyu's childhood education involved 100,000 questions, which had fostered her insatiable curiosity. Just bury it, she thought. This girl truly seemed beyond saving. She was destined to remain single. Throughout Wei Qingyu's 18 years of life, everything that occurred had a rationale, and she could not accept the notion of events beyond her control. Thus, Wei Qingyu observed Lu Xing return to his seat and murmured softly, everything in this world has its reasons. My affection for you must certainly be no exception. She was determined to uncover this reason, for she despised the feeling of being out of control. As the afternoon bell rang, Li Dachuan called out loudly, all students participating in the sports meet. Let us head to the playground for practice. There will be food and drinks. It's going to be splendid. Hooray! Let us go. Today, you will learn what it means to experience the thrill of rebirth. Running 800 meters will be a piece of cake. Ice cream awaits. Instantly, the classroom erupted with excitement. Lu Xing had made an agreement with Li Dachuan, gave him a playful wink, and slipped away. As many participants departed in a flurry, those remaining continued their self-study in the classroom. Xia Yes Wang discreetly glanced at Wei Qingyu, noticing she was engrossed in her work. Wei Qingyu, in turn, stole a glance at Xia Yes Wang, who seemed preoccupied with her phone. An hour later, Xia Yes Wang and Wei Qingyu unexpectedly crossed paths on the playground, their eyes widening in surprise. What are you doing here? Xia Yes Wang exclaimed. Wei Qingyu paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the practicing athletes, and calmly replied, the playground is public property. How pretentious. Public property, indeed? Xia Yes Wang chuckled, raising her chin in mockery. Aren't you just here to find Lu Xing? Why make it sound so grand? Wei Qingyu remained silent, but did not refute the claim. As the two most beautiful girls in the school arrived at the playground, the athletes, previously looking somewhat disheveled from their exertions, suddenly appeared rejuvenated, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Their aches and pains vanished. They found themselves capable of high jumps and swift runs. Just moments ago, they had been acting like delicate flowers. Yet now they could leap like willow branches in the wind. Li Dachuan felt as though he were surrounded by a multitude of peacocks, all energetically displaying their plumage. Xia Yeshuang scanned the starting line and impatiently inquired of Li Dachuan, whereas Lu Xing. In an instant, Li Dachuan noticed that everyone on the playground seemed to droop like a robot running out of battery, their spirits visibly deflating as they likely cursed Lu Xing in their hearts. Lu Xing is training at home. He mentioned he has a treadmill, Li Dachuan replied earnestly, pocketing the snacks Lu Xing had given him. Alas, Dachuan, cursed to wander without a worthy leader. I would gladly pledge my loyalty to the stars if they would not forsake me. Besides, my benefactor has always been generous, bringing me delicious imported treats. Scrumptious. Irresistible. What? He left without telling me. Xia Yeshuang was incensed, pulling out her phone to bombard Lu Xing with messages. Young master has not smiled for a long time. Lu Xing, why didn't you tell me you were leaving? Is this how you treat your boss? Stop pretending to be unavailable. Respond. Lu Xing sat in the alpha, utterly bewildered by the incessant notifications that buzzed around him. The messages were relentless, 20 a minute. Such dexterity should truly be employed to rescue the domestic esports industry. He glanced at the barrage of messages from Xia Yeshuang and could easily imagine the frenzy on the other end of the phone. Fortunately, he had a knack for handling her. Apologies, I had matters at home. Would you like a bit of pumpkin added to your porridge tomorrow? It's quite good for the stomach. Xia Yeshuang was taken aback. As she read Lu Xing's message, she found herself lost in thought. Pumpkin porridge. Wait, that wasn't what she came to inquire about. Don't change the subject. I plan to buy you a new thermos. Which color do you prefer? What does that have to do with you? Yellow. A subtle smile crept across Lu Xing's lips. Xia Yeshuang was more easily appeased than he had anticipated. As Lu Xing ceased to respond, Xia Yeshuang continued her relentless messaging. I like yellow. I said I like yellow. Say something. Xia Yeshuang was on the verge of exploding, staring at her phone with a desire to leap through the screen and give Lu Xing a piece of her mind. Should we add a little sugar to the pumpkin porridge? Upon reading this message, Xia Yeshuang's brows knitted together in contemplation. Just then, another message arrived. I know you're on a diet, but I think you look your best now. Just a touch of sugar for flavor, not too much. Xia Yeshuang was momentarily stunned. How did he know what she was thinking? She hadn't expected that her casual remark from earlier would be etched in Lu Xing's memory. The feeling of having her thoughts acknowledged was indeed whatever. Lu Xing couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle Qin glanced at him through the rearview mirror, smiling warmly as he inquired. It had been a long time since Lu Xing had smiled like this. Lu Xing, bemused, shot a questioning glance at Uncle Qin, wondering if he had inadvertently stepped into some sort of romantic fiction. He locked his phone, smiling as he thought of seeing the girl soon. After all, she was simply adorable. Hearing this, Uncle Qin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, giving Lu Xing goosebumps. Ever since their last encounter, Uncle Qin's gaze had been peculiar. Damn it. This had gone too far. The playground. Although the weather was gradually becoming warmer, the crowd on the playground shivered in unison. Observing the peculiar smile on Xia Yeshuang's face as she stared at her phone, everyone sensed that something was amiss. What on earth was this little troublemaker up to? Wasn't she supposed to confront Lu Xing? How did it suddenly take such a turn? Amidst the confusion, only Li Dachuan keenly discerned the truth of the matter. Impressive. Dear foster father, to have managed to pacify this tempestuous Xia Yeshuang, a true little sovereign. Suddenly, Li Dachuan felt an urge to consult Lu Xing for wisdom. Surely, such skills would be invaluable in the pursuit of a future wife. Ahem. An unknown cough broke the tension, and Xia Yeshuang snapped back to reality, haughtily lifting her chin towards Wei Qingyu. Lu Xing had matters at home. Forget it. I'm leaving. No sooner had she spoken than she turned to depart. In the next moment, Wei Qingyu, who had been standing in the wind with an inscrutable expression, abruptly seized Xia Yeshuang's wrist. Gasp. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Li Dachuan felt his legs turn to jelly, nearly collapsing. Previously, the students had quarreled endlessly over who was more attractive between the two. Yet they had never exchanged a single word. Hadn't these two little sovereigns always kept to their own lanes? Why were they clashing now? What to do? What to do? Li Dachuan's mind raced with alarm. What if they started slapping each other? What if they began pulling each other's hair? While the spectators might enjoy witnessing a brawl among women, they certainly did not wish to see these two little sovereigns in conflict. What if they fought? Should he call a teacher? No. Would Wei Qingyu's arm truly withstand Xia Yeshuang's grip? Where was Lu Xing? He had left the moment school ended. Clearly aware of where he was headed, how could he sleep so soundly? Li Dachuan closed his eyes, sighing inwardly. Lu Xing, you are deeply in trouble. Caught by the wrist, Xia Yeshuang was momentarily startled, raising an eyebrow and laughing flamboyantly. Surely not. Could Wei the campus beauty really want to fight? Wei Qingyu stood there calmly, the breeze tousling her sleek, raven hair, bestowing a touch of melancholy upon her demeanor. Stop toying with Lu Xing, she remarked coolly. Humph. Xia Yexiang chuckled, a provocative glint in her eyes as she gazed at Wei Qingyu. On what grounds do you say such things? Are you Lu Xing's girlfriend? What are you pretending to be so profound for? Wei Qingyu fixed her gaze on Xia Yexiang, a flicker of agitation crossing her features. Lu Xing is very naive. Naive? Xia Yexiang burst into laughter, her eyes brimming with unrestrained mockery. Had she not witnessed Lu Xing drafting agreements, she might have been swayed by Wei Qingyu's words. That money-obsessed demeanor could hardly be described as naive. It seemed Lu Xing had spent over 2 years adoring Wei Qingyu, thoroughly understanding her. Yet, Wei Qingyu knew nothing of Lu Xing. This inexplicable sense of superiority caused Xia Yexiang to puff out her chest and scoff coldly. And then? He no longer seems to harbor any affection for you. Rather, it appears he is increasingly enamored with me. Wei Qingyu was taken aback. Previously, Lu Xing had merely regarded her as a sister, rendering her incapable of voicing any objections. Clenching her hands, Wei Qingyu furrowed her brow and fixed her gaze upon Xia Yexiang, her speech quickening slightly. You detest me. You may seek vengeance against me. Why involve the innocent? Ha. Xia Yexiang laughed heartily, her flawless figure arching gracefully as she spoke with abandon. My disdain for you does not conflict with my fondness for Lu Xing surely. The illustrious Wei, the school's belle, does not concern herself with the affections of others? She scrutinized Wei Qingyu's face, which had never betrayed a hint of emotional turmoil, and smirked derisively. When Lu Xing fawned over you, you remained unresponsive. Now that he has turned his affections toward me, why are you in such a hurry? Xia Yexiang released Wei Qingyu's hand, sneering just before she turned to leave. People truly can be insufferable. The playground fell into a profound silence. That evening, the school's online platforms, the forums, group chats, and confession walls erupted in chaos. Wow, you really knocked him far away. Daddy. The little girl waved her delicate, fair fists, attempting to capture Lu Xing's attention. Lu Xing raised an eyebrow and immediately inquired with a smile, What's the matter? The little girl, with an innocent expression, extended her rounded hand. I have candy, Daddy. Guess which hand it's in? The child's chubby hand, clenching tightly, was presented before Lu Xing, who couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. If only all his clients were as delightful as her. Feigning a look of deep contemplation, Lu Xing casually pointed to one of her hands. I guess it's in this one. Correct. The little girl exclaimed joyfully, opening her tiny hand to reveal a piece of candy. Daddy is amazing. Lu Xing genuinely laughed, planting a kiss on her round little face. Oh dear. But you've eaten all the candy. What will you have? The little girl, having anticipated this, placed her hands on her hips, striking a pose of maturity, and opened her other hand, revealing yet another piece of candy. She grinned, showcasing her small white teeth. I have candy too. Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback. This meant that regardless of which hand he guessed, they would each have a piece of candy. A whirlwind of emotion stirred within him as he embraced the little girl softly, whispering, You were truly a good child. He had once been adopted. A rather cliché detail. That family, lacking children, had taken him in. He thought he had been granted a second chance at life. But they were persistent, and after numerous attempts, they eventually had a child. From that moment on, his life reverted to a hellish existence. If Lu Xing washed 10 cherry tomatoes, he would not get a single one, as they all ended up in his younger brother's belly. Later, during a family camping trip, while crossing an intersection, a car came barreling towards them. The couple quickly grabbed their child and fled, leaving Lu Xing, burdened with camping gear, unable to escape. Had that car not veered into the greenery, he would have surely met his end. Lu Xing understood that family. After all, their biological child was undoubtedly more precious to them than he had ever been. However, those who neglect the small details in life will certainly disregard the larger ones as well. He remained silent, while the family dared not meet his gaze again. Ultimately, Lu Xing returned to the orphanage. Daddy, is the candy sweet? This is my favorite. The little girl's sweet voice rang in his ears, prompting Lu Xing to smile. It's very sweet, and you are truly wonderful. The girl's laughter filled the air. I love Daddy too. Uncle Chen observed the interaction between the father and daughter with a blissful smile. The car arrived at the villa. Lu Xing carried the little girl inside, scanning the surroundings with a hint of confusion. Where's mommy? In the next moment, the villa door swung open, and when Lingxiu entered from outside, dressed in a sun-protective top and fitted jeans that accentuated her curves, she looked surprised to see them. You're back so early? Lu Xing set the little girl down and replied with a smile. You came home late. Well then, I've prepared dinner for tonight. You should go wash your hands and change your clothes. When Lingxiu gently murmured in acknowledgement, cradling Nuan, and then inquired, Aren't you curious about what I did today? She had already accepted Lu Xing, and thus felt compelled to gradually unveil her life to him. It mattered not that Lu Xing was financially constrained. She possessed ample resources. It was imperative that Lu Xing willingly embrace the role of Nuan's father. As Lu Xing deftly tied his apron, he cheerfully asked, So, where did you go? To practice driving, when Lingxiu promptly replied. Lu Xing was taken aback. He had assumed that Antwan had indulged in leisurely pursuits, but instead, she had gone to hone her driving skills. It made sense, considering her attire seemed rather conservative, likely to shield herself from the sun. During his time working at a driving school, he had witnessed numerous young women shrouded like specters in their efforts to avoid sun exposure. When Lingxiu placed her keys upon the table and gently elucidated, I do not possess a driver's license. Previously, I relied on a chauffeur for transportation. Recently, I felt a yearning to try driving myself. Although Lu Xing lacked the ability to operate a vehicle, once she mastered it, they could enjoy a world of three together. Lu Xing appeared puzzled. Are you attending a driving school? He found it hard to believe that affluent individuals like Wen Lingxiu would engage in such an endeavor. Indeed, she affirmed, the driving school assigned a female instructor to teach me. Her response was perfectly aligned with her status. Leaning against the doorframe with a smile, Lu Xing lamented. How unfortunate that I am not an instructor at that school. Otherwise, my teaching methods would be ideally suited for you. Wen Lingxiu, taken aback, inquired, What do you mean? Casting a glance at the few strands of hair that clung to her neck due to a light sheen of perspiration, Lu Xing's lips curled into a smile. I excel in encouragement-based teaching. My common phrases include, Wow, you maneuvered that steering wheel splendidly. Wow, you pressed the brake so beautifully. Wow, you are the brightest student I have ever encountered. Wow, I can tell you are a natural behind the wheel. Wow, you sent that person flying. When Lingxiu's gentle gaze momentarily froze before she processed his words, her lips curving into a smile. She involuntarily envisioned such a scenario. If Lu Xing were truly her instructor and offered such encouragement, her laughter grew more joyous, her eyes narrowing with delight. You can practice driving during your holidays. Even if you don't use your license regularly, it could prove invaluable in critical moments. Lu Xing contemplated this. He had already departed during the summer vacation, so even if he were to practice driving, it would not be with Antwan. There are several cars in the garage. Once you obtain your license, you can take them for a spin. It's lovely to go out and enjoy the breeze. When Lingxiu stated, pausing for thought before continuing, at your young age, you might prefer certain types of cars. What do you like? I could purchase one for you after you get your license. Lu Xing felt overwhelmed. The disparity between individuals was greater than that between man and dog. The vehicles in Wen Lingxiu's garage were a star-studded lineup. The least of them would require him to toil for an eternity. Noticing Lu Xing's silence, Wen Lingxiu gently bit her lip and asked, Do you prefer new cars or vintage ones? Lu Xing found the question rather peculiar, yet he could not articulate why. Never mind. As a qualified master of serving water, his response was undoubtedly profound. A new car possesses the vitality of youth, while an old car exudes a certain charm. Neither is superior nor inferior to the other. Wen Lingxiu lowered her head, a soft blush gracing her ears. I feel the same way, she replied. Observing her satisfaction, Lu Xing let out a sigh of relief. Has Antwan been under too much pressure at work lately? Why do your questions seem so perplexing? The gym has been completed. You can certainly give it a try tonight. The ability to generate wealth may be unnecessary, but it is essential not to lack it. The renovation company, summoned by Wen Lingxiu for an overnight project, expressed no grievances. Rather, they were elated. After all, President Wen truly pays well. Unlike some who expect the horse to run but offer no grass to sustain it. Upon encountering the soft touch of cotton, it was a mere 9:30 in the evening after soothing the little one to sleep. Lu Xing, undeterred, changed into a different outfit and made his way to the gym. As he entered, he was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of opulence. Every piece of equipment was of the highest caliber, from treadmills to barbells, a complete array. This was merely a hastily prepared setup. Lu Xing was certain that with ample time, Wen Lingxiu would have transformed the gym into something even more luxurious. Previously, Lu Xing had worked as a receptionist at a gym. After some patrons finished their workouts, he would need to take disinfectant to sanitize the equipment, lest he inadvertently invite a fungal infection. Eventually, Lu Xing was replaced. A new receptionist took his place, and the owner affixed a large sign on the door. If you are unable to return the equipment to its rightful place, Please seek assistance from the lovely receptionist. Following that, the disarray of equipment within the gym diminished significantly. Lu Xing couldn't help but marvel at the owner's ingenuity. It was no wonder he was thriving. Time passed, and now Lu Xing found himself transitioning from receptionist to client. He activated the treadmill, intending to warm up. After approximately 3 kilometers, he was already sweating. His face slightly flushed and breathless. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw Song Junju, 27, eccentric. How peculiar, it was not Saturday. So why was she calling? Nevertheless, Lu Xing answered. On the other end, Song Junju remained silent, adhering to her own principles, compelling Lu Xing to break the stillness. Hello? Professor Song, good evening. However, Song Junju suddenly paused, sensing something unusual in Lu Xing's voice, breathless and somewhat husky. It felt as if, "What are you doing?" she inquired, her cheerful demeanor evaporating, replaced by a hint of irritation laced with an unrecognized tinge of jealousy. Blast! What madness is this lunatic up to? Lu Xing frowned, taking a quick snapshot and sending it with a gentle message. Professor Song, I'm exercising. Is there a problem? Taken aback, Song Junju gazed at the photograph Lu Xing had sent. His youthful, handsome visage was tinged with crimson, beads of sweat cascading down his neck. Ultimately absorbed by the towel draped there, the gym's backdrop was unmistakable. Instinctively swallowing, she pressed and held the screen, saving the image. Why the silence? Lu Xing wondered if the call had dropped and inquired again. Professor Song, are you still there? I have organized the materials for you. Review them carefully. Don't let it come to pass that you fail to gain admission to Haicheng University, tarnishing my reputation. Song Junju's mind was consumed by thoughts of Lu Xing's face. And after hastily uttering this, she ended the call. Lu Xing? In the next moment, he received a compressed file sent by Song Junju. Upon unzipping the contents, each subject revealed a dedicated folder containing comprehensive explanations of vital knowledge points and a plethora of past examination questions. Lu Xing was taken aback. Is this the execution power of a top student? He had thought that Song Junju was merely indulging him that day, but to his astonishment, she proved to be a person of her word. Being guided by an academic prodigy felt remarkably gratifying. Lu Xing came to a realization. Why concern himself with the eccentricities of that individual? When resources are readily available, one must seize the opportunity. Lu Xing found his capable assistant and generated a brief essay with the help of AI. After meticulously reviewing it for any errors, he sent it directly to Song Junju. Truly, technology has transformed daily life. However, after waiting for 3 minutes without a reply, Lu Xing grew weary of waiting. Perhaps she was preoccupied. He decided to retire for the night. After a refreshing shower post-exercise, Lu Xing lay down on his expansive bed and slipped into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit villa of Song Junju, only the cold white light of a phone screen illuminated the room. Displayed prominently was a photograph of a young man. Song Junju gazed intently at the image, utterly still. At 27 years of age, and being the youngest professor at Haicheng University, her perspective was profoundly elevated. Yet, upon seeing this photograph, the vibrant vitality exuding from Lu Xing stirred her heart with unexpected intensity. Saturday would bring their meeting. I must not dwell on this. Sleep is essential. The following morning, Song Junju discovered that her favorite expensive 3-piece set was irreparably damaged. The next day dawned bright and refreshing. Each passing day brought Lu Xing closer to his longed-for freedom. However, upon arriving at school and hearing the latest rumors about him, his spirits plummeted. What? Wei Qingyu and Xia Yeshuang confronted each other on the playground, and now I, the scoundrel, am said to have pursued a girl from another school? After hearing Li Dachuan's recounting, Lu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. Who on earth spread such rumors? Li Dachuan, retracting his neck and munching on bread, helplessly replied. Many witnessed the incident on the playground yesterday. The first half is factual, while the latter half is mere conjecture. When it comes to gossip, the most troubling aspect is the blend of truth and falsehood. If we were to discuss facts, there is indeed a grain of truth, though it is not entirely accurate. Lu Xing felt utterly befuddled. How did a typical day on campus devolve into such a bizarre spectacle? Did the two not come to blows? Moreover, Wei Qingyu appeared as if she could ascend to the heavens at any moment. Could she truly provoke Xia Yeshuang? Li Dachuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, but rest assured, if they do clash, I will certainly capture it on film for you. Lu Xing? Damn it, that is not what I meant. I have no interest in watching women fight. Do not tarnish my reputation. Lu Xing, the homeroom teacher summons you to the office. Hu Zhangzhong entered, wearing a gleeful expression. Li Dachuan understood immediately. Damn it, that scoundrel has gone to report me again. Why doesn't he, that demon? Li, seek out Wei Qingyu or Xia Yeshuang. You didn't he even participate in this matter? Lu Xing stuffed half of Li Dachuan's bread into his own mouth and explained, he dares not approach Wei Qingyu, nor Xia Yeshuang. Thus, he has no choice but to come after me. Lu Xing smiled. If it lands on me, it is akin to kicking a pillow. It turned out that the desperation in Lu Xing's expression was laced with madness, which was rather intriguing, leaving Li Dachuan momentarily speechless. As Lu Xing passed by Wei Qingyu, the corner of his garment was suddenly tugged gently. Wei Qingyu's beautiful eyes bore faint traces of bloodshot, indicating she had not rested well the previous night. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I'll accompany you. Lu Xing shook his head, gently pried her hand away from his clothing, behaving as he usually did. No need, I'll go alone. Classes haven't started yet. You can catch up on some sleep. Lu Xing walked away, as if Wei Qingyu's gaze had taken flight along with him. Wang Xinjin sighed from the side. When will this child finally come to his senses? Doesn't this seem like a deep-rooted affection? You just keep it to yourself. Sooner or later, you'll suffocate. A beautiful new world has arrived. In the office, I found myself perplexed by a cacophony of chatter. Two individuals exchanged banter, leading to a series of events that culminated in an unremarkable conclusion. However, Lu Xing gleaned inspiration from the surrounding rumors and spoke fervently for 5 minutes about the tumultuous history of affluent families, intertwining fact and fiction. Several teachers paused their writing, intrigued by his narrative. Li Wanfang was rendered speechless for the entirety of those 5 minutes. So, you mean to say that Xia Yeshuang and Wei Qingyu have been at odds since childhood, competing in everything, and you have become a mere pawn in their rivalry? After absorbing the conversation, Li Wanfang distilled it into this concise summary. Lu Xing nodded vigorously in affirmation. Indeed, teacher, I am eager to improve and to learn. The enmities between these noble families elude my understanding. Li Wanfang, taken aback by Lu Xing's words, felt a peculiar blend of absurdity and authenticity. Given Xia Yeshuang's character, it was entirely plausible that she harbored disdain for Wei Qingyu. Meanwhile, as an orphan without familial support, Lu Xing found himself ensnared in the conflict between two young heiresses. What could he possibly do? In an instant, Li Wanfang arrived at a resolution and soothingly declared, "All right, I understand. I only called you in to inquire about the situation, with no ulterior motives. The mock exams are approaching. Focus on your studies. Xia and Wei, with their advantageous backgrounds, have safety nets even if they neglect their academics. You, however, must rely solely on yourself. Grit your teeth and persevere through these next few months." Li Wanfang then embarked on her usual motivational discourse. Although her words lacked elegance, they were grounded in reality, and Lu Xing bore no resentment. He feigned a sense of being invigorated, offering Li Wanfang the emotional validation she sought. "Thank you, teacher. I will surely strive to improve for the next mock exam." With her spirits lifted, Li Wanfang permitted Lu Xing to leave. Once the office door closed, a few teachers could not contain their amusement. It would be a shame if the student didn't pursue a career in comedic storytelling. I was utterly captivated. His delivery was more engaging than a novel. They lamented that Lu Xing, lacking wealth and influence, had become a mere pawn in the duel of the two heiresses. Alas, such is the nature of fate. Since that conversation in the office, Li Wanfang ceased her inquiries regarding the matter. Conversely, Hu Zhangzhong was so anxious that he developed blisters on his lips. Yet, Lu Xing remained unaffected. Not only did he escape the clutches of Li Wanfang unscathed, but he also continued to tutor Xia Yeshuang with remarkable composure, earning Li Dachuan's admiration for his resilience. Time swiftly passed, and Saturday arrived. Early in the morning, Lu Xing knocked on the door of Song Junju's villa. But no one answered. Where could everyone be? He attempted to call Song Junju, but the line was still unreachable. Could this madcap have indulged in too much drink last night? Upon contemplating this possibility, Lu Xing promptly pushed the door open and entered. Although Song Junju was known for her capricious and erratic temperament, he certainly did not wish for his client to truly ascend to the heavens. Curiously, Lu Xing made his way to the living room and spotted Song Junju's silhouette before the floor-to-ceiling window. She stood there, gazing out at the scenery, clad in a nightgown. While conversing on the phone, "The school has already extended an offer to me. Sun Ainong is at that institution. I must inquire personally whether he has discovered his true love." Lu Xing overheard snippets of the conversation, and his heart soared with joy. Sun Ainong was the very individual who had fled his wedding to abroad, declaring his quest for genuine love. It seemed that Song Junju intended to take a position at Sun Ainang's school overseas and linger there with him. She further mentioned that she would be departing for abroad at the end of this summer. Yes, Lu Xing retreated to the entrance of the villa, brimming with excitement, nearly bursting into a military-style exercise. I can attend Haicheng University now. He had long wrestled with the decision of whether to apply to Haicheng University, anxious that his encounters with Song Junju there might lead to further complications. However, the situation had changed. Now Song Junju was going abroad, aside from flying. The only alternative was to swim back across the Pacific. Oh, Heavenly Father, I am willing to call you grandfather. Lu Xing felt as if the air had become refreshingly crisp. Everything appeared pleasing to his eyes, and he found himself praising the wildflowers and weeds in the greenery. Little flowers, how wonderfully fragrant you are. If other clients had brought Lu Xing emotional distress, Song Junju had inflicted both emotional and physical turmoil. How splendid. Song Junju was leaving, haha. A smile struggled to contain itself on Lu Xing's lips when suddenly, the door of the villa swung open. Upon encountering Lu Xing's radiant smile, Song Junju's expression softened considerably. Thinking to herself, he truly cares for me. Even after being left waiting at the door for so long, he remains unperturbed and smiles so joyfully. With a hint of affection, Song Junju gazed at Lu Xing's face. How long have you waited? Come inside. At that moment, Lu Xing regarded Song Junju with the same enthusiasm one might reserve for a game character nearing completion, his tolerance for her remarkably high. Not long passed. And Song Junju sighed softly, is this what I ought to do? Unrequited love is indeed a humble affair. Fortunately, his affections are directed towards someone as benevolent as I. After dinner, Lu Xing cheerfully hummed a tune while washing the dishes. Song Junju had been seated on the sofa reviewing documents, but upon hearing the melody, she glanced curiously at Lu Xing. Are you particularly happy today? Lu Xing paused, his mind racing, and swiftly replied, I found tonight's dinner exceptionally delicious. Indulging in delightful food naturally brings joy. Song Junju understood. He truly cares for me. Just by serving him a few dishes at dinner, he is so elated. After tidying the kitchen, the sky darkened. Lu Xing cast a glance at Song Junju. She nestled comfortably on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, engrossed in a book. Her long hair cascading like a waterfall, yet the glasses perched on her nose somewhat dissipated the air of languor. Lu Xing glanced at the cover of the book. Well, it was the French edition of Les Miserables. I can't comprehend it at all. Noticing the time was getting late, she realized the routine was about to commence. Lu Xing entered the changing room, donned a maid outfit along with a collar, and lifted a box filled with various implements of discipline. She retrieved a bottle of red wine from the liquor cabinet, and, after a brief moment of contemplation, grabbed a stemmed glass as well. With everything prepared, Lu Xing gazed into the mirror. Just endure a little longer, she contemplated her own wretched world, yet my beautiful new world is about to unfold. Suddenly, Song Junju noticed Lu Xing had fallen silent. Reclining on the sofa, she craned her neck to see where she had gone. In the next instant, Lu Xing emerged from the changing room, slowly approaching her. Professor Song, would you care for a drink? Song Junju stared at her attire, feeling as though pricked by 1,000 needles, and angrily exclaimed, what on earth are you doing? Lu Xing looked at her in confusion, pondering what madness had seized this woman. Professor Song, is this not what you requested before? Song Junju abruptly fell silent. A bullet struck precisely at the center of the forehead. 6 months prior, Song Junju had fired a bullet, and now it found its mark. Lu Xing's retort came as naturally as the act of drinking water or eating, yet it filled Song Junju's heart with an inexplicable bitterness. Suddenly, her eyes welled with tears, and the tragic tome she held slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground without warning. Was this yet another peculiar game? Lu Xing, still bewildered, crouched down to retrieve the book, placing it neatly on the table. He found himself at a loss, unable to fathom what this mad woman intended, and thus chose to remain silent in his place. In that moment, Song Junju became acutely aware of her actions. 6 months, she had tormented this youth for an entire half-year, yet he had not retaliated in any way. In fact, he seemed to harbor fondness for her. Clenching her teeth, her eyes reddened instantly. At that time, she had failed to catch that wretched Sun Ainang, and in her anger, sought out Lu Xing as a substitute. Lu Xing's only transgression was his slight resemblance to Sun Ainang. No. Song Junju fixed her gaze on Lu Xing's face. He was far more handsome than Sun Ainang. That wretched creature could not even begin to compare. How had she been so blind to perceive any likeness between them? Her eyes stung as she observed Lu Xing standing there obediently, trembling with uncontainable emotion. Lu Xing was truly remarkable. He would cook for her. Always smile and praise her talent. Remain patient and take good care of her. Such a wonderful person, yet she had consistently inflicted pain upon Lu Xing. Despite all the harm she had caused, Lu Xing bore no resentment and offered gentle, silent declarations of affection. I love you. And you are not to blame. This phrase suddenly echoed in Song Juanju's mind, filling her heart with a mix of sorrow and discomfort. She was a despicable person. Yet Lu Xing adorned her with love, transforming her into something precious. Song Juanju fell into a prolonged state of self-reproach. How frustrating it was to encounter pretentious individuals. Lu Xing shifted his legs slightly, feeling numb. He dared not speak in the presence of this madwoman, who remained silent. It was comfortable for her to sit on the sofa while he stood, left wondering who cared for his well-being. This money was rightfully his to earn. Who else could provide such attentive service? Perhaps half a minute passed, or maybe 5. At last, Song Juanju broke her silence, her voice hoarse. No more of this. I won't do this again. Lu Xing was taken aback. Was Song Juanju truly unhinged, suddenly declaring she would no longer engage in this behavior? Wait. Remembering the phone call she had made earlier that day, Lu Xing suddenly understood. She was about to confront her runaway fiancé, leaving no room for her to torment him further. What splendid news! Joy danced in Lu Xing's eyes. Who would relish being beaten? Seeing Lu Xing's immediate happiness only deepened Song Juanju's bitterness. Was he truly so easily pleased? A simple gesture of serving him food brought him joy, and refraining from hitting him made him happy as well. Lu Xing's heart was transparent and pure, yet she had continually humiliated such a good person. How young was he? Could he even feign such innocence? Everything is his genuine feelings, yet he continues to trample upon them. Lu Xing is oblivious to the inner theatrics of Song Juanju. He is simply elated to avoid further beatings. So, Professor Song, shall we retire for the evening? Song Juanju lifts her gaze to Lu Xing, feeling a warmth in her heart. He truly cares for me, even pondering my schedule. Since I will be departing from Haicheng for the summer, perhaps I should spend more time with him. After all, it would be nice for this clandestine affection of his to conclude on a more hopeful note. Song Juanju discreetly wipes the corner of her eye and softly suggests, It's still early. Why don't you keep me company for a movie? Lu Xing is taken aback. He had mentally prepared himself to indulge in a good night's sleep on Saturday, only to be faced with yet another movie night? Ugh. This relentless tormentor has concocted yet another scheme. Are we heading out to the cinema now? Lu Xing asks, devoid of enthusiasm. Song Juanju looks at him quizzically. We have a screening room at home. Lu Xing. Thank you. I've been wounded again. When Lingxiu has a gym in her house, and Song Juanju has a screening room. Well, with so many affluent friends, what difference does one more make? A screening room. What movie shall we watch? Song Juanju inquires, holding the remote as she browses through the selections. Lu Xing, with a resigned demeanor, sits obediently on the sofa. Anything is fine, Professor Song. You choose. Song Juanju feels a surge of emotion. He truly cares for me. Perhaps he wishes to discern my cinematic preferences? After some contemplation, she casually selects a recently released film with decent ratings. A little cinematic respite might alleviate the weight of academic pressures. Lu Xing nods, glancing at the film's title, and lets out a sigh. He despises watching movies. Previously, when a certain film was released, his clients had gone into a frenzy wanting to see it, driving Lu Xing to the brink of madness. He is so familiar with the dialogue on screen that he could recite the next line. It is agony. Truly, it is torment. Lu Xing sits upright on the sofa, and Song Juanju cannot help but chuckle at his predicament. Suddenly, she leans closer, startling him. She gently places her hand on his shoulder, pressing him back against the sofa's armrest, teasingly remarking, Don't be tense. Watching a movie is supposed to be enjoyable and relaxing. He truly cares for me. Is it so daunting to share space with me? Lu Xing feels utterly bewildered. He genuinely cannot gauge the unpredictable nature of Song Juanju. How could he possibly relax? Ultimately, he concedes to the situation. He allows himself to unwind, leaning against the luxurious sofa's backrest. In the dimly lit screening room, only the screen casts a glow. The light illuminates Lu Xing's face. He appears engrossed in the film, though his thoughts have long drifted elsewhere. The presence beside him is undeniably palpable. Seated together on the same sofa, Song Juanju steals glances at Lu Xing's profile. In a moment of reverie, she recalls the photograph she inexplicably saved on her phone. The vibrant vitality of youth radiates from the image, starkly contrasting with the silent demeanor of Lu Xing before her, evoking an entirely different sensation. In the youthful heart of a young boy, he devotedly cherished himself, even amidst the humiliation he endured. Song Juanju closed her eyes, guilt coursing through her. 5 minutes later, Both Lu Xing and Song Junju returned to their senses, their gazes fixating on the screen before them. The protagonist had exchanged merely 3 sentences with a stranger. And in the next instant, the scene had transitioned directly to the bed. Truly, such is the rapid pace of Western cinema. Lu Xing, aware that viewing other women in front of clients was a grave transgression, promptly lowered his gaze. Song Junju felt a tinge of embarrassment as well. Amidst the awkward sounds of the film, she furtively glanced at Lu Xing. The young man's ears flushed slightly, his eyes averted from the screen. Exuding a blend of shyness and charm, Song Junju stifled a laugh. Lu Xing was even more innocent than she had envisioned. The film was no longer a viable option, and the two could only wash up and retire for the night. Just before entering the bedroom, Song Junju suddenly spoke. Lu Xing halted abruptly, turning to regard her. He knew it. This reckless individual would not conclude her torment so easily. Taking a deep breath, Song Junju, who had never admitted fault before, spoke with a hint of awkwardness. I will not hit you again. That was it. Just that? Lu Xing had anticipated some profound proclamation. So that was the matter at hand. He exhaled in relief. Thank you, Professor Song, I understand. There was no need for grievance in this transactional arrangement. Furthermore, a conflicted expression surfaced on Song Junju's exquisite, reserved face. I must also thank you for taking care of me when I was intoxicated and lost control. You ensured I was unharmed. Lu Xing accepted her gratitude, revealing a professional smile. It was nothing, Professor Song. Cooking for you, bathing you, even drawing blood are all part of my duties. Having finally mustered the courage to utter such submissive words, Song Junju felt a wave of relief. Wait. No. Song Junju suddenly looked up at him. What did you say? Bathing me? Isn't that something I do myself? In the midst of the tumult, who is responsible? Professor Song, did you call me late at night just to tell me that your little wolf dog diligently bathed you each time? Are you all right? Are you truly all right? From Zhang Yu's repeated inquiries, it was evident that she was genuinely taken aback. You have no nightlife. I, too, have my own. If it weren't for the fact that the caller was Song Junju, Zhang Yu would have immediately hung up. Who calls someone at such an hour to discuss trivial matters? I find it utterly unbelievable. You have a little wolf dog that you apparently do not feed. What purpose does this serve? Merely a decoration? Zhang Yu genuinely believed that Song Junju's mind operated differently from others. Is this what the intellect of a top student resembles? According to Song Junju's aesthetic standards, anyone she deigns to notice must be exceptionally handsome. How could she possibly endure such a situation? It seems she has encountered a modern-day Lu Xiaohui. After Zhang Yu's tirade, Song Junju felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, she truly had no one else to confide in. Heaven knows that after Lu Xing casually uttered that phrase, her mind went utterly blank. She couldn't even recall how she had returned to her room. Song Junju awkwardly remarked. But he did see me. Zhang Yu retorted. Wasn't it you who got drunk and had him wash you? If it weren't for him. I shudder to think of the consequences had you stumbled into the bathroom inebriated. Numerous instances prove that slipping in the bathroom can lead to severe repercussions. Previously, Zhang Yu had perceived Song Junju as quite clear-headed. When faced with provocation, she would directly scold those who dared question her. Why had she suddenly become so? Zhang Yu pondered for a long while, but could not find a fitting description. That said, a conflicted expression appeared on Song Junju's strikingly beautiful face. Yet, did I suffer a loss? Zhang Yu contemplated. Since the moment she had met her friend, the number of suitors pursuing her was countless. In retrospect, perhaps she had indeed suffered a slight disadvantage. Did you feel any discomfort in your body when you woke up the next day? The question was both direct and subtly suggestive. Song Junju reflected. As long as Lu Xing was present, she always awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated. Previously, she thought it was her own ability to recover despite inebriation. It now dawned on her that the young man had been quietly assisting her all along. How could she ever admit to needing Lu Xing's help? Song Junju resolved to abstain from alcohol. Indeed, it was unequivocally the fault of the drink. Zhang Yu continued, moreover, what kind of society are we in? Those who are comfortable are not at a disadvantage. Where is the logic that dictates men never suffer while women invariably do? Upon reflection, Song Junju found some truth in that assertion. Yeah, it seems your eloquence has significantly improved. Do not mention it. Zhang Yu donned a mask of anguish. If my oratory were truly lacking, the patients would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Communicating with them is far more excruciating than ending their lives. The issue of medical disputes has existed since the days of Cao Cao, and I certainly need to refine my skills. However, if you plan to teach abroad in the latter half of the year, what will become of your little wolf cub? Zhang Yu suddenly posed a pivotal question. Song Junju fell silent. This was a matter she had never contemplated, or rather, one she had deliberately chosen to evade. What about Lu Xing? He loves her so dearly. What would he do if she were to leave? He is both impoverished and devoted, and seeking her abroad seems implausible. After a moment of reflection, Song Junju concluded, I shall leave him a bit more money. Zhang Yu? No. Sister, are you aware of what you were saying? I meant you should eat quickly. Who suggested you leave him money? Are you serious? Zhang Yu was utterly bewildered. What on earth was going through Song Junju's mind? A grown man, not lacking in opportunities in society, and furthermore, you are not a freeloader. Why would you leave him money? There were far too many points for Song Junju to counter. She felt too embarrassed to reveal that her little wolf cub was still a student. Wait a moment. Zhang Yu realized something was amiss. Your little wolf cub isn't a male college student, is he? Song Junju remained silent, growing even more reticent. That entire night, Song Junju was plagued by nightmarish visions. Though not nightmares in the traditional sense, she dreamt of Lu Xing, reliving the moments when she had mercilessly humiliated him. Observing her own actions in the dream, Song Junju could only utter one phrase, what a beast. How could she have acted in such a manner? The more she pondered, the more guilt consumed her, until she was left unsure of how to face Lu Xing the following day. Knock, knock, knock. While Song Junju refrained from seeking out Lu Xing, he certainly came to find her. After all, he had paid for it. Lu Xing, carrying breakfast, rapped on Song Junju's door. He felt a surge of joy, for she was about to confront her betrothed who had fled. She had even promised not to hit him again. How splendid. If Song Junju kept her word, the next 3 months would be pure bliss for him. Coupled with a generous monthly salary, what a delight. With that thought, Lu Xing's smile grew genuinely warm. Come in. Song Junju hastily arranged her hair. She was unsure when it had become her desire to always appear beautiful before Lu Xing. Professor Song, I prepared a bit of breakfast. Would you care to have some? This was a point of satisfaction for Song Junju, as he never instructed her on how to do things, but merely offered suggestions. Just place it here. Song Junju cleared her throat and retrieved her glasses from the table. Noticing the red veins in her eyes, Lu Xing kindly inquired, Professor Song, are your eyes feeling uncomfortable? Allow me to procure some eye drops for you shortly. Song Junju was momentarily taken aback, warmth flooding her heart. Yet, in the next instant, she abruptly halted. Within this bedroom, it appeared she had tormented Lu Xing, and not merely in this space. In the living room, the study, the balcony, in every corner of this villa, the shadows of her torment of Lu Xing lingered. Previously, she had remained oblivious. But ever since guilt towards Lu Xing had settled within her, an unforeseen discomfort began to arise. After a moment of contemplation, Song Junju spoke. Let us venture outside for a while, rather than remaining at home. Lu Xing was momentarily stunned. To go out? To be with Song Junju? A shiver ran down his spine. He truly wished to avoid going out. If they encountered acquaintances, that would be manageable. But the thought of meeting clients filled him with dread. Faced with clients on both sides, which one should he address first? It was sheer torment, a veritable battleground of emotions. Yet, observing Song Junju's resolute demeanor, Lu Xing knew he could not alter her decision. Very well, my dear ancestor. Let us go out. Not a word shall be uttered. A person cannot simultaneously possess both confidence and inferiority. The wealthy share a certain likeness, while the impoverished each bear their own distinct struggles. At this moment, this sentiment aptly encapsulates Lu Xing's reality. Upon witnessing the array of luxury vehicles in Song Junju's garage, he momentarily felt as if he had returned to Wen Lingxiu's residence, just as Lu Xing made daily choices regarding the color of his undergarments. Song Junju found herself ensnared in a dilemma, uncertain of which hue of automobile to select. After a brief contemplation, she turned to Lu Xing and inquired, which car do you find most appealing? Lu Xing fell silent. This question seemed familiar, echoing in his memory, though lacking the commanding tone that Song Junju employed. After some reflection, he opted for a more modest approach. He had no desire to be captured by impolite street photographers, only to be scrutinized by other clients. While the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal, it was certainly not non-existent. Therefore, Lu Xing awkwardly and anxiously suggested, I am not particularly knowledgeable about these brands. But wouldn't it be prudent to choose a more understated vehicle? We are merely going out for leisure. Might a lavish car attract unwanted attention? Song Junju found merit in Lu Xing's reasoning and proceeded toward a Range Rover. Lu Xing was taken aback. Song Junju earnestly elucidated. This vehicle is rather unattractive and has rarely seen the road. Lu Xing was flabbergasted once more. It became evident that one cannot possess both a Range Rover and feelings of inferiority. Years of hunching over had finally been alleviated by the presence of the luxurious vehicle. As Song Junju drove, she meticulously orchestrated their itinerary, stating, "First, we shall shop, and afterward, we will dine." However, her notion of dining was far from ordinary. It entailed an exquisite meal at a high-end restaurant accompanied by the strains of a violinist performing in the background. The employment opportunities for art students are indeed vast. Lu Xing pondered this, recalling his Sunday evenings spent at the Haicheng Grand Theater. Yet, since his recent breakup with Chi Yushan, his Sundays were now free. After all, Song Junju was soon to depart abroad, and spending time with her was no burden, especially since she was his most generous client. Consider it an added service. Lu Xing donned his professional smile and replied, "Certainly, Professor Song, I am delighted to accompany you. One must always maximize emotional value." Song Junju appreciated his compliance and drove away from the villa. Many individuals operated Range Rovers, but strikingly beautiful women behind the wheel were a rarity. Since their departure, countless vehicles had flashed their headlights in admiration. While waiting at a traffic light, the driver of a neighboring car even rolled down his window to flirt with Song Junju. Before Lu Xing could respond, she unleashed a tirade of reprimands. After witnessing the fifth driver retreat in defeat, Lu Xing couldn't help but applaud in astonishment. "Professor Song, it is a pity you do not engage in debate." Flattered by the compliment, Song Junju's eyes sparkled with delight. "I was the captain of my university's debate team and even won a national debate championship." Well, impressive. As a professional flatterer, when a client expresses such sentiments, it serves but one purpose: to seek praise. Consequently, Lu Xing immediately unleashed a smooth series of compliments, expressing admiration and sympathy, causing Song Junju to suppress a smile at the corners of her mouth. "Oh, Professor Song, why have we turned back again?" she inquired, parking the car with a hint of confusion. "Weren't you just peering out the window at that spot?" After exiting the vehicle, Song Junju cast a distant glance. It seemed to be a flower and bird market, likely hosting some competition. "If you like, we can go take a look." Lu Xing was taken aback. He had merely glanced at the crowd drawn to that area. How had Song Junju noticed? Wasn't she focused entirely on driving? Did she actually pay attention to him all along? A shiver ran down Lu Xing's spine. Indeed, the greatest taboo for a professional flatterer is to misinterpret affection. He had learned this lesson before. Perhaps he had been so entranced by the client's allure that he had lost his composure. Yet, to the client, it was merely a fleeting whim, like teasing a pet. Money exchanged for services. Where was the sincerity in that? Regaining his composure, Lu Xing donned his professional smile. "Shall we go, Professor Song? Are your shoes comfortable?" Song Junju, tall and elegant, wore a trench coat over a black long skirt paired with delicate high heels. "This can be useful," Lu Xing said, retrieving a blister prevention patch from his pocket. After Antwon had suffered a blister, he had purchased it as a precaution. Song Junju gazed at the patch in Lu Xing's hand with surprise, her heart swelling with emotion. He truly cares for me, to consider even such small details. On the street, Lu Xing offering to help her remove her shoes would have been unthinkable to her. Thus, although she declined Lu Xing's suggestion, she still tucked the blister patch into her trench coat pocket. Upon arriving at the flower and bird market, they discovered it was hosting a competition to see whose bird was the largest. Song Junju, rarely visiting such places, felt a surge of curiosity as she glanced at the little goldfish and potted flowers. Only then did a hint of youthful innocence and charm reveal itself. "Lu Xing?" Turning to meet Lu Xing's clear gaze, she noticed the hands he had concealed behind his back, and realization dawned upon her. He truly loves me. Surely he must be about to present her with roses, those impractical gifts she had received countless times before, all of which she had declined. Oh well. Since it was from Lu Xing, she did not wish to hurt the feelings of this young boy. "Are you going to give me something?" she asked, preparing to feign surprise at the sight of a bouquet of roses. "Little boy, you might just be the first." Lu Xing nodded seriously, a youthful innocence gracing his face. "This is for you." In the next moment, a verdant potted bamboo appeared in Lu Xing's hands. The smile she had prepared abruptly faltered. Why was it not a bouquet of roses? Lu Xing spoke with a hint of awkwardness. "For you, Junju." Song Junju initially fell silent, her delicate, fair cheeks gradually flushed with a rosy hue. Only when the warmth of her cheeks became palpable did she discreetly take a deep breath to suppress the blush. It was her first time receiving such a potted plant, leaving her momentarily at a loss. "Song Junju, a gift of bamboo for you." Upon observing her expression, Lu Xing couldn't help but feel that his gift was perfectly suited for the occasion. After all, they were merely acquaintances. Here is a pot of bamboo for you. Go ahead and travel abroad with peace of mind. Farewell. It was exhilarating. As a professional flatterer, ensuring the client remained in high spirits was an essential quality. Having successfully placated the client, Lu Xing felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure behind Song Junju. Lu Xing's pupils widened in shock. Goodness, how's Qi Weishan here? 041 Qin Shi Huang should sing rock and roll. Murphy's Law aptly states, anything that can go wrong will eventually go wrong. The moment Lu Xing caught sight of Qi Yuxian, he immediately grasped Song Junju's arm. And they turned away. Song Junju was momentarily bewildered, but soon heard Lu Xing's steady voice laced with amusement. Here are some methods for cultivating bamboo potted plants. Would you like to take a look? He continued, this potted plant would surely be a beautiful addition to your home, its vibrant green hue uplifting the spirit. The words home and Song Junju struck a chord within her. Could that place truly be called home? Her heartstrings were suddenly tugged, and her pulse quickened as she obediently bent down to inspect the care instructions for bamboo cultivation. She rarely admitted her shortcomings, yet found herself willing to confide in Lu Xing. I'm not adept at nurturing plants or animals. Standing beside her with hands clasped behind his back, a smile danced at the corners of Lu Xing's mouth. His gaze, however, drifted behind them, ever watchful of Qi Yuxian's movements. He replied, bamboo should be quite easy to care for. However, the last plant I managed to kill was a cactus. Song Junju felt a twinge of unease, her voice trembling slightly. She despised failure and was reluctant to share her misadventures. Yet this was the first time she divulged such a personal story, making her somewhat anxious. Fortunately, Lu Xing was there to catch her. Don't worry, I'll help you take care of it. It will grow up healthy, and you will be its mother. His words brought a smile to Song Junju's face, her beauty radiant as she bent slightly, her lips curving upward. Yet Lu Xing was not in a position to appreciate the view. His heart raced uncontrollably. Oh no, Qi Yuxian was whispering with a young man, and now approached with hesitant steps. Goodness, she was truly coming over. Panic surged within Lu Xing. He had already severed ties with Qi Yuxian, so his concern was not for her but for Song Junju. With her volatile temperament, if Qi Yuxian were to say something inappropriate and provoke her, he would be the one to suffer. The sensation of being lashed returned to him anew, and he was drenched in sweat. No one relished the thought of being beaten, except perhaps a masochist. With Qi Yuxian's cunning nature, there was no telling what scheme she might concoct to ensnare him in front of Song Junju. He could not allow them to meet. 3 meters. Qi Yuxian was only 3 meters away from him. Lu Xing clenched his jaw, striving to suppress the tremor in his hands. Should I buy something else? Song Junju, in good spirits, straightened up, unaware that Lu Xing stood beside her. Their lips nearly brushed, a fleeting sensation akin to clouds drifting past. Both were momentarily stunned. A hint of bewilderment clouded Song Junju's otherwise composed features, while cold sweat poured from Lu Xing's forehead. It was over. Fate was conspiring against him. With a furtive glance to the side, he found a sliver of fortune amidst his misfortune. Qi Yuxian halted her steps and turned to leave. Oh, heavens! What a torment this world brings! Lu Xing trembled violently, his hand brushing against his arm, only to discover that goosebumps had erupted all over him. I told you not to go out. I warned you. He narrowly avoided a catastrophe. Damn it. Now that he had resolved matters with Qi Yuxian, he was confronted with an issue that Lu Xing detested above all else. It seemed he had kissed Song Junju. Surely not. It lasted less than a second. Before him, Song Junju appeared frozen, her alluring eyes glistening with a deep crimson hue, her lips luscious and inviting. Just a moment ago he had. No. He could not dwell on it any longer. Lu Xing hastily apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine, Song Junju replied, regaining her composure, though her neck was flushed with embarrassment. Life is full of unexpected events. General Lu Xing's assessment, desperately clinging to pride while suffering. Observing Lu Xing's bewildered expression, Song Junju reflected that it was not entirely his fault. Her sudden upright posture had contributed to the incident as well. Responsibility should be shared equally. Neither should harbor resentment. Unbeknownst to her, Song Junju had begun to introspect her own actions. Lu Xing was utterly astonished. This wild girl was surprisingly forgiving. He had braced himself for a reprimand. Remarkable. It seemed that after finding her marriage escapee, Song Junju had regained her spirit. How delightful. Lu Xing beamed with joy, albeit nervously clutching the bamboo in his hands. Let us return home and tend to the bamboo. He was eager to flee from the terrifying experience they had just endured. Tragically, Song Junju had her own agenda. After some contemplation, she declared, "Let South have someone drive us back. We're going to dine out. I've made reservations." She was an exceedingly assertive individual. Lu Xing genuinely suspected that even in bed, she would take charge. At Etwen's place, there was room for negotiation, but with Song Junju, everything must adhere to her directives. Lu Xing sighed inwardly, pondering the likelihood of procuring a mask and hat. This profession was no easy task. "Sister, your maturity is truly unmatched for your age. While others revel in shopping, you prefer wandering the flower and bird market." Qi Shui was left utterly speechless. His sister was anything but conventional. Her favorite place was not a luxury boutique, but rather a market filled with flora and fauna. Today, Qi Yushan wore a simple white dress, layered with a cozy sweater. She exuded gentleness, yet her words could be piercingly hurtful. "Do you think everyone shares your enthusiasm for headbanging at music festivals?" Qi Shui stammered, feeling ridiculed for his passion. "That's rock and roll. Rock and roll never dies." "Huh." Qi Yushan shot him a sardonic glance. Then Emperor Qin should take up rock singing, for he sought immortality. Qi Shui sobbed. "She never mentioned that she was going to find our mother. Moreover, traditional opera is far more refined than those songs." Qi Shui was indignant. "On what basis do you make such a claim? Rock music is the pinnacle." The weather was slightly chilly, and Qi Yushan calmly fastened the buttons of her sweater. Responding with composure, "Because I am a singer of opera." Qi Shui fell silent. "Very well, a compelling reason indeed. Sister, when do you plan to leave?" As soon as Qi Shui uttered this question, she noticed that Qi Yushan had suddenly paused. Her gaze was fixated on a particular direction. "What's wrong, sister?" Qi Shui inquired, perplexed, following Qi Yushan's line of sight. In the next moment, Qi Yushan's voice, laced with the melodious tones of traditional opera, turned cold. "Does that person resemble Lu Xing?" Qi Shui. "Goodness, could it be?" Upon closer inspection, she saw a tall young man accompanied by a stoic, alluring woman. Though their faces were obscured, it was evident that they made a striking pair. A sister and a young wolf. How popular they must be. Moments later, Qi Yushan turned to leave, and Qi Shui hurriedly trailed behind. Hey, sister, where are you going? Wait for me. Didn't you say that person was Lu Xing?" Qi Yushan's voice returned to its usual melodious quality. They kissed. "Lu Xing likes me and wouldn't he be so intimate with anyone else? Let us go. Tonight, I will be performing at the theater, and I shall see him. He will definitely come. At the Haijing port, I witnessed the most exquisite fireworks. No, I truly made a mistake. I should never have agreed to go out." Lu Xing was engulfed in despair. Just moments ago, Song Junju had stepped away to freshen her makeup, and Lu Xing expressed his understanding. Yet, after only a few bites of food, he was rendered speechless. This restaurant, could they possibly reimburse him a little? The food was utterly atrocious. The chef who could ruin fine ingredients to such an extent ought to face dire consequences. The false waste of food, leftovers tossed aside. The true waste of food, producing something utterly inedible. Lu Xing took a couple of bites and lost all appetite. At that moment, a sarcastic taunt drifted over from somewhere nearby. "Oh, can't handle the fare of an upscale restaurant? TSK, 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 clearly born to a life of poverty." Lu Xing, momentarily closing his eyes to conceal his inner turmoil, pondered how this scene could unfold. A chaotic setting was one thing, and the dreadful cuisine was another. Could someone enlighten him? He wasn't a protagonist in a novel. Why was he subjected to such ridicule over a mere meal? It was absurd. Following the sound, Lu Xing's gaze landed on a sharply dressed man with slick back hair. However, the man's eyes were filled with hostility, a mocking smile playing at his lips. After a moment of silence, Lu Xing curiously inquired, "Have you failed to pursue Professor Song?" "Falsehoods do not wound. The truth is the sharp blade." The once sarcastic man instantly grew agitated, retorting angrily, Am I pursuing Song Junju? Although I'm not particularly interested in her, it's laughable. I have countless women who adore me. You're quite the pretender." A single number shattered the man's composure. He sprang to his feet, storming towards Lu Xing, rolling up his sleeves and gritting his teeth, declaring, "Today, I will show you what it means to." The sound of high heels echoed, and Song Junju emerged into view. Her indifferent yet regal gaze swept over the slick-haired man, her tone imbued with commanding authority. "Show what?" The man trembled in fear, abruptly grabbing Lu Xing's arm and rolling up his sleeve, awkwardly chuckling. "Let him know that there are still good people in this world." The onlookers in the restaurant could no longer contain their amusement. Well, quite adaptable, aren't we? Song Junju approached Lu Xing, noticing the look of injustice in his eyes. Her anger flaring. Get lost. Right away. The slick-haired man, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly gathered his belongings and departed without a hitch. Song Junju frowned slightly, stating coolly, "This restaurant is typically reservation only, but today we came in a rush and couldn't secure a private room. I didn't expect to encounter such trash. That fool was a former colleague from my university, dismissed after attempting to harass me." Each word held a semblance of explanation, yet was steeped in clarity. Lu Xing nodded absent-mindedly, indifferent to the slick-haired man, preoccupied with a single query. "Professor Song, how does this restaurant manage to stay in business?" Song Junju asked. "What do you mean?" Lu Xing grimaced, the food proving to be quite unpalatable. "It's terrible." Song Junju couldn't help but chuckle, her delicate features illuminated with a newfound vibrancy. The scenery here was splendid. From this vantage point, one could gaze down upon the entire Haicheng port, where pedestrians scurried like ants in migration, instilling a sense of dominion over the myriad lives below. Reflecting on how she had yet to show Lu Xing such sights, Song Junju thought to share this beautiful view with him. However, she was taken aback when the young boy seemed far more concerned with the food than the scenery. Few patrons dined here out of necessity. Instead, most were engaged in business discussions or capturing moments for social media, crafting an image of affluence. If the food is unsatisfactory, we shall simply find another place. Today, Song Junju was unusually accommodating, leaving Lu Xing surprised that she didn't suggest they simply forego the meal altogether. "Never waste food," he muttered, battling with the remnants on his plate. Song Junju's enchanting eyes sparkled with amusement. What a diligent little boy. After their meal, while Lu Xing stepped away to the restroom, Song Junju summoned the manager, drying her hands as she spoke. "If the chef cannot prepare edible dishes, dismiss him. A restaurant that relies solely on marketing should be shut down. Such a prime location serving such repugnant cuisine is simply disgraceful." The manager, drenched in sweat, repeatedly apologized. "My sincerest apologies, Miss Song." Upon seeing Lu Xing return from the restroom, Song Junju abruptly silenced the manager. "Be quiet." Since discovering Lu Xing's secret affection for her, she had been reluctant to reveal her indifferent side in his presence. "Professor Song, shall we depart?" "Yes, indeed." Song Junju rose to follow the youthful Lu Xing out of the restaurant. Just before they exited, she glanced back at the manager, her gaze laden with warning. The restaurant manager recoiled in fear. After receiving her admonishing look, Song Junju felt her spirits lift significantly. She was confident that, in due time, the quality of the dishes would improve. She resolved to bring Lu Xing back for another visit. Once they had left, the manager lamented, "Alas, why is Miss Song so amiable before that young boy, while she appears ready to strike us down? What is his status compared to yours?" Suddenly, the manager's eyes widened as he met the equally troubled expression of the owner. "Boss, what is the matter?" The restaurant owner raised a hand in despair. "Don't ask. Just know I rushed here the moment I heard Miss Song had been provoked. Blacklist that man, and..." The manager perked up, ready to listen for further instructions. "Then hire several skilled chefs. Damn it, if Professor Song gets angry again, the rent will surely increase. Damn, who chose that chef in the first place? The food is utterly unpalatable." The restaurant owner grumbled as he departed. The manager muttered to himself, "Isn't that chef your uncle?" Song Junju exited the restaurant with Lu Xing and paused as they passed the dock. After a moment's contemplation, she decided against returning to the villa, where memories of tormenting Lu Xing lingered and made her uneasy. As a professional flatterer, it is essential to adeptly sense the client's emotions. Noticing Song Junju's hesitation, Lu Xing quickly offered a suggestion. "Would you like to take a walk and feel the breeze?" Song Junju's eyes lit up. Lu Xing truly cared for her, even anticipating her unvoiced thoughts. Sure. The two seldom had such leisurely moments to stroll together. Song Junju felt that as the leader, she should say something, but lacking experience in lightening the mood, she found herself at a loss for words. Thus, Lu Xing took the initiative, intending to engage in some trivial chatter to pass the time. "Recently, with the change of seasons, Professor Song, you should take extra care at school. I heard that drinking tea is good for the throat." Especially when you lecture, the sea breeze caressed her face, and Lu Xing's persistent concern buzzed in her ears, prompting Song Junju to squint her eyes in comfort. This atmosphere relaxed her nerves, and she felt inclined to slightly open her heart. "Lu Xing, do you have any dreams?" "Dreams?" Lu Xing found the term somewhat mocking. A person like him was unworthy of dreams. His only aspiration was to live well and be an ordinary person. "I want to study diligently." Song Junju was amused by his earnest expression, her lips curving into a slight smile. Then, "Professor, what about your dreams?" "My dreams?" Song Junju was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the night sky, and amidst the sea and sky, a brilliant firework burst forth. The crowd at the dock turned their gaze skyward in delight, then surged towards the shore. "There's actually a fireworks show today. Let us go watch by the shore. The view is splendid. Don't push me." As the throng surged, Lu Xing and Song Junju were unceremoniously pushed to the front. "Be careful, Professor. There are too many people." With no time to think. Adhering to the principle of prioritizing the client, Lu Xing swiftly opened his arms, enveloping Song Junju tightly in his embrace. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, fireworks erupted, painting the sky in a kaleidoscope of colors, their reflections shimmering on the surface of the sea. The light and shadows danced across Song Junju's face. The cool breeze brushed against her, while her body was warmly sheltered. Suddenly, she declared, "My dream is to be the best." "The best at what?" Song Junju bit her lip, asserting, "Everything must be the best." Lu Xing chuckled softly, his melodious voice resonating in Song Junju's ears. "You have already arrived here." Bang! The final firework burst forth into the night sky, a magnificent pink explosion illuminating the heavens. Gasps of awe resonated through the crowd. "How beautiful!" exclaimed one, while another scoffed. "This is nothing. I've seen far more splendid displays abroad." TCH. The chatter of bystanders was incessantly loud. Song Junju gazed vacantly at the sky, whispering, "It is different. At the harbor of Haicheng, I witnessed the most breathtaking fireworks, an unforgettable sight for a lifetime." He passed away that very night. The trending topics in Haicheng were dominated by two events. 1. The spectacular fireworks display at Haicheng Port, and 2. The opera performer Qi Yueshan's disastrous performance at the Haicheng Grand Theater. The first event was something Lu Xing personally experienced, leaving little to discuss. However, the latter piqued curiosity. Although Qi Yueshan presented herself as a serene and aloof individual, she was indeed shrewd and possessed exceptional talent. How could she have faltered? What was she watching? Song Junju, after a round outside, felt as if she were covered in dust and decided to wash her hair upon returning home. Now, dressed in a red silk nightgown, she was drying her hair with a towel. Life seemed profoundly unfair. The volume of her long, seaweed-like hair was easily 3 times that of others. Yet, due to this abundance, she often neglected to blow-dry it, content to simply towel-dry and let it air-dry before sleeping. Lu Xing glanced at her, and his professional demeanor as an eager admirer immediately kicked in. "Would you like me to blow-dry your hair?" he asked. Song Junju shot him a sidelong glance. "You would do that?" Lu Xing nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "I will." With someone to assist her, Song Junju felt much more at ease, entrusting her long locks to Lu Xing while she settled on the sofa to check the trending topics. "You still haven't mentioned what you were watching earlier." The curiosity of women truly knows no bounds. However, Lu Xing was keen to avoid any unpleasantness with Song Junju. In previous instances, she would have already dozed off by now, and it was a rare occasion for her to still be awake at this hour. It was far better to soothe her than to endure her wrath. Thus, he promptly stated, "The trending topic mentioned the fireworks at Haicheng Port, so I went to see." Song Junju noticed that trending topic as well, but her interest was captured by the subsequent one. Qi Yueshan's performance was a disaster? Lu Xing's heart skipped a beat. "Professor Song, do you know her?" "Please, let it be a no." The next moment, Song Junju shook her head. "A friend of mine who loves antiques and enjoys opera mentioned her before, praising her singing. I didn't expect to hear that she had performed poorly." "Why do you seem a bit pleased?" Song Junju inquired, sensing a glimmer of joy in Lu Xing's eyes. He suppressed his delight and, while turning on the hairdryer, asked with feigned confusion, "Really?" The warm breeze enveloped her, soothing her, and suddenly, she realized, "He cares for me. Just to blow dry my hair, and he appears this elated. Well, since there's no harm, I might as well see how badly she sang." Song Junju clicked on the video. The beauty on stage was striking. Her eyes shimmering with resilience, her form graceful, gestures precise, as she began to sing. With the resounding drums and the clarion's call, I am reminded of my lofty aspirations. Reflecting on the entire video, Lu Xing remarked, "It wasn't a complete disaster. She merely missed a note. After all, she is not a robot." Even the most exceptional singers are susceptible to the risk of vocal strain, especially in the realm of operatic performances that often span hours. The gentle hum of the hairdryer filled the air as Lu Xing's slender, delicate fingers navigated through her hair, occasionally bestowing a soothing massage upon her head, which allowed Song Junju's frayed nerves to unwind. With narrowed eyes, She scrutinized the video once more and declared with certainty, Qi Yushan is waiting for someone. Yet that person has not arrived. Is that so? Lu Xing skillfully continued styling Song Junju's hair, betraying no hint of emotion, even when standing at this angle. Where he could catch a glimpse of the delicate fabric of her nightgown at the neckline, he chose to regard himself as blind. Song Junju, in a state of comfortable drowsiness, lazily speculated, perhaps it's not overtly apparent, but my intuition tells me she glanced at the audience several times. And that moment when she faltered in her performance coincided with her last look towards them. A shiver coursed through Lu Xing's mind. Goodness, is a woman's sixth sense truly that formidable? Is this even a game? Perhaps Qi Yushan was waiting for him, but what significance did that hold for him? His dealings with Qi Yushan had long since concluded, and there was no longer any reason for him to eagerly attend her performance. The agreement had ended, and all was settled. With a hint of disinterest, Song Junju closed her phone. Who would have thought that Qi Yushan could also experience unrequited love? Moreover, that the object of her affections would remain indifferent towards her. Lu Xing merely responded with a non-committal HM, refraining from further conversation. Yet, he couldn't help but think that Song Junju's assertion was flawed. Qi Yushan did not harbor feelings for him at all. She had merely been toying with him for amusement. Even a beloved stuffed animal, lost after 2 years of companionship, would evoke sadness. One could only imagine the emotional toll of losing a cherished toy. Qi Yushan would eventually adjust. The Grand Theater in Haicheng. The backstage was enveloped in a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a word as they hurriedly packed their belongings and made their exit. With each departing individual, encouragement was offered to Qi Shui, stationed at the door. You can do this. I hope you can support your sister. Oh dear. Qi Shui's legs felt weak, wishing to collapse to the ground. I truly cannot handle this. Please don't abandon me, he lamented. Who could have anticipated that the flawless Qi Yushan would falter on such a familiar piece? The audience gasped in astonishment. After the performance, though no staff dared to mention it, the audience was not so restrained, and thus the incident quickly ascended to trending status. Sister. Qi Shui approached Qi Yushan with trepidation, maintaining a safe distance in case she felt inclined to lash out. The backstage lights blazed brightly. Qi Yushan had removed her headpiece, her long hair cascading down, her face still adorned with theatrical makeup, and she wore the flowing sleeves of her costume. Despite the bright surroundings, Qi Shui felt an overwhelming sense that Qi Yushan was on the brink of shattering. I have seen the comments online. No one blames you. They all understand. Where's Lu Xing? You have never faltered in this space before. This truly was just an unfortunate accident. Why hasn't Lu Xing arrived? Mother suggested that if I were feeling down, I could return home for a meal and some company. Why hasn't Lu Xing come? It was as if he were an NPC programmed to respond in a particular manner. No matter what Qi Shui said, Qi Yushan merely provided the same response. In truth, from the moment the curtain rose, when Qi Shui failed to spot Lu Xing among the audience, a sense of foreboding began to settle in. Yet, Qi Shui could hardly anticipate the profound impact Lu Xing's absence would have on Qi Yushan. Normally, this segment was as effortless for her sister as the routine of eating, sleeping, and playing. However, now it felt akin to choking on a meal. While it was not a grave error, for someone as dedicated to her craft as Qi Yushan, it was undoubtedly a blow. Qi Shui swallowed nervously and cautiously spoke up. Sister, I called Lu Xing, but it seems he didn't answer. Didn't he answer? Qi Yushan lifted her gaze, her stage makeup casting a ghostly pallor. Was the call not going through, or had he blocked her? She was resolute in her belief that Lu Xing was enamored with her, convinced he would surely attend tonight and would continue to return in the future. Yet, reality delivered a harsh slap to her face. When Qi Yushan first glanced at the audience, not seeing Lu Xing left her puzzled. The second time she looked, her confusion morphed into anger. By the third glance, anxiety gripped her heart. This rising panic led to mistakes. The very Lu Xing, who had always given her a thumbs up from the audience, fervently cheered for her, and offered her unwavering support, was not coming. He was not coming. At the moment she missed her cue, Qi Yushan suddenly understood. It was not Lu Xing who could not bear to be without her. Rather, it was she who could not bear to be without him. She had grown accustomed to his presence, which brought her such comfort. Qi Yushan forced a smile, tinged with self-mockery. What a game this is. A game that has led me to my own demise. A chilling laugh escaped her lips, her theatrical makeup rendering her an eerie figure, reminiscent of a formidable final boss from a horror game. Qi Shui took 3 steps back in fright, drenched in sweat, and hastily suggested, Sister, why don't I call using your phone? Qi Yushan remained silent, Tossing her phone to Qi Shui, he dialed the number. And in the next moment, the call connected. Oh no, it turns out that number really has been blocked. Qi Yushan's expression soured. Qi Shui quickly retreated, activating the speakerphone, and nervously spoke. Is this Lu Xing? No, he is dead. P.S. Does anyone truly read this book? I would appreciate a free gift to gauge your support. Regret has set in. I am grateful to Lu Qingqing for her unwavering persistence over these long days. Lu Xing, having undergone the trials of countless peculiar scripts, has now developed a remarkably versatile vocal range. With a mere alteration in tone, the voice on the other end remains unrecognizable. Reclining on the sofa, Lu Xing pondered nonchalantly. Perhaps during college, if he were to take on a part-time job, he could consider venturing into the realm of voice acting. Suddenly, the male voice on the line was abruptly replaced by a flustered female one. Lu Xing, are you dead? It was Qi Yushan. One cannot exactly say dead. Can they? I'm not certain. This number was inactive when I acquired it. Lu Xing replied calmly, sipping his water. This number is known to many clients, and he would prefer not to have to change it at the last moment. Better to dissuade Qi Yushan entirely. The agreement shall be terminated, and both parties released from their obligations. He detests emotional entanglements, as they significantly diminish his earnings. If you're fine, I shall hang up. It's quite late. Not receiving a response, Lu Xing swiftly ended the call. How amusing. Is it that witnessing one's own plaything misbehave has become somewhat disconcerting? Shaking his head, Lu Xing felt that humanity is rather wretched in nature. His acquaintance with Qi Yushan had merely been a fleeting amusement of hers. His existence was simply an intriguing diversion in her affluent life. He has never felt remorse towards her, perhaps at the outset. Seeing the spirited Qi Yushan on stage had stirred something within him. Yet, upon realizing that she viewed this as mere entertainment, even that fleeting sentiment dissipated. Let it conclude here. Let them part ways. Lu Xing inhaled deeply, his gaze weary. I am not one of you wealthy individuals overflowing with emotions seeking an outlet. I am here to earn a living, dear sister. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang again. It was Lu Qingqing. Glancing at the script Lu had sent earlier, today's theme was that of a Yandere sister complex. Lu Xing vigorously rubbed his face to invigorate himself, then donned a smile and answered the call. Good evening. At the Haiqing Grand Theater. Beep. The call was abruptly ended. Qi Yushan stood frozen by the table, her gaze fixed intently on the phone. Stagnant. She resembled a statue. Qi Shui, watching, felt exasperated, thinking, what on earth is this? Had I known, I wouldn't have assisted her in dealing with Lu Xing. Now look at the situation. Everyone is upset. Qi Shui consoled her. Oh dear sister, is it not normal for someone to change their number? I've changed mine several times. That person is merely a source of entertainment. Who claimed Lu Xing is dead? Yet, Lu Xing is quite heartless, declaring the transaction over and truly not returning. Truly, he is a creature fixated solely on wealth. Qi Yushan remained silent, her eyes stinging with tears. With her long sleeves hanging down, she cradled her heart, lost in contemplation. Upon hearing the word death linked with Lu Xing, she felt a jolt of panic, as if her heart had momentarily ceased to beat. It turned out that she cared for Lu Xing more than she had anticipated. Ever since the charity performance, Lu Xing had been present every Sunday, undeterred by the elements. During a few instances of severe weather warnings, when the audience was scant, Qi Yushan had braced herself for Lu Xing's absence. Yet, when she took the stage, Lu Xing remained steadfast like a poplar tree, eternally standing in the audience, bestowing upon her the warmest affirmation and trust whenever she glanced in his direction. Everyone praised her as a prodigy, effortlessly mastering any piece she performed. Yet only Qi Yushan understood the depth of her concern. This evening, as she searched the familiar corner for the familiar figure and found him absent, an overwhelming sense of dread gripped her heart. Qi Yushan thought to herself. She was in trouble. She had entangled herself in her own emotions. Do you have any other means of contacting Lu Xing? After what felt like an eternity, her hoarse voice broke the silence. Qi Shui, feeling helpless, replied, Sister, let us just let this go. His absence reflects his lack of taste. We are still the finest opera performers. Once you achieve fame, he will regret it deeply. Qi Yushan's eyes dimmed, yet her tone remained resolute. I have money. I want him here. I will pay him. The audience cannot be without Lu Xing. Even if it's like before, a transaction, that would suffice. As long as he comes. As long as he can come. Qi Shui pondered for a moment, looking distressed. However, previously, the payments had gone directly into his account, and the only contact information they had was his phone number. In this modern age, When someone changes their number, the chances of locating them dwindled significantly. Wait, Qi Shui suddenly exclaimed, a light of realization dawning upon her. Lu Xing wrote you little essays every week. Could there be relevant information in them? Unfortunately, she added, I've only read one or two. Sister, have you read them? Qi Yushan fell silent, a wave of guilt washing over her cold visage. No, I haven't. I never looked at them. I just wanted to tease him. Qi Yushan struggled to articulate. I didn't think someone outside my field could offer me advice. It was the truth, albeit slightly hurtful. Qi Shui sighed. Goodness, what a calamity. The two rummaged through their belongings for quite some time, ultimately uncovering only a few recent essays. Qi Yushan examined one of the older essays. As she read, a faint smile graced her lips. His sincerity was evident. In those words, Lu Xing seemed to have poured his heart into praising her, even mentioning small details. Through the thin paper, she could almost envision Lu Xing joyfully writing. Qi Shui facepalmed. Oh no, it seems my sister is genuinely falling for him. She glanced at another essay. The heartfelt words soothed Qi Yushan's anxious heart this evening. On the next page, halfway through, Qi Yushan suddenly looked up and inquired of Qi Shui, what is the activation of the fifth personality? Qi Shui instinctively replied, oh, that is, No, wait. Where did the game Identity V come from in the analysis of traditional opera? I can't believe it. Qi Shui felt goosebumps all over and incredulously snatched the paper from Qi Yushan's hands, glancing at it. Within what was supposed to be a lengthy analysis of traditional opera, there suddenly appeared a couple of hundred words dedicated to game strategies. Oh dear. A chill ran down Qi Shui's spine as he stuttered, Sister, which week is this from? Realizing something was amiss, Qi Yushan responded with urgency. It's from the week before last. Qi Shui was stunned. Then what about what he wrote last week? Identity Vis a game. Did he include game strategies in the analysis? Did he ask you about it last week? How did you respond? Struck as if by lightning, Qi Yushan stood frozen. I said he wrote very well, mentioning many small details that were quite helpful to me. At that time, he showed no unusual reaction and even smiled. Qi Shui fell silent. It was over. Truly over. Qi Yushan immediately picked up the analysis essay written by Lu Xing from the previous week and hurriedly scanned 2 lines. There was none of the previous sincerity. It was all filled with empty platitudes. Qi Shui glanced at it and, feeling a wave of shock, exclaimed, This is AI generated. The AI essence is too strong. You must have intentionally mixed in those game strategies to see if you were truly paying attention. Fortunately, he was right. Unfortunately, sister, you are finished. Qi Yushan finally lost her balance, staggering a few steps before collapsing heavily to the ground. Last week, he had shown no signs of abnormality. So Lu Xing had known all along that her feelings towards him were anything but serious? She had even sung a song for Lu Xing back then. His eyes had been filled with laughter, but what was he thinking inside? Was his heart still laughing? Qi Yushan dared not imagine Lu Xing's inner thoughts at that moment. She now only felt a heavy fog in her mind, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. It turned out he had not distanced himself due to money, but rather because she had hurt him. Regret enveloped her entirely, and the sound of soft sobs echoed in the background. 045, there's no saving it. Just bury it. Hey, did you study for this time? Who studies seriously? Did you study? I didn't study either. I was gaming until the early hours last night. Is that so? But I checked your gaming account, and you weren't online. Oh. I was playing Candy Crush. Monday. Such dialogues permeate the campus. If nothing unexpected occurs, they should have been writing fervently last night. Did you sneak into bed last night? Lu Xing observed Li Dachuan, whose dark circles hung heavily, as if drained of vitality. He had managed to coax the little weirdo Lu Qingqing until 2:30 in the morning and didn't end up like this. Don't even mention it. Li Dachuan was so exhausted that he didn't even eat snacks, yawning as he rested his head on the desk. We have a mock exam today, aren't you worried? I was burning the midnight oil last night, cramming at the last minute. Even in my dreams, I could hear Li the Demon's furious voice. Lu Xing chuckled, pulling out a piece of chocolate for him. Here, eat this. Don't doze off while writing your essay later. I must say, Song Junju truly lives up to her reputation as a top student. The materials she organized for Lu Xing were nothing short of miraculous. Being uplifted like this feels wonderful. During the morning reading break, everyone in class was busy turning their desks around. Lu Xing glanced back at Xia Yexiang's seat. She wasn't at school today. Xia Yexiang was quite intelligent. However, her artistic talent far surpassed her academic aptitude. When Lu Xing had tutored her a few days ago, he realized how quickly she grasped concepts. Sigh, I guess I'll just drink this porridge myself. Xia Yexiang didn't inform him of her absence, leaving Lu Xing to wake up half an hour early to make porridge for nothing. Just as Lu Xing was about to indulge in his own creation, a calm, serene voice slowly emerged. Lu Xing. He looked up to see Wei Qingyu's bright eyes. Li Dachuan glanced between Lu Xing and Wei Qingyu. Suddenly, a sense of mission regarding their potential pairing surged within him. Li Dachuan, who was on the verge of dozing off, instantly perked up. His eyes darted around, and he promptly declared, "I'm going to the restroom." Truly, as the sports committee member, his energy is remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Lu Xing was speechless. While the Shachun was generally slow on other matters, how could he be so quick-witted in this regard? Wei Qingyu, slender and delicate, stood silently before Lu Xing's desk. Lu Xing sighed, feeling compelled to ask, "What's up?" Wei Qingyu's expression was stoic, though a hint of shyness flickered in her gaze. Xia Yexiang didn't tea come today. Lu Xing, puzzled, noted that he was tea blind. Wasting food is not a commendable act. Lu Xing queried, "So? I haven't had breakfast." Suddenly, Lu Xing understood. Slap. 100 yuan bill landed on his desk as Wei Qingyu earnestly stated, "Can I have something to eat?" Lu Xing sincerely inquired, "Where did your family hire the chef from? Is the food truly that unpalatable? Otherwise, why would Wei Qingyu, a serene schoolbelle, come to snatch a bowl of porridge? It feels as if we are filming a drama." Wei Qingyu, puzzled by his inquiry, nonetheless responded earnestly, "He is a descendant of the imperial chef. I have not inquired about how many generations, but I shall ask at home tonight and inform you via WeChat." Laughter escaped Lu Xing, unable to contain himself. At times, he found Wei Qingyu's vet quite amusing. Who dares to label her as serene? Go ahead and eat. But I believe your family's chef is likely superior to mine. Lu Xing tucked 100 yuan into his pocket. Ah, what a delightful windfall. Wei Qingyu's posture and manner of eating were remarkably elegant, reminiscent of a noble lady from an ancient painting. After sipping her porridge, she declared earnestly, "I like you." Lu Xing nearly became the first person to choke on bread in sheer shock. Me? No. Sister, could you refrain from uttering such chilling words with such an unperturbed expression? Imagining the protective demeanor of Wei's father, Lu Xing envisioned his own demise at Haicheng Port. Yet, I remain uncertain. Lu Xing exhaled, relieved. However, my emotions have undoubtedly ebbed and flowed because of you. He took a breath. Yet, I lack evidence to substantiate my feelings for you. Lu Xing sighed again. Thus, I inquire if you possess any insights? Lu Xing's anxious heart finally found respite. He understood Wei Qingyu was somewhat naive. Yet he never anticipated her to be this naive. Is it truly feasible to directly question someone you suspect to have feelings for? Surely, one would not be deemed insane. Lu Xing stole a glance at Wei Qingyu's face. Ah, indeed, she possesses such audacity. Perhaps upon confessing my affection, she could swiftly acquire a boyfriend. Regrettably, that person is Lu Xing, who has no desire to entangle himself with former clients. One would expect a clear financial transaction, allowing for future cordial encounters over drinks. Yet, now it feels akin to a melodramatic tale. How could we meet again under such circumstances? No, this matter must be quashed in its infancy. Thus, Lu Xing pondered for a moment, opting for a gentle approach. You do not truly like me. You have merely grown accustomed to my presence. Even if you were to replace me with another, you would behave similarly. I would not. You would. I would not. All right. All right. You wouldn't tea. Just hear me out. Lu Xing felt his blood pressure rising. Reflect on your life. Have you not experienced smooth sailing, devoid of failures? Wei Qingyu contemplated briefly and nodded gently. Precisely. I have admired you for over 2 years. You have undoubtedly grown accustomed to it. And everyone believes I am enamored with you. Yet if I suddenly express that I regard you as a sister, wouldn't you be taken aback? Wei Qingyu, persuaded, continued to nod. A life that once sailed smoothly suddenly encounters a few ripples. Would your emotions not sway in response? Unbelievable. On the morning of the impending mock examination, Lu Xing unexpectedly found himself offering psychological counsel to Wei Qingyu. Upon returning to her seat, Wang Zhenjin, trembling with excitement, hurriedly inquired, "How did it go, Qingyu?" Wei Qingyu replied with calm composure, "I told him that I like him." Wang Zhenjin nodded. "Oh, that is quite." Ah? She was left utterly flabbergasted. "Not my dear friend. I knew you were brave, but I never anticipated such audacity. This isn't merely a direct approach. It's akin to detonating a nuclear bomb. Enlightenment doesn't occur in such a manner." Wang Zhenjin immediately pressed further, and then? How did he respond? With a sense of satisfaction, Wei Qingyu recounted. He said he doesn't tea like me. Rather, I have encountered an unforeseen challenge, which has left me somewhat unsettled. Indeed. I do experience such feelings when faced with difficult problems. In psychological terms, this is referred to as the desire for conquest. Lu Xing's insights were remarkably astute. More so than your theories on love. Wang Xinjin was left in a daze. This is disastrous. Lu Xing had deciphered the logic governing Wei Qingyu's thought processes and had even leveraged it. What a creature. If Wei Qingyu doesn't call this feeling liking, then she might as well spell Xinjin backwards. Alas. She resolved to prepare a monetary gift for Lu Xing and Xia Yeshang's future children. Wei Qingyu is beyond salvation. Let her be buried. The wind rustled the banners, and the mock examinations lasted a total of 2 days. On Monday morning, the students took their Chinese exam, followed by mathematics in the afternoon. Tuesday morning was reserved for comprehensive sciences, with English in the afternoon. From the moment the first day concluded, a restless energy took hold of the class. Discussing answers appeared to be a shared obsession among the students. However, perhaps due to the diverse nature of individuals, their reactions post-discussion varied greatly. The first category was exemplified by Hu Zhangzhong, who frantically sought answers from others. Upon discovering he had answered a question incorrectly, he lamented in anguish, tears streaming down his face. Oh no, I'm going to fail. When the papers were distributed, he scored 130 points. The second category was represented by Li Dachuan, who, upon realizing that he had selected the same answer as the top student, exclaimed with delight, performing a jubilant dance. Awesome. This is a sure win. His final score was 70 points. Amidst the clamor, Lu Xing glanced back at the seat of Xia Yeswang, which remained unoccupied. She had not been present at school for a day and a half, and despite Lu Xing's attempts to reach out, her messages went unanswered. Wei Qingyu had managed to snag breakfast for 2 consecutive days. Xing, now that the comprehensive sciences are over, I can finally breathe. That electromagnetic field nearly took my life. Shall we indulge in a fine meal? Li Dachuan rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the mention of food. Lu Xing glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 11 o'clock. No, I can't. As a diligent admirer, it is imperative to remain attuned to the client's movements. Perhaps next time. I'll head to the piano room. After much contemplation, Lu Xing was convinced that Xia Yeswang would be there. The reason was singular. Xia Yeswang had a way of adorning the piano room with charming little details in every nook and cranny. This suggested that the piano room was a comfortable haven for her. Much like a company owner assesses an employee's intent to stay based on the clutter on their desk, where a myriad of scattered trinkets indicates a low probability of leaving. While a stark and minimalist workspace might signal a desire to escape, Lu Xing deduced that Xia Yeswang was most likely in the piano room. Li Dachuan's expression shifted the moment he heard the words piano room, his brows knitting together. Oh, off to a secret rendezvous again? Lu Xing chuckled. What terminology are you using? Your score of 80 in Chinese is well deserved. Is that a reference to ginseng attacks? Li Dachuan clutched his wounded heart. The piano room belongs to Xia Yeswang. If you're going there to find her, it's not a secret meeting, is it? Are you solving math problems? Bingo. Lu Xing snapped her fingers joyfully. It seems our Dachuan has quite the intuition, uncovering the truth. Li Dachuan chuckled. What are you studying? I see you all exploring human anatomy at most. He leaned closer to Lu Xing's ear and whispered, be careful, don't cause any fatalities. Lu Xing responded, my native language is silence. The piano room. I truly am a genius. Upon seeing the golden little head resting on the piano, Lu Xing silently praised himself. He quietly pushed the door open and gently closed it behind him. Approaching the piano, it was the first time he viewed the slumbering Xia Yeswang from this angle. Leaning against the piano, Lu Xing found her golden head at his waist level. Looking irresistibly adorable. Her eyes were tightly shut, long eyelashes casting delicate shadows, her soft pink lips slightly parted, glistening with moisture. And a tousled mane of golden hair sprawled across the piano. The wind fluttered the sheer curtains, and Xia Yeswang appeared as stunning as a masterpiece, evoking a desire not to disturb her. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Outside the window, the birds showed no mercy, perching on the branches and singing heartily. In her dreams, Xia Yeswang furrowed her brows, evidently displeased with the ruckus. Well, providing excellent service to clients is an essential quality for a devoted admirer. Lu Xing surveyed the piano room and finally retrieved a broom from the corner. He rolled up his sleeves and stood outside the window, attempting to sweep away the noisy birds from the branches. The birds ignored him and sang even more merrily. Cursed, bothersome birds. Lu Xing muttered in discontent. Both the birds outside and the ones around him often left him feeling flustered. After a while of fussing, although he failed to drive away the birds, a few leaves had landed in his hair. "What are you doing?" A somewhat hoarse voice suddenly echoed in the piano room. Lu Xing's mind immediately tensed. He swiftly hid the broom behind his back and turned to Xia Yeshuang with a sheepish grin. "Nothing. I'm cleaning. Yes, I'm sweeping the floor." Just waking up, Xia Yeshuang's eyes were still filled with a dreamy, watery gaze. "Sweeping? But I clearly saw you reaching for something by the windowsill." Having been awakened by the noise, her mood was already low, and now feeling deceived by Lu Xing, her expression turned frosty. "I'm paying you. Not to have you deceive me." Lu Xing awkwardly replied, "I didn't speak. What were you doing just now?" Xia Yeshuang's tone grew even colder. With no other option, Lu Xing closed his eyes, appearing resigned. "I noticed the birds on the tree were disturbing your sleep. So I wanted to use the broom to chase them away, but they were too agile, and I failed." Xia Yeshuang paused, finding it hard to comprehend this reasoning. "Why didn't you say so when I asked?" Lu Xing lowered his head, an unusual shyness for someone of his age evident on his face. It was too embarrassing to admit he couldn't drive away the birds. Saying it aloud felt a bit humiliating. Even though Lu Xing always tried to maintain a composed and rational demeanor, facing such an uncontrollable situation still felt somewhat embarrassing. Xia Yeshuang was momentarily taken aback, a complex feeling welling up within her. It turned out there existed someone so foolish, who would brave a battle with birds merely to allow her a little more sleep, yet felt too ashamed to admit it. On a summer night, Xia Yeshuang gazed at Lu Xing's expression for quite some time before finally bursting into light-hearted laughter. Lu Xing felt a slight flush in his ears from her mirth. "Your joy is quite disruptive," he exclaimed. Xia Yeshuang only laughed more heartily in response. "Does my laughter require your permission? I shall laugh as I please." Lu Xing, resigned, thought it best to let the client revel in her amusement. After all, it was far better than weeping. "You may find your throat sore from just waking. Allow me to fetch you a glass of water." As Lu Xing placed the water before Xia Yeshuang, he was taken aback to see her arms remain still, resting atop the piano. Their eyes met, and a feeling of dread washed over him. "Oh no, she can't possibly expect me to feed her water, can she? What a calamity. Her arms must be numb." Upholding a client-first philosophy, Lu Xing carefully brought the disposable cup to Xia Yeshuang's moist, glistening lips. "Take your time," he urged. Xia Yeshuang, undeterred, huffed defiantly. "I prefer to drink quickly." Half a minute later, he sighed. Not only had a considerable amount of water soaked her chest, revealing the delicate, white lace beneath, but even the hollow of her collarbone had collected a bit of water. Lu Xing earnestly inquired, "Do you truly enjoy drinking water in this manner?" Xia Yeshuang bit her lip, her cheeks suddenly aflame, yet she managed to nod with difficulty. "Yes, this way it feels refreshing." Lu Xing thought to himself, how foolishly prideful. They exchanged a glance, and in an instant, they both erupted into laughter. Outside the window, the wind rustled the leaves, and birds chirped merrily. "In the family of the 8 divorces, your hands have gone numb, yet you remain silent." Lu Xing chuckled as he pinched Xia Yeshuang's arm. The skin, as fair as snow, bore the marks of his playful grip, leaving several prominent red imprints. This made Lu Xing hesitant to apply any further pressure. Xia Yeshuang glared at him in irritation, her golden locks obscuring her flushed ears. "I'm not numb." Lu Xing found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. What kind of family could produce such an insufferably proud individual? Nevertheless, he refrained from dwelling on that matter and simply inquired, "Will you be coming to school tomorrow?" He did not ask Xia Yeshuang where she had been yesterday or this morning. Such inquiries were not befitting a professional admirer. Respecting a client's privacy was paramount in his line of work. However, without prompting, Xia Yeshuang felt compelled to confess. She was aware that she had not replied to Lu Xing's messages. She had seen them, but, in a foul mood, chose to ignore them. Of course, she could not articulate this. If she could have explained herself, it would have signaled the onset of an apocalyptic event. Noticing Lu Xing's apparent indifference, Xia Yeshuang felt a flicker of annoyance and asked, "Aren't you curious about where I've been these past 2 days?" Lu Xing smiled, readily acquiescing. "Where have you been these past 2 days?" Seeing his demeanor, Xia Yeshuang huffed in annoyance and turned on the piano bench, presenting her golden-haired crown to him. Lu Xing laughed. This proud girl clearly longed for someone to inquire about her whereabouts. He circled around to face her, clasped his hands together in earnest plea. "Please tell me where you've been these past 2 days. I truly wish to know. I beg you." Xia Yeshuang, feeling somewhat satisfied, puffed out her chest and replied, "Fine. I will tell you because you seem so eager to know." Lu Xing nodded fervently, his expression one of utmost sincerity. Xia Yexiang's tone then turned somber as she murmured, "I had a fight with my dad." Huh? Lu Xing was taken aback. What on earth happened? He is remarrying. Oh, Lu Xing realized. He found you a stepmother, and that upset you, right? No. Xia Yexiang's anger flared. He found me a stepmother. This is his 9th marriage. What? Lu Xing was left speechless. Initially, he thought Xia Yexiang had stumbled over her words, but upon hearing the latter part, Lu Xing understood. It was indeed a case of a stepmother. 19th marriage, which meant he had divorced 8 times. Wow. Incredible. Lu Xing exclaimed, astonished. You belong to the family of the 8 divorces. He quickly added, does your uncle not have a penchant for collecting marriage and divorce certificates? Xia Yexiang shot him a glare, prompting Lu Xing to fall silent. All right, fine, I shall keep my mouth shut. Noticing that Xia Yexiang genuinely appeared discontent, Lu Xing offered her some words of comfort. Considering the benefits, my uncle can indeed be quite responsible. He actually intends to marry his new wife. Xia Yexiang remarked with a cold smile. They signed a prenuptial agreement long before the marriage. If he isn't embarrassed, I certainly am. The staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau and Notary Office are already familiar with him. Lu Xing. Well, it seems the wealthy are not fools after all. Lu Xing pondered a question but hesitated to voice it. He felt his previous words were misplaced. After all, who exactly is Xia Yexiang's biological parent? Lu Xing glanced towards the window. The moment he posed this question, he had no doubt he would be thrown out of here. Well, life is of utmost importance. At this moment, his survival instinct triumphantly overpowered his curiosity. Lu Xing, seemingly conjuring a small cake from thin air, placed it before Xia Yexiang and smiled. Let us not discuss that anymore. Would you like to have something to eat? It might lift your spirits. It was a gift from Wei Qingyu. He didn't take care for it, but wasting food felt wrong. Perfectly, he could let Xia Yexiang finish it off. Ah, I truly am a frugal little genius. Gazing at the beautiful and exquisite cake before her, Xia Yexiang paused, momentarily taken aback. Before she could feel touched, she curiously inquired. This is the signature dish from the best dessert restaurant in Haiqing in high demand. Where did you acquire it? Lu Xing's breath caught. Huh? This little cake from Wei Qingyu is so exceptional. He had thought it was something quite ordinary. Damn, how to explain this? Lu Xing was instantly drenched in sweat, contemplating for a moment before hastily responding. My apologies. An uncomfortable feeling welled up, and Xia Yexiang immediately thought of Wei Qingyu. Is it possible that way? Lu Xing, with a guilty expression, said, I accidentally saw your student ID, which had your birthday on it. It's this Sunday, right? You have many friends. I'm not qualified to attend your birthday party, so no need to finish the sentence. The implication was clear. As a professional admirer, remembering seemingly trivial details can prove immensely beneficial at critical moments. Xia Yexiang turned her clever little mind, piecing together the rest of the story, and looked at Lu Xing with a complex expression. So, you intended to give me this cake in advance to celebrate my birthday? How naive. Indeed, naive. No wonder she had tea come around these past few days. Lu Xing was so eager to message her. It turns out he simply wished to celebrate her. Xia Yexiang felt a sudden emotional stir. The extravagant cakes costing hundreds of thousands in previous years did not touch her heart as this little cake did. To have someone remember her birthday truly felt wonderful. Xia Yexiang, feeling elated, proudly lifted her chin, revealing her fair and elegant neck. You certainly are not worthy of attending my birthday party. However, considering your pitiable state, I shall indulge in this piece of cake. Lu Xing sighed in relief internally. Damn it, I made it through. I am indeed impressive. The next moment, Xia Yexiang spoke again. Though my birthday celebration is set to take place on the 5th floor of the Zhenghang Hotel at 7 in the evening, I fear that security will not permit entry to someone so plainly attired as yourself. Lu Xing. Oh no, it seems to be a hint. But he is supposed to accompany Song Juju this weekend. Never mind. I shall pretend to be oblivious. Resolute in his decision, Lu Xing lowered his head, obscuring his expression. Though an air of melancholy emanated from him, Xia Yexiang furrowed her brows, her exquisite and delicate face displaying a flicker of irritation as she reiterated. Security will definitely not allow you inside. The attire of the attendees is something you could never afford in a lifetime. I heard there's a rental shop nearby for formal wear. How pitiful. Lu Xing. Oh no. This is indeed a suggestion. Damn. Sister. Please don't say that. I truly do not wish to attend. Fearing that Xia Yexiang would divulge the rental prices at any moment, Lu Xing quickly interjected. It's all right. You have already tasted my little cake, and that brings me joy. After a moment's reflection, he added, I wish you a delightful time on Sunday, and a happy early birthday. Lu Xing's radiant smile momentarily left Xia Yexiang in a daze, and when she regained her composure, she realized she had inexplicably nodded in agreement. Xia Yexiang? What just happened? Why was I so entranced by Lu Xing's face? Overlooking her irritation at Lu Xing's inability to grasp her hint, she directly asked, Do you know about curses? Huh? Lu Xing was utterly bewildered, caught off guard. Are you intending to curse Wei Qingyu? Such malice at such a young age? Do you harbor such deep-seated hatred? Hence, it would be best not to mention Wei Qingyu in her presence. To dissuade Xia Yexiang from this perilous notion, Lu Xing promptly asserted, I am a staunch materialist. I do not believe in such things. Just kidding. In truth, I pray every day for great fortune. Xia Yexiang clearly scoffed in disbelief. Is that so? Lu Xing nodded, though even he found it hard to believe. But it mattered little. He had told too many lies in his lifetime. If there were indeed a deity, why did they not come to his aid when he was on the brink of starvation? In moments of awkwardness, people often feign busyness. Therefore, while Xia Yexiang indulged in her cake, Lu Xing busied himself tidying the piano room. Xia Yexiang leaned against the piano lid, nonchalantly feeding sweet cake into her mouth, her gaze following Lu Xing's every movement as he organized. Lu Xing's physique was admirable. Even from behind, he exuded an aura of immense reliability. Unexpectedly, Xia Yexiang opened her camera. In the next moment, click. Oh no, I forgot to silence it. Turning back in confusion, Lu Xing beheld Xia Yexiang's flushed cheeks as she hurriedly concealed her phone. With a crash, her expensive phone, worth thousands, fell to the ground in her fluster. Xia Yexiang's heart sank. Had she just captured Lu Xing in a candid shot? Would he be angry? But she was a client. A client. She had paid for this. However, that is not a justification for surreptitious photography. The two little figures were engaged in a frenzied altercation within Xia Yexiang's mind, rendering her expression increasingly unpleasant. Lu Xing calmly bent down and retrieved the phone, after ensuring that it had not sustained any damage from the fall. Lu Xing smiled at Xia Yexiang. Shall we take a photo together? Xia Yexiang was momentarily taken aback. In truth, Lu Xing would have been entirely amenable to candid shots as long as the subject was attired. Well, it wouldn't be impossible to photograph without clothing. It would simply require an additional fee. In the enchanting realm of melodious mischief, there exists a moment devoid of photographs. As a quintessential tsundere, Xia Yexiang felt compelled to engage in a playful tug-of-war, eliciting a plea from Lu Xing. At the very least, she fancied him to mimic the gesture of clasped hands, uttering, Please, please, I truly wish to have a photograph with you. The mere thought of it brought a smile to Xia Yexiang's lips, her delight nearly overflowing. She cherished the moments spent in Lu Xing's company. His words were both delightful and amusing, effortlessly coaxing laughter from her. Such an expenditure felt utterly worthwhile. Lu Xing cast a puzzled glance at Xia Yexiang. What could this stubborn girl be pondering? No matter, he thought, it was beyond comprehension. His schedule was laden with responsibilities. After completing an English exam in the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, while his classmates reveled in joy or wallowed in despair, he would accompany Wen Lingxiu on a shopping excursion, followed by an evening performance at the theater. The life of the affluent was, in its own way, both simple and unadorned. The existence of a professional admirer was likewise filled with busyness and haste. Not wishing to dwell further, Lu Xing noted the time and announced, The lunch break is nearly over. I have an English exam this afternoon, and I must return to review the essay template. I shall take my leave now. Xia Yexiang was abruptly drawn from her reverie, her eyes wide with astonishment. Was that truly it? Was that all? You ought to plead with me. If you do, we shall take a photograph together. Alas, it was not to be. As Lu Xing reached the door, he energetically waved goodbye, exclaiming, Farewell. See you every day. With a click, the door closed behind him. He left. A gentle breeze swept into the piano room, playfully tousling the golden strands of the young girl's hair. Xia Yexiang suddenly felt a pang of regret. She should have voiced her desires more directly. After all, as Lu Xing's client, what was a mere photograph? He would have no grounds to refuse her. Why hadn't she spoken up? Gritting her teeth, she felt a sour ache at her gums. Click. The door to the piano room swung open once more. With hopeful anticipation, Xia Yexiang lifted her gaze, only to meet the eyes of the cleaning lady. Miss Xia, does the piano room require cleaning? A cloud of disappointment settled over the room. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a cacophony erupted as the bell chimed, filling every classroom with a tumultuous din. Voices clamoring to compare answers nearly threatened to lift the roof. Li Dachuan, with a mouthful of instant noodles, glanced outside with keen alertness, muttering, "Where is Li Modeo?" In previous instances, he would have already begun berating them, declaring them the worst cohort he had ever taught. Lu Xing packed his bag and replied with a smile, "She likely wishes for us to relax a bit. It isn't dismissal time yet. Why not take the opportunity to enjoy a quiet meal in the cafeteria?" Indeed, Li Dachuan quickly sprang to his feet, grumbling, "Those little rascals act as if they've never eaten before, greedily snatching food from me. No way, I must seize this chance." Turning to Lu Xing, he asked, "Are you coming along?" Lu Xing shook his head with a smile, replying, "I cannot. I have matters to attend to at home." "Why does it seem that you always have something going on at home?" Li Dachuan blurted out his thoughts, instantly regretting it, and cautiously glanced at Lu Xing to apologize. "I didn't mean it that way." Lu Xing waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. You know nothing. I'm making a fortune." He couldn't admit to being a professional sycophant or even a part-timer. He could only concoct such an excuse. Seeing that Lu Xing wasn't angry, Dachuan breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled softly. "Making a fortune, huh? Is your mom giving you $2 for washing dishes and 5 for scrubbing pots?" Lu Xing shrugged. "Something like that. Just from someone else's mom. After all, he didn't have a mother." As he passed by Wei Qingyu, Lu Xing reflected on the day's events and expressed his gratitude. "Your cake was delicious. Thank you." "Well." Lu Xing initiated a conversation, causing Wang Zhenjin to beam with excitement, almost wishing to answer for Wei Qingyu. "This is promising. There's really something here." Wei Qingyu naturally smiled back at Lu Xing, her long, dark hair elegantly tied up, beautiful and seemingly unattainable. "It's all right. You made breakfast for me, after all." Wei Qingyu felt quite content these past few days. Not only had she enjoyed Lu Xing's breakfast once more, but she also occasionally had the chance to chat with him. In the past, Lu Xing had always been awkwardly kind to her, but now, after opening up in conversation, she realized he was genuinely an optimistic and humorous person. She enjoyed speaking with him. His words were delightful and entertaining, always managing to make her laugh. When breakfast was mentioned, Lu Xing smacked his forehead. "Oh right. I almost forgot. Tomorrow, I won't be making breakfast for you anymore. Remember to have your family's chef whip up something for you. Don't let yourself get hypoglycemic again." "Ah," she thought, he truly is a kind, gentle, and considerate handsome guy. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingyu's expression stiffened for a moment as she quickly grasped the underlying reason. Xia Yexiang, she thought. It must be because of Xia Yexiang. A wave of emotion surged within her, preventing her from uttering that name. Ultimately, she struggled to ask, "Is she coming tomorrow?" Lu Xing nodded, quickening his pace to leave, responding succinctly, "Yeah, I have things to do, bye." His tone was so casual that it made Wei Qingyu's eyes sting with unshed tears. Realizing the unexpected emotion within her, she found it hard to believe. This isn't right. This truly isn't right. Previously, when she studied dance and endured unbearable pain, she had never felt this way. Why was she experiencing such emotions now? She didn't even want to mention Xia Yexiang's name in front of Lu Xing. Was this merely a desire for conquest? Was it truly just that? Wei Qingyu fell silent, beginning to doubt Lu Xing's words. The desire to conquer could not elicit such feelings. When she tackled difficult problems to conquer, she only found them interesting. It never made her eyes brim with tears. A few days ago, when Xia Yexiang brought up Lu Xing in conversation, she felt not a single ripple of emotion within her. However, now that Lu Xing has proactively mentioned Xia Yexiang's name, why does it evoke such a pang of bitterness within her? Wei Qingyu is merely slow on the uptake, not foolish. After contemplating repeatedly, her gaze deepened gradually. Lu Xing is deceiving me. My feelings for him are certainly not driven by a desire for conquest, but rather. The two characters lingered in her throat before she finally exhaled them softly. It is affection. Indeed, she harbors feelings for Lu Xing. Thus, the emotion that surged within her moments ago was jealousy. I like Lu Xing, and my earlier behavior stemmed from my jealousy. Wei Qingyu, relentless in her analysis of others, was equally unyielding in her self-examination. Having come to this realization, the aloof flower revealed a rare self-deprecating smile. Alas, it was unfortunate. It was only in the second week after Lu Xing departed from her life that she uncovered this truth. This lamentable revelation made Wei Qingyu acutely aware that fate, it seemed, had conspired against her. By tomorrow, when Xia Yexiang arrives at school, the time available for her to communicate with Lu Xing would be virtually non-existent. Wei Qingyu gently closed her eyes. Wang Zhenjin, trembling with anxiety nearby, cursed silently, fearing that she might be silenced. What had she just heard? Wei Qingyu. The aloof flower and moonlight of his heart actually admitted to feeling jealous? Qingyu, are you all right? Wei Qingyu inhaled deeply, reopening her eyes, her gaze regaining its tranquility. Sunday marks Xia Yexiang's birthday celebration. Wang Zhenjin nodded. She doesn't dislike you. There's no need to bring her gifts. If you're unaware, it's fine. I must go. What? Wang Zhenjin was taken aback. What for? To be ridiculed by Xia Yexiang? Wei Qingyu's somber eyes followed Lu Xing's retreating figure as she replied slowly. To see Lu Xing. What? Wang Zhenjin remained unconvinced that Xia Yexiang is simply an unpredictable element. Lu Xing is currently on good terms with her. He will undoubtedly attend the birthday party. Seeing them together, you won't. Wang Zhenjin hesitated to finish her thought. Wei Qingyu's tone was calm yet resolute. They will not be a couple. Wang Zhenjin sighed. But what if they truly become a couple? Wei Qingyu paused for a moment before responding with serene determination. Then I will wait. Lu Xing has been quietly by her side for over 2 years. She can do the same. This is hopeless. Wang Zhenjin gazed despairingly at the ceiling. The city's aloof flower, the moonlight of his heart, has been turned into a backup option by Lu Xing. This is outrageous. What a misfortune. 049 The frantic outing shopping, a mysterious and peculiar everyday activity, manifests itself in curious ways. The ordinarily adorable girlfriend transforms into a fierce warrior. Brandishing a cup of milk tea as she strides with fervor, covering 20,000 steps without a hint of fatigue, while her boyfriend trails behind, breathless and pale. Lu Sun once remarked that there are 2 ways to test the harmony between couples: traveling together and shopping. If he never said it, then it must have been Lu Xing who did. As a professional admirer, Lu Xing is quite accustomed to being unseen. Naturally, clients are reluctant to be seen with someone like him, as it would be awkward should they encounter acquaintances. Lu Xing has adapted to this. Yet, recently, what madness has overtaken them? Upon seeing the poised Wen Lingxiu at the school gate, Lu Xing couldn't suppress a sigh of wonder. First, it was Song Junqiu, who whimsically took him out for dinner and fireworks. Now it was Wen Lingxiu inviting him to shop and watch a performance. Previously, these clients would have preferred to keep him cooped up indoors, away from prying eyes. Now, they seem eager to whisk him away. Women are indeed perplexing. Countless thoughts swirled in Lu Xing's mind, but he maintained a professional smile, as refreshing as a spring breeze. Good afternoon, President One. Though March heralded the transition into spring and summer, the evening air retained a hint of chill. Wen Lingxiu donned a long coat over her white shirt and black skirt. The gentle wind tousled her slightly curled hair, exuding the charm of a mature woman, akin to a white magnolia blooming with quiet elegance. As Lu Xing approached, Wen Lingxiu greeted him with a warm smile, effortlessly taking his backpack and placing it in the back seat. Good afternoon. I've passed my driving test. Let's take this car for a spin. Lu Xing's smile faltered momentarily. Just yesterday she obtained her license, and today she's already behind the wheel. No less in an Audi as her first test drive. How audacious. Anxiety surged within Lu Xing, but he kept his thoughts to himself, instead showering her with compliments. He inhaled deeply, settling into the passenger seat, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Wen Lingxiu, clapping enthusiastically. Well, congratulations, President One, on passing your driving test. I knew you would be a natural. He continued, once you get the hang of it, just imagine wearing sunglasses and driving a convertible. You'd undoubtedly captivate an entire crowd. Wen Lingxiu chuckled, her lips curving into a smile as she playfully replied, I'm already getting old. Why would I want to captivate anyone? Instead, why don't you work hard so you can take me for a drive in a convertible one day? A warning bell rang in Lu Xing's mind. When a woman claims she is old, it is imperative to delve into the underlying reasons for such a statement. His mind snapped to attention, and he turned to gaze deeply into Wen Lingxiu's eyes, his brow furrowed with concern. Such intense scrutiny made Wen Lingxiu feel a tad bashful, prompting her to avert her gaze. What are you looking at? Lu Xing sighed, speaking solemnly. Indeed, the heavens are fair. Wen Lingxiu, puzzled, responded, What do you mean? She had merely intended to tease Lu Xing about her age, but how did the conversation shift so dramatically? What was fair about this? Lu Xing smiled with a sense of relief, saying, Heaven has bestowed upon you remarkable beauty and a unique temperament. Yet it has not granted you a conventional sense of aesthetics. Wen Lingxiu was momentarily taken aback, having studied painting and calligraphy since childhood. She had been steeped in the arts. How could I lack a normal aesthetic? Lu Xing explained leisurely, when, with your appearance and charm, if you claim to be aging, does that not indicate a lack of conventional taste? I shall acquire some art pieces for you to appreciate. External beauty alone is insufficient. We must cultivate our inner selves as well. Such a reversal of fortune. Quite the absurdity. Wen Lingxiu comprehended his words but felt no inclination to respond. It seemed as if he was praising her, yet it also bore the tone of reproach. Torn between irritation and amusement, she playfully poked Lu Xing's forehead. "You mischievous rascal. So glib of tongue." Lu Xing, mimicking her playful gesture, swayed his head lazily and replied, "I wash my face and brush my teeth diligently every day. Where lies the glibness?" A chuckle escaped Wen Lingxiu. All right, you are not glib. I misjudged you. I shall buy you several fitting garments as compensation." Sighing inwardly, Lu Xing thought, if only the wealthy would simply toss cash in one's face as a form of compensation. Instead, they present these trinkets that cannot stave off hunger, which I must later sell at Kate's luxury resale store. What a tiresome endeavor. It was not until he entered a bespoke suit shop that Lu Xing suddenly comprehended the true meaning behind the wealthy's notion of purchasing several fitting garments. It referred to bespoke tailoring. Oh heavens, he thought, feeling utterly exposed as the tailor took his measurements. This was too vulnerable for him to bear. However, the tailor, seemingly unfazed, remarked with a hint of surprise, "Sir, your measurements are quite standard. You will undoubtedly look splendid in a suit." Covering himself, Lu Xing asked, "Thank you. But must measurements be taken without clothing?" The tailor smiled without hesitation. "Some require it, some do not. It is all to ensure accuracy for a well-fitted garment." The tailor then inquired, "By the way, sir, do you prefer to keep it on the left or the right?" Lu Xing, perplexed, responded, "Huh?" The tailor pointed at his lower region. "This area must be measured accurately. Otherwise, the fabric will be ill-fitting and uncomfortable." Lu Xing thought, is this some new form of humiliating compliance experiment? After enduring the ordeal of the fitting room, Lu Xing emerged to find Wen Lingxiu holding a freshly printed document labeled Lu Xing's body measurements, scrutinizing it with great interest. Broad shoulders, commendable chest, decent waist, long legs, and quite impressive elsewhere, she noted with satisfaction. They say one must try before marriage to determine compatibility. She had an even better and more precise method. Lu Xing's measurements were indeed quite suitable for becoming the father of her child. "Mr. Wen, I have measured it." Lu Xing awkwardly stepped out and stood beside Wen Lingxiu, who offered a gentle smile. "I have selected some comfortable and high-quality fabrics for you. If we expedite the tailoring, you should receive the garments in about 2 weeks." Noticing Lu Xing's collar was turned up, Wen Lingxiu stepped in front of him, extending her hand to attentively adjust his attire, speaking softly, "Isn't your school's coming-of-age ceremony approaching? You can wear that. It will look splendid." Lu Xing towered over Anwen. From his vantage point, her naturally tender features appeared even more enchanting and virtuous, reminiscent of a devoted wife. Lu Xing closed his eyes, inhaling deeply the fragrant scent enveloping him. Surrounding staff members wore affectionate smiles, their gazes tinged with envy. Envy of what? Perhaps they envied Lu Xing for recognizing the allure of a wealthy woman at such a tender age, not squandering his youth foolishly. Yet, only Lu Xing's mind felt unusually clear at this moment. A smile graced his lips, though a hint of coolness lingered in his eyes. He had never disclosed to Wen Lingxiu when the ceremony would take place. The only instance was when he brought home the school calendar tucked away in his backpack. This implied that Wen Lingxiu had rummaged through his belongings. Lu Xing smiled brightly, obediently saying, "All right, I will send you photos when the time comes." After adjusting his clothing, Wen Lingxiu tucked her long hair behind her ear, responding with a warm smile. "Of course, I look forward to it." Indeed, youth is often easily captivated by the charm of a gentle older sister. But perhaps this is for the best. The more innocent one is, the more suitable they are to be a father to a little girl. She did not require a man with ulterior motives at home, but rather a simple, family-oriented man. Lu Xing was the perfect candidate. 050 Delving deeper, sigh. Lu Xing remains notably silent. If Song Junju is known for being quite the provocateur, then Wen Lingxiu is undeniably an embodiment of abstraction. Despite his extensive tenure in the profession of sycophancy, he never anticipated that a client would so abstractly rummage through his bag. What does he expect? That he could conceal a knife within his bag to masquerade as a robber in the dead of night, demanding a ransom from Wen Lingxiu? Sigh. Lu Xing exhales heavily again, pondering how Wen Lingxiu has become so riddled with insecurity. Is it customary for widows to harbor such wariness? Perhaps. Though she is solitary, she has resided here for many years. As the saying goes, a widow's caution is profound, forgetting the past, yet still burdened by it. As a widow navigating the trials of single parenthood, Lu Xing empathizes with Wen Lingxiu's vigilance. Nonetheless, one question plagues Lu Xing's mind. Why has Wen Lingxiu not suggested replacing his tattered bag? Goodness, how utterly disheartening. In the bespoke tailor shop, Lu Xing and Wen Lingxiu gaze at each other with tender affection. Yet, their minds drift to the stark contrast between pork knuckles and chicken necks. Lu Xing's eyes begin to feel weary. But, betting on the pride of a professional sycophant, nearer wholesalers, come forth. Let us see whose gaze holds the most profound emotion. A minute later, when Lingxiu concedes defeat, in terms of perception, she cannot match Lu Xinghoff. This is a matter of pride for Lu Xing as a devoted sycophant. However, fostering a lively atmosphere is also an essential duty of his profession. Thus, with a tone infused with innocence, Lu Xing inquires, General Manager 1, have my clothes been tailored? Would you like to have some made as well? When Lingxiu smiles, her demeanor gentle. I am over 30. I'm no longer a young girl preoccupied with new garments. Alarm bells. At this juncture, to say, indeed, at your age. Isn't it rather shameless to don vibrant colors? Would be unnecessary, we might as well commence the feast. Therefore, Lu Xing disagrees, asserting, beautiful individuals could don a sack and still grace Paris Fashion Week. Moreover, I would be delighted if General Manager Wen could wear exquisite outfits when accompanying me. When Lingxiu probes, what brings you joy? Hee. When General Manager Wen accompanies me, people will undoubtedly assume I'm a wealthy heir. Lu Xing replies nonchalantly. One may question the character of the affluent, but their taste remains indisputable. Goodness. Those around, feigning busyness, are actually straining to eavesdrop on the wealthy woman's strategies. Utterly astonished. How remarkable. Is it possible to praise someone in such a manner? Indeed, it is quite reassuring. No wonder this wealth is yours to command. The staff in the shop regard Lu Xing with newfound respect. When Lingxiu is clearly enamored by such flattery, her eyes narrow in delight as she explains. My clothes are also custom-made, though not from this establishment. They specialize in menswear. If you have any garments in mind that you admire, please compile a list. And I shall discuss it with them. Lu Xing falls silent. Thank you. Once again, he has been dazzled. Is wealth truly admirable? Is wealth truly admirable? Is wealth truly admirable? If you have something, share it with me. Do not compel me to kneel and beg. My mind is already in a whirlwind of confusion. Yet Lu Xing maintains a gaze filled with tender affection. Does Wen Zhong never wear outer garments? When Lingxiu offered no reply, instead, she tucked her long hair behind her shoulder and closed the distance between her and Lu Xing. Lu Xing remained motionless. With a soft chuckle, when Lingxiu gently expressed, many of the clothes outside are one-size-fits-all, and when I wear them, they're rather constricting. Lu Xing gazed at Wen Lingxiu in astonishment. She playfully teased the innocent young man, causing her own heart to race, and then she nonchalantly walked towards the store entrance. Goodness! Lu Xing's heart surged with tumultuous waves. It seemed Aunt Wen was flirting. Uncertain, he decided to observe further. No, this was entirely wrong. Lu Xing quickly composed himself and analyzed the situation. Aunt Wen had never spoken in such an ambiguous manner before. Yet now she not only uttered such words, but also took him out without fear of encountering anyone else. Fragments of their recent interactions flooded his mind. Piecing together the clues, Lu Xing uncovered the truth amidst a sea of evidence. Aunt Wen was seeking to take advantage of him. Yes, she must be wanting to exploit him long-term. Lu Xing was astounded. Good heavens, how could someone so affluent wish to take advantage of a mere worker like him? Where were morals? Where was the law? And where lay the boundaries? These women were truly deranged. He could tolerate Wen Lingxiu's controlling nature, but he absolutely could not abide her desire for free labor. Not coming? Seeing Lu Xing remain stationary and not following, Wen Lingxiu couldn't help but laugh inwardly. It seemed he was not entirely indifferent after all. A smile graced her lips. She was now certain Lu Xing harbored feelings for her. Or else a simple tease wouldn't have stirred him so profoundly. Knowing Lu Xing had an affinity for her made everything easier. After all, he was now an adult. At 18, it was the perfect age to become a father. In the coming days, she planned to gradually increase their interactions, nurturing their bond. By June, it would likely be the right moment to take the next step. Regaining his composure, Lu Xing smiled and strode over, saying, of course we're going. Wherever Wen Zhong goes, I shall follow. The audacity of Wen Lingxiu, wanting to exploit him for a lifetime. Just wait. First, he would keep this unscrupulous capitalist in check. And when June arrived, he would make his escape. It was merely a performance, after all. Just watch how he would leave her utterly bewildered. When Lingxiu stood beside Lu Xing, let us first pick up Wan. Yet her gaze continually flickered to the side. The disparity in their physiques reflected in the store's mirror gave her an oddly comforting sense of security, as if she were enveloped in a warm embrace. Lu Xing pondered for a moment before suggesting, let us head to the cake shop. Wan mentioned wanting to eat cherry mousse cake last time. when Ling Xiu shot him a playful glare. You're feeding one more outside food again. In truth, she felt an immense satisfaction within. In such circumstances, Lu Xing's ability to remember One's words made him exceptionally suited to be a father. With a smile, Lu Xing remarked, children, when they desire something, should be indulged if it is within reach. Otherwise, by the age of 20, one might find themselves composing sentimental videos on Douyin, lamenting how unfulfilled desires from youth can haunt a lifetime. Wen Lingxiu was quite pleased with this response. Although Wan was not Lu Xing's biological child, his affectionate treatment of her as if she were his own daughter was one of the reasons she chose him. As they settled into the car, although Wen Lingxiu believed she understood Lu Xing well, she felt compelled to delve deeper. Xing, have you ever contemplated what you wish to pursue after graduating from university? I haven't even started university yet, and you, President Wen, are already planning my career. I'm just asking. Well, perhaps I might open a bakery. A bakery? I thought you were the entrepreneurial type. While some venture into entrepreneurship, there must also be those who create delightful, soft pastries. Is it because Wan enjoys cakes? Yes, as long as you are happy. When Lingxiu drove with utmost seriousness, and Lu Xing stole a glance at her. At that moment, he was utterly convinced that when Lingxiu had ulterior motives, that wicked and cunning Wan, the deity of Xing, shall not allow you to succeed. 051A title will suffice. It is indeed vexing that a title must consist of 5 characters. In the exquisitely adorned private room of a luxury boutique, models clad in the latest seasonal attire paraded before Song Junju. Yeah, this outfit suits you splendidly, doesn't it? Song Junju called out to Zhang Yu several times, but received no response. Turning to look, she was met with Zhang Yu's deeply furrowed brow, a visage that seemed fit for a tragic hero. What troubles you? Song Junju inquired, her curiosity piqued. With a heavy sigh, Zhang Yu smacked the armrest of the sofa and lamented, I've received another complaint. Really? Song Junju adjusted her glasses with intrigue. Do elaborate. Zhang Yu clenched her teeth, stating, a patient, acting as a matchmaker, insisted on introducing me to someone, claiming he was a civil servant. Upon further inquiry, it turned out he had spent over a decade in prison, just recently released. The matchmaker even assured me that he had reformed and would never commit murder again. As the first syllable of laughter escaped, Song Junju immediately pressed her lips together, striving to maintain a serious demeanor. You know, my sense of humor is rather refined. I seldom find anything amusing. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. Don't stifle yourself. It's not as if you have an adorable little wolf dog to use. She genuinely found Song Junju astonishing, spending a fortune on acquiring a charming companion, yet not utilizing him, indulging instead in pure affection. Mentioning Lu Xing seemed to soften Song Junju's expression considerably. Research suggests that an overabundance of frivolous thoughts dulls one's reactions. Zhang Yu, however, was skeptical. She perceived it merely as Song Junju's diversionary tactic. I see right through you. Hey, could you show me what your partner looks like? Zhang Yu inquired suddenly. Her interest piqued. With June approaching, Song Junju was set to travel abroad, and yet she had not glimpsed her companion's appearance. Zhang Yu's question left Song Junju momentarily flustered. I have no photographs of us together. Indeed, upon further reflection, it seemed she and Lu Xing had no shared images. Zhang Yu nodded. That's for the best. However, before you depart for your summer trip, remember to check his phone. See if he has secretly captured any photos of you. One should never harbor ill intent, but one must also remain vigilant. Observing Song Junju's stunningly exquisite face, Zhang Yu felt her concerns were entirely justified. You are correct, Song Junju murmured in agreement, though her mind wandered elsewhere. Lu Xing cherished her deeply. He must yearn for a photograph with her. She was no fiend, after all, to deny him such a modest wish. Since she would be abroad for the summer, she might as well leave him with some semblance of longing. After all, affection is innocent. Having perused the clothing and accessories for a while, Zhang Yu grew somewhat restless and remarked, It's about time. Let us head to the theater. Song Junju nodded, pondered for a moment, and then sent a message. Ding. On the way to fetch Nan and Lu Xing's phone chimed. Song Junju, 27. A neurotic. Select a suitable camera before Saturday, and you must proficiently master the art of photography. Expenses will be reimbursed. Lu Xing was perplexed. What madness is this lunatic spouting? For the needs of the client, one should inquire less and act more. This is the hallmark of a dedicated professional. Thus, Lu Xing promptly replied, Lu Xing, okay, I will strive to hone my photography skills. By the way, Professor Song, what is the spending limit? Song Junshu, 27. A neurotic. Unlimited. What? Unlimited. Goodness. Lu Xing was taken aback. Is this truly the realm of the affluent? He silently shed tears of a humble dog. He felt utterly overwhelmed. It was too much to bear. So overwhelming that he felt an urge to run wildly, to explode like a meteor. What's wrong? Sensing that Lu Xing seemed a bit off, when Lingxiu, who was driving, inquired. Lu Xing immediately lifted his head and, with a gentle smile, replied to Wen Lingxiu. I was just thinking how regrettable it is. This is the first time sitting in the passenger seat beside President Wen, and it should be commemorated with a photograph. Let us create an album to record our daily progress. President Wen. A warmth enveloped Wen Lingxiu's heart, stirring a sense of nostalgia. The early years of childhood are often endearing, accompanied by attention and care. However, as one ages, such concern diminishes, gradually fading into the vast sea of humanity. When one nears the end of life, that care often resurfaces. When Lingxiu found herself in this intermediate stage, where everyone relied on her, believing her to be omnipotent. Yet, Lu Xing's sudden remark evoked a peculiar sensation within her, as though she were still a child, cherished and nurtured, with someone recording every small step of her growth. When Lingxiu curved her lips, her voice soft as she said, "It's not as if you won't be allowed to sit in the passenger seat next time. We have a camera at home. Feel free to use it." "Great. I will diligently work on my photography skills," Lu Xing replied cheerfully, though his gaze held an inexplicable complexity. Using Wen Lingxiu's camera, having her pose as a model, with the ultimate goal of honing his skills for Song Junshu? Forget it. Learning is indeed a gain, adding another skill to his repertoire. Delightful. Ever since learning that the three of them would attend a show together today, Nuan had been bubbling with excitement since last night. Upon seeing Lu Xing and Wen Lingxiu together after school, she joyfully ran towards them with her little legs. "Mommy, Daddy. Yay. Did Nuan have fun at kindergarten today?" Lu Xing lifted Nuan, placing the little girl on his shoulders. Nuan giggled excitedly. Higher. Higher. Wen Lingxiu stood beside the father and daughter, gently bidding farewell to her teacher. Observing the departing trio, the teacher couldn't help but elegantly exclaim, "Goodness. They are such a perfect match. Oh dear." A slip of profanity, 3 points deducted. Haha, you may deduct my points, but you cannot extinguish my fervor for shipping CP. If you argue, deduct 3 more points. I was mistaken, truly mistaken. Dear brother, I humbly worship you. Please refrain from further deductions. Woe is me. Hee. Oh, how exhilarating. Oh, my dear father. The little one perched upon Lu Xing's neck experienced an unprecedented height, filled with wonder. When Lingxiu, concerned for Lu Xing's well-being, gently suggested, "Little one, please come down and walk." The small hands of the child caressed Lu Xing's head. Though reluctant, she proclaimed, "Thank you for your hard work. Dear father, please set me down." Lu Xing firmly grasped the child's arm to prevent her from falling, flashing a radiant smile that revealed his pearly white teeth. "She's not heavy at all, completely manageable. Besides, I could carry you without a hint of strain." His laughter was so bright and dazzling. When Lingxiu wished to join in the laughter, yet found it too frivolous, so she merely shot Lu Xing a playful glare, devoid of any real threat. "You speak nonsense. 052 captured a star. Come quickly. Time is of the essence." Huh? At the theater ticket counter, a young man, resembling a cannonball, burst forth from within, unable to halt his momentum as he collided into Lu Xing's embrace. Startled, Lu Xing swiftly grasped the young man's arm just as he was about to tumble. Gently steadying him, the young man, initially poised to meet the ground, found his balance thanks to Lu Xing's timely intervention. Observing the young man's bewildered expression, Lu Xing rubbed his chest and advised, "Take care when running. The theater is crowded, and you might get hurt." Goodness, Lu Xing thought. Fortunately, his chest is genuine. Otherwise, this reckless lad's boundless energy might have caused an astronomical explosion. Instead of reprimanding him, Lu Xing offered gentle counsel. The young man's face flushed crimson, rendering him speechless in Lu Xing's presence. Lu Xing pondered, could he be mute? Would he communicate through sign language? Would disputes between the deaf be a silent affair? Lu Xing's mind brimmed with questions just as Wen Lingxiu swiftly positioned herself before him. Although her face bore a tender smile, her gaze towards the young man was laden with caution. Xing, the show is about to begin. Shall we enter?" Lu Xing raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Could it be that Antwen was envious of a mere man? Despite the peculiarities of their clientele, providing them with a sense of security was an essential quality of a dedicated professional. Without questioning the rationale, he resolved to act. Thus, Lu Xing scooped up Wan into his arms, extending his other hand to Wen Lingxie with a smile. Let us go. Staring at the hand extended before her. Wen Lingxie was momentarily taken aback. Lu Xing, tall and slender, possessed hands that exuded a sense of safety and reliability. Perhaps a result of his student life and frequent writing, evident by the thin callus on his right middle finger. The earlier caution dissipated entirely when Lingxiu genuinely smiled. Firmly grasping his hand, her eyes radiating joy. Their fingers intertwined. Wan clapped her hands, pouting in discontent. Wan wants to hold hands too. When Lingxiu blinked playfully at her daughter, teasing, but Xing has only 2 hands, one for mommy and one for holding Wan. Wan tilted her little head. Deep in thought, before a spark of inspiration illuminated her face. Then daddy can hold my hand and carry mommy. Huh. Lu Xing was momentarily stunned. His mind involuntarily conjuring that image. That image, truly a troubling thought. As he turned his head, he found himself gazing into Wen Lingxiu's watery eyes. They exchanged a glance, both slightly embarrassed as they averted their gazes, watching the trio depart. Qi Shui abruptly regained his senses. Goodness, how handsome. The water in the pool gently caressed his face, warmth lingering on his cheeks from earlier. After standing in silence for a moment, he dialed a number. The contact name, Tyrannosaurus. As soon as the call connected, before Qi Yuanshan could utter a word, he heard Qi Shui sounding like an excited monkey. Sister, I just bumped into someone. Oh my goodness. You have no idea how handsome he is. He is truly the epitome of masculinity, the pinnacle of manhood. Qi Yuanshan coldly replied with 5 words. Nerds are truly disgusting. Qi Shui, undeterred, continued to recount his tale with enthusiasm. I ran into him and couldn't stop myself. I thought I was going to smash my proud nose into the ground. But he suddenly grabbed my arm. Can you believe it? I didn't fall. Qi Yuanshan coldly remarked, have you turned into a gay? Qi Shui remained unfazed, continuing his exuberant recounting. He was so wonderful. Not only did he save me, but he also kindly advised me to be more careful. I've never met such a considerate stranger before. Qi Yuanshan flatly said, if there is nothing else, I'm hanging up. Wait. Qi Shui, beaming with excitement, felt as if he had finally achieved something after years of servitude. Sister, aren't you curious about who that man is? Boring. Is it really that boring? But you've thought about that man for quite a while. Address. Buy me 5 graphics cards. 3. 6. If you're not buying, then so be it. I didn't really want to mention that beautiful woman next to Lu Xing, beautiful woman? After a moment of silence, Qi Yuanshan said, deal. Yes. Qi Shui exclaimed joyously, pumping his fist. Well, for the first time, I've gained an advantage in the battle against my sister. All right. I'm in love with Lu Xing. I want to kiss him to death. A woman beside Lu Xing? Qi Yuanshan's voice, transmitted through the line, carried a chill. Qi Shui reflected for a moment. Yes, she was quite beautiful, holding a little girl who was also adorable. It seemed Lu Xing had a good relationship with her, even helping her carry the child. Oh right. Qi Shui swallowed hard. Lu Xing was holding hands with that woman, their fingers intertwined. With a clatter, Qi Yuanshan's lipstick fell from the vanity, rolling to the floor. Facing the mirror, she curled her lips into a cool, faint smile. So accomplished. Truly accomplished. She had searched for Lu Xing for so long, and it had only been a few days since they last met. Now, he could watch a show with someone else's wife? Qi Yuanshan clenched her jaw tightly. She was genuinely hungry. Qi Shui comforted her from the other end of the line. Oh, but sister, don't be too sad. I believe Lu Xing still cares about you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to come on a Sunday. The Sunday show was Qi Yuanshan's regular performance. If Lu Xing really brought that woman to watch her show, then, on the stage, Qi Yuanshan is performing, while beneath it, Lu Xing is indulging in sweet moments with a woman. The mere thought of this possibility sends Qi Yuanshan's blood pressure soaring. Sister? Do you remember my graphics card? Qi Yuanshan composes herself, gazing at the reflection of a woman in the mirror, as radiant as the cool, bright moon, exuding elegance. Yet, the incessant chatter of Qi Shui becomes increasingly irksome. Taking a deep breath, Qi Yuanshan offers a faint smile. She selects the most exquisite and sophisticated attire from the wardrobe and calmly states, in comparison to the graphics card, you ought to explain yourself to Mother. Qi Shui? A text message arrives. Mother, Qi Shui, at such a tender age, you have taken a liking to men. Come home and clarify this. Good heavens. Qi Shui is left in utter shock. As he observes the relentless stream of messages from his mother, he throws his head back in despair. Qi Yuanshan. You beast. In the renowned Haicheng Grand Theater, it is widely acknowledged that an artist's works often appreciate in value only after their demise. However, traditional opera distinctly deviates from this norm. A performer's prowess is instantly recognized by discerning audiences from the very moment they step onto the stage. Recently, during the celebrated series of performances, the most acclaimed play was The Dragon Rope. The leading actress, a seasoned veteran of the craft, had long since retired but has now agreed to make a comeback, much to the delight of devoted fans, resulting in sold-out shows where tickets are exceedingly scarce. Today, Lu Xing has come to witness this very performance. Yet, he hesitated, instinctively drawn to his usual spot, only to have his hand unexpectedly grasped. Turning around, he met the questioning gaze of Wen Lingxiu. With a considerate tone, she explained, "It is rather noisy outside. Let us move to the private box rather than sitting out here." Awakened to the moment, Lu Xing lowered his head, feeling bashful as he stammered, "I'm sorry. I feel a bit nervous attending the show with you in 1-1. His pauses, rhythm, and tone were impeccable. Someone call the Oscars. I deserve an award." Wen Lingxiu, observing Lu Xing's innocent confusion, felt her heart melt. After all, Lu Xing typically navigated between school and the villa, rarely having time to attend performances. Unable to resist, she affectionately ruffled his hair, guiding him in 1-1 toward the box, gently assuring him, "It's perfectly fine. No one is born with knowledge of everything. Once summer vacation arrives, we will come here more often, and you will become familiar with it." After a moment's thought, she added, "Not only in Haicheng. I will take you in 1-1 to Vienna, Sydney, and Chicago." "Wow, what a delightful aroma!" Lu Xing exclaimed. "Oh, it's the scent of pancakes. So familiar and comforting, just like the owner." His expression shifted to one of concern. "Ah, will this interfere with your work? You have it tough enough without having to take 1-1 and me out for fun." Wen Lingxiu laughed, relishing the feeling of being cared for. 1-1. Unable to remember those city names, was nonetheless elated, knowing they were going out. Yay, 1-1 wants to be with mommy and daddy forever. Upon entering the private box, Wen Lingxiu playfully pinched Lu Xing's face, her spirits soaring at the sight of his comically contorted expression. There was still time, after all, and nothing mattered more than family. Imagine a graceful and charming wife standing under the spotlight, holding her adorable daughter's hand, softly proclaiming, "Family is paramount." What reaction did she wish to evoke? Lu Xing's face lit up with a surprised smile. Deeply touched, he nodded earnestly. Yes, it was settled. Let the Golden Globes, Emmys, Guild Awards, and Oscars come rolling in to present him with accolades. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Yu was ushering Song Junju into the venue. Searching for their seats. "Junju, you are truly wonderful to accompany me to this, even though you don't particularly enjoy it." "It's all right. I should be here really," she replied. Realizing the absurdity of her words, Song Junju quickly regained her composure, striving to salvage her friendship. Zhang Yu effortlessly discerned her underlying thoughts. "You can't possibly be thinking of that mercenary fellow, can you?" Song Junju promptly asserted, "Of course not. Besides, he isn't merely driven by money. Everyone has an affinity for wealth." Zhang Yu replied, "How is that any different from an admission?" It was alarming. Who on earth had ensnared the esteemed Song Junju? Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel relieved. Thankfully, Song Junju was on the verge of departing abroad. If she lingered around that man any longer, she might end up losing everything, even her undergarments. Qi Yushan? Zhang Yu intended to offer Song Junju further counsel. But then his gaze fell upon a familiar face in the adjacent seat. Stripped of her theatrical makeup, Qi Yushan appeared coldly beautiful, resembling a figure stepped out from a painting. Qi Yushan, slightly taken aback, offered a polite smile and nodded. "Hello." Her eyes flickered towards Song Junju, revealing a hint of surprise. This person was rather striking. With her voluminous, curly hair and undeniably captivating features, she nonetheless wore a pair of silver-framed glasses. The bizarre amalgamation of allure and scholarly charm was strikingly harmonious. Qi Yushan thought to herself, Lu Xing, with his lack of aesthetic sense, should at least seek someone of this caliber if he is to find a new love. As one gazes into the abyss gazes back. While Qi Yushan discreetly assessed Song Junju, the latter was also observing her. Song Junju didn't scrutinize too closely, but simply found Qi Yushan quite attractive. However, she felt an inexplicable aversion towards her. Zhang Yu was delighted. Scientific studies suggest that conversing with handsome individuals contributes to longevity. And she was particularly eager to engage with Qi Yushan. "Yushan, I truly enjoy your performances. This is my friend, and she shares the same fondness." Song Junju? Qi Yushan beamed. As a woman, Receiving compliments from handsome men is commonplace, but praise from a beautiful woman is unparalleled. Chi Yushan inquired, "Does this sister also enjoy watching my performances?" Song Junju nodded, her tone nonchalant as she replied, "I watched your Mu Guiying alongside Lu Xing. That day, he even styled my hair. His touch was gentle and pleasant." Thinking of Lu Xing, Song Junju's eyes crinkled in delight. "He loves me so much." Upon hearing this, Chi Yushan suddenly felt a lump in her throat. Unfortunately, that particular performance was the one she had botched. In an instant, the smile on Chi Yushan's lips waned slightly. Did she sense that the enchanting sister before her harbored some disdain? Was it merely a delusion? However, recalling the performance reminded Chi Yushan of Lu Xing. She had come today specifically to seek him out, yet to her dismay, upon checking the list of ticket purchasers, she found his name was conspicuously absent. This treacherous situation couldn't possibly be deceiving her, could it? Unable to locate Lu Xing, and with the performance about to commence, Chi Yushan's brow furrowed slightly in irritation. Must she really resort to scrutinizing the surveillance footage one by one? Are you still searching for that individual? Song Junju inquired, observing Chi Yushan's expression, her tone unexpectedly direct. What? Chi Yushan's cool gaze revealed a hint of perplexity. Song Junju, known for her unyielding candor, dismissed any reservations and spoke plainly. I watched your performance. The mistakes you made were not due to a lack of skill, but rather because you were distracted, searching the audience for someone. Just now, you displayed the same expression as that day. Zhang Yu, startled, attempted to restrain Song Junju's arm, urging her to refrain from making baseless assumptions. Chi Yushan, taken aback, lifted her gaze in astonishment, probing, Are you studying psychology? Song Junju smiled faintly, its instinct. Zhang Yu, bewildered, exclaimed, You really guessed correctly? He fell into contemplation. Biologically, she too was female. What justified her lack of such intuitive acumen as Song Junju's? It was as if she had an innate detective's prowess. Under the enthusiastic encouragement of Zhang Yu, the three individuals successfully exchanged contact information. Song Junju, with an air of superiority, remarked, I hope you achieve your wishes. She possessed an attitude that seemed to dismiss everyone around her. Chi Yushan, however, was too preoccupied to care. She sighed deeply, her gaze lost in thought as she stared at the stage. I hope so, but he must be deeply hurt by me, as he refuses to even see me. Song Junju appeared surprised. Observing Chi Yushan's exterior, she could hardly believe she was capable of inflicting such pain. Curiously, Song Junju speculated, Did you break up with him and now regret it? Chi Yushan was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Song Junju's bluntness, nor did she appreciate the hint of schadenfreude in her tone. Feeling slighted, Chi Yushan's discomfort grew, leaving her unable to deny the insinuation, and she simply nodded. I played with his feelings. Song Junju nodded knowingly, unconsciously comparing Chi Yushan's former partner with Lu Xing in her mind. Indeed, Lu Xing is far better, sweet, good-natured, and understanding. However, it seemed rather ungracious to flaunt one's joy in front of someone suffering, so Song Junju offered, if you still have feelings for him, just clarify things. Zhang Yu was left dumbfounded. Are you serious? You, of all people, who have never been in a relationship, are acting like a love expert? It's as if you're some sort of college strategist, having never experienced love yourself while trying to construct a romance for your roommate. Zhang Yu found no constructive value in Song Junju's words. Who would actually believe that? Really? Chi Yushan felt a pang of anxiety. The news of another woman in Lu Xing's life only intensified her distress, leaving her in desperate need of some comforting words. Zhang Yu thought, this is a disaster. Two love novices have come together. Reflecting on Lu Xing's gentle disposition, Song Junju nodded seriously. I believe this. As long as you haven't committed a fundamental error, such as infidelity, other minor mistakes can be explained. At least that's how Lu Xing is. Seeing the unmistakable happiness in Song Junju's eyes, Chi Yushan sighed deeply within. Alas, it seems everyone is quite happy, except for me, who cannot even find out where Lu Xing has gone. Glancing at Song Junju's slightly upturned lips, Chi Yushan found it hard to imagine who could possibly win over someone like her. With a clatter, the performance commenced. Excellent. What a magnificent atmosphere. The actors on stage captivated the audience with their well-honed skills, eliciting applause from all present. Not only Zhang Yu, but even Song Junju, who typically had little interest in opera, found her attention ensnared. All eyes were fixed on the performers, except for Chi Yushan, who remained distracted, pondering Lu Xing's whereabouts. Ding! An incoming message chimed. Chi Yushan glanced down and saw a message from the theater staff. Miss Chi, we have found him. He is in the box on the second floor. Look up and to the back. With a swift motion, Qi Yushan turned her head towards the second-floor box. To her astonishment, Lu Xing was leaning over the railing, still applauding the elderly performer's golden voice, when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Qi Yushan. What a shock to see her in broad daylight. How did she end up here? Lu Xing found it hard to believe. To prevent such an encounter, he had specifically checked the cast list, which clearly did not include Qi Yushan or her mentor. Noticing Qi Yushan's gaze fixed upon the little girl in his arms, Lu Xing felt a jolt of alarm and quickly set the child down, feigning calmness as he spoke. Wan, why don't you go inside and pick the prettiest orange for Daddy? Yay. Wan will definitely choose the most beautiful orange for Daddy. The little girl, with her tiny legs, began to rummage through the fruit platter. Lu Xing felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively glanced into the box. When Lingxiu was at the table brewing tea, occasionally glancing at Wan with a smile, softly saying, "Take your time." Her hands were exquisite, holding the jade-like teacup with a warmth that surpassed the cup itself. A few strands of hair fell delicately by her ears, illuminated by the box's soft light, revealing a gentle profile. Noticing Lu Xing's gaze upon her, when Lingxiu raised her eyes and inquired softly, "Why are you looking at me?" "Teacher, teach me how to brew tea. Your tea brewing is so beautiful," Lu Xing exclaimed. Admiration evident on his face, his fingers clenched tightly behind his back, his tone cheerful. When Lingxiu paused for a moment before laughing, playfully retorting, "Others learn to brew tea for its flavor, but you want to learn just for the aesthetics? Come here." Lu Xing approached reluctantly, complaining, "But you look truly beautiful when you brew tea." When Lingxiu's smile became even softer and more alluring as she poured him a cup of tea, playfully winking at him. "Is it possible that it's not the tea brewing that's beautiful, but me?" Lu Xing held his breath, the oxygen in his lungs rapidly depleting, his face gradually turning crimson. "Hiki, who says physiological reactions cannot be controlled?" Seeing Lu Xing's face flush with embarrassment, when Lingxiu rested her chin on her hand, teasing him. "Oh, so our omnipotent little star can also feel shy? Stop, please." Lu Xing dared not look at her, hurriedly lowering his head. Yet his eyes remained as calm as usual. Meeting the client's needs is an essential quality of a devoted professional. Everything when Lingxiu did was merely to captivate this innocent young man, and it seemed so effortless. Never had he encountered such a simple task. In this fast world, maximizing the emotional value of clients was paramount. So he decided to play along, remaining silent as he felt his face nearly ignite with embarrassment. Seeing Lu Xing's face nearly self-igniting, when Lingxiu was in high spirits, it appeared that Lu Xing still harbored feelings for her. Indeed, my emotional journey has progressed another step forward. When Lingxiu mused to herself, "I must take Lu Xing out more often." A series of knocks echoed at the door of the private box. Lu Xing's heart raced. He could not forget the glance exchanged with Qi Yushan just moments ago. Damn, it must be that cunning Qi Yushan stirring up trouble. I shall never return to this wretched theater again. Lu Xing forced a smile and said, "I'll go answer the door." With a click, the doors swung open, revealing a waiter who exchanged a few words with Lu Xing before departing. What did he say? Lu Xing donned the coat he had placed on the sofa and spoke casually. "They mentioned that every box has a gift, but it requires a lottery to claim it. I thought I might try my luck." When Lingxiu felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of Lu Xing leaving. Sensing her emotions, Lu Xing shyly remarked, "I wish to commemorate this. It is our first outing to see a performance, and I am quite delighted." When Lingxiu was taken aback, her eyes suddenly stinging. For reasons unknown, hearing Lu Xing's exuberant tone brought her discomfort. She had always leaned on Lu Xing, demanding from him. Despite being a child himself, he was expected to assume the role of a father figure. Wasn't that a form of cruelty towards him? Now, a sincere and gentle heart lay before her. She felt a wave of self-reproach wash over her. Lowering her head, she struggled to contain the mixed emotions swirling within her and slowly nodded, "All right," with a soft click. The door opened and closed again as when Lingxiu cradled the little one in her arms, murmuring to herself, "Does the little one like Daddy?" The child nodded vigorously. "Yes. Then let Daddy always be your father, shall we?" "What else did Boss Qi say?" Lu Xing smiled at the waiter, casually assisting him with the tray. The waiter was taken aback by Lu Xing's gesture. While the role of service personnel is to attend to guests, they are not devoid of emotions, they are human too. After a brief silence, the waiter spoke. "Miss Qi said if you wouldn't come out under the pretense of claiming a gift, she instructed me to convey." The waiter hesitated, struggling to find the right words. "Lu Xing, you wouldn't want that little girl to learn about your reckless beginnings, would you?" In a moment of strategic maneuvering, I decided to first instill a sense of trepidation in Lu Xing. At the most vulnerable point of his psychological defenses, I would then elucidate the rationale behind my actions. Once he felt a stir of emotion, I intended to gently console him, soothing his spirit. As he reveled in this warmth, I would broach the subject of my desire for him to visit the theater in the future. Ultimately, I must inquire about his relationship with that woman. Inside the private box, Chi Yushan paced anxiously, her mind incessantly revisiting her meticulously crafted plan. This was her strategy. When faced with a formidable obstacle, she would devise the most advantageous solution for herself. The plan was indeed brilliant. By first suppressing the mood, Lu Xing would undoubtedly be moved. Yet, she pressed her hand to her chest, feeling an unexpected tightness. Even during her inaugural performance before a sea of spectators, she had never experienced such anxiety. The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, and she had intentionally left the door ajar, allowing the noise to reach her. Upon hearing it, her expression turned serious. Taking a deep breath, she gracefully seated herself at the table, sweeping her long hair behind her shoulders. And a serene smile graced her lips. As the footsteps approached the threshold, she spoke with a calm yet anticipatory tone, "You have arrived." To her astonishment, the face of the server reflected her surprise. "What are you doing here?" The server, equally uncomfortable, wished to flee, yet found himself ensnared. "Can you refrain from making him a messenger for your romantic entanglements? Is he merely a cog in your play?" A familiar voice drifted in from behind the server. Lu Xing leaned against the doorframe, observing Chi Yushan's expression of dashed hopes with keen interest. Lu Xing had arrived. Her eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, experiencing a dramatic shift in her emotional landscape. Struggling to maintain composure, she inhaled deeply. Calm, she reminded herself, she must remain composed. What had her plan entailed? Oh no. She had forgotten. Caught in this unexpected diversion, her carefully laid plans unraveled, leaving her mind blank. Standing there awkwardly was not conducive. Lu Xing greeted the server with a smile, saying, "Goodbye. You may leave now." The server, relieved from his burden, swiftly exited. "It's been a while." Lu Xing naturally stepped into the box and closed the door behind him, as if he were the host of the gathering. The dynamics had shifted. Chi Yushan stood uncomfortably beside Lu Xing, her plans evaporating into thin air, and she could only mutter, 9 days and 2 hours. "What?" Lu Xing responded, puzzled. Chi Yushan looked at him, forcing a smile that felt somewhat strained. "We haven't seen each other in 9 days and 2 hours. Yielding." The word yield flashed in her mind. Lu Xing was a tender-hearted individual. By showing vulnerability first, he would surely soften in return. Chi Yushan lowered her gaze, exuding an aura of delicate vulnerability. Lu Xing chuckled softly. He had encountered many like her before. In fact, he considered himself a robust cup of fragrant Westlake Longjing tea. Thus, he feigned ignorance and approached the refrigerator, casually inquiring, "Would you like something to drink?" Chi Yushan was taken aback. Was Tishi in a state of distress? Shouldn't Lu Xing offer some words of comfort? "I wish to apologize," she stated, straightening her posture, her beautiful eyes reflecting sincerity. Lu Xing chuckled lightly as he retrieved a can of chilled cola from the fridge. The sound of the can opening was followed by the satisfying fizz of carbonation. Ah, refreshing. The sweet taste enveloped his palate, and his eyes gleamed with delight. Indeed, the joy of a sugary soda. Chi Yushan, biting her lip, lowered her head in embarrassment. What was she to do? It felt as though Lu Xing treated her like mere air. After consuming the soda and savoring its sweetness, Lu Xing's mood lifted considerably. Leaning against the refrigerator, he casually surveyed Chi Yushan. "Would you like something to drink?" "Cola," she replied, feeling compelled to answer, when she had previously remained silent. Lu Xing had disregarded her entirely. Now, as the one in the wrong, it was only natural for her to exercise patience. The image of Lu Xing's satisfied expression while drinking cola stirred a pang of desire within her. Lu Xing nodded thoughtfully, glancing at the beverages in the fridge before finally twisting off the cap of a bottle of mineral water and handing it to her. "Sit." Chi Yushan was pleasantly surprised as she embraced the bottle of water. Lu Xing remembered her need to care for her throat and even opened the bottle cap for her. What did this signify? It meant that Lu Xing was not truly angry after all. With this realization, Chi Yushan's confidence surged as she settled beside Lu Xing. "Why are you sitting so close?" Lu Xing asked, puzzled. "Isn't it cramped?" Assured that Lu Xing bore no ill will, Chi Yushan felt elated, almost giddy. "You smell so good. I want to sit next to you." Lu Xing shot her a bewildered glance. What on earth? A few days apart. And Chi Yushan has lost her mind? He found it perplexing that she found the scent of a household laundry detergent, costing merely 9 yuan at the supermarket, appealing. He could not fathom why people with wealth, who splurge on expensive perfumes, would even appreciate such a trivial scent. Qi Yushan shook her head, insisting, "It's not the same. It truly is different." She had encountered numerous individuals who, despite dousing themselves in costly fragrances, still appeared unappealing. Lu Xing was different. He radiated cleanliness, wore a smile that felt like sunshine, exuding warmth and comfort. Lu Xing, uninterested in her comparisons, distanced himself, opting for a single sofa. He crossed his left leg over his right, resting his hand on his temple, fatigue evident in his voice as he said, "If you have something to say, please express it clearly." He had no desire to expend his emotions on a client with whom he no longer had a relationship. After all, one's emotional value is worth something. Qi Yushan sat on the sofa, at a loss, the spirited demeanor she had displayed on stage now utterly absent. However, she quietly observed Lu Xing, realizing that the current version of Lu Xing was vastly different from the one she had known in the past. "I apologize for not having read your writing before," Qi Yushan remarked. Lu Xing smiled nonchalantly, responding with an air of nonchalance, "You are my guest. How you choose to handle these matters is entirely your prerogative." Qi Yushan was taken aback. She had anticipated witnessing Lu Xing's sorrow, perhaps even a scathing rebuke directed at her. Why this reaction? Lu Xing raised an eyebrow and comforted her. "Boss Qi, you needn't feel guilty about this matter. You are paying for a service, after all. Just like the bears on the mountain. If everyone felt guilty and refused to ride, how would they earn a living?" Lu Xing's voice was soft and considerate, yet it struck Qi Yushan's heart with alarming clarity. She discerned the underlying meaning in Lu Xing's words. Her complexion paling. "You know?" Qi Yushan asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Lu Xing chuckled softly. It seemed that even now, Qi Yushan had no intention of broaching the subject. "How bothersome," Lu Xing mused. "There's no profit to be made here, yet I must endure this endless chatter. Are you referring to your not having read my writing, or to the fact that you have always been my employer?" In the desolate expanse of Beishan and Chushui, the weeping soul sent a chill through me. A thunderous roar erupted beside Qi Yuanshan's ear, leaving her mind blank, frozen in shock. Lu Xing knew. Those 5 bold, ominous words echoed in her mind. It was over. Qi Yuanshan's heart raced like never before, her entire being trembling with anxiety. What should she do? What should she do? If Lu Xing merely knew that she had chosen to ignore those matters, it could be construed as a lack of sincerity, easily amendable with a heartfelt apology. However, what if Lu Xing not only perceived her insincerity but also recognized her as the architect of this grand performance? It was truly over. A wave of numbness washed over Qi Yuanshan. She trembled slightly, suppressing her emotions, and cautiously glanced at Lu Xing's expression, her voice barely a whisper. "Xing Xing." Lu Xing held a cola in her left hand, while her right gripped her phone tightly, recording to shield herself from any deceit. With a vigilant gaze, Lu Xing inquired, "What is it?" The sight of Lu Xing's apprehensive demeanor tightened the bitter threads around Qi Yuanshan's heart. The suffocating sensation made it nearly impossible for her to breathe. She yearned to explain, yet found herself at a loss for words. How could one articulate the truth? Yet, at this moment, 2 words loomed large in Qi Yuanshan's mind: speak. Yes, speak. It was imperative to speak. A profound sense of crisis threatened to engulf her, and an intense intuition gripped her. After this, she might never again communicate with Lu Xing. Speak. She had to speak. Just utter something. Qi Yuanshan clenched her teeth. The inner voice within her cried out in desperation, yet she remained utterly silent. All previous plans had evaporated. Before Lu Xing, she was a disheveled wreck. Slowly, Qi Yuanshan lifted her head, unable to utter a single word. Tears cascaded from her eyes, pulling on her skirt, creating a damp patch. Such a tearful sight. Lu Xing sighed, feeling a pang of nostalgia. How much suffering must the leading lady endure, every gesture meticulously honed to perfection. Now, with her reddened eyes and muffled sobs, Qi Yuanshan appeared both beautiful and fragile. Lu Xing placed the cola on the nearby table and decisively rose to her feet. "Don't go." Panic surged through Qi Yuanshan as she saw Lu Xing stand, her anxiety deepening. She anxiously grasped Lu Xing's hand, unable to take hold of her entire hand, instead clinging tightly to a few of her fingers. Her soft, pale hand contrasted starkly with Lu Xing's complexion. Lu Xing averted her gaze, speaking calmly, "Let go." At the sight of Lu Xing's condescending look, Qi Yuanshan flinched. She slowly lowered her head, yet her grip tightened with unyielding resolve, showing no intention of releasing Lu Xing. After a moment of silence, Lu Xing remarked, "I'm not leaving." Qi Yuanshan could hardly believe it. She knew Lu Xing was astute. If she were to let go, Lu Xing would undoubtedly flee. I don't believe it. Lu Xing chuckled. If I truly were to leave, I would just go fetch a cup. Qi Yushan immediately shook her head, unwilling to believe that Lu Xing had gone to fetch a cup. Moreover, what purpose would one have for a cup? Lu Xing bent down, meeting her gaze, his eyes as calm as still water, and remarked, "It would be a pity to let your tears stain your clothes. Allow me to fetch a cup for you." He retrieved a pack of tissues from his pocket, extracting one and placing it gently into Qi Yushan's hand. Do not cry. As a professional comforter, it was essential to have tissues, wet wipes, and adhesive bandages readily available in his pocket to offer timely assistance when clients were most in need. The pleasant scent of the tissue wafted into her nostrils, and Qi Yushan froze momentarily. As she grasped the meaning behind Lu Xing's words, the beauty revealed a smile as pure and radiant as a rain-kissed pear blossom. Lu Xing released a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, she has finally ceased her tears. The dress was soaked with her weeping. Should anyone catch sight of it, how could he explain? In the midst of their transaction, there was truly no need for such a spectacle. Lu Xing held a certain gratitude for these clients, despite their occasional eccentricities. They were generally generous. At least there were no instances of unpaid wages or attempts at exploitation, save for when Lingxiu, of course. A few minutes later, Qi Yushan managed to compose herself, only then realizing her earlier grip on Lu Xing's fingers had left them reddened. Lu Xing smiled as he withdrew his hand. It's all right. Now that you've calmed down, shall we have a proper conversation? He pulled out a chair and sat across from her. Once a person was composed, meaningful dialogue could ensue. He despised those who, lacking reason, relied solely on volume to assert their dominance. Qi Yushan's eyes and nose were tinged with red, clutching the tissue awkwardly as she sat, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed about her earlier display of emotion. Lu Xing, with a gentle smile, remarked absently, "There is no need to feel embarrassed. Consider it a form of catharsis. This matter must be resolved today. If this cunning individual was not approached correctly, who knew what she might do next? Moreover, when Lingxiu and Wanwan were still waiting for her in the private room, surely they couldn't spend half an hour on a lottery, could they? Time was of the essence. Swift action was required. Following her tears, Qi Yushan's voice emerged hoarse as she apologized. I'm sorry. It's all right. Besides, you owe me nothing, Lu Xing replied, his gaze fixed on the clock on the wall. You are my employer, and for the payment rendered, I owe you my gratitude. Qi Yushan paused, momentarily silent before inquiring, is that woman also your client? Clarity dawned upon her. She understood why Lu Xing had so readily agreed. Perhaps this was indeed his line of work. A spark of realization lit up her eyes, and she felt as if she had stumbled upon a solution. Lu Xing nodded in affirmation. Precisely. I seek to earn a living, thus when clients seek my services, I shall respond. You have engaged me, and regardless of your motives, it matters not, as long as you find joy in it. This is indeed the significance of your expenditure. Qi Yushan, filled with anticipation, raised her head, exuding a delicate beauty reminiscent of a pear blossom kissed by rain. May I hire you again? Lu Xing smiled at her. A boundless hope blossomed within Qi Yushan's heart. No. Bang. The balloon of hope within Qi Yushan suddenly burst, shattering all her aspirations into fragments. Why? Why is that not possible? She anxiously grasped Lu Xing's hand, only to have him evade her touch. I have money, that woman can hire you, and so can I. Although I have yet to meet her, she has children and is older, I am surely a better choice. Lu Xing's gaze sparkled with intrigue. Oh, so. Qi Yushan has never encountered one Lingxiu. After noting this crucial information, Lu Xing shook his head and replied earnestly, I do not engage in transactions with clients a second time. A single transaction allows for a graceful conclusion. However, a second transaction implies a singular possibility, an obsession from the client. This is an exceedingly perilous situation, and I absolutely refuse to accept it. Lu Xing fixed his gaze on Qi Yushan. He had at most 8 minutes before he must return to the private room. Thus, Lu Xing revealed a gentle and benevolent smile, gazing at the disheartened Qi Yushan, and said, Let me share some heartfelt words with you. No injections, no medications. Simply sitting here and conversing with you. This is what we call talk therapy. Who will remember the second peak? Now, let us turn to the first topic. Qi Yushan eagerly nodded, resembling a diligent student, immediately sitting up straight. Her eyes remained fixated on Lu Xing's face, although her mind was a blank, unable to comprehend what Lu Xing was saying. Today Lu Xing is truly different. If it were possible, her eyes would have already sparkled with admiration. Previously, Lu Xing had a knack for amusing others and exuded a youthful charm. While that was delightful in its own right, Today, Lu Xing emanated an indescribable aura, somewhat assertive, astute, and imposing. Qi Yushan focused on Lu Xing's moving lips, absorbing nothing, completely enchanted. Why do you wish to rehire me? At that moment, her mind was a muddled mess. All her plans scattered away, and she confessed earnestly, I feel anxious when I cannot see you in the audience. Whenever Lu Xing was absent from the audience, Qi Yushan felt an emptiness within her. She once believed that the stage was the focal point. Yet it was only after Lu Xing vanished from sight that she realized he was her anchor. Only when she could see Lu Xing could this wandering bird find a sturdy tree to rest upon. Lu Xing nodded. Feeling anxious was manageable, fortunately. Qi Yushan did not mention feelings of affection, or he might have been frightened away. Now, let us proceed to the second topic. As a professional opera performer, do you believe you are living up to your vocational standards? The interview, which had been romantic in nature, abruptly shifted to a professional inquiry. Leaving Qi Yushan utterly bewildered, Lu Xing gazed at her with a hint of disappointment. Although I am here because you hired me, I do regard you as an exceptional performer. Yet now, merely because there is one less person in the audience, you begin to falter. Does that mean if I were to perish, you would never perform again? The last time you faltered was because I was absent, correct? Just because I am not present. You can perform poorly at will? Lu Xing's tone suddenly sharpened. He was indeed pressed for time, his phone vibrating in his pocket, a message from Wen Lingxiu, undoubtedly. Thus, Lu Xing quickened his pace. Those spectators came to see your performance because you sing beautifully. Is this how you repay their support, based on your personal emotions? Humph. Your parents work tirelessly to provide for your education, and you neglect your studies for personal feelings. Is this how you repay them? The timeless words of the esteemed Li Wanfang were incredibly useful. Lu Xing felt a surge of triumph within. Qi Yushan felt as though she was being scolded like a child. In a fleeting moment, she even believed she had returned to her school days. The terrifying moments of facing a teacher's reprimand surged toward her like a tidal wave, overwhelming her. Qi Yushan timidly retorted, No, that was just one time. I've sung well since then. Lu Xing lightly scoffed. So what? You performed admirably in the preceding few shows, yet that one performance was decidedly lackluster, was it not? Furthermore, if you could sing well without my presence, what necessity would there be for my involvement? I have attempted to articulate my thoughts to Qi Yushan several times, yet I have failed to convey any coherent reasoning. She perceived some merit in Lu Xing's words. Yet she cannot articulate precisely why. Observing her bewilderment brings Lu Xing a sense of amusement. Individuals like Qi Yushan, who have navigated life with relative ease, have only encountered the greatest struggles in mastering the art of opera and honing their foundational skills. Nevertheless, her artistic talent remains unparalleled, overshadowing countless others. It is quite amusing that such a quintessential prodigy is subjected to paternalistic admonishments. How delightful it is to see her flustered. Qi Yushan senses an underlying dissonance. Yet Lu Xing has already risen to his feet. He straightens his suit, ensuring it appears crisp and free of creases, for he is here to draw lots, not to sip tea. Extending his hand toward the still battling Qi Yushan, he offers a gentle smile and states, Our collaboration has been quite pleasant over this extended period. Miss Qi, I wish you a smooth and prosperous journey in your theatrical career. Qi Yushan stands frozen, her gaze fixed upon Lu Xing's outstretched hand. She comprehends that should she grasp it, Lu Xing will entirely vanish from her world henceforth. After a moment's contemplation, she inquires, Among your clients, where do I rank? Lu Xing immediately begins to introspect, realizing he does not fully grasp the complexities of women. How could such a question leave him so astounded? Is it truly significant? Qi Yushan nods, affirming it is indeed significant. Human emotions are intricate. Even someone as rational as Lu Xing must possess some hierarchy in his heart. People tend to remember the tallest peaks. Will you recall the second tallest? K2. And the third? Kangchenjunga. The fourth? Lhotse. The 12th? Broad Peak. Qi Yushan finds herself at her wit's end. Lu Xing chuckles, recognizing that knowledge is indeed power, wielded effectively in this instance. Huzzah! With the strength of knowledge. He has successfully dismantled Qi Yushan's composure. In summary, Lu Xing retracts his hand and casually rummages through the box, searching for something to take with him. Surely, he cannot return empty-handed. As he searches, he remarks, I am but a fleeting rain in the perfect tapestry of your life. Rain does not fall every day. Yet the sun shall eternally rise. Miss Qi, you are the sun poised to ascend. Among your contemporaries, none sing better than you. I am not your anchor. Through your own diligence, you can certainly achieve greatness. This is the result of your efforts, independent of my influence. Indeed, Lu Xing discovers a few plush toys and souvenirs, tucking them into his hands with a sense of purpose as he strides toward the door. In the fleeting moment before the door swung open, Lu Xing's hand rested upon the doorknob as he cast a glance back at Qi Yushan seated upon the sofa. Boss Qi, you possess your own wide avenue. There is no need for you to feel troubled by this. Our transactions have been settled, and you have never owed me anything. One must not lament the past, but rather understand what can be pursued in the future. If you strive to perform now, I shall commend your prowess. However, if you allow yourself to be ensnared in conflict due to someone like me, leading to a decline in your career, then I regret to say, I would lose respect for you. Qi Yushan abruptly lifted her gaze, crystalline tears tracing down her cheeks, reflecting the light's radiance. Lu Xing sighed softly within. Very well. You are crying after all. The Plum Blossom Award is at the end of May, Boss Qi. I hope to see you there, despite the eccentricity of these clients. Lu Xing had never wished for her to succumb to despair because of someone like him. The mere act of living is commendable, and he had no desire to ruin anyone's spirit. Qi Yushan's eyes were reddened, tears cascading uncontrollably down her face. She extended her hands to wipe her cheeks in a haphazard manner. Her voice choked as she inquired, if I win the award, will you come? Lu Xing smiled gently. I wish you well. Boss Qi, your life is yours to navigate. Do not let anyone destroy your future. With a decisive click, the door opened and closed. Lu Xing emerged from the private room, and at the corridor's end, he spotted a familiar figure, his smile abruptly faltering. Oh no, this is bad. A single branch of the begonia flower is askew, and the tension is palpable enough to infuriate Song Junshu. Silence envelopes the corridor this evening. Lu Xing casts a glance at Song Junshu, who stands in the hallway, causing a chill to run down his spine. Inside the room is Qi Yushan, while outside stands Song Junshu. Oh dear, what a predicament. At this moment, Lu Xing's mind races, his intellect nearly rivaling that of Einstein. What exactly has Song Junshu heard? She is a client. Verbal therapy is not an option. As a professional sycophant, providing clients with unparalleled emotional value is paramount. If the clients were to discover each other's existence, and one were to suddenly inquire, is this favor you bestow upon me one that others receive? Or is it solely for me? How could one respond? Thus, Lu Xing strives to shield his clients from the knowledge of one another's presence. Now, however, he finds himself in an unprecedented situation after a lengthy, diligent career. Lu Xing truly feels like fleeing. Why must these wealthy individuals insist on infiltrating a theater? Is there no other form of entertainment in High City? If only Song Junshu had not laid eyes on him, he could have slipped away discreetly. Much like avoiding an acquaintance one wishes not to converse with. Yet now, it is impossible. Song Junshu stands before him, her demeanor cold and her gaze fixed intensely upon him. The connection in their eyes confirms her intent to confront him. Lu Xing remains uncertain about what Song Junshu has heard or how much she comprehends. He takes a deep breath to force himself to regain composure. Blinking innocently as if he has erred, and softly calls out, Professor Song, the more one speaks, the greater the chance of error. It is prudent to refrain from excessive conversation until one understands the scope of the other's knowledge. Today, Song Junshu appears particularly striking. Her luxurious, wavy hair cascades casually over her shoulders, complemented by a black satin long dress, finished with a tailored blazer. However, her piercing gaze now scrutinizes Lu Xing. He recalls the terrifying sixth sense of this formidable professor, and beads of sweat begin to form on his brow. Good heavens, surely she hasn't deduced anything. Song Junshu remains unresponsive, standing there, cold and silent. Unable to gauge her thoughts, Lu Xing expresses concern, Professor Song, you are wearing high heels. Perhaps you should sit down for a moment. Clack, clack, clack. With a stern expression, Song Junshu strides toward Lu Xing in her slender stilettos. He struggles to maintain his composure, each echoing step resonating like a heartbeat in his chest. In mere moments, she stands directly before him. Narrowing her eyes as she studies his face, her expression complex as she states, no need. I have applied anti-friction pads. Lu Xing exhales sharply. How unnerving. It turns out Song Junshu did not hear anything at all. A person as self-absorbed and narcissistic as she would undoubtedly have erupted in fury had she overheard his conversation with Qi Yushan. Relieved, Lu Xing's expression becomes increasingly natural. Professor Song, I truly did not anticipate this. Who granted you permission to follow me? Song Junshu, disinterested in Lu Xing's polite remarks, interrupted him directly. Lu Xing, momentarily bewildered, quickly comprehended the situation. Goodness. So, Song Junshu believes I have been stalking her? No wonder. How self-absorbed. Lu Xing felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily, sensing that fate was on his side. Song Junju frowned, casting an uncomfortable glare at Lu Xing. Although Lu Xing harbored feelings for her, such stalking behavior was utterly inexcusable. If he dared to follow her today, what would prevent him from being audacious tomorrow? Lu Xing quickly knelt and admitted his fault. I apologize, Professor Song. It is entirely my fault for failing to restrain myself. You may punish me however you see fit. Just do not let it vex you. After all, it was preferable for Song Junju to be angry with him rather than with Chi Yushan. Upon hearing his words, a complex expression flickered in Song Junju's exquisite eyes. He truly cares for me. In this moment, Lu Xing was not engaged in frantic justifications, but rather sought to appease her anger by promptly accepting his wrongdoing. Song Junju let out a barely audible sigh. She had not expected that merely hiring Lu Xing would result in such infatuation from him. Such a good boy, transformed into a stalker. Scold him. Song Junju felt a tinge of embarrassment. Let him off the hook, yet she also felt a peculiar sense of discomfort. After pondering, she glared at Lu Xing and devised a punishment, stating coldly, "This week's outing is cancelled. You shall stay home and complete assignments. You are to finish the tasks I assign, and only then may you eat or sleep. Humph. No outings for you. Do you now grasp the gravity of the situation?" Song Junju believed this punishment would be a thunderous shock for Lu Xing, who harbored affections for her. Indeed, glancing at Lu Xing's dejected expression, her confidence grew. She resolutely refused to indulge Lu Xing's advances. Very well, Professor Song, I understand. Lu Xing desperately pinched his waist behind his back, revealing a bitter countenance. His expression was one of disappointment, yet internally, he was elated. Goodness, he had prepared himself for a scolding, only to find he could remain at home and study. Completing assignments? Such good fortune. Does he realize how costly the assignments and practice books are? Now they are all provided by Song Junju. Lu Xing rejoiced inwardly. Observing Lu Xing's pained expression, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Song Junju felt an inexplicable irritation. She waved her hand. Return. You are not to follow me again. Star. The door to the private room swung open from within, and a soft, delicate voice emerged. Song Junju's expression froze as she looked towards the entrance. Chi Yushan, clad in a light blue dress with her long hair hastily tied back, appeared slightly disheveled. At this moment, Chi Yushan leaned against the door, her gaze filled with sorrow as she looked at Lu Xing. A branch of begonia blossoms, elegantly nestled in her hair, accentuated her delicate beauty. Song Junju stood frozen, a wave of crimson rushing to her head in an instant. She cast a glance at Chi Yushan's eyes, which were red and appeared as though they had recently shed tears. Then she noticed Chi Yushan's dress, damp as if it had just been through a tempest. Lu Xing's heart raced, overwhelmed with disbelief. Goodness, a green tea. How could she have forgotten that Chi Yushan was a cunning and calculating individual? Although Song Junju had not heard Chi Yushan, it was certain that Chi Yushan had overheard the exchange between her and Lu Xing. Lu Xing hastily opened his mouth to offer an explanation, but the cold, indifferent gaze of Song Junju fell upon him, silencing him. What brings you to the theater? She asked, her voice laced with mockery, her entire being enveloped in a chilling frost. What had she just said? She had assumed Lu Xing's presence was for her sake. But it was evidently not the case. A bitter smile attempted to form on her lips, yet it could not manifest even a trace of warmth. Is this what men are like? They profess affection with their lips while harboring feelings for another? Gazing at Lu Xing's face, the feelings of betrayal by her fiancé and the deception by Lu Xing surged within her. Grinding her teeth, Song Junju lifted her hand and struck down with force. The crisp sound of a slap reverberated through the corridor. Thud. Chi Yushan stepped in front of Lu Xing, her hairpin flying from her head and shattering into two pieces upon hitting the ground. The Mona Lisa, which burns brighter than the original, captivates with an intensity that leaves Lu Xing in a daze. As he cradles Chi Yushan, his mind buzzes with confusion. What on earth are you doing here? He exclaims, adjusting Chi Yushan in his arms, a wave of impatience swelling within him. Great, now I owe yet another favor. I detest being indebted to others. Monetary debts are manageable, but the burden of a personal obligation is truly arduous to repay. This slap would have been far less painful had it landed on his own face. Lu Xing glanced at Chi Yushan's visage. It had reddened and swollen from Song Junju's genuine anger and force. In her profession, Chi Yushan's beauty was her currency, and any blemish on her face would make repaying his debts even more challenging. Give me your brother's number. I'll have him take you to the hospital. Aunt Wen and Wan Wan were still waiting for him in the private room. It was Aunt Wen's service time, and he could not abandon her. Moreover, Lu Xing cast a sidelong glance at Chi Yushan. He was not oblivious. Had she not rushed in unexpectedly, Song Junju would have been pacified long ago. This cunning woman was deliberately stirring the pot. Upon hearing that Lu Xing intended to contact Qi Shui, Qi Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Xing was even more ruthless than she had anticipated. Ruthless, indeed? How delightful. With her head bowed, Qi Yushan leaned against Lu Xing, her long hair cascading beside her face as she gently shook her head. No, don't look at me. I'm not presentable right now. Breathing deeply, Lu Xing felt exasperated. Sister, with all that has transpired, you're still playing the innocent? Are you truly unconcerned about your appearance? Haven't you performed enough of this sugary charade? Today seems more suited for a dramatic revelation than a romantic escapade. Song Junju observed Lu Xing and Qi Yushan with a cold glare, a mocking smile gracing her lips. How absurd. Every thought she had harbored previously now felt like a boomerang, striking her directly. So Lu Xing and Qi Yushan are blissfully entangled. What am I? A character from a television drama, meddling in someone else's family? Qi Yushan tenderly leaned against Lu Xing, discreetly grasping his hand and placing it on her waist as she defended herself. No, it's not like that. Junju, you've misunderstood. The moment she uttered Junju, Lu Xing's eyes widened in shock, a revelation flashing through his mind. Song Junju and Qi Yushan were acquainted. But that couldn't be. The last time Qi Yushan had faltered in singing, they hadn't known each other. How had their paths crossed now? Covering her face, Qi Yushan let out a self-deprecating laugh. Junju, you truly have it wrong. The person I hurt, the one I mentioned, is Xing Xing. I sought him out today to apologize. I cried and caused a scene, yet Xing Xing remained unyielding, insisting that he has someone else in his heart. While Qi Yushan struggled to articulate her thoughts in Lu Xing's presence, she was far more eloquent when addressing others. She has never lacked the ability to deceive. At this moment, Song Junju likely remains unaware of her own feelings for Lu Xing. Qi Yushan couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Observing individuals even more foolish than herself brought her a sense of relief. Qi Yushan tugged at the water stain on her skirt and spoke in a low tone. This is my tear, not what you think. Boom. Initially, Song Junju listened with an air of indifference, but as the conversation progressed, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. When she heard Qi Yushan mention that Lu Xing had someone in his heart, she froze in place. What? Lu Xing rejected Qi Yushan's plea for reconciliation? Lu Xing said. He has feelings for someone else. Lu Xing was taken aback, experiencing the sensation of being swept away for the first time. Wow, Sister Qi, you were truly something. Just moments ago, Song Junju had been in a fit of rage, but she now cooled down rapidly, silently observing Lu Xing. It seemed she had misjudged Lu Xing once more. I'm sorry, Professor Song, but I must take Miss Qi to check her face. Lu Xing said to Song Junju in an unusually calm tone. After speaking, he gently grasped Qi Yushan's soft shoulder and walked past Song Junju. Just before they brushed shoulders, Lu Xing spoke in a subdued voice. Professor Song, your hand was injured by the hairpin. Remember to disinfect and bandage it when you return. After a brief pause, he added, I apologize for making you angry today. Goodbye, Professor Song. Song Junju suddenly lowered her head, staring in disbelief at her fingertips. The slap she had delivered moments ago had left a mark. Although Qi Yushan's hairpin had shattered, her own hand bore scratches. In the throes of anger, she had not even felt the pain, yet Lu Xing had noticed. Song Junju turned stiffly. Lu Xing assisted Qi Yushan until they reached the fragments of the hairpin. He pulled out a tissue from his pocket, bent down carefully to wrap the pieces, and cradled them close to his chest. After completing this task, Lu Xing led Qi Yushan away from the corridor without once glancing back at Song Junju. As the two were about to vanish around the corner, Qi Yushan turned and met Song Junju's gaze. She tightened her embrace around Lu Xing's neck, a victorious smile gracing her lips. She was aware that Song Junju had taken an immediate disliking to her upon their first encounter. How coincidental. She too had felt the same disdain for Song Junju from the outset, and now even more so. Fortunately, Song Junju was even more oblivious than she was. Ah. Qi Yushan suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Had she not shielded Lu Xing from that slap, would he have lost interest in Song Junju? Yet, she found herself wanting to leave a mark in Lu Xing's heart even more. As they finally lost sight of Song Junju, the corner of Qi Yushan's mouth, which she had been holding tightly, finally relaxed. Qi Yushan, you have lost your mind. Lu Xing released his hold on her shoulder, gazing at her with calm eyes. You deliberately allowed Song Junju to misunderstand, intentionally provoked her, and stood in front of me on purpose. I believed I had conveyed my thoughts with sufficient clarity. The warm embrace vanished abruptly, leaving Qi Yushan leaning against the frigid wall with a sense of regret. Is Song Junju also your client? She inquired. Enchanted by your charm, she has long believed in your deep affection for her. Lu Xing's gaze remained unflinching. Weren't you once the same? Qi Yushan was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile graced her lips. With her head held high, she fixed her earnest gaze upon Lu Xing, articulating each word deliberately. But I have come to regret it. More beautiful than the Mona Lisa is the burning Mona Lisa. More exquisite than the beauty itself is the wounded and shattered beauty. Lu Xing could not help but reflect on the truth of her words. Qi Yushan indeed possessed a stunning visage, one that could grant longevity to those who beheld it. Call your brother. I must take my leave. Without engaging further, Lu Xing turned to depart. Suddenly, Qi Yushan grasped Lu Xing's wrist with urgency. All the grace and poise she had cultivated over the years in the art of performance shone through at that moment. Locking her gaze with Lu Xing's, she gently placed Lu Xing's hand against her cheek, her voice soft and tender. It hurts here. What do you wish to do? Promise me one request. Lu Xing clenched her jaw, recalling the severity with which Song Junju had acted. Even now, Qi Yushan's face radiated warmth. Speak, she urged. Qi Yushan winked at her. I haven't decided yet. Lu Xing withdrew her hand, glancing at the time. She needed to return to Aunt Wen's private room. It must be within my means. Oh, by the way, I can't give you money. Qi Yushan paused, casting a playful glare at Lu Xing. I'm not out here selling myself. What would I want your money for? Lu Xing chuckled in response. But I am out here selling myself. Qi Yushan was rendered speechless. 060 the younger brother can be quite charming, while the sister's spirit seems to float. Oh my. Sister, has someone harmed you? Who? Tell me who it is. Just watch as I turn them into an ultra-thin sanitary napkin. Qi Shui rushed over in haste upon receiving the call. And upon seeing Qi Yushan's expression, he exploded in anger. Siblings often tease and playfully quarrel, sharing laughter and jests. You trick me once, I trick you back. Yet, that does not permit outsiders to harm one's kin. Qi Yushan let out a light laugh, gently caressing her cheek where Lu Xing had just touched her. The mere thought of it brought her a sense of delight as she cheerfully remarked, It's nothing. She was certainly aware that Song Junju was Lu Xing's client. Moreover, she could see that Song Junju was particularly smitten by Lu Xing's charms. In a certain sense, Song Junju could be considered her rival in affection. So why would she defend Lu Xing in front of her? Qi Yushan's smile sent chills down Qi Shui's spine, causing him to stammer, Sister. Please stop smiling, it frightens me. What are you afraid of? You should be smiling too. Huh? What should I smile about? That you're getting a brother-in-law. Qi Shui was utterly bewildered. No way. Where would I get a brother-in-law from? Wait, you don't mean Lu Xing, do you? But isn't Lu Xing seemingly younger than him? What? You want to be my brother-in-law? Qi Shui questioned his very existence. Qi Yushan shot him a glance, suddenly recalling his earlier comments, and after a moment of contemplation, stated, You are not allowed to like Lu Xing. I'll have Mom buy you some herbal medicine for your conditioning when we get home. Qi Shui? Damn it. I'm not gay. Qi Yushan replied nonchalantly, I've bought you a graphics card. Qi Shui was stunned. Qi Shui was elated. Qi Shui slid to his knees. Long live my esteemed sister. May you and your brother-in-law enjoy eternal happiness with 108 treasures. In high spirits, Qi Yushan took out her phone and began dialing. Song Junju must be feeling quite guilty now, regretting having misjudged Lu Xing, right? Today, she had caught a glimpse of Lu Xing's inherent indifference. It seemed that Lu Xing's enthusiasm towards clients was merely a facade. Yet both she and Song Junju had taken it to heart. Now that she had awakened to this truth, she realized Song Junju had not. Although she was unaware of just how long that arrogant woman had signed a contract with Lu Xing, she couldn't help but think of how, once the contract expired, Song Junju's sweet dreams would be shattered by Lu Xing's own hands. This thought filled Qi Yushan with immense joy. Why should she be the only one to experience Lu Xing's coldness and ruthless nature? Everyone should have their turn. That would be fair. Beep, the call connected. Holding the phone, Qi Yushan addressed the person on the other end. Director, I wish to schedule a new production and gather a team. Yes. My entry for the Plum Blossom Award will be this new play. What is the title, you ask? Qi Yu stared at the pristine white wall, pondering for a moment before slowly uttering, the piece is titled, Plucking Stars. If one feels that life has been too much of a failure, perhaps purchasing something might offer a fleeting sense of success. A soft beep resonated as the payment was processed. Here is your petite cake. Please take care of it. Thank you. Lu Xing smiled and nodded at the clerk, carrying the small cake as he ascended the staircase leading to the private room. He opted not to take the elevator, instead choosing the slow ascent of the stairs. After all, he was already late to meet Antwin, which would inevitably prompt an inquiry into the reason for his tardiness. How to select an appropriate explanation was indeed a conundrum. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xing calmed himself and began to analyze the situation. Since the occurrence was already a reality, it was necessary to extract something valuable from it. With a sudden squeeze, he crushed the delicate bell atop the cake in his hand. Maintaining his composure, Lu Xing focused on the steps, ascending one by one. Antwin desired a suitable figure for her daughter, and her current familiarity, even bordering on flirtation, was intended to draw me closer to her. I could leverage today's incident to convey to Antwin that my past does not qualify me to be the father figure for her daughter. It is imperative to extinguish her hopes of a free ride at the earliest opportunity. Given Antwin's adoration for her child, she would undoubtedly reconsider the matter. Taking another deep breath, Lu Xing reached the top of the staircase. Thus, articulating this matter required a fitting approach. Standing at the threshold of the room, he rubbed his eyes until they turned a shade of crimson. A casual tousle of his hair added to the disheveled appearance he sought. With a soft click, the door to the private room opened. Bathed in warm golden light, Wen Lingxiu sat on the sofa, her long hair cascading down as she gently rocked her sleeping daughter, who resembled a little milk bun, nestled against her chest. Lu Xing instinctively softened his steps, approaching Wen Lingxiu and lowering his voice, "Let me hold her. Your arms might become weary." Wen Lingxiu shook her head. "It's all right. Let her rest a little longer. Where have you been?" Just as anticipated, Antwin's controlling nature prompted her to inquire. Lu Xing remained silent, choosing to sit beside her without a word. Not receiving a response, Wen Lingxiu looked puzzled and turned to observe Lu Xing's face, suddenly noticing something amiss. His cheerful demeanor upon leaving had vanished, his hair was tousled, his eyes were red, and his hand clutched not only a keepsake but also a ruined little cake, resembling a forsaken puppy. "Have you been wronged?" A pang of concern struck Wen Lingxiu's heart. Carefully, she placed her daughter on the sofa while Lu Xing silently tucked a blanket around her. Wen Lingxiu took Lu Xing by the hand and led him to another side. Observing the redness in his eyes, a sense of unutterable discomfort welled up within her. In her heart, Lu Xing remained the most suitable, her lips parting to reveal a charming smile. Unlike her current demeanor, which seemed to lack vitality, Wen Lingxiu reached out, resting her hand on Lu Xing's shoulder for support as she rose onto her toes, her other hand gently smoothing down his tousled hair, her voice soft and comforting. "What is the matter? Has someone been bullying you?" The moment for a test of acting skills had arrived. Lu Xing's voice caught in his throat, as if a person who had been strong for far too long suddenly found solace in a kind word. "I'm sorry for being late." Wen Lingxiu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lu Xing's first words would not express his grievances, but rather an apology. Seeing Lu Xing's eyes brimming with tears, her heart tightened with discomfort. She grasped his hand, urgency lacing her tone. "What happened? Who bullied you? Please tell me." The last time she felt such panic was ages ago, but then, her heart had not ached like it did now. Gazing at Lu Xing's distressed expression, Wen Lingxiu could only think of one thing: comfort him, do not let him cry. She had no time to consider the authoritative words that might have slipped from her lips. Casting a glance at the small cake Lu Xing had brought back, concern washed over her. "Did you fall? Did you hurt your knee? Let us go. I'll take you to get it bandaged." This was her immediate reaction. She could not fathom that someone as kind as Lu Xing would ever get into a conflict. Lu Xing sniffed and shook his head. "I didn't hurt myself." After a moment of silence, he held onto Wen Lingxiu's slender wrist to prevent her from stumbling. Then hesitantly continued, "After I entered the lottery, I saw the little cakes at the dessert shop look delicious, so I bought one. I was really happy when you took me out, and I thought I shouldn't only buy a gift for Nian Nian, but also for you. However," Lu Xing paused, nearly causing Wen Lingxiu to panic. "But I encountered the previous." He lowered his head, pressing his hand against his pocket. Wen Lingxiu, ever perceptive, noticed. "No." Ignoring Lu Xing's protests, she reached in and pulled out a tissue. Unfolding it revealed 2 broken pieces of a hairpin. This was thrown away by Qi Yushan. I salvaged it for repurposing." Wen Lingxiu gazed silently at the shattered hairpin in her hand. It was intricately carved with begonia flowers, beautiful and delicate. It would have looked lovely in her hair. Yet, it was broken. The gift Lu Xing had given her lay in ruins. The era progresses, and young men gaze at mature women. "Apologies, Ms. Wen." Lu Xing looked earnestly into Antwin's eyes and said, "I mentioned this matter to prevent you from making wild guesses. Please do not burden yourself for my sake. I would feel guilty. An indescribable pang welled up within, as when Ling Xiu gazed compassionately at Lu Xing's face. When he returned, he appeared so aggrieved. His eyes reddened and his hair disheveled. Yet, despite this, he insisted he did not want her to worry, which compelled him to speak candidly. When Ling Xiu felt a deep ache in her heart. Out of courtesy, she had merely known that Lu Xing's family was in difficulty, which led him to pursue this line of work. However, it became evident that her understanding of him was too superficial. This young man was remarkably innocent. It was easy to surmise that his previous clients had been harassing him, yet he was eager to return. Upon seeing the small cake and hairpin in his hands, his former client had exploded in anger. When Ling Xiu scrutinized Lu Xing's cheeks inch by inch, searching for any signs of harm, if there were any, she would not let that person go unpunished. Noticing Aunt Wen's gaze, Lu Xing offered a soothing smile and gently reassured her no one was harmed. Even now, Lu Xing was still considering her feelings. When Ling Xiu, feeling a pang of sorrow, lamented, "You shouldn't have gone out today. If I had not insisted on taking you out, perhaps you would not have faced such humiliation." Lu Xing, anxious, replied, "How could that be? Today has also brought fortunate events." When Ling Xiu sighed, "What fortunate events?" "An opportunity has arisen." Lu Xing's spirits lifted immediately. "You shall see that I will shatter your notions of taking advantage. Just being able to spend time with you and Wan is already a stroke of luck for me. Moreover, I didn't take Wan with me to the lottery. Isn't that fortunate? Otherwise, she would have certainly witnessed the ruckus." When Ling Xiu suddenly paused, envisioning that scenario in her mind. Indeed, if Lu Xing had taken Wan to the lottery, what immense psychological trauma would that have caused her? The moment Wan's well-being was mentioned, when Ling Xiu's rationality swiftly returned, she glanced back at Wan, who was peacefully asleep on the sofa, and after a moment of silence, nodded in agreement. "It is indeed quite fortunate." "Yes," Lu Xing chuckled inwardly. When Ling Xiu, in her youthful exuberance, had gone to great lengths to employ a young man, not for her own gratification, but to provide Wan with a paternal affection. Thus, Lu Xing was certain this tactic would resonate with Ling Xiu. For a gentle and intellectually refined woman like her, if you insult her, she may simply smile in response. However, should you dare to bully Wan, she would surely laugh as she arranges your grave. The whimsical thoughts that had recently surfaced in Ling Xiu's mind dissipated instantly. Ever since meeting Lu Xing, her life had been exceedingly smooth and comfortable. In an instant, she had almost forgotten Lu Xing's profession. She had seldom taken Lu Xing out before and was unaware that he would encounter such troubles with former clients. This time, fortune favored them as she had not brought the child along. But what about next time? After all the effort to provide a comforting home environment for the little one, would she allow it to be shattered by others? Yet, when Ling Xiu raised her gaze, catching a glimpse of the bitter expression on Lu Xing's face. However, she found herself unable to reproach him for his past. "I'm sorry, President Wan, it's my shameful history," Lu Xing admitted. A pang of sorrow gripped Ling Xiu's heart, and her delicate hand caressed his shoulder as she gently reassured him, "It is not your fault. The fact that you have grown to be who you are today is remarkable." With a tender smile, she sought to comfort him. Life is filled with suffering. She was aware of Lu Xing's challenging family background, which had led him into this line of work, contemplating the experiences he might have endured. When Ling Xiu sighed softly and stepped forward to embrace him, leaning against Lu Xing's shoulder, she gently patted his back, much like lulling a child to sleep, whispering, "You must have had it tough in the past. There is nothing shameful. It is a testament to your struggle for survival. Be good, my star, do not be sad. For everything will turn out well." The embrace was unexpectedly gentle and sudden, leaving Lu Xing momentarily dazed. "Then let us refrain from going out in the future, shall we?" His eyes brightened with clarity. He smiled and placed his hand lightly on Ling Xiu's waist, inhaling slowly and nodding in agreement. All right. If Aunt Wen still desired Lu Xing to be the child's father, she would surely continue taking him out on various excursions. But for now, she had stated that they would no longer indulge in such outings, leaving behind Vienna, Sydney, and Chicago. Lu Xing let out a sigh of relief. He had been dismissed from the ranks of potential fathers. How wonderful. He glanced down to find Ling Xiu leaning against his shoulder, her gaze warm and gentle. Her hand continued to softly pat his back as if soothing a child. Lu Xing had never experienced such care in his childhood, yet now he found himself relishing it. Times were changing, and the youth were indeed drawn to the mature. How true that was. Cherish it. Cherish the fleeting moments. As Lu Xing exited the theater, the sky outside was quiet and dim. It was not a pleasant day. The moon hesitated to appear, and even the stars refused to shine. The March evening breeze chilled him to the bone, prompting Lu Xing to remove his coat and drape it over Aunt Wen's shoulders. The little one had already had her fill of sleep and pouted at Lu Xing's actions. "Daddy, I'm cold too." Lu Xing chuckled and bent down, lifting the small child by her armpits into his embrace. "Are you still cold?" Youthful vigor radiated from him. At school, while the girls wrapped themselves in blankets, the boys donned clothing as thin as paper. The little girl nestled against Lu Xing's neck, her voice sweet and innocent, exclaimed, "Wow, Daddy isn't afraid of the cold. Ha ha ha, being held by Daddy is so warm." Observing the interaction between Lu Xing and Nan Nan, Wen Lingxiu bit her lower lip. "Is it truly so warm?" Lu Xing took 2 steps forward while holding Nan Nan, and upon noticing that Wen Lingxiu had not followed, he turned back with a smile. "Aren't you coming?" Wen Lingxiu tugged at Lu Xing's coat draped over her shoulders and curved her lips into a smile. "I shall go." The intricate nature of human relationships is truly fascinating. In one fleeting moment, I declare my everlasting love for you, and in the next, I acknowledge that forever merely signifies a degree. When I uttered those words, I was sincere, yet sincerity is capricious. When Lingxiu's aspirations for Lu Xing to remain by her side have been utterly dismantled, it was Lu Xing who brought this to her attention. She bears no resentment towards Lu Xing's past, yet that past may cast shadows on Nan Nan's life. What if, in the future, Lu Xing attends a parent-teacher conference and encounters a former client? Though the likelihood is slim, it is not non-existent. So be it. The neon lights of the city illuminated the interior of the car as Wen Lingxiu gazed through the rearview mirror at the joyful interaction between Lu Xing and Nan Nan. So be it. Her contract with Lu Xing extends until June. He possesses the most striking appearance, a robust physique, and a gentle disposition. By then, he will have met numerous new faces and embarked upon fresh endeavors. As for her, during a pause at the traffic light, Wen Lingxiu found herself lost in thought, captivated by Lu Xing's sunlit, handsome visage. Their time together is limited. With this realization, she exhaled softly. Perhaps she has developed a fondness for Lu Xing. Yet, she has long surpassed the age where mere affection suffices. Her initial choice of Lu Xing was predicated on his ability to charm Nan Nan. Now, relinquishing Lu Xing stems from the belief that his past is no longer suitable. In the grand scheme, compatibility holds greater significance than mere affection, does it not? She has only Nan Nan. Her child's well-being is paramount. When Lingxiu cast another glance at the tender scene of father and daughter playing together in the rearview mirror, feeling as though her heart were being sliced by a dull blade. When everything is stamped with an expiration date, a sense of urgency inevitably arises. When Lingxiu sighed once more. In that instant, an orange-flavored lollipop was unwrapped and presented to her lips, accompanied by Nan Nan's sweet, childlike voice. "Mommy, don't sigh. Have some candy and cheer up." Startled, when Lingxiu turned to see Lu Xing holding Nan Nan, a playful smile gracing his face as he raised an eyebrow. "Try it. It's very sweet." He himself is not fond of sweets, yet he always carries candies, chocolates, and tissues in his pocket, for they are often needed. When Lingxiu smiled and took the lollipop into her mouth, it was indeed sweet. "Very well. Once Lu Xing enrolls in university, she shall grant him an additional sum for tuition as compensation of sorts." Back in the bedroom, after refreshing herself at home, when Lingxiu clutched her phone and addressed Lu Xing, who had just picked up a storybook. "Xing, please read a story to Nan Nan first. I have matters to attend to at the company, so I'll make a phone call." Lu Xing blinked, gave an enthusiastic thumbs up, and confidently declared, "Don't worry. I'll definitely manage to mess it up." When Lingxiu shot him a playful glare, chuckling as she exited the bedroom, Lu Xing lay on the bed, and Nan Nan, with her tiny hands tucked under her chin, blinked up at him. "Daddy, what story are we reading tonight? What story would you like to hear, dear?" Lu Xing handed the storybook to his daughter, inviting her to select a tale today. Clumsily, she caught the book, as if tasked with a monumental challenge. Her face contorted in seriousness as she began to flip through the pages. Lu Xing couldn't help but marvel at the current state of parenthood. Raising a child had become exceedingly expensive. An ordinary picture book could demand an outrageous price of 89 yuan, more costly than a 79 yuan eyebrow pencil. What audacity! He gazed at his daughter's chubby little face and cheerfully inquired, "Are you happy at kindergarten?" Happy. The exuberance of children was always in abundance. Lu Xing, for once, felt his nerves relax, lazily flipping over like a pancake, and asked, "If something makes you unhappy at school, remember to tell mommy when you come home. And if any teacher or classmate bothers you, don't hold it in. You must tell me." He rambled on, sounding like a concerned father fretting over his daughter. Sigh. He seemed to grasp the essence of what Old Wei must feel. As he continued, his daughter suddenly looked up, blinking her eyes and asked, "Daddy, are you leaving?" "What?" Lu Xing's alertness surged, tension tightening in his mind, and he donned a professional smile. "Daddy is right here." Furrowing her small brow, she put down the storybook and crawled closer to him. After a moment of contemplation, she reached out her chubby little hand and pressed down the corners of his mouth. "Daddy, your smile just now didn't look nice." How could that be? Each of his smiles had been practiced countless times in front of a mirror, impossible for it to appear unappealing. It must be that Daddy is getting old. Woo-woo. As I grow up, Daddy starts to age. Lu Xing attempted to feign hardship to divert attention. His daughter shook her head seriously and replied, "Daddy's eyes aren't smiling." Lu Xing was taken aback. He had underestimated the perceptiveness of children, an egregious oversight. He felt he had failed in his duties. How could he allow a child to notice such a thing? A profound failure indeed. His daughter nestled into his embrace, whispering, "Star, can you tell me when you're leaving?" Lu Xing fell silent. He ought to respond, but his daughter was more insightful than he had anticipated. "Daddy, will you also become a star?" "Will I become a star too?" Lu Xing paused, sensing something peculiar in her words, and asked, "Why would we become stars?" She counted on her fingers, stating, "Because Daddy becomes a star, and Mommy becomes a star, and Grandpa and Grandma also become stars. When people leave, they all become stars." No, that was not right. Lu Xing's mind buzzed. He understood that a child's real father becoming a star meant he had passed away. But why did she say Mommy would also become a star? Wasn't Wen Lingxiu just outside on the phone? And what of Grandpa and Grandma? Since knowing Aunt Wen and his daughter, he had never encountered her grandparents. Logically speaking, with the demise of the girl's biological father, she would be their sole bloodline. How could they possibly refrain from visiting her? No, this is utterly inconceivable. Lu Xing's mind swiftly began to retrace the forgotten details of his memories. Yet his hands continued to gently pat and soothe the girl nestled in his embrace. "I shall not depart. I will remain here with you." "Father, please sing a song for me," the girl murmured, drowsily resting in Lu Xing's arms. He nodded. "Very well." He softly patted her back, gently rocking the child, and began to sing tenderly. "Rockabye, rockabye, the 15th day marks the spring equinox, leading to Grandmother's bridge. I long for you, dear grandmother," sweetly calling out. "The clamor of the rice candy lingers at the corner of my mouth, yet I am never satiated." Inside the room, the gentle, melodious song flowed softly. Outside, Wen Ling's forehead rested against the door, tears streaming down her face. The audacity! "I shall report you." Is President Wen outside? Upon hearing Lu Xing's voice from within, Wen Lingxiu hastily wiped her tears and, in a state of disarray, exited the room. Even though she was in her own home, she felt as if she were a thief, daring to pause only when she had sprinted into the study. Supporting herself against the desk, tears fell relentlessly onto the surface. How blissful it was. Inside, Lu Xing cradled the child, gently humming a tune, radiating happiness. Wen Lingxiu lowered her head, her disheveled hair obscuring her face, while tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string. Humans are remarkably resilient, able to endure the fiercest storms with grit and determination. Yet, they are equally fragile, shedding tears at the slightest tender reassurance. Taking a deep breath, Wen Lingxiu forced herself to regain composure and dialed her secretary's number. "Secretary Zhao, I need you to assist me with something." "Of course, President Wen. I'm taking notes." As a well-compensated secretary, Zhao was wholeheartedly committed to serving Wen Lingxiu. After all, it was rare to find a boss so generous without resorting to manipulative gratitude education. "I need you to investigate a person and compile all their past experiences for me." Wen Lingxiu inhaled deeply. Moreover, regardless of the cost, fabricate a normal background for him, one that would appear ordinary to any inquiry. This would be her final gift to Lu Xing, a clean and unblemished history. Upon hearing the specifics of the task, Zhao was momentarily taken aback. "But President Wen, I had prepared for you a list of dozens of minor objectives. You want me to be some painter instead?" "Understood. You're the boss. Your word is law." Zhao quickly replied. "Received. There is one more thing." Wen Lingxiu fell silent, and Zhao patiently awaited her next words. After a long pause, Wen Lingxiu spoke again. "Please gather information on some eligible bachelors with clean backgrounds and deliver it to my office." "Zhao, what does this mean? Is President Wen considering romance?" "Goodness, this is quite the revelation." Although Zhao was female, she suddenly felt as if she had become a eunuch in the emperor's court. "All right, this piques my interest," Zhao said. her enthusiasm visibly rising. President 1, do you have specific requirements? When Lingxiu hesitated for a moment before responding. Height between 176 and 183 centimeters. Muscular, but not overly so. Broad shoulders and long legs, short black hair, long eyelashes, expressive eyes, a cheerful demeanor, white teeth, patience with children, a knack for making people laugh, a pleasant voice. Pockets full of candy, and a calm disposition. Zhao, initially enjoying the anonymity of the phone call, was now smiling broadly. However, as she absorbed Wen Lingxiu's demands, she began to feel increasingly concerned. Wait, President 1, this is rather specific? You may have the right to make requests. Yet it is evident that you have a specific person in mind. Why did you not mention the size requirements as well? Are you truly making a request? Or merely describing a picture? Secretary Zhao was at her wit's end. She had not anticipated that President 1, who typically refrains from nitpicking, would confront her with such a substantial issue. After an extensive monologue, when Lingxiu finally paused and inquired, that seemed to be the gist of it. Secretary Zhao, overwhelmed with emotion, what? Acknowledged. The call ended. When Lingxiu steadied herself against the desk, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. Why is it that one remains calm amidst torrential storms yet sheds tears over good fortune? Upon hearing Lu Xing hum a tune, she suddenly felt a sting of emotion. And tears fell unbidden. Once she had managed everything, when Lingxiu gazed at her reflection in the mirror, finding no discrepancies. Before slowly making her way to the bedroom door and gently pushing it open, Lu Xing had already lulled Nuan to sleep and was engrossed in a booklet of English vocabulary. Upon noticing Wen Lingxiu's entrance, he swiftly tucked it away and stood up. President 1, Nuan is asleep. Observing Lu Xing's fluid motions, Wen Lingxiu couldn't help but chuckle softly, saying, Feel free to read in the study, it's perfectly fine. Lu Xing nodded appreciatively, though his eyes discreetly glanced behind Wen Lingxiu. Oh, there's a shadow. It's a person, not a ghost. Damn it. It's no wonder he was suspicious, primarily because Nuan's speech was rather unsettling. This is clearly urban daily life. Why has it shifted to a supernatural channel? That damn director. I ought to report you. Once assured that Wen Lingxiu was indeed human, Lu Xing felt a wave of relief. Thank you, President 1. May I take my leave now? Wait. Wen Lingxiu lifted a corner of the blanket and slowly lay down. The song you sang earlier was beautiful. Could you sing it again? After a brief pause, she added, in the future, I could sing it for Nuan as well. Lu Xing chuckled. Clearly, it was Wen Lingxiu herself who wished to hear it. Adults can be quite the paradox. Expressing one's true needs seems akin to demanding their very lives. However, catering to a client's minor desires is an essential skill for a professional. Lu Xing first opened a bottle of water and handed it to Wen Lingxiu. President 1, it seems your throat is a bit hoarse, as if you've been crying. Wen Lingxiu stared at the water offered to her, suddenly realizing that she might never meet someone as wonderful as Lu Xing again. Lu Xing then dimmed the bedside lamp and leaned against the edge of the mattress. In the soft glow of the light, Wen Lingxiu's eyes sparkled brighter than the stars above, fixed on Lu Xing's face, as though he might vanish at any moment. Lu Xing sighed, reaching over to take Wen Lingxiu's hand. His large hand enveloped her soft, delicate one, imparting a rare sense of security. Sleep now. I will remain here. His deep voice coaxed Wen Lingxiu to close her eyes, as a gentle melody began to fill the air. The flickering candlelight cast a dappled glow beside the childhood corridor, illuminating the white walls of a home and the visage of a young girl. Rocking gently, as the spring equinox passed, the bridge of my grandmother awaited. Longing echoed, sweetly calling Grandma, Grandma. The clamor persisted, with rice candy ever lingering at the corner of the mouth, never quite satisfying the hunger. Good night, dear one. For one who cannot dream, please weave a beautiful dream on my behalf. With a creak, the door opened and closed. Lu Xing entered the guest room, ensuring that no cameras were present before powering on the computer. Long ago, he had stumbled upon Wen Lingxiu's identification. She had changed her name. She was not always known as Wen Lingxiu. Lu Xing typed her former name into the search bar, yielding scan information. After a moment's contemplation, he entered her previous name. The first headline that emerged was striking. Wen residence arson case, 15 dead, 8 injured. 15 minutes later, Lu Xing erased all traces of his computer usage before shutting it down. Wen Lingxiu's sister had once fallen in love with a man, and together they appeared as a golden couple, marrying and bearing a daughter. Apart from their daughter's frail health, which confined her to a hospital, their lives seemed devoid of flaws. The tale was meant to resemble that of a prince and princess living happily ever after. Yet, alas, the prince favored men. The marriage was merely a fade to secure an heir through a suitable woman. When the prince's affair with the gardener was discovered by the princess, fury ensued, and she demanded a divorce, vowing to ruin both the prince and the gardener. The prince pleaded with her, promising to end the relationship. Humanity cannot be replaced by AI. For while AI requires logic to function, humans do not. They merely act on whim. Upon hearing of the impending breakup, the gardener, fueled by rage and familiarity with the Wen family structure, set fire to the Wen residence, determined to eradicate all. Let them all perish, he cried. Yet, fate intervened. When Lingxia was not home that day, keeping vigil at the hospital with her child. By the time she received the news, her parents, grandparents, sister, brother-in-law, and even the gardener had all been reduced to ashes, dust to dust, earth to earth. Thus, the life Wen Lingxiu had known for over 2 decades was consumed by the flames. No one remained to recall when she first spoke, took her first steps, or penned her first word. Those who could share such memories with her were gone, utterly vanished. In this world, the only remaining connection of blood and kinship lay in the infant resting in the hospital. Lu Xing gazed out at the sky, murmuring softly, "A besieged city every day brings a slight improvement." On Thursday morning, Lu Xing habitually followed his NPC routine, rising, grooming, preparing breakfast, and bidding farewell to Wen Lingxiu. Ever since that night when Lu Xing serenaded Aunt Wen, he had sensed a peculiar change in her demeanor. Although Aunt Wen had seemingly abandoned the notion of making him the father of her daughter, her recent tenderness and attentiveness towards him felt akin to a final act of warmth before parting. This behavior was understandable. Calmly, Lu Xing packed his thermos into his backpack. As the game neared its conclusion, he mused that he would undoubtedly play with fervor. After all, one must not incur losses. Upon learning about Aunt Wen's background, he suddenly comprehended the reasons behind her vigilant nature. Well then, camera merchant, I forgive you. After all, I am the soft-hearted deity. Humming a tune, Lu Xing approached the door where Wen Lingxiu stood, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, clad in a silk nightgown. With her delicate, pale arms draped in Lu Xing's school uniform, she greeted him with a gentle smile, urging him to get dressed. Lu Xing swiftly donned his jacket, expressing concern. Aunt Wen, I rise early for school. I can manage on my own. You work so hard. I wish for you to rest early. I should really learn to make some calming soup. Wen Lingxiu felt warmth in her heart. She lightly smoothed the creases on Lu Xing's shoulder, smiling as she replied, It's of no concern to you. I simply wish to rise early to enjoy the fresh air. Click. As Wen Lingxiu zipped up Lu Xing's jacket, the sharp sound of a shutter startled her, causing her to lift her gaze. Click. Another shutter echoed, capturing Aunt Wen's surprised yet graceful expression. Lu Xing, playfully shaking the camera in his hand, raised an eyebrow and said, Recording the daily life of our esteemed one? If one speaks sweet words, they ought to put forth some effort, otherwise, it may become a liability in the future. Wen Lingxiu paused, her mind racing back to their visit to the theater when Lu Xing had mentioned creating an album titled Daily Progress of Wen. Suddenly, her nose tinged with emotion. She lowered her head to conceal her flustered gaze and softly remarked, I haven't even put on my makeup yet. Lu Xing, astonished, responded, Your natural beauty shines through, untouched by artifice. So this is how the poetic lines I labor over daily are meant to be applied. Indeed, theory must be grounded in practice. Wen Lingxiu, feeling bashful, playfully nudged his shoulder and pressed her backpack into his hand. You silver-tongued flatterer. Farewell, Wen. Don't forget to have lunch amidst your busy work. Understood, understood. As the gate closed behind him, the smile on Lu Xing's lips faded, and he walked steadily towards the bus station. Wen Lingxiu, leaning against the door, placed a hand over her racing heart. Unconsciously, her gaze drifted to the camera resting on the cabinet. As she flipped through the 2 photographs on her camera, Wen Lingxiu smiled, her eyes shimmering with tears as she murmured, I thought you were merely flattering me. I never anticipated that Lu Xing's words would indeed hold true. The 2 images, both featuring her as the subject, captivated her for an unusually long time due to the unique perspective of the photographer. A devastating fire had consumed all her photographs, erasing nearly 3 decades of memories, leaving only a scant few in archival storage. She had resigned herself to this loss. Yet now, Lu Xing proposed to create a new album to chronicle her daily life, as if everything were poised to begin anew. How wonderful, how wonderful. Slowly, Wen Lingxiu sank to the floor, clutching the camera tightly against her chest. If only I were a bit younger. If only you were not burdened by this past. How splendid that would be. Today, an atmosphere of tension pervaded the campus. The reason was simple. The results of the mock examination were about to be announced. Lu Xing, come here. The class monitor, Hu Zhangzhong, seemed to be waiting for Lu Xing, calling out to him. When he noticed Lu Xing's feigned ignorance, Hu Zhangzhong grew anxious. He hastened to catch up with Lu Xing, reaching out to grasp his shoulder, but Lu Xing sidestepped and halted in his tracks. What's up, study monitor? Lost some money again. Lu Xing replied nonchalantly. Hu Zhangzhong, what do you want now? Li Dachuan, having just entered the school, spotted Hu Zhangzhong pestering Lu Xing and immediately felt a surge of anger. Although tall, Lu Xing was physically frail. After indulging in so many treats with Lu Xing, he would never allow anyone to bully him. Like a giant bomb, Li Dachuan sprinted over with the speed of a 100-meter dash, colliding forcefully with Hu Zhangzhong, sending him sprawling. Ouch! Hu Zhangzhong fell to the ground, dazed and disoriented. Dachuan, what are you doing? He shouted in anger. Li Dachuan stood protectively in front of Lu Xing, frowning with fury. You shall not bully him. Damn it. This is so annoying. Hu Zhangzhong exclaimed, scrambling to his feet, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket and hastily thrusting it into Lu Xing's hands. Huh? Lu Xing looked at the paper in confusion. Upon opening it, he found 3 bold characters, apology letter. With his head lowered, Hu Zhangzhong's neck and face flushed crimson as he stammered, I will have my dad investigate who stole the money. Then, when we find the culprit. I'm sorry, I wronged you, and I apologize. Li Dachuan was taken aback. You're not here to fight, but to apologize? Lu Xing glanced dismissively at the apology letter in his hand and tossed it to the ground. Hu Zhangzhong was left bewildered. No, this isn't right. Something is truly amiss. Typically, when he apologizes, Lu Xing would merely respond with it's all right. Why did he discard the apology letter? With his hands tucked into his pockets, Lu Xing spoke nonchalantly. Pick it up. Li Dachuan immediately bent down. I wasn't addressing you, but the class representative. Li Dachuan was taken aback. What the hell? Foster father. Are you trying to stir up trouble? Hu Zhangzhong's face flushed with embarrassment. Lu Xing had prepared for an outburst from him. To his surprise, Hu Zhangzhong took a deep breath and genuinely bent down to retrieve the letter from the ground. I'm sorry. Lu Xing raised an eyebrow. Oh, it seems there is still hope. He extended a hand, grasping the apology letter, only for the thin piece of paper to fall once more to the ground. Pick it up. Hu Zhangzhong gritted his teeth, wanting to explode. However, recalling his earlier foolishness and attempting to deceive Lu Xing, he suppressed his anger and bent down to retrieve the letter again. I'm sorry. After a moment of silence, Lu Xing suddenly smiled. He pulled something from his pocket and tossed it to Hu Zhangzhong, turning away and waving his hand. I forgive you. What? Hu Zhangzhong looked at Lu Xing in surprise. He had braced himself for Lu Xing to toss the apology letter again. To his astonishment, Lu Xing accepted it. Hu Zhangzhong opened his palm to reveal a piece of filled chocolate. By the way, Lu Xing paused, turning his head to say, you should keep your distance from the person who suggested that to you. He is leading you astray. Hu Zhangzhong pondered for a moment before responding. The one who advised me was Wang Anxiang. The thief my father investigated was also Wang Anxiang. No wonder Wang Anxiang was so eager to brand Lu Xing with the label of a suspected thief. Wang Anxiang wasn't just wielding a knife in the dark. He intended to swap Li for Tao. Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. At such a young age, you possess quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Perhaps you've spent too little time on your studies. As they watched Lu Xing's carefree figure disappear, Li Dachuan and Hu Zhangzhong exchanged glances. Suddenly, Hu Zhangzhong remarked, Big Fool Chun, do you usually indulge yourself so lavishly behind my back? Li Dachuan instantly became alert. Get lost. You don't intend to steal my foster father, do you? I have my own rhythm. Throughout the morning, aside from attending classes, the students of the entire grade were excessively anxious, racking their brains to glean information about their rankings. Though the answers to the exam papers could no longer change, the impending results hung over them like the sword of Damocles, leaving their minds in a state of unrest until the rankings were unveiled. Amidst the atmosphere of unease, Lu Xing finally endured until the conclusion of the morning lessons. Just as he intended to leave, his left hand was seized by Li Dachuan and his right by Hu Zhangzhong. Lu Xing exclaimed, What is going on, guys? Where are you dragging me off to? Let us go eat together, replied Li Dachuan and Hu Zhangzhong in perfect unison. No, I have things to do, Lu Xing insisted. For he needed to find Xia Yexiang. Noticing Lu Xing's desire to depart, Hu Zhangzhong felt a surge of curiosity about how Lu Xing had discerned that Wang Anxiang was not a good person. Thus, he inquired with keen understanding. Are you looking for Xia Yexiang? It seems she has tea shown up all morning. Lu Xing shook his head. She is here. Although Xia Yexiang had not entered the classroom, her favorite bag was conspicuously placed on the desk, not hidden away, providing a clear indication of her presence. As a self-proclaimed tsundere, this was Xia Yexiang's most evident hint. If Lu Xing, as a devoted admirer, failed to recognize this, he ought to pack up and leave. Hu Zhangzheng swallowed hard. Must we all be devoted admirers? After Wei Qingyu's attempts failed, must I now become a devotee of Xia Yexiang? Lu Xing chuckled. I have my own rhythm. As they watched Lu Xing's retreating figure, Hu Zhongzhong remarked, Aren't you going to advise your guardian? He has his own rhythm. Li Dachuan responded. Lu Xing is practically being baited. Hu Zhongzhong exclaimed. He has his own rhythm, Li Dachuan reiterated. Can you not phrase it differently? Hu Zhongzhong pressed. You're a devotee too, Li Dachuan countered. You cold-hearted individual, I shall never forgive you. Standing at the entrance of the music room, hearing the sound of a bamboo flute emanating from within, Lu Xing paused and pulled out his phone to activate a music recognition app. Moments later, the song was identified. Lu Xing studied the background information on the piece and sighed. It seemed that the little golden retriever was not in high spirits today. As a dedicated admirer, providing emotional value to the client was their most crucial task. Through his observations over the past few days, Lu Xing had noted that only a few things could dampen Xia Yexiang's mood. The Eight-Leaf family, singing on the verge of a breakdown, and Wei Qingyu looking particularly lovely today. A fixed and easily understood little tsundere, leaning against the door of the music room. Lu Xing pondered which of these three factors was responsible for her current state. 2 minutes passed. The music in the practice room ceased, and Lu Xing stood tall, knocking on the door. Upon entering, he promptly engaged in intensive training following Wan's warning over the past few days. Now, not only did his smile grace his lips, but his eyes sparkled with joy as well. As expected of me. If I do not make progress, who will? With a light-hearted stride, Lu Xing entered the practice room, carefully closing the door behind him. Xia Yexiang stood by the window, her golden hair dancing in the gentle breeze, twirling a bamboo flute in her hand. It certainly looked exquisite. Unable to discern the reason for Xia Yexiang's anger, Lu Xing felt he could not leave her in silence. So he initiated a conversation. Sister Xia, you can play the flute too. That's impressive. Xia Yexiang scoffed lightly, tossing the flute to Lu Xing. What's so great about it? I can play many instruments. Okay, let's chat. Lu Xing moved to the corner, wiped the table, and retrieved his lunchboxes, casually inquiring, So, Sister Xia, which instrument do you like the most? Xia Yexiang replied coldly, the flute. Lu Xing responded enthusiastically, the flute is wonderful, a traditional instrument. Playing it has a certain... Xia Yexiang fixed her gaze on Lu Xing. Some say I play poorly, and I could just use the flute to smash their heads. Lu Xing was taken aback. What the? Why does my head suddenly ache too? That's too fierce. Using a flute to strike the audience? I can't believe you thought of that. Lu Xing found himself genuinely impressed, confirming his suspicion that it must be related to the affairs of the Bali family. Otherwise, why would Xia Yexiang harbor such aggressive thoughts? Feigning surprise, Lu Xing widened his eyes, adopting a foolish expression that amused Xia Yexiang, causing some of her ire to dissipate. However, she still unhappily seated herself at the table. She accepted the food Lu Xing offered, poking at the fluffy rice with dissatisfaction, as if it were her adversary. Silence enveloped them. Lu Xing's face bore a frown. Xia Yexiang, noticing his expression, grew irritated. Why the long face? Do you see that I'm unhappy? Lu Xing waved his hands in a panic. No. My parents had a quarrel yesterday, and I didn't get much rest. I'm sorry. Some matters are best left unasked. Inquiries can make clients uncomfortable. Thus, one can only guide the conversation. Xia Yexiang had not anticipated such a reason and felt a twinge of empathy, sullenly placing her chopsticks down. It's all right. My family is also arguing. Lu Xing was taken aback. Oh, what happened with Uncle and Auntie? Xia Yexiang scoffed. It's not about them. It's the woman my father married who keeps picking fights. When a woman complains about another woman, and you attempt to speak from an objective standpoint, congratulations, you are out of the conversation. Lu Xing, filled with indignation, exclaimed. She must be envious of your youth and beauty. Xia Yexiang, seething, replied, Do you know what she said? She claimed that the color of my hair now brings misfortune to those around me. Lu Xing could no longer contain his laughter. No worries. Just wear a pair of Nikes. Damn. What a ridiculous cold joke. So unfunny yet somewhat amusing. Xia Yexiang shot a glare at Lu Xing. But she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Lu Xing chuckled. You know such remarks are utterly absurd. If dyeing one's hair blonde could truly bring misfortune, We might as well send a horde of golden retrievers to the battlefield. Hair dye is far less costly than an aircraft carrier. Moreover, being overly concerned with others' opinions will render you subordinate to them. Xia Yeshang absorbed this, her brow furrowing in confusion. Why? Like being someone else's undergarments. You'd have to bear whatever they release. Ouch! Xia Yeshang playfully slapped Lu Xing's hand, casting him a fierce glance. We're eating here. Lu Xing raised his hands in surrender. My apologies, I have disturbed Sister Xia's dining pleasure. I deserve the utmost punishment. Upon seeing Lu Xing's demeanor, Xia Yeshang's irritation abruptly dissipated, and she let out a soft huff. I forgive you. After a pause, observing Lu Xing rubbing his hand, she added. Does it hurt? 066 The Thorn Bird. It doesn't hurt at all. Lu Xing chuckled, rolling up his sleeves to showcase his biceps. I am quite strong. Xia Yeshuang glanced at Lu Xing's arm, as if scorched, quickly averting her gaze, and huffed. I'm not afraid of you swindling me. With an air of discomfort, she took a bite of her meal. Surprisingly, Lu Xing's forearm appeared quite normal in tone. Yet the upper part of his short sleeve was remarkably pale. How coarse his life must be, his arms tanned in layers. Can you sing? Xia Yeshuang suddenly inquired. Lu Xing immediately replied, I can sing a little, but not very well. Although his singing was decent, it paled in comparison to Xia Yeshuang, a professional in the field. After all, according to the vocal techniques of folk music, the presence of a microphone seemed utterly ridiculous. Xia Yeshuang stood up, rummaging through her bag for something, casually saying, Sing one. Her brazen demeanor amused Lu Xing. So, the audience is Xia Yeshuang, and the performer is him? All right. Lu Xing pondered. Knowing Xia Yeshuang was in a rather somber mood today, he decided to sing something uplifting. He casually browsed the music charts and played a song. The electrifying and rhythmic prelude instantly captivated Xia Yeshuang, who looked up in disbelief. Lu Xing earnestly began to sing. How can you cry? Everything will be all right. Just let it all go. Since there's no way to change it, why harbor hatred? Just remember. He could no longer hold it together. Xia Yeshuang genuinely could not believe that Lu Xing had chosen such a song. It was indeed rather amusing. A smile crept onto Xia Yeshuang's lips as she took out her phone and started recording, her earlier gloom dissipating entirely. It's a pity you're not a singer defending the country's borders. You could be a singer without any haters. Lu Xing chuckled as well. By the end, he was slightly off-key, yet both were laughing joyfully. As the song concluded, Xia Yeshuang looked contentedly at the video she had recorded. Lu Xing propped his chin on his hand, squinting his eyes with a grin and asked, Are you satisfied, dear guest? Xia Yeshuang lifted her chin. It's acceptable. As a reward for you. She pulled out a tube of sunscreen from her bag and tossed it to Lu Xing. All right. Long live Sister Xia. Lu Xing showed no signs of disdain. Regardless of the gift's value, providing ample emotional significance is an essential trait of a devoted admirer. Moreover, Xia Yeshuang was genuinely intriguing. She clearly wished to gift him something, yet insisted he sing a song first. What a prideful mindset. Xia Yeshuang's gaze fell upon a box in her bag, and with a look of disdain, she tossed it to Lu Xing. This is from my stepmother. I don't want it, so you can have it. Look. The smile on Lu Xing's lips remained unchanged. Was this unexpected gift not a delightful surprise? Gazing upon the exquisitely crafted box, Lu Xing untied the ribbon and gently lifted the lid, revealing its contents. To his astonishment, the dazzling golden light nearly blinded him. Lu Xing was momentarily dumbfounded. Could it be gold? Xia Yeshuang remarked with discontent. That woman has ill intentions. Gifting gold is utterly vulgar. And look at the design. It's a thorns bird. As a vocal music student, she presents me with a thorns bird. Is she cursing me, or what? Thorns bird? Lu Xing, previously dazzled by the gold's brilliance, only then realized that it was a golden ornament shaped like a thorns bird. The thorns bird, a legendary creature, is said to sing with a heart pierced through by thorns, bleeding profusely. Xia Yeshuang huffed in annoyance, expressing her disdain for her stepmother. I don't want this worthless trinket. It suits you perfectly, considering your fondness for gold. Indeed, the thorns bird seemed fitting for him. Lu Xing, lost in thought for a moment, quickly brightened his expression and closed the lid. Thank you. You were truly kind to me. At times, a straightforward expression of gratitude resonates more profoundly than convoluted acknowledgments. Xia Yeshuang, taken aback by Lu Xing's earnest gaze and heartfelt appreciation, averted her eyes, murmuring, Just eat your meal. As Lu Xing exited the comprehensive building, he spotted a black-haired girl reading on a bench shaded by trees. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, while a gentle breeze tousled the girl's long hair as she tucked stray strands behind her ear. In the next moment, she seemed to sense something, raising her head to meet Lu Xing's gaze, her calm voice laced with a hint of cheerfulness. Lu Xing, Wei Qingyu, what brings you here? Lu Xing inquired, somewhat perplexed. He wondered if there was some peculiar mechanism at play in this world, such as the random appearance of Wei Qingyu beneath the trees. How was it that the scene was reminiscent of their last encounter at the entrance of the Kate High-End store? Were it not for the book she held, Lu Xing might have doubted whether he had stumbled into some infinite loop of reality. Did you need something from me? Lu Xing asked directly. Wei Qingyu stood, cradling the book to her chest as she approached him. The teacher asked me to inform you about the mock exam results. In truth, it was not the teacher who had sent her, it was her own initiative. As she spoke her first lie, a flicker of nervousness caused her to tighten her grip on the book. Lu Xing remained silent, turning to glance at the 5th floor of the comprehensive building, where the piano room was located, out of her sight. A trace of disappointment flickered in Wei Qingyu's deep eyes, and she explained wistfully. Observing Lu Xing's concern for Xia Yeshuang's feelings, her usually placid heart began to ache with an inexplicable sorrow. Lu Xing turned to Wei Qingyu and asked, How do you know? This building was donated by my father, she replied, her reasoning strikingly compelling, instantly persuading Lu Xing regarding the mock exam results. It appears that the rankings have been released around noon, and thus, Lu Xing finally acquiesced. All right, let us discuss while we walk. Wei Qingyu's steps noticeably became much lighter, yet she did not forget to address the matter at hand. The mock exam results are out. You have made significant progress, ranking among the top 20 in your grade. Top 20? How impressive. Lu Xing had previously lingered around the 40th position. Balancing his studies with the demands of being a professional admirer, achieving such results was already commendable. Now that he had entered the top 20, gaining admission to Haicheng University was virtually assured. Wei Qingyu genuinely felt elated for Lu Xing. It seemed that his earlier declaration of intent to study diligently was not mere pretense. Wei Qingyu thoughtfully analyzed, if you exert yourself a bit more in the coming days, you could aim for even better institutions than Haicheng University. Your rapid improvement in such a short time indicates your intelligence. It is I, Wei Qingyu hesitated, suddenly filled with regret. It is I who have hindered you. If Lu Xing had given up on her sooner, could his achievements have soared even higher? In that moment, Wei Qingyu found herself somewhat despising her past actions. She should have categorically rejected Lu Xing from the outset. Not at all, Lu Xing immediately refuted. This has nothing to do with you. Do not take the blame upon yourself. The Wei Qingyu of that time was indeed a source of discomfort. Had she resisted a bit more, Lu Xing could scarcely imagine the extent of his torment. Observing Wei Qingyu, who seemed to be trapped in a dead end, he remarked, Even had I not treated you well, I would still have been captivated by other pursuits. Do not romanticize a path I did not tread. You are not at fault. People often tend to embellish the roads they have not traveled. It serves as a form of psychological solace. How peculiar, Wei Qingyu mused, tilting her head to gaze into Lu Xing's eyes. As he spoke, it felt as if all her prior negative emotions had been smoothed away, akin to being immersed in a soothing hot spring. Is this what it means to be fond of someone? A subtle curve graced the corners of her lips. Indeed. She had developed feelings for Lu Xing. 067 Early cultivation. The school has always adhered to a customary practice. Those students who rank in the top 10 academically or show significant improvement are afforded the opportunity to visit several universities within Haicheng, including Haicheng University, Haicheng University of Science and Technology, and Haicheng Industrial University. Watching Wei Qingyu recite the names of these institutions, Lu Xing couldn't help but exclaim, Wei Qingyu, you are truly remarkable. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Xing. That student who had shown great improvement, surely it does not include me? If he were to leave school to visit those universities, what would become of Xia Yeshuang? She had paid her dues. He could not simply abandon her. In the past, Lu Xing had occasionally fallen ill, yet he had always endured, attending school to take care of Wei Qingyu. Skipping class was not an option for him. Unfortunately, Wei Qingyu delivered a thunderous revelation. You are the student in our class who has shown the most improvement. The teacher has already recommended you. Upon receiving this news, Wei Qingyu felt a surge of joy. She would no longer have to interact with Lu Xing under Xia Yeshuang's watchful eye. However, Lu Xing's spirits were far from buoyant. He furrowed his brow tightly, nodding gravely. Yes, I understand. Thank you. He decided to consult Li Mo about whether he could opt out. If that proved impossible, feigning illness that day would be his recourse. Seeing Lu Xing's troubled expression, Wei Qingyu felt an unexpected emptiness within her. The fleeting joy she had just experienced vanished entirely. Compared to the prospect of spending time with Lu Xing, she was far more reluctant to see him frown. Pressing her lips together, Wei Qingyu hesitated for a moment before asking, "You do not wish to go? Is it because of her?" Wei Qingyu's expression was devoid of emotion, yet her eyes brimmed with self-mockery. Although Lu Xing had merely uttered a simple it felt as though a void had been pierced in her heart, inviting a chilling wind to rush in. As she grappled with the sting of heartache, Wei Qingyu realized she indeed harbored feelings for Lu Xing. The entire building had been contracted by the former principal's brother-in-law. As it stands, both the former principal and his brother-in-law had been entrenched for 4 years, securing their positions indefinitely. Consequently, the level of neglect within this educational edifice is evident, with certain areas suffering from poor lighting. For instance, the stairwell leading into the teaching building is dimly lit. In that shadowy stairwell, a soft hand gently smoothed Lu Xing's furrowed brow. "Do not frown." Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback, hastening his steps out of the stairwell. The daylight flooded in, and he turned to glance at Wei Qingyu's face. She remained as beautiful and aloof as ever, as if her previous whisper had been a mere figment of his imagination. It was not until he noticed the tips of her ears, flushed beneath her dark hair, that Lu Xing was convinced he had not lost his sanity. Phew. Thankfully. I almost thought I was going mad. This was Wei Qingyu's first attempt at such an act, and even she was taken aback by her own impulsiveness. How utterly reckless. Yet, witnessing Lu Xing's furrowed brow truly pained her heart. A rare expression of helplessness graced Wei Qingyu's typically composed visage. Lu Xing immediately said, "Are you heading back to class?" This statement was akin to a lifeline, rescuing a certain school beauty who was on the verge of an emotional explosion. As he watched Wei Qingyu scurry away in a somewhat panicked manner, Lu Xing couldn't help but chuckle softly. He lingered for a couple of minutes before finally making his way to the classroom. Upon reaching his desk, Lu Xing noticed Hu Zhangzhong leaning over Li Dachuan's table, seemingly engrossed in conversation. As he drew closer to listen, he heard Hu Zhangzhong lamenting, "Oh dear, don't be too disheartened. I didn't perform well either. I only scored 148 in math." Lu Xing cast a glance at Li Dachuan's math paper, which bore a score of 105. Hu Zhongzhong continued her complaints. "English was no better. How could my essay only earn me 21 points? In physics, oh, if only I had known. I would have chosen just one option for the multiple-choice questions." Although Li Dachuan, being a physical education student, had low expectations for grades, Hu Zhongzhong's words were increasingly distressing to him, to the point where his brows furrowed deeply. With a swift motion, Lu Xing gave Hu Zhongzhong a light slap on the back, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Startled by the sudden sting, Hu Zhongzhong turned around, ready to retort. But upon seeing Lu Xing approach leisurely, her face broke into a wide smile. "I was just exchanging insights with Li Dachuan about our mock exam," she replied. Lu Xing settled into his seat, propping his chin in his hand while squinting at Hu Zhongzhong, and replied with a grin, "When others are hungry, it is indeed a virtue not to smack your lips while eating, don't you think?" Hu Zhongzhong was drenched in sweat at the implication. Lu Xing continued, "If you have nothing significant to discuss, why not sweep the classroom floor instead of rambling on here?" With newfound confidence, Li Dachuan waved his fist in a mock threat towards Hu Zhongzhong. However, she merely chuckled, not taking him seriously at all. Perched on the stool in front of Lu Xing, she eagerly declared, "I actually do have something important to discuss." Lu Xing opened his golden exam paper without lifting his gaze and said, "Speak. How did you know that Wang Anxiang came up with that idea? And how can you be certain that Wang Anxiang is not a good person?" This question had lingered in Hu Zhongzhong's mind for quite some time. She had never realized Lu Xing was so astute. Lu Xing lifted his head, a smile playing on his lips. "Curious, are we?" Hu Zhongzhong nodded vigorously like a chick pecking for grain. "Absolutely." Lu Xing chuckled. "If you tutor my desk mate and help him perform well in the next mock exam, I shall divulge the answer to you." Hu Zhongzhong and Li Dachuan both froze in surprise. "Goodness, do you really consider yourself a benefactor?" Li Dachuan nearly burst into tears. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Zhongzhong reasoned that since Li Dachuan was a sports student with low scoring expectations, it would be relatively easy to tutor him. "All right, I accept." Lu Xing nodded and waved his hand. "Then you may leave." Hu Zhongzhong, perplexed, asked, "But you haven't told me yet." Lu Xing grinned. "I have already provided you with the reason. It's quite astonishing that you would so readily agree to my request. Do you really possess the intellect to devise such a cunning scheme?" Hu Zhongzhong, taken aback, felt as though she had been chastised, unsure and contemplating her next move. Lu Xing cast a glance at Li Dachuan, who quickly embraced Hu Zhongzhong's shoulder in response. "Master, teach me," Hu Zhongzhong replied. "All right, it's settled. I have truly been tricked by Lu Xing. Damn. What a scoundrel. Watching Hu Zhongzhong walk away in a daze, Li Dachuan nearly burst into laughter. Xingxing, you truly have a gift for persuasion. Lu Xing shot him a sidelong glance. Do you think I jest? Li Dachuan, bewildered, asked, huh? Lu Xing produced a piece of scrap paper and calmly stated, during this period, learn from Hu Zhongzhong. If you do not understand something, let him teach you. You absolutely must gain admission to Haicheng University. The pressure is truly mounting. Li Dachuan swallowed hard. So, will you also attend Haicheng University? Your grades could secure a place at a better institution. Lu Xing nonchalantly replied, isn't suitability what matters most? He intended to engage in business while at university. And among newly acquainted individuals, he found the somewhat foolish Li Dachuan more trustworthy. He never engages in futile endeavors. Li Dachuan cautiously inquired, what if I fail to be admitted? Lu Xing smiled. Then it shall be as if we have never met. 068 First time as parents Haicheng University. President. Here's the list of students who will be exchanging with our school this year. The Student Council, an organization that appears glamorous, bears responsibilities that include, but are not limited to, organizing events, receiving admonishments from teachers, enduring the ire of students, drafting speeches for leaders, and shouldering blame for various tasks. Of course, certain clandestine dormitory inspection groups do not fall within this purview. The junior, her face aglow with excitement, placed the list before Lu Qingqing. She admired Lu Qingqing immensely. Truly beautiful women are captivating to all. Lu Qingqing, possessing both beauty and academic excellence, was the recipient of numerous scholarships. Her delicate pink hair was both charming and alluring, particularly accentuated by the beauty mark at the corner of her eye, which could easily evoke desire. The other members of the office looked on with envy. How infuriating. The junior gazed at Lu Qingqing's sweet, enticing visage, feeling a pang of sorrow. How unfair. The heavens granted her a plethora of charms to attract girls. Yet she herself was merely a girl. Otherwise, she would certainly pursue President Qingqing. Unbeknownst to the junior, Lu Qingqing, with a radiant smile, gently inquired, isn't this part of Fei Lu's responsibilities? The beauty's demeanor was enchanting. The junior's heart raced in excitement while her outward behavior remained timid. Senior Fei has gone home today in a hurry and hasn't he had the chance to inform you, President? Gone home? Lu Qingqing immediately donned a worried expression. Did something happen? The junior, speaking without thinking, blurted, her mother passed away. Lu Qingqing? Huh? Why are you being so rude? Lu Qingqing's sweet expression nearly faltered. The junior's wandering thoughts quickly returned, and she realized her blunder, hastily clarifying, no, that's not it. Senior Fei's mother has passed away. She was originally with Professor Song in the research group, but upon hearing the news, she didn't return to her dormitory and went straight home. Lu Qingqing nodded in understanding. That makes sense. However, she raised her head and committed the junior's face to memory. I must ensure that this junior is not assigned tasks involving communication with the teachers in the future. Upon hearing this, the other office members looked astonished and asked, did Professor Song say nothing? In their minds, while Professor Song was indeed beautiful, she was also a thorny rose, capable of piercing hearts with her incisive inquiries. In university, one fears not the lenient instructors but those with substantial expertise, as they can effortlessly expose one's vulnerabilities during questioning. Clearly, Professor Song belonged to this category. Nevertheless, despite her formidable nature, the course she whimsically offered this year attracted countless students eager to audit it. After all, it was worth the risk of being metaphorically pierced by her brilliance. The junior pondered for a moment before speaking again. Senior Fei was scolded to tears by Professor Song. The other office members recoiled, their expressions reflecting a sense of anticipated understanding. Professor Song is truly unapproachable. The junior continued. Professor Song, upon discovering that Sister Fei Lu was too timid to request leave, expressed her ire and scolded her, leaving Sister Fei Lu in tears. Subsequently, Professor Song transferred a sum of money to Sister Fei Lu, stating it was her heartfelt gesture to console her. Oh, it was Professor Song who drove Sister Fei Lu to the station, and the latter remarked that Professor Song received a speeding ticket during the drive. As these words hung in the air, an enveloping silence blanketed the office, with everyone exchanging bewildered glances. Could it truly be? This was indeed Professor Song. Renowned throughout the institution for her beauty, yet feared for her frosty demeanor that deterred many. In their minds, Professor Song was an unapproachable, icy sovereign. There existed only two types of individuals who would harbor affection for her. 1. Those with an insatiable desire, yet resilient as iron. 2. Aspiring academic sycophants. Was there truly a third category? Lu Qingqing beamed. perusing the list in her hands. Very well, I shall take charge of this matter. Thank you. The junior, brimming with joy, nodded eagerly as if about to take flight. No worries, no worries. Lu Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Oh no. This junior seems genuinely lacking in wit. How could she say no worries? Maintaining her smile, Lu Qingqing suddenly spotted a familiar name on the list. Wait a moment. Her hand froze, eyes widening in astonishment. Lu Xing? How could this be? Lu Qingqing's sweet and charming smile abruptly faltered, as a deep voice echoed in her mind. After 2 years, her muscle memory had become instinctive. Slowly, Lu Qingqing crossed her left leg over her right, bowing her head to nibble her lip. Had she truly sunk to this level? Merely glimpsing this name elicited an involuntary response. Her body may have felt at ease, yet a wave of nausea surged within her. How repulsive. She truly found herself detestable. She loathed desire, yet inexplicably craved the voice of Lu Xing. Sinking into a sea of longing, the conflicting sensations of undeniable pleasure and self-revulsion surged forth. Lu Qingqing clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth as her nails nearly dug into her palms. She and Lu Xing were merely acquainted by name, ignorant of each other's age, occupation, or family background. It was quite common for names to overlap. Lu Qingqing could hardly believe that the mature-sounding Lu Xing on the other end of the line was merely 18. A mere coincidence, undoubtedly. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her physical unease and plunged back into her work. Only through such immersion could she evade thoughts of her own repugnance. In the school parking lot, Song Junju received a speeding ticket. Glancing at the notification on her phone, she suddenly recalled the last time she had waited for Lu Xing at the school gate, when she too had been ticketed. At that moment, Lu Xing, that little rascal, had seemed to be snickering. The thought of Lu Xing's mischievous eyes coaxed a slight smile to the corners of Song Junju's lips. Now, upon reflection, it feels as though an entire era is past. Song Junju's good mood evaporated in an instant as she irritably removed her glasses, staring at the car roof. Lost in thought. That day at the theater, she had acted impulsively. When she saw Qi Yushan and Lu Xing emerge from the same room, an inexplicable fury ignited within her. Yet later, after hearing Qi Yushan's explanation, she found herself at a loss. She was uncertain about what she was truly angry about, what discomfort plagued her, or what regrets she harbored. In recent days, Song Junju often found herself engulfed in dreams. She would envision Lu Xing bending down to pick up a hairpin in the corridor, and Qi Yushan draping her arm around Lu Xing's neck, wearing a proud and self-satisfied smile. Each dream would culminate, much like the conclusion of that day at the theater, with Lu Xing walking away from the corridor without a backward glance. Everyone departed, leaving her alone in the lengthy, dimly lit corridor, devoid of light and escape. It reminded her of her childhood, when she only earned a silver medal in a mathematics competition, was beaten by her father until she could scarcely rise, and subsequently confined to her room for 3 days and nights. When her confinement finally ended, she stepped outside to be greeted by blinding sunlight. Her mother was there, chiding gently. Darling, both your father and I love you. We only want what's best for you. No one remembers the second place. You are very intelligent, and you deserve the top position. From that moment forth, Song Junju developed a profound aversion to failure. She believed her parents had always been so stringent. However, witnessing them praise her younger siblings for scoring 80 points shattered her world. Her parents reassured her, Junju, don't take it too hard. It was our first time being parents. With a soft exhale, Song Junju realized it had been nearly 4 years since she last returned home. After a moment of silence, she retrieved a thin photograph from the armrest compartment, one that Lu Xing had sent her during his training sessions. Gazing at Lu Xing's radiant smile, she attempted to curl her lips into a smile, but found herself incapable of doing so. It seemed she had truly aged. In recent days, her dreams had oscillated between visions of her former self and memories of that day at the theater. Each awakening from these dreams left her with an echoing phrase in her ears, "Goodbye, Professor Song." A piercing ringtone echoed within the confines of the car, abruptly pulling Song Junju back to the present moment. She glanced at the unfamiliar number flashing on her caller ID and let out a sigh. She harbored a profound aversion to answering calls. Could matters not be conveyed through messages? Yet, as a professor, she found herself concerned that it might be a student in distress, prompting her to take a deep breath and answer. Hello, Song Junju. The voice on the other end erupted in fury, shattering the calm expression she had donned. Her eyes gleamed with derision as she tossed her phone onto the passenger seat, activating the speakerphone, and wrapped her arms defensively around herself. What is it, Sun Ainong? I thought you intended to remain a coward for life. Song Juinju's scorn was unmistakable, inciting Sun Ainong to seethe with anger. As a privileged heir himself, he was quick to learn of Song Juinju's impending transfer. The dread of waiting for a teacher's question was more terrifying than the question itself. The months leading up to Song Juinju's arrival at his school were fraught with anxiety. Upon discovering that she was coming, Sun Ainong felt his legs weaken in fear. Damn it, this crazy woman, didn't she just run away? Is it really necessary for her to act like this? Song Juinju, are you out of your mind? You don't even like me. Why are you clinging to me? Sun Ainong gritted his teeth. He was utterly unconvinced that Song Juinju had any affection for him. Thus, her motives could only stem from a desire for revenge. This woman was undoubtedly seeking to retaliate. A cold laugh escaped Song Juinju's lips. If you had simply admitted you didn't like me, we could have gone through the proper channels to annul our engagement, and I would have said nothing. But instead, you chose to brazenly inform my parents and then fled the country. For me, that was nothing short of humiliation. She was indifferent to whether Sun Ainong loved her. However, the aftermath of his actions had left her deeply embarrassed. Messages of concern and ridicule from parents, siblings, and friends inundated her. How could Sun Ainong ruin everything and then simply run away overseas? I'll tell you this, I am exceedingly happy now. Even if you came to our school, I would never develop feelings for you. Sun Ainong declared coldly. He refused to believe that Song Juinju could force him into anything. Huh. Song Juinju's chilling laughter, transmitted across thousands of kilometers, resonated with a stark cruelty. Is your love truly so precious? Do you genuinely think I went abroad to make you fall in love with me? You must have been utterly deluded, believing that everyone in the world harbors secret affections for you. Sun Ainong was taken aback. What the hell? Have you been investigating me? A cold sweat broke out across his brow. How did Song Juinju know about this? Surely, she hadn't confided in his parents? As a privileged heir, he would never dare speak of such matters to his own family. Song Juinju's derisive laughter revealed her disdain. At nearly 30, you can't even clean up after yourself. And you still have the audacity to speak? Oh wait, it appears you have truly become a frequent visitor to the proctology department. Last week, you weren't. TSK. 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 Song Juinju massaged her temples, each jab piercing her heart. You are indeed remarkably tolerant now, although your academic and career achievements are non-existent. Congratulations on becoming one of the legendary tales of the proctology department. When one is engulfed in extreme anger, words often elude them. Sun Ainong's face flushed, her body trembling with rage. You. Song Juinju caressed the upward curve of Lu Xing's lips in the photograph, her tone dripping with unprecedented arrogance. Before June, you had better provide me with a satisfactory response. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Sun Ainong seized upon the crux. What do you mean? Will you not necessarily come in June? Song Juinju silently gazed at Lu Xing in the photograph, her enchanting eyes deep as the ocean. You are not in a position to negotiate terms with me. Song Juinju, you lunatic. No one in this world would ever love you. You are nothing but. Beep. The call was abruptly terminated. Sun Ainong was taken aback, and upon regaining her composure, she pounded the air in fury. Damn. It had always been him hanging up on others, only Song Juinju, that insufferable lunatic, could be so arrogant. He had thought he finally outmaneuvered Song Juinju, only to find that she harbored such a grudge, refusing to let it go even now. Damn it. Sun Ainong gritted her teeth. This cold-hearted woman will eventually meet her downfall at someone else's hands. Just wait. You will see how I mock you then. Jack. Are you coming? Sun Ainong turned around to find a group of people in the room, a mix of monkeys, bears, and pigs. What a joke. Fundraising. Raising money for that lunatic woman. He had far too much faith in Song Juinju's decisiveness. If that woman truly came after him, his life would be over. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Song Juinju felt a sudden clarity. Everything Sun Ainong had said was drivel, except for one truth. She need not necessarily go abroad. A smile broke across Song Juinju's face. Her intention to travel abroad was solely to avenge Sun Ainong, but upon discovering those photographs of him, she felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. Even being 100 meters away from Sun Ainong made her feel nauseous. Song Juinju caressed the photographs in her hand, realizing she preferred to remain by Lu Xing's side. Comfortable, tranquil, serene. Since leaving the theater that day, she and Lu Xing had not been in contact. Lu Xing never initiated a message. She felt guilty and dared not message him. The two remained in the standoff. However, now Song Juinju had come to a resolution. I no longer wish to endure nightmares. Recalling Sun Ainong's final furious outburst, Song Juinju chuckled softly, picking up her phone and murmuring, "Someone loves me. Transfer. You have initiated a transfer." Recipient: Lu Xing. Lu Xing. What is the matter, Professor Song? I noticed the weather forecast indicates rain shortly. Do remember to take an umbrella. Song Junju suddenly exhaled in relief. Thankfully, just as long as she spoke, Lu Xing would always be there, unwaveringly present. She replaced the earlier mockery directed at Sun Einen with a gentle smile, her fingers poised to type earnestly. I'm in the car, sheltered from the rain. This is the money for the camera. Keep it. If it's insufficient, let me know, and if there is excess, consider it yours. Lu Xing replied swiftly. Lu Xing, I possess the most exquisite model in the world. I am certain I can capture the most stunning photographs. Lu Xing, Professor Song, are you still driving that Maybach? Temperatures are set to drop this week. Last time, I placed a warm coat and an umbrella in the trunk. Do take care to stay warm and avoid catching a cold. Upon reading this message, Song Junju silently opened the car door and stepped out. She lifted the trunk lid. Nestled within was a white paper bag. Trembling slightly, she opened it to reveal a classic trench coat and a black folding umbrella, neatly arranged inside. A drop of water splattered onto her hand. Song Junju tilted her head to gaze at the overcast sky as droplets began to descend. Thunder rumbled, and lightning illuminated the expanse above. Her cheeks dampened, yet a smile erupted on her face, dispelling all the shadows of gloom that had lingered in her heart. Though a stubborn intensity lingered in her eyes. Sun Einen, you're mistaken. Someone loves me. 070 The more pain, the more love Friday. In the music room. Outside the window, the leaves shimmer in verdant splendor, swaying gently in the breeze. Inside, Xia Yexiang and Wei Qingyu sit opposite each other. Sunlight cascades upon Xia Yexiang's golden locks, yet she remains oblivious, disdainfully scrutinizing Wei Qingyu instead. Wei Qingyu's long, black hair cascades down to her waist, her features exquisitely refined. Her demeanor indifferent. Even clad in a school uniform, she exudes an undeniable charm. She perpetually wears an expression devoid of emotion, as if looking down upon everyone. A sight that incites irritation. Are you skipping class to play a game of red light, green light with me? Xia Yexiang furrows her brow. Her gaze fixated on the clock hanging on the wall, aware that Lu Xing is soon to arrive. She certainly does not wish to provoke Wei Qingyu to tears, otherwise Lu Xing might think she is tormenting her. Admittedly, she recognizes that she lacks the capacity to evoke such emotions in Wei Qingyu. The girl is too much like an AI. Aside from the matter concerning Lu Xing, her emotions seem utterly flat. Damn it. The thought that Wei Qingyu, this AI-like being, might experience emotional fluctuations due to Lu Xing's affairs only heightens Xia Yexiang's irritation. She has hired Lu Xing with her own money. But Wei Qingyu is not in the same boat. Lu Xing genuinely liked Wei Qingyu at one point. With this realization, Xia Yexiang's delicate features cloud over, and the teasing smile that often graced her lips fades away. Wei Qingyu sits upright on her stool, speaking earnestly. I wish to apologize to you, Xia Yexiang. Are you out of your mind? Xia Yexiang struggles to comprehend what she has just heard. An apology from an AI? What nonsense! Wei Qingyu remains unperturbed. Her calm gaze unwavering, and repeats sincerely, I am not ill. I undergo health checkups every month, and I am in good health. Xia Yexiang. Then why don't you check if you have any mental issues during your checkup? You skipped a class just to apologize to me? Xia Yexiang, clad in a pleated skirt, crosses one long leg over the other, squinting as she questions, so tell me, what have you done to wrong me? Wei Qingyu pauses for a moment, then shakes her head. I do not know. However, since you are unhappy, I must have hurt you in some way, so I apologize. No, this is utterly absurd. Xia Yexiang has never witnessed Wei Qingyu like this. Today, her verbal output surpasses that of the past week combined. What is your objective? Wei Qingyu remains silent for a moment before responding earnestly. I apologize and seek your forgiveness. If you forgive me, then we can become friends. Friends? Xia Yexiang nearly scoffs. And then what? Suddenly, Wei Qingyu asks, do you like Lu Xing? Huh? The abrupt shift in topic leaves Xia Yexiang momentarily bewildered. The word like catches her off guard. She stumbles for words, a blush creeping from her chest to her cheeks, and retorts in anger, I do not like him. It is he who likes me. Wei Qingyu inquired, what is your definition of the relationship between the two of you? What? A definition of the relationship? Xia Yexiang suddenly found herself at a loss for words, having never contemplated this question before. After a brief pause, she coldly replied, friends. Wei Qingyu nodded, as if this response was entirely expected. You and Lu Xing are friends, and you and I are also friends. Lu Xing has lunch with you in the piano room every day. I could join you there for lunch as well. Xia Yexiang? Upon untangling this logic, she abruptly realized, oh no, This was directed at Lu Xing. Are you suggesting you want to have lunch with me? Wouldn't that mean you wish to share a meal with Lu Xing instead? Goodness. I had no intention of exposing you. My patience is wearing thin. You wish to dine with me while coveting my person? How audacious. Xia Yexiang couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. I never imagined Wei Qingyu could utter such shameless words. Wei Qingyu blinked, fixing her serious gaze on Xia Yexiang. I believe my words are perfectly reasonable, but I respect your freedom of speech, as you are my friend. Xia Yexiang. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I have never seen Wei Qingyu behave so shamelessly. This is absurd. How on earth was her father raising her? Wait a moment. Xia Yexiang suddenly recalled Lu Xing's current attitude towards her, and her anger dissipated instantly. She wished for Wei Qingyu to feel discomfort. However, if Wei Qingyu couldn't see it, how unfortunate that would be. But now, an opportunity presented itself. She would allow Wei Qingyu to witness firsthand how Lu Xing catered to her. Hey, doesn't Wei Qingyu enjoy watching? Fine. I'll let her observe to her heart's content. This is her own doing. All right, I agree. Xia Yexiang's acceptance was far too eager. Wei Qingyu, who had intended to speak further, was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting confusion. Just like that, she agreed. Once she regained her composure, the corners of Wei Qingyu's mouth curled upward slightly. She could now have lunch with Lu Xing. With a hint of gratitude, she said to Xia Yexiang, "Thank you. I will pay you for lunch every day." Xia Yexiang scoffed. "We are not so impoverished as to require that." Moreover, once Wei Qingyu observes her interactions with Lu Xing, whether she would still be able to eat is yet to be determined. You wish to watch, do you? I shall let you see ample amounts. Xia Yexiang squinted, scrutinizing Wei Qingyu. Do you like Lu Xing? Yes, Wei Qingyu replied without hesitation. This unguarded admission suddenly irked Xia Yexiang. How can you prove that you genuinely like him? Or is it merely a matter of habit? Through here, Wei Qingyu indicated her heart. No one ever taught me what love is, so I use pain as proof. The kinder Lu Xing is to you, the more it hurts here. The more it hurts, the more I love. Wei Qingyu sat upright, the sunlight illuminating her face. With an unreserved and candid demeanor, she stated, "This is my reasoning and proof process. All phenomena and facts indicate that I have feelings for Lu Xing. 071 cream-filled biscuits. Why do my eyes often brim with tears? Because I harbor a profound resentment for this meal. As a person who relishes every bite." Lu Xing never anticipated that he would encounter a day where food would be utterly unpalatable. Grasping his chopsticks, Lu Xing fell into deep contemplation. Before him lay the exquisite dishes from the finest restaurant in Haicheng. Glancing to his left, he noticed Xia Yexiang maintaining an impassive demeanor. Yet her gaze pierced through him with an icy sharpness. Turning to his right, he observed Wei Qingyu, her expression devoid of emotion, diligently selecting delectable morsels to serve him. To exist or to perish, this is a dilemma. To eat or not to eat, this too poses a question. Lu Xing felt a surge of anxiety within. Yet his visage remained remarkably composed. Goodness, what is wrong with these two women? Wasn't Xia Yexiang previously averse to Wei Qingyu? How is it that they can now share a meal together? Is female camaraderie truly so fickle? Lu Xing inhaled deeply. Alas, the golden retriever is now my client. It is my duty to serve. Resolute, Lu Xing adeptly picked up the utensils and offered them to Xia Yexiang, smiling as he said, "Sister Xia, do indulge in your meal today." Holding the utensils Lu Xing had handed her, Xia Yexiang's haughty expression softened considerably. She cast a provocative glance at Wei Qingyu. Noting Wei Qingyu's lack of response, she mused that this robotic girl was rather good at maintaining her facade. Humph, let us see when you falter. Xia Yexiang scoffed lightly, her face lifting as her golden locks brushed against Lu Xing's arm. I am not a pig. Why eat so much? Lu Xing, using the serving chopsticks to offer her a dish, replied casually, yet you failed to solve my riddle yesterday. As I stated, the loser must fulfill a request from the winner. Resting his chin on his hand, he beamed at Xia Yexiang. My request is for you to eat well. As a professional admirer, one must understand that some things clients may willingly offer, yet one should never explicitly demand. Once a request is made, the essence of emotional value alters. Moreover, he genuinely felt that Xia Yexiang was rather slender, as if a gust of wind could sweep her away. One could hardly fathom where she found the strength to sing. He observed that the renowned soprano on television appeared quite plump. Xia Yexiang paused, expecting this rogue Lu Xing to propose a condition regarding a salary increase. To her surprise, his stipulation was this: "Mind your own business. I will eat as I please." Her fair face flushed with a delicate rose hue, she awkwardly lowered her head to take a bite of rice. As Xia Yexiang awkwardly ate, Lu Xing raised his gaze to meet Wei Qingyu's eyes. She resembled an AI robot, utterly devoid of emotion. From the beginning until now, she had not uttered a single word, as if she were merely present to dine. Wei Qingyu's dining etiquette was exquisite, taking dainty bites while her clear gaze remained fixed on Lu Xing's face. When Lu Xing glanced her way, Wei Qingyu nodded slightly, continuing her meal with unwavering focus. Damn it. Lu Xing felt a sense of despair. No, this cannot be. Are you truly devoid of any feelings, you foolish goose? Given the circumstances, you ought to at least berate me, and then storm off in a huff. What are you still lingering here for? Lu Xing felt a wave of despair wash over him, yet he continued to serve Xia Yes Wang, dutifully offering her food. It was sheer torment, an exquisite form of suffering. Perhaps it was due to Wei Qingyu's presence that Xia Yes Wang felt compelled to flaunt her superiority, resulting in Lu Xing being unable to enjoy even a single bite of his meal, as he was entirely preoccupied with tending to her needs. Such divine gold. Truly, one could not unearth a purer gold from any mine. Once Xia Yes Wang had eaten her fill, she carelessly dropped her chopsticks and pushed her unfinished food towards Lu Xing. Naturally, he accepted it and quickly consumed it. Xia Yes Wang, observing Lu Xing's unrepentant demeanor, felt a surge of satisfaction and lazily raised an eyebrow at Wei Qingyu, inquiring, "Have you finished, Miss Wei?" Wei Qingyu delicately dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a napkin and, upon hearing Xia Yeshuang's provocatively charged remark, nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hospitality." Damn. Xia Yeshuang fixed her gaze on Wei Qingyu, attempting to detect any sign of vulnerability. Yet there was none, absolutely none. Wei Qingyu resembled the depths of a vast ocean. All attacks against her merely stirred ripples upon the surface, quickly settling back into tranquility. Frustrated and bored, Xia Yeshuang withdrew her gaze, realizing she had underestimated Wei Qingyu. The cerebral architecture of this AI being was unlike that of an ordinary person. Despite Wei Qingyu's evident affection for Lu Xing, she maintained an unflappable composure while he served her. Remarkable. Xia Yeshuang felt a twinge of defeat. It seemed she would never outshine Wei Qingyu in this lifetime. Wei Qingyu, steadfast in her principles, had stated that she was there solely for lunch, and indeed, that was all it would be. As she stood to clear the remnants from the table, Lu Xing interjected, "Oh, no need. I can handle it." He grasped Wei Qingyu's hand, drawing her a little farther away, and then swiftly took over the task of tidying up. Both young ladies adorned themselves in garments that commenced at 5-digit price points. It was best left to him. The fleeting warmth of her wrist lingered for but a moment, and Wei Qingyu felt a pang of disappointment. However, upon raising her head, her expression returned to one of serene calm. "Lu Xing, Xia Yeshuang, I must take my leave." She turned without a hint of hesitation, preparing to exit the piano room. "Wait," Xia Yeshuang called out to Wei Qingyu. Wei Qingyu paused at the door, looking back in confusion. Outside, the leaves shimmered in vibrant green, and the white curtains billowed gently in the breeze. Xia Yeshuang, with her golden hair, sat there like a princess from a fairy tale, while Lu Xing stood beside her, akin to a prince at her side. The mockery on Xia Yeshuang's face was unmistakable. "Take the trash with you." Wei Qingyu nodded vacantly. Having partaken in their meal, it was only reasonable for her to assist with whatever she could. "Oh." She returned to collect the garbage bag from the corner. As she prepared to leave once more, Wei Qingyu cast a final glance into Lu Xing's eyes. At that moment, his gaze was unusually complex. Just moments ago, Wei Qingyu had been an unperturbed sea, but now a sudden wave of melancholy surged within her. Lu Xing appeared to be somewhat discontented. She could silently endure the mockery of Xia Yeshuang. Yet, upon encountering such a gaze from Lu Xing, she felt as though her legs were leaden, rendering her immobile. Xia Yeshuang lifted her chin and inquired, "Will you come tomorrow?" Wei Qingyu gently nodded, "Yes." "Will you really come again?" Lu Xing was bewildered. Damn, is she out of her mind? His back molars nearly crumbled under the pressure. He observed that Xia Yeshuang and Wei Qingyu seemed to have known each other for a long time, and both possessed fundamentally kind dispositions. Lu Xing could not believe that Xia Yeshuang would harbor resentment towards Wei Qingyu solely due to her beauty. There must be another reason. He earnestly pleaded with the two young ladies to clarify their situation promptly, as he truly wished to extricate himself from this predicament. Earlier that afternoon, Lu Xing felt he had not eaten well, and if every meal were to continue in such a manner, he genuinely believed he might resort to drastic measures. The most fundamental human desires, hunger, lust, and the need for rest, were barely satisfied. At this moment, he had only managed to appease his hunger. And now, they were threatening to deprive him of that as well? Unforgivable. He could not tolerate it. Standing behind Xia Yeshuang, Lu Xing suddenly inquired, What did you do to upset Sister Xia? Xia Yexiang was taken aback, glancing back in surprise. Entirely unprepared for such words from Lu Xing was he. Defending her? A flicker of joy stirred within Xia Yexiang. It seemed her efforts in nurturing Lu Xing had not been in vain. Wei Qingyu was momentarily stunned. She had never heard Lu Xing speak to her in such a tone. A realization struck her. Indeed, she had developed feelings for Lu Xing, for her heart ached. 1 in 72,000 of me did not provoke her anger. Wei Qingyu wore an expressionless face, enduring the dull ache in her heart as she earnestly explained. Lu Xingyu cast a sidelong glance at Xia Yeshuang. He simply could not believe it. These two deities must clarify their issues today. Otherwise, he would find his future unbearable. Given Xia Yeshuang's haughty temperament, she would undoubtedly be reluctant to disclose her reasons. It mattered not. Lu Xing was well versed in the art of strategy. And thus he inquired, then why does Sister Xia dislike you? I refuse to believe that Sister Xia would harbor animosity towards someone solely due to the rumors circulating in school. She is not that superficial, is she, Sister Xia? Xia Yeshuang responded with a vocal expression of disbelief. And what about my matters? She intended to observe how Lu Xing would breach Wei Qingyu's defenses. Yet now the flames of conflict had turned towards her. However, under Lu Xing's adoring gaze, Xia Yeshuang instinctively straightened her back and shot him a glare. Do you even need to ask? Yes. Lu Xing internally celebrated his correct deduction. It appeared that Xia Yeshuang indeed disliked Wei Qingyu for reasons beyond mere gossip. So what was the reason? Lu Xing gazed at Wei Qingyu with eagerness, hoping that this academically gifted individual could swiftly recall the circumstances. Yet, Wei Qingyu shook her head. I do not know. She regarded Xia Yeshuang with earnestness and stated clearly, I have not encroached upon your memories. If you recall anything, please inform me. As I would like to apologize. She was indifferent to matters of right and wrong, if this was Lu Xing's desire. She was willing to extend an apology to Xia Yeshuang. Alas, Xia Yeshuang felt even more grieved, especially upon witnessing Wei Qingyu's nonchalant demeanor. It seemed as if all the grievances rested solely on her shoulders. Why was that? Xia Yeshuang, filled with indignation, blurted out, since you were 3. I have attended every one of your birthday parties. My father insisted I converse with you, yet you ignored me 8 times. A full 8 times. As a proud individual willing to lower herself to initiate friendship, and to do so 8 times. This is more shocking than a meteor colliding with Earth. Even more astonishing is that each of those 8 times, you completely disregarded me. Each instance of being overlooked drove Xia Yeshuang to the brink of madness. Yet she was compelled by her father to approach Wei Qingyu. Failure to do so would result in punishment. How could she not harbor resentment towards Wei Qingyu? It was only in recent years, as her family prospered, that she no longer needed to endure being forced into Wei Qingyu's presence. Otherwise, Xia Yeshuang felt she would relive countless midnight dreams haunted by Wei Qingyu's calm and indifferent gaze. Lu Xing was left in a stupor. Was Xia Yeshuang targeting Wei Qingyu for such a trivial reason for so long? Truly, you people are quite amusing. Wei Qingyu listened, momentarily dazed. As if reflecting but unable to recall. There was simply no way. Too many sought to forge connections with her, rendering her unable to remember. Wei Qingyu fell silent for a moment before speaking. I apologize. I was not ignoring you at that time. Xia Yeshuang, upon hearing this explanation, could only laugh in anger. I introduced myself at length, and you said not a word before walking away. Is that not the very definition of disregard? Lu Xing furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing something amiss. Instinctively, he sought to prevent Xia Yeshuang from pressing further. Wei Qingyu observed Lu Xing's reaction, and a flicker of pain crossed her calm gaze. After a brief struggle, she spoke the truth. I was severely withdrawn back then, and I had significant difficulties communicating with others. I wanted to speak. Yet the words eluded me. All her unpalatable feelings poured forth. Wei Qingyu's eyes were fixed on the ground, somewhat unfocused, yet she continued to take responsibility for her mistakes. I am sorry for the hurt I caused you. It was my fault. Silence enveloped the room. The music room was steeped in stillness. Although Xia Yeshuang's anger had not dissipated, her expression had turned rigid. She had not anticipated such a response. At that time, Wei Qingyu was so radiant, her parents adored her, throwing her the most extravagant birthday parties, with everyone surrounding her, singing her praises. Could someone so cherished by the stars also fall ill? Could she possibly be unhappy? If she were indeed unwell, how could her parents allow her to venture out? Just as Xia Yeshuang was about to retort, she fell silent once more. Was she not in a similar situation? The world perceived her as a beloved daughter of affluent parents, yet she, too, was coerced into appeasing Wei Qingyu. One cannot truly understand another's plight without walking in their shoes. All the scorn Cis Wang nearly voiced was swallowed back down. She wished to laugh, yet found herself utterly unable to do so. She despised Wei Qingyu, loathed her elevated status, resented her for receiving parental affection, and abhorred her apparent indifference and coldness towards others. Yet now, Wei Qingyu had explicitly told her that it was not as it seemed. Everything had merely been her own imagination. Her countless interpretations and misreadings of Wei Qingyu did not even begin to encapsulate a fraction of who Wei Qingyu truly was, while revealing everything about Cis Wang. After bidding farewell to Wei Qingyu, the music room remained enveloped in silence. Cis Wang felt as though her soul had been siphoned away. She suddenly realized that her enduring hatred over the years had lost all significance. Why should she harbor animosity towards someone afflicted by illness? Supporting Cis Wang, Lu Xing smoothly poured her a glass of water. Drink some water. Cis Wang looked up into Lu Xing's eyes, her voice trembling. Am I being too unreasonable? Lu Xing gently stroked her golden locks and, after a moment of silence, replied, It seems you no longer harbor hatred for Wei Qingyu. Under Lu Xing's comforting presence, Cis Wang found a modicum of solace. Like a small creature, she unconsciously nestled her head against Lu Xing's palm. Lu Xing was like the vast ocean, able to absorb all tempests and storms. The anxious emotions that had gripped Cis Wang were gently soothed by Lu Xing, and her heart gradually found tranquility. Upon reflecting deeply, although she had initially chosen to sign the contract with Lu Xing out of spite for Wei Qingyu, as time passed in Lu Xing's company, she found her focus on detesting Wei Qingyu dwindling. She began to feel a sense of gratitude towards Wei Qingyu. If it weren't for her, she might never have turned her attention to Lu Xing. Rather than harboring hatred, she cherished the sensation of being enveloped in love. Indeed, she ought to be thankful to Wei Qingyu. Cis Wang closed her eyes, gently resting her head against Lu Xing's waist, and murmured, I no longer harbor any dislike for her. This, just as it is perfect. I wish for it to remain this way. Lu Xing stood tall like a white poplar, providing a sturdy support for Cis Wang. He gazed down at her rapt expression, suddenly alert. If Cis Wang no longer held animosity towards Wei Qingyu, the very premise of their contract seemed to lose its foundation. Thus, Lu Xing mechanically continued to caress the top of Cis Wang's head, softly inquiring, Does this mean we should terminate our contract, Miss Xia? Cis Wang opened her eyes in astonishment. The two of us are so unfair, with love and hate entirely at your mercy. Observe closely. This woman is named Xiaomei. She currently gazes in astonishment at the handsome figure before her. What did you say? Cis Wang suspects she may not have rested well last night. Otherwise, how could she be hearing things? Clearly, Lu Xing is gently caressing her hair, so how could he possibly utter such words? Cis Wang pulls at the corner of her mouth and resolves, I have been harmed by staying up late. From now on, I shall never do so again. Lu Xing lowers his head, his touch on Cis Wang's hair tender and meticulous, as if he were cherishing a precious piece of gold. Oh, how enchanting golden hair is, akin to silk spun from gold, bringing immense joy to the heart. According to the law of emotional equilibrium, if one person remains unscathed, another must be affected. Regardless, neither Lu Xing nor Wei Qingyu has faltered. So, dear children, who has truly been affected? Lu Xing chuckles softly and reiterates, Boss Xia. Do you remember why we signed the contract? Cis Wang remains silent. Lu Xing continues to stroke her hair, his tone still gentle and calm. Initially, you disliked Wei Qingyu and sought to provoke him through me. But I asked you earlier, and you stated that you no longer harbor any animosity toward him. Therefore, now, Lu Xing raises a professional smile. The premise of our contract has become invalid. You. Cis Wang stiffly raises her head, her eyes reflecting a profound confusion, even more so than before. She feels as if something precious is slipping from her grasp. She desperately tries to hold on, yet it only eludes her faster. No, it isn't like that. Cis Wang's heart races. It is not as she perceives. She merely stated that she no longer dislikes Wei Qingyu, but she did not declare an intention to terminate the contract. She does not wish to end the agreement. No. Cis Wang barely utters a syllable before being interrupted. Lu Xing calmly states, the premise upon which the contract was signed is no longer valid. Boss Xia, do you have any reason to continue our contract? Cis Wang is rendered speechless, all her objections lodged firmly in her throat. In an instant, recollections of Lu Xing's words at the time of signing the contract flood her mind. He had said, do not fall in love with me. A jolt runs through her. She recalls her response. She had insisted she wouldn't. So now, having lost her animosity toward Wei Qingyu. Why should this contract not come to an end? What is she clinging to? An answer looms on the horizon, yet Xia Yishuang cannot bring herself to believe it. Clenching her teeth, she chooses once again to evade the uncomfortable truth. Avoidance may be shameful, but it proves effective. Thus, Xia Yishuang raises her head, locking eyes with Lu Xing, and questions him. Are you standing up for Wei Qingyu? Or are you feeling sorry for him? Indeed, you used to like her, enough to be her devoted admirer. However, in my situation, I must compensate you to command your attention, which must be quite disheartening for you. Xia Yashang appeared to be in a state of agitation, growing increasingly fervent and irate as she spoke. By the end, she resembled a feisty golden retriever, uttering words without discretion. Lu Xing glanced down, noting that although Xia Yashang was vocalizing threats, her fingers were tightly clutching the hem of his garment, her entire body trembling. Confronted with her prickly demeanor, Lu Xing was suddenly reminded of a song. Pride often burdens individuals, leading love down a convoluted path. The underlying reason for her tsundere attitude likely stemmed from this very sentiment. Observing that Xia Yashang had exhausted herself, Lu Xing gently pried her fingers away from his clothing. With gritted teeth, she fixated on his retreating figure. Moments later, Lu Xing returned to himself, placing a glass of water softly on the table. Drink some water to soothe your throat. Xia Yashang found herself momentarily speechless, her eyes nearly brimming with tears. Lu Xing cast a glance at her. The once vibrant little lion now seemed listless, poised to wither at any moment. Yet if this continued, the day of true conclusion would arrive, and she would indeed wither away. A prolonged anguish is less desirable than a swift one. Xia Yashang was quite normal, except for her slight pridefulness, which was not an excessive flaw. Thus, Lu Xing felt gratitude towards her and offered her a timely opportunity to mitigate her losses. At the time of signing the contract, he had already cautioned Xia Yashang not to fall in love with him. Regrettably, she had overestimated her own resolve and underestimated Lu Xing's professional integrity. Don't cry. Lu Xing produced a tissue and placed it in Xia Yashang's hand. I'm not crying. At that moment, she truly resembled a little lion, ready to swipe at anyone who approached. Lu Xing regarded her with calmness. Boss Xia, today is Friday, leaving an entire Sunday before next Monday. You have ample time to contemplate whether our contract should continue. Sister Xia, I am offering you another opportunity to choose. Step back and do not entrench yourself further. You are both radiant suns. Do not allow my passing reign to dim your brilliance. Leave. Upon hearing this, Xia Yashang's reaction intensified. Very well. Lu Xing rose, gathered his belongings, picked up the bag of trash, and departed from the piano room. Goodbye. The door clicked shut. The wind rustled the gauzy curtains, leaving only the golden-haired girl in silence beside the piano. With the window ajar, melodies from the school broadcast wafted into the room. It's so unfair between us. You control both love and hate. But today, I can't live without you, regardless of whether you love me or not. Xia Yashang abruptly raised her head, gritting her teeth as she stood, slamming the window shut with a loud bang. Simultaneously, she dialed a number, and as soon as the call connected, she exclaimed in anger. What song are you playing? It's almost exam time. Are you really going to play these romantic tunes? The person on the other end of the line at the broadcast station was momentarily taken aback, cautiously inquiring. Then, Sister Xia, what would be appropriate to play? On a summer night, Xia Yeshang grew increasingly irate. Why was it that with merely a glance, Lu Xing could fathom her thoughts without her uttering a word? Yet, when confronted by these individuals, she found herself compelled to elucidate. Gritting her teeth, Xia Yeshang exclaimed, "The earth sings, the valiant army chants. Safeguarding the Yellow River. What cannot be heard?" The call abruptly ended with a beep. With a resounding thud, Xia Yeshang struck the piano keys, producing a cacophony of discordant sounds. Hey, I did it. I did it. Lu Xing triumphantly launched a perfect parabolic arc, tossing the trash bag into the bin. Impressive. A voice suddenly erupted from behind, startling Lu Xing. Turning around, he was met with Wei Qingyu's expressionless visage. The look she wore, while seemingly uttering praise, was laced with a hint of mockery. Yet there was an undeniable sincerity in her demeanor. Sigh. If only the men's football team had a coach like her. Perhaps they might improve somewhat. Lu Xing chuckled. You walk so quietly. My apologies for startling you, Wei Qingyu unhesitatingly replied, producing a delicately packaged box of cake from behind her. This is to make amends for frightening you. Lu Xing stared in silence at the box of cake. He was unconvinced by Wei Qingyu's explanation. This was certainly not a mere coincidence of compensation for his fright. Why did you buy this for me? Wei Qingyu tilted her head, somewhat surprised by Lu Xing's prompt reaction. After a moment of contemplation, she earnestly responded, "You haven't had enough to eat. 074 AI dominates humanity. I do not harbor fondness for you." Lu Xing paused for a moment and reiterated once more. Wei Qingyu nodded, showing no sign of sorrow. Her expression tranquil as she remarked, "I understand. The cake should be consumed quickly, otherwise, it will melt." Noticing Lu Xing's prolonged hesitation to take it, Wei Qingyu tilted her head in curiosity and inquired, "You previously said you regarded me as a sister. Are you deceiving me?" Lu Xing, this is disastrous. The artificial intelligence has evolved into GPT-4.0. He lamented that humanity should not develop AI in such a manner. Alas, sooner or later, we will enter the AI era, where every robot will lead a human by the hand. Very well, Wei Qingyu, you have triumphed over this human machine. Lu Xing ambled towards the classroom, savoring a small cake, while Wei Qingyu kept pace beside him. She gazed at the shadows of the two on the ground, contemplating for a moment, and subtly shifted closer to Lu Xing. Although the distance remained considerable, looking at their shadows, she had already leaned against Lu Xing's shoulder. Wei Qingyu's lips curled slightly, her eyes shimmering with a hint of anticipation as she asked, "Is the cake delicious?" Lu Xing nodded, affirming, "Yes, it is not sweet. It is well known that the highest praise for desserts in our country is not sweet. This signifies a comfortable sweetness, one that is not cloying or overwhelming." Seeing Lu Xing satisfied, Wei Qingyu too felt content, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "That's good. The last small cake I made for you is too sweet. After some contemplation, I realized that when you prepare breakfast, you tend to avoid sugar, which must mean you do not favor sweetness." Lu Xing gazed at Wei Qingyu in astonishment. This person was even more perceptive than he had imagined, capable of deducing his preferences from such minutiae. Indeed, quite impressive. Lu Xing mentally applauded her. It appeared that Wei Qingyu truly possessed a degree of his own acumen. Surely, she would become an exemplary professional flatterer in the future. Wei Qingyu fixated on their shadows, inching closer to Lu Xing once more. Her voice, typically as fluid as a gentle stream, took on a rare buoyancy as she softly spoke, "In truth, I owe you an apology. I was preoccupied with my own feelings, recklessly intruding upon your space, which caused you to miss your meal. I shall refrain from doing so in the future. Please enjoy your meal." Compared to being with Lu Xing, her greater desire was for him to be healthy and happy. Clearly, after the events of this afternoon, she realized her presence had been somewhat selfish. Gosh, Lu Xing was taken aback. Is this what it means to be a top student? Within such a brief span, she could analyze experiences and lessons learned. After a moment of reflection, Lu Xing remarked, "Xia Yexiang did not act out of malice. She currently feels quite remorseful towards you." Hearing Lu Xing speak on Xia Yexiang's behalf, Wei Qingyu felt a pang in her heart and shook her head. "It is of no consequence. She is unaware of this matter, and I do not hold it against her. I have already acquired many things that others do not possess. I should be content, and I shall not feel disheartened." Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the response from Wei Qingyu. This AI. Damn. After a brief silence, Lu Xing spoke. "Human emotions are inherent to our nature. When you are sad, it is genuine sadness, not something to be compared. It is akin to someone saying they are exhausted, while another claims that someone else is even more fatigued. What gives you the right to feel tired? Such reasoning is nonsensical. This is not a competition in suffering." Lu Xing looked at Wei Qingyu and sincerely stated, "Just because someone else has a more difficult life does not invalidate your own feelings. It is your right." "My right?" Wei Qingyu was taken aback. No one had ever articulated such sentiments to her. She had overheard others commenting on her, remarking that with her privileged background, she should be content. They would mention how some people in Africa lacked access to clean water or how polar bears had nowhere to rest. Who was worse off than her? Why did she wear a sullen expression? What right did she have to be unhappy? How could she dare to feel discontent? Yet now, Lu Xing was telling her, she had the right to feel unhappy. Suddenly, Wei Qingyu smiled, and it was not a reserved smile. It radiated joy from her eyes to her lips. She could be happy, or she could choose not to be. She could speak when she wanted, and remain silent when she wished. These were her rights. "Thank you," she said, her eyes sparkling with delight. This was the first time Lu Xing had witnessed such an uninhibited smile from her. "I am quite happy right now." Ah, Lu Xing thought, the AI truly had evolved. Listen, the horn of a new journey has sounded, and the call for a strong military beckons ahead. For our nation to prosper, we must take on responsibilities. The battle flag is adorned with iron-blooded glory. Oh my! Both Lu Xing and Wei Qingyu were startled, incredulous at the sudden song. Is the broadcast station changing its style today? Quite vibrant. After school that afternoon, Lu Xing packed his belongings and glanced back to see Li Dachuan fervently scribbling away. Ever since he had uttered those words, Li Dachuan seemed invigorated. He was tirelessly solving problems, and when faced with difficulties, he relentlessly sought assistance from Hu Zhongzhong. It served Hu Zhongzhong right. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xing pulled out some snacks from his bag and offered them to Li Dachuan. A balance of work and relaxation. Li Dachuan looked at Lu Xing with surprise. Father, you truly understand me. Lu Xing chuckled and patted his shoulder. When you tire of studying, consider reading some business literature to unwind. Li Dachuan, though somewhat slow, was not foolish and immediately grasped the implication. You want to do business in university and take me along, hence the suggestion for me to apply to Haicheng University? He felt elated. Damn. Indeed, he was his father, even involving him in prospects of wealth. Lu Xing, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, replied with a smile. You're partially correct. You should explore some of the unique aspects of Haicheng University. He intended to engage in business, but one need not always be on campus. Thus, an executor, or rather a tool, was required. Watching Lu Xing's departing figure, Li Dachuan felt a wave of frustration. Damn it. Riddles annoy me the most. I just can't figure it out. Forget it. Let's go bother Hu Zhongzhong. According to the law of conservation of smiles, smiles do not vanish. They merely transfer. Just imagining Hu Zhongzhong's frenzied demeanor later makes Li Dachuan chuckle uncontrollably. Approaching Hu Zhongzhong, he exclaimed, Hey, I have a question for you. Hu Zhongzhong was startled, utterly speechless at this boorish fellow's antics. Day after day, his boundless energy is relentless. With an eye roll, Hu Zhongzhong replied, Speak. What is the distinguishing feature of Haicheng University? Hu Zhongzhong's mind momentarily stalled, unable to recall an answer. Li Dachuan had absorbed a bit of Lu Xing's essence. Surely, the class representative, so well-versed, would not be at a loss for words? Damn. Hu Zhongzhong grew irritated and immediately began gathering information. Moments later, he confidently spoke. Haicheng University is an institution with a rich history. It ranks, blah blah blah, in terms of faculty, doctoral programs, academicians. Oh right, it boasts the most mature and comprehensive leave of absence policy in the country. As long as one provides proof of physical or mental abnormalities, they can take a year off. Many students opt for a year of travel and leisure. But one must be cautious not to wander off and leave their families in a panic. Nevertheless, the procedures are straightforward. And those who have taken a leave all speak highly of it. P.S. On the first day of June, which young one can show a bit more respect for their elders and perhaps receive a free gift. I acknowledge your remarkable skills. This world resembles a colossal parcel station, where some individuals are mere trifles, while others are substantial cargo, and some remain unmarked. Lu Xing deeply resonated with this notion. He was just about to open WeChat to check if he had a code when he noticed a person sending him a message precisely on cue. It was Chi Yushan. This was in connection with her previous request at the theater. Upon accepting her friend request, he opted to enable Do Not Disturb, but chose not to delete her. Lu Xing acquiesced. Having not seen what Chi Yushan had been sending for quite some time, he decided to take a glance. The most recent message featured an exclusive photograph of her. She was backstage, adorned in a pure white costume, her slender figure gazing coldly and sorrowfully at the camera. It seemed she was preparing to perform the legend of the White Snake. Indeed, to appear alluring, one must don the garments of mourning. Although it is somewhat unscrupulous, it is nonetheless the truth. She exuded an aura reminiscent of a widow, and it was rather captivating. Lu Xing stroked his chin, expressing high admiration for Chi Yushan's beauty, saving the image with the thought that it could be profitable in the future. A clever scheme, indeed. However, in the next moment, the image vanished. Lu Xing was taken aback, exclaiming, What? My money? He was astounded by the retraction. Additionally, Chi Yushan's smooth little maneuvers made him chuckle. First, she sent a picture, then retracted it, prompting Lu Xing to inevitably inquire about what had been withdrawn. This would naturally spark a conversation. How clever. Indeed, I concede you possess considerable cunning. Lu Xing took a screenshot of their conversation and stored the image in an album titled Chatting Tips. There are no geniuses, it is all a gradual accumulation of knowledge. Today, Lu Xing learned another trick, his spirits soaring as he felt remarkably empowered. Chi Yushan, if you do not wish to attend, it is perfectly fine. The theater will be showcasing a renowned performance of the Locked Silk Pouch the night after tomorrow. Do you have any plans? If not, we could first indulge in a massage before attending the show. Chi Yushan seemed to be conversing with herself, continuously sending messages into the silent abyss. Lu Xing scrolled through her previous messages. From the very moment their friend request was accepted, Qi Yushan had been persistently gauging his reactions. She had even unearthed his past analyses of operas from some obscure corner and meticulously read them, providing her feedback to Lu Xing. Upon reading her essay-like responses, Lu Xing was struck by a sense of nostalgia for his former self, albeit he had financial rewards for his endeavors. Why did she feel the need to do this? In this moment, Qi Yushan, seemingly accustomed to the lack of response from him, continued sending messages. Qi Yushan, Xing Xing. Which part of the locked silk pouch do you fancy? I am particularly fond of the final reunion segment. Lu Xing, to gather lingering sorrows, refrain from petulance, and renew oneself, abandoning the fleeting waters, turning back from the bitter sea, and swiftly understanding the essence of orchids. After Qi Yushan's message, Lu Xing responded to her. She replied to me. In the back office, Qi Yuanshan was overwhelmed with surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. After sending countless messages to Lu Xing without a response today, Lu Xing actually replied? Perhaps Lu Xing enjoyed the pictures she sent? In that instant, Qi Yuanshan felt as though she had discovered a few subtle techniques for interacting with Lu Xing. Taking a deep breath, she was eager to see what Lu Xing had sent. However, the moment she opened the chat window, Qi Yuanshan was stunned. How could it be this phrase? Why this phrase? What could it possibly mean? The love has faded, and the bitter sea turns back. What was Lu Xing implying? Qi Yuanshan tugged at the corners of her mouth, attempting a smile that wouldn't come, tears of frustration welling up yet unfallen. Qi Yuanshan hee. I'm about to take the stage. I will definitely do my best today. I must live up to the audience. With a stoic expression, she typed this message and sent a cute emoji along with it. Yet, Lu Xing fell silent once more, lowering her gaze. Qi Yuanshan paused for a moment before suddenly breaking into laughter. There was progress. At least he had replied, hadn't he? Meanwhile, Lu Xing boarded the Alpha, embarking on the journey of fatherhood once more. However, the package had arrived. He was to meet Song Junju tomorrow, and he remembered her mentioning wanting to buy a camera. Sigh, purchasing a Phase 1 was truly shameless. He couldn't go overboard. A simple Leica would suffice. Indeed, Lu Xing bought a Leica and mused, if only he could take it with him. That way, when he took a year off to travel, he could capture moments everywhere, snapping photos for free while charging 200 to delete them. Sometimes, with a stroke of luck, he could even make 20,000 by breaking even. It seemed that photography was indeed a lucrative endeavor. Besides the camera, Lu Xing also purchased a Polaroid. Honestly, there is something uniquely delightful about pulling out a Polaroid during a pleasant moment, capturing an instant, and having the photo develop right before one's eyes. As a professional admirer, one must learn to surprise clients pleasantly. However, both the Polaroid and the camera Lu Xing chose were compact. Otherwise, when Song Junju wanted to take a picture, he might as well have brandished a massive camera in her face, ruining the atmosphere entirely. One might think he was preparing for a family photo shoot. Song Junju would undoubtedly berate him for that. Thus, since it wasn't Lu Xing's money being spent, he decided to cater to the emotional value of the client as much as possible. That said, the price of Polaroid film was outrageously high. $8 for a single shot. $8. With the cost of a box of film, he could have indulged in a grand feast at the ice cream shop. P.S. An extra update for Children's Day. Every little one gets a meal. In the realm of the desert oasis. A small note on creation. When one wishes to highlight another's prowess, it is often through the words of others that such revelations are made. Similarly, if Lu Xing were to lament his misfortunes incessantly like Xiong Lin's wife, dragging anyone he encountered into his tales of woe, these experiences would ultimately become a dagger plunged into his own heart. The gravest folly in life is to share profound thoughts with those one barely knows. As a professional flatterer, it serves no purpose for Lu Xing to divulge such matters to his clients. Thus, he chooses silence, unwilling to speak. Yet, when Ling Xiao has unearthed the truth not through Lu Xing's own narratives, but through the printed words on the page, from the lines, she gleaned the essence of Lu Xing's years, orphaned, impoverished, reliant on charity, eating from communal kitchens, residing in an orphanage, experiencing both adoption and abandonment, surviving a fire, enduring hospital stays, until selling himself. When Ling Xiao's gentle and refined countenance bore an expression of shock as she murmured, "No wonder you were so adept at charming children." Upon their first encounter, Lu Xing's way of holding a child was remarkably skilled. She had assumed he might have younger siblings, but only now does she comprehend that these were skills honed in the orphanage, forged by the trials of life. Is there truly such a thing as an innate talent for reading others? If not for the multitude of experiences that refined his perceptions, how could he be so astute, Scars on the body may heal, but the scars of the spirit endure for a lifetime. When Ling Xiao suddenly felt a surge of self-reproach, Lu Xing, having endured such hardships, resembled a desert on the verge of desiccation, yet she sought from this barren land the nourishment of rain and oasis. Thus, Lu Xing drained himself to offer love and warmth to all. As she closed her eyes, a solitary tear slipped silently down her cheek. What of him? How far has he borne his burdens? Has he reached his limit? Can he continue to give love? Humans are not machines. Even machines require costly maintenance after prolonged operation. But what of Lu Xing? He neither expresses his needs nor seeks respite. No one inquires whether he requires rest or rejuvenation. Everyone demands smiles and joy from him. But is Lu Xing truly happy? When Ling Xiao slumped in her chair, her gaze vacant, her expression numb. Fool. Upon reflection, it seems she had never heard Lu Xing articulate his feelings. He was always cheerful. Yet, can one truly maintain perpetual happiness? With downcast eyes, her long lashes cast shadows. How much better it would be if his motivations were merely for monetary gain. But he is not that person. The orphanage. The orphanage. He runs in the downpour, yet offers others his shelter. Why? When Ling Xiao mused, were she to pose this question to Lu Xing, he would undoubtedly chuckle and reply, having braved the rain, I must tear apart others' umbrellas. Yet, in reality, he does not act thus. The boy who emerged from thorns possesses the softest of hearts. The trials are doubled, and so too is the suffering. Suddenly, when Ling Xiao found herself gasping for breath, as if a heavy stone were pressing upon her chest, a tumultuous wave of guilt surged towards her like an unrelenting tide, in the midst of an avalanche. Not a single snowflake is innocent. Has she become that snowflake in Lu Xing's moment of collapse? When Ling Xiao clenched her teeth, tears streaming down her face. Fool. Truly a fool. Does she consider herself a savior? Fool. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking jolted when Ling Xiao backed to reality. She hastily wiped away her tears and quickly stuffed the investigation documents into a pile of files. It must be Lu Xing returning. When Ling Xiao was desperate to see him, yet simultaneously afraid to do so. Moments later, after taking a deep breath and ensuring she appeared composed, she spoke. Come in. Creak. The door swung open. And Lu Xing peeked in, beaming as he said, President One, have you eaten? I noticed you were busy working in the study, so I didn't want to disturb you. I went ahead and cooked. Hee. Today I made my specialty, tomato scrambled eggs. Quite unique. Wouldn't you agree? Would you care to try? When Ling Xiao gazed at Lu Xing with a complex expression, nodding gently. All right. She was finished. She could no longer refuse Lu Xing. As she observed the smile on his lips, her heart ached incessantly. When Ling Xiao reached the doorway, Lu Xing placed a hand on her shoulder, blocking her path. She looked up at him, bewildered. President One, please don't cry. Lu Xing pulled out a small pack of tissues and gently wiped Ling Xiao's cheeks. The delicate scent of the tissues filled the air, and Ling Xiao was entranced by the earnestness in Lu Xing's gaze as he wiped away her tears. Inside Lu Xing's heart, a little figure danced with glee. I told you having tissues on hand would be useful. He himself used roll paper. But for these precious women, he had only the finest small packets of tissues. How professional. Quite professional indeed. As if enchanted. When Ling Xiao took a step forward and gently nestled herself into Lu Xing's embrace. Lu Xing was taken aback. Whoa. Suddenly, there was another person in his arms. And he was at a loss for what to do with his hands, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Where should he place them? Although he had charmed many clients before, he had never experienced such close contact. Lu Xing's heart raced, but he forced his expression to remain calm. Breathe, don't panic, you are a professional. After steeling himself, Lu Xing cautiously patted Ling Xiao's back and softly inquired, What's wrong, President Wen? Are you facing difficulties at work? Ling Xiao shook her head, suddenly on the verge of tears again. Why was she still seeking emotional support from Lu Xing? She realized her dependence on him was far greater than she had anticipated. After a moment of silence, she murmured, I just read a book that moved me. Lu Xing? Is that all? He appeared as tranquil as still water, never considering that someone could read a book and weep. Moreover, Antwin did not strike him as the type to shed tears over literature. Could it be that all mothers are inherently more emotional? Before Lu Xing could respond, Ling Xiao continued, the protagonist of the story grew up in a slum, striving diligently to become an athlete, only to discover later that he was a lost child from a wealthy family. In the end, the family rejoiced in their reunion. The sight of their togetherness stirred a sense of melancholy within me, although Lu Xing felt indifferent towards the narrative. He understood that Ling Xiao's background likely made her resonate deeply with the theme of familial reunion. It was comprehensible. All right, Lu Xing gently tousled her hair, offering comfort. Their family has reunited. We should be happy for them. Yet, when Ling Xiao nestled deeper into Lu Xing's embrace, her voice muffled as she asked, "What do you think of this story?" While her capabilities to assist Lu Xing were limited, facilitating the reunion with his parents was one of those few things. Those who have wandered for long must yearn for a warm, united conclusion, right? Even if Lu Xing's biological parents were impoverished, it mattered not. She could elevate their status, allowing Lu Xing to seamlessly transition into the life of a wealthy heir. All past storms would be irrelevant, and he would finally belong to a family. With a father and mother eagerly awaiting him, Lu Xing chuckled softly, pausing in contemplation before replying, "This story is quite good." "You speak the truth," he remarked, momentarily taken aback by Aunt Wen's perceptiveness. "Well then, I do not particularly care for this story." He gazed at the stack of documents on his desk, speaking slowly. Even without affluent parents, the protagonist could still become an athlete and lead a fulfilling life. A person, after enduring countless hardships, discovers the essence of existence. And then, at that moment, fate declares, "This is your trial. You have passed it. Now, I shall bestow upon you the identity of a wealthy scion or a privileged illegitimate child. Be grateful." Allocating moral worth based on social status, determining outcomes by the extent of one's wealth. How absurd. What significance would such parents hold if they were indeed very wealthy yet chose to abandon him? Upon hearing such words, Lu Xing's tone remained gentle and steady. "I might be sick. Regardless of who you are, quickly get off her. The long night drags on, and sleep eludes me." When Ling Xiao finds Lu Xing to be utterly toxic, in a mere 2 years, Lu Xing has infiltrated her life like warm water, colorless and tasteless yet omnipresent. Just like now, Lu Xing leans against the headboard, his slender fingers delicately turning the pages of a book, softly reading out loud the naively simple stories. One loves to listen. And so does she. The warm yellow light cascades down from above, casting a gentle glow on Lu Xing, who continues to read with a soothing yet deep voice. Everyone has their own stars, yet their meanings differ from person to person. For travelers, stars serve as guides. For scholars, they present an intricate puzzle. For merchants, they represent wealth. However, stars themselves remain silent. One has already fallen asleep, yet when Ling Xiao keeps her eyes wide open, unblinking as she gazes at Lu Xing's face, she feels an inexplicable longing, yet cannot articulate it clearly. As Lu Xing lifts the covers, intending to leave, a delicate, pale hand grips his wrist. Lu Xing meets Ling Xiao's gaze, surprised. He has never seen such an expression in her eyes, urgent, guilty, remorseful, and complex. Wait, something feels amiss. Lu Xing's internal alarm bells ring loudly. This is decidedly wrong. It is exceedingly wrong. Clearly, when Ling Xiao has already dismissed him from the role of Nuanwan's father. So what does she want now? Lu Xing pauses, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he leans closer, lowering his voice. "What is it, President Wan? Are you feeling unwell?" When Ling Xiao's exquisite face is etched with a look of melancholy. She wishes to let Lu Xing go, yet her hand betrays her will. Her mind urges her to release him, while her body compels her to hold on tightly. Since learning of Lu Xing's past, she can no longer treat him as merely an employee. Everything has changed. She yearns to make amends, but Lu Xing has even rejected the prospect of a happy family. When Ling Xiao's long eyelashes flutter down, her gentle face a canvas of turmoil. After a lengthy silence, she softly speaks, "I cannot sleep. Would you stay with me for a while?" She utters the words with a sense of resignation, feeling a sudden wave of relief. When Ling Xiao realizes that expressing her true feelings isn't as daunting as she once thought. Vocal. Lu Xing's mind buzzes. "No, this is entirely wrong. Accompany you? In what sense? Spiritually or physically?" Lu Xing's scalp prickles, and he thinks to himself that Aunt Wen has indeed reached a certain age, and she is surprisingly hungry. He gulps nervously, casting a glance at Aunt Wen, who appears quite grand. He attempts to reason with her. "Isn't this illegal?" When Ling Xiao responds, perplexed. "How could it be illegal?" Following Lu Xing's gaze towards herself, her face flushes instantaneously. She instinctively withdrew her hand from Lu Xing, hurriedly adjusting her nightgown, only to find herself becoming increasingly flustered. Ultimately, it was Lu Xing who assisted her in fastening the buttons. When Ling Xiao, attempting to escape the reality of the situation, stared at the ceiling, feeling as though she had lost all dignity in front of this foolish boy. How infuriating. A blush spread from her neck to her ears, particularly evident on her cheeks, leaving Lu Xing utterly speechless. What on earth was he to do? Goodness. It turned out Aunt Wen was a natural beauty, truly a hidden gem. How surprising it was that she had kept this from him until now. Yet, in order to prevent Aunt Wen from blushing to the point of explosion, Lu Xing felt compelled to say something. Thus, he skillfully offered her a way out. Wenzong, is the recent work pressure too much? I have a great solution. Observing Lu Xing's spirited demeanor, Wen Lingxiu momentarily forgot her embarrassment and gently smiled. What solution do you have? Lu Xing grinned, pulling out his phone and boastfully declaring, I'll find you some lectures on advanced calculus and linear algebra. They'll surely put you right to sleep. Wen Lingxiu paused, then suddenly felt much more at ease, playfully chiding Lu Xing. I graduated years ago. Indeed. Lu Xing scratched his head thoughtfully. What if I give you a massage to relieve some stress? A foot soak could also be a delightful option. Greetings, esteemed guest. Technician number 18 is at your service. Witnessing Lu Xing's earnest efforts, Wen Lingxiu felt warmth in her heart as she playfully poked his forehead. Lie down. Huh? Lu Xing discreetly pinched his waist. Ouch. That hurt. This was no dream. Why was Aunt Wen behaving so unusually today? Surely she wasn't starving to this extent. He merely provided emotional support. This was beyond his expectations. Lu Xing warily scrutinized Wen Lingxiu's expression. Whoever you are, get off Aunt Wen at once. Wen Lingxiu glanced at Lu Xing with her doe-like eyes, gently insisting, lie down. Swallowing hard, Lu Xing decided to trust Aunt Wen's character. She can't be that predatory. Right? This girl is still here lying down. It can't be that kind of situation. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xing settled onto the bed. This was his first time lying on the master bedroom's bed. So soft. He couldn't help but wonder how much this mattress cost. He wished he could take it with him. Observing Lu Xing carefully position himself at the edge of the bed, clutching the blanket, Wen Lingxiu suddenly laughed. It seemed Lu Xing wasn't as composed as he portrayed. Realizing he too was slightly nervous made Wen Lingxiu feel a bit more relaxed. With a pleasant mood, she smiled and pulled back the blanket to lie on the other side. Wenzong, should I turn off the lights? A warm, fair hand reached across the bed, gently resting on Lu Xing's hand. Lu Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. Wen Lingxiu felt a sense of comfort, as if a wandering bird had finally discovered its sanctuary. Good night. Lu Xing gazed at the ceiling and unconsciously replied, Good night. Mother. Aunt Wen has gone mad. On a Saturday morning, Lu Xing stealthily crept out of the master bedroom, finally emerging in silence. With a gentle sigh, he closed the door behind him, his face a portrait of despair. You may have slept soundly, but I dared not move at all. He lamented, feeling utterly defeated. He had not anticipated that while Song Junju had calmed down, Aunt Wen had suddenly become erratic. What did this mean? Must one hold hands even while sleeping? Sigh. Life is truly not easy for me. After a brief wash-up, Lu Xing hopped on a shared electric bike, leisurely making his way to Song Junju's villa. He was grateful for technology. As for why he chose not to take the bus, it was simply because he needed time to ponder a few matters. Why was Aunt Wen acting so strangely? Like a drop of water, he merged into the throng of morning commuters, riding his small electric bike. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xing realized he truly could not fathom the situation. Was he seeking a free ride? That seemed implausible. He had already touched upon Aunt Wen's most vulnerable spot. There was no way she would allow her daughter to witness such a chaotic scene, which meant she had to relinquish him. But why then? By morning's light, Lu Xing felt as if his CPU might overheat. After riding for a while, a light drizzle began to fall. The crowd stirred restlessly, yet Lu Xing remained composed, continuing to ride through the rain with unwavering resolve. Professor Song enjoys seeing me in a state of disarray, so if I arrive drenched, she will surely be pleased. He believed in providing the necessary emotions to his clientele. With a proud smile and chest held high, he thought, my professional integrity surpasses the world. Upon reaching the entrance of Song Junju's villa, he rang the bell and knocked, but received no response. Even his messages went unanswered. What on earth? She hasn't retreated into the biological sphere, has she? A sudden thought struck him, and Lu Xing felt a jolt of concern. After all, Song Junju had always appeared somewhat unstable. Although he recognized that this possibility was slim, he still felt compelled to enter. Indeed, Lu Xing knew all of Song Junju's passwords. This woman had the same code for her door lock, phone lock, safe, and bank card. Was this the indifference of the wealthy? Tears of jealousy brimmed in his eyes. How envious he felt. As Lu Xing rushed into the villa, he had prepared himself to find Song Junju dressed as a sunny doll. However, after searching high and low, he found not a single trace of her. She was not there? Confused, he returned to the villa's entrance, clutching his backpack, and sat on the steps, waiting for the rain to cease and for Song Junju to appear. Oh, And he could also take some time to explore the new camera and instant photo printer he had received. How delightful. Meanwhile, Song Junju was speeding towards the villa in her Maybach, engaged in a frantic phone conversation with Zhang Yu, who was beside himself with anxiety on the other end. Is that man truly a succubus? Have you lost your mind? Moreover, you've driven Sun Ainan to borrow money from everywhere. I've heard he's cursing you while doing so. Song Junju, focused on driving, responded nonchalantly. Am I out of my mind? Sun Ainan brought this upon himself. This kind of fool, too afraid to confront his own sexual orientation and defy his parents, will inevitably resort to marriage fraud. I consider this an act of rescuing an innocent woman. Zhang Yu was skeptical of Song Junju's assertions. Initially, she claimed she would go abroad, yet now there has been no sign of her. This person has undoubtedly fallen under the influence of that family member. Zhang Yu queried, why on earth do you need to check your assets first thing in the morning? Don't tell me you're short on money. I don't believe it. Your grandmother left you a substantial inheritance. Song Junju replied matter-of-factly. Is there any specific reason to check my assets? If I wish to, I will. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes. If you don't speak the truth, don't bother calling me in the future. After a brief silence, Song Junju calculated how long she could afford to employ him. Zhang Yu was taken aback. Oh no. She's truly been bewitched. She swallowed hard. So, what is your conclusion? Song Junju smiled, her enchanting eyes shimmering with delight. My finances can sustain him for quite a while. How long exactly? 5,000 years. Zhang Yu burst into laughter. All right then. You could practically hire someone for 5 millennia. She sighed, deciding not to pry further. If someone could bring joy to Song Junju, that was sufficient. Otherwise, she genuinely feared for Song Junju's mental state. Zhang Yu inquired, when can we meet? Song Junju pondered for a moment and replied, you lack sufficient funds. Zhang Yu retorted, love-struck fool, keep your distance. After hanging up, Song Junju felt a surge of joy as she accelerated her speed. She needed to return to the villa before Lu Xing arrived. She had a gift for him. In the next moment, a loud crash. Amidst the rain and slippery roads, a speeding electric scooter, having run a red light, skidded and collided with the side door of her Maybach. Startled, Song Junju quickly slammed on the brakes. As she exited the vehicle, she spotted a flustered delivery worker sitting on the ground, staring blankly at the car emblem. Ignoring him, Song Junju reached for her phone to contact the insurance company. At that moment, she noticed a message from Lu Xing promptly. She replied, please go inside. The password is my birthday. I've had a minor accident at the intersection, but I'll return shortly. Lu Xing did not respond. Feeling anxious, Song Junju aimed to resolve the matter quickly. She glanced at the delivery worker and waved him off. Get going. The delivery worker was taken aback, astonished that Song Junju was genuinely letting him off the hook. He incredulously asked, boss, really? Song Junju, growing impatient, replied, yes. Really? The delivery worker confirmed once more, boss, I'm really leaving? Song Junju cast a sharp glance at him. Shall I treat you to another meal? The delivery man promptly steadied his electric bike, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, kind sir. May you enjoy a life of peace. With that, he swiftly vanished from sight. The rain intensified, and Song Junju parked her vehicle in a safe spot, awaiting the arrival of the insurance company representatives. She frequently gazed out the window, as if anticipating something. Outside, the rain draped the world in a misty veil, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged in the distance. Instantly, Song Junju straightened up. Lu Xing resembled a streak of black lightning, clad in a rain jacket. His hair and trousers completely drenched. In his hand, he wielded a long-handled umbrella, resembling a swordsman, as he dashed toward her. Upon spotting the familiar Maybach, Lu Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Professor Song, I have arrived. 079, a house is ablaze, and I am capturing its essence through photographs. Song Junju, I have arrived. Lu Xing, braving the rain, pierces through the tempest like a bolt of lightning, dispelling all gloom and shattering every ounce of unease. Amidst the most somber of weathers, Lu Xing stands like a resilient pine tree, defiant against the forces of nature. As long as there is breath within him, he shall stubbornly continue to grow. Song Junju lets out a gentle sigh of relief. Lu Xing has come. He is here. Ah, someone loves me. Song Junju repeats this phrase, bowing her head and covering her face, tears escaping through her fingers. He truly would come. Fortunately, he is still here. Fortunately, she possesses wealth. Song Junju's enchanting eyes glisten with tears, yet betray an undeniable obsession. Nothing will come to an end. Professor Song, I have come. Lu Xing dashes to the front of the car, beaming with a radiant smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. As a dedicated admirer, one must discern the intrinsic desires of the clients. Sometimes, the clients themselves may be unaware of what they truly wish for. Even if their hearts and words do not align, one cannot perceive the true face of Mount Lu, simply because one is enveloped within its embrace. It does not matter if Song Junju remains oblivious. What matters is that Lu Xing understands. As an observer, upon seeing the message sent by Song Junju, he found himself restless, scrutinizing it thoroughly until, between the lines, he discerned the essence of her plea. I want you to come. Thus, he arrived, observing Song Junju, who buried her face in her hands. Lu Xing's lips curled into a smirk. Little one, isn't this emotional value enough to fill your heart? You must be deeply moved, right? I am a professional. I ensure that your investment is worthwhile. However, Lu Xing did not rush forward. Different emotional responses from clients require varied approaches. When comforting Aunt Wen during her sorrowful moments, he could gently wipe her tears and offer soft reassurances. Yet, when faced with Song Junju's distress, he must absolutely refrain from advancing, for she is fiercely competitive. She would never wish for anyone to witness her vulnerability. Thus, Lu Xing granted Song Junju the time she needed to process her emotions. The rain intensified. Holding a long-handled umbrella, Lu Xing showed no intention of opening it. After all, he was already drenched upon arriving at the villa. He might as well make the most of it, ensuring his client feels more at ease. Does Song Junju not enjoy witnessing his disheveled state? A minute later, having gathered her composure, Song Junju opened the car door. Lu Xing swiftly rushed over, with a snap, unfurling the umbrella, casting a vast black canopy above Song Junju's head. She was momentarily taken aback. Amidst the tempest, Lu Xing had created a haven of safety for her. It was only then that Song Junju truly recognized the extent of Lu Xing's drenching. While his upper body remained dry in a windbreaker, his sweatpants were completely soaked, and his sneakers were caked in mud. Casting a glance at Lu Xing's trousers, Song Junju paused before declaring, henceforth, no more gray sweatpants. Huh? Lu Xing was taken aback. You're concerned about that too? The Pacific Police, are we? Very well, Professor Song. Lu Xing nodded obediently. If you say so, then I shall refrain. As Lu Xing secretly berated Song Junju for her eccentricity, a soft object unexpectedly brushed against his face. Lu Xing paused in surprise. Song Junju had produced an exquisitely expensive handkerchief from seemingly nowhere, gently wiping his face. Upon closer inspection, she noticed Lu Xing's long eyelashes. Ah, when it snows. She imagined walking with him through the snowy landscape, where his eyelashes would surely catch countless snowflakes. Lu Xing shivered as he observed the dreamy look in Song Junju's eyes. Goodness, this crazy woman couldn't possibly be concocting some torture scheme again, could she? Hadn't she promised to change? He swallowed hard, lifted the corners of his mouth, unzipped his jacket, and mischievously winked at her. Professor Song, I have a gift for you. Song Junju's lips curved into a smile, her exquisite and enchanting visage resembling a captivating enchantress. Do tell. With a flourish, Lu Xing produced a Polaroid camera from his inner pocket. One could never predict whether a man would pull out a bottle of water, a wallet, or a power bank from his pocket, or perhaps all of them at once. He shook the camera playfully, though the car was damaged. We must embody the spirit of capturing moments, even when our lives are chaotic. Professor Song, how about a picture? He thought to himself that since Song Junju was in a foul mood after her car accident, he ought to find a way to cheer her up. After all, it was he who would bear the brunt of her displeasure if he failed. Song Junju stared at Lu Xing's beaming face, as if enchanted, and nodded absent-mindedly. All right. She adjusted her posture. Lu Xing stretched out his arm, holding the camera, and leaned in closer to her. Song Junju, unaccustomed to being photographed, stood somewhat awkwardly, as if attending a momentous conference rather than simply taking a picture. Lu Xing raised an eyebrow, glancing at her profile. Come on, smile a little. It was too close for comfort. Song Junju could almost feel Lu Xing's breath grazing her ear. Her skin flushed suddenly, and she clumsily attempted to smile. Lu Xing inwardly chuckled. How ironic that the generosity with which she had urged him to buy a camera was now replaced by her discomfort. Click. The photograph was taken. Lu Xing held the photo, waiting for it to develop, while instinctively distancing himself from her. The warmth beside him receded, prompting Song Junju to unconsciously lean toward him. Professor Song, take a look. He handed the photo to her. Song Junju held the thin photograph, gazing at it for an extended period. In the midst of a torrential downpour, the umbrella resembled a boat sailing through the sky. In the image, She and Lu Xing were on the same boat, their closeness seemingly able to conquer any tumultuous waves. After a long moment, she instinctively reached to tuck the photo into her pocket, nodding in approval. It's beautifully taken. Clearly, you have indeed studied seriously. Well done. Lu Xing watched as Song Juanju's fluid actions unfolded, finding her quite intriguing. If she wanted to keep the photo, so be it. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was, Song Juanju rummaged through her pockets for quite some time, yet she could not locate where they were. Where is my pocket? She mused, glancing down in bewilderment, realizing for the first time how diminutive the pockets in women's clothing could be. How infuriating. Lu Xing's attire can accommodate a Polaroid, yet mine can barely hold a photograph? Gritting her teeth, Song Juanju exclaimed, these scoundrels. To promote their bags, they have rendered the pockets of clothing so impractical. No matter, I shall wear my own next time. Lu Xing, with a cheerful grin, opened the car door, urging her to hop in so she wouldn't catch a cold. Song Juanju cast another glance at Lu Xing's trousers and remarked, I'll buy you something nice tomorrow. Hey, new clothes? Lu Xing beamed with delight. Sister Kate, I'm coming again. Yes, another profit. Why aren't you getting in? Song Juanju rolled down the window, looking quizzically at Lu Xing, who stood outside. Here it comes. The moment of performance has arrived. Lu Xing deliberately concealed his left hand behind him, where a minor injury from a recent fall was hidden. Although the wound was small, it served its purpose. A little sympathy could yield a substantial reward. The last time he had a cut on his lip, Song Juanju had compensated him with 10,000 yuan. This time, with his injury, wouldn't she be obliged to give him at least 10 or 18,000? It's all about having a clever mind. Lu Xing lower at this moment. Lu Xing finally comprehended the feeling of an emperor. From the moment he stepped through the door, a horde of inexplicable individuals rushed in and stripped him of his clothing. Subsequently, an array of new garments was piled onto him in a chaotic fashion. Just as he thought he could catch his breath after this crowd departed, another group, equipped with professional medical apparatus, arrived at his doorstep. Lu Xing felt akin to a laboratory mouse, encircled by a throng of doctors clad in white coats, seemingly intent on examining every inch of him. It was only then that Lu Xing had an epiphany. Song Juanju's villa was always eerily quiet, reflecting her penchant for solitude. Otherwise, she could undoubtedly lead a life akin to that of an emperor. Could you please be gentler? He winced, catching Song Juanju's attention as she stood with arms crossed, her brow furrowed. All right. The doctor tending to Lu Xing's hand was drenched in sweat. They had initially assumed that Song Juanju was missing limbs, only to discover that it was merely a minor scratch on a child's hand. The doctor felt a profound sense of despair, akin to attempting to slice an apple with a cleaver. If they had arrived just a moment later, that wound would have healed completely. He mused to himself that this young fellow might even have an online name like Sweet Candy. How infuriating. The doctor stole a glance at Lu Xing's face and couldn't help but marvel at the boy's cleverness. Not squandering his youth or good looks, but instead embarking on a promising path. Lu Xing looked around, never having encountered so many doctors in his life, and was astonished to find one taking his pulse. Aren't you a Western medicine physician? Lu Xing exclaimed. The pulse-taking doctor chuckled. I work at a hospital that integrates both Western and traditional Chinese medicine. Ah, haha, what a cold joke, Lu Xing responded, but the doctor's demeanor suddenly grew serious. After a moment's sigh, he inadvertently made Song Juanju tense up. Lu Xing was baffled. In this day and age, one need not fear the smiling Western doctor, but rather the solemn gaze of the traditional Chinese physician. Lu Xing blinked, nervously inquiring, Am I pregnant? Slap. Song Juanju couldn't contain herself and playfully smacked Lu Xing on the back, both exasperated and amused. If anyone were to be pregnant, it would be me. Her tension was entirely disrupted by Lu Xing's nonsensical thought process. If Lu Xing could indeed be pregnant, she would have to hastily compose a paper for publication. The pulse-taking doctor shook his head. No, I was merely a bit fatigued from running over, hence the sigh. Lu Xing, Song Juanju, control yourself. You can't just throw him out. The pulse-taking doctor smiled, released Lu Xing's wrist, contemplated for a moment, and suddenly remarked, You have an exam coming up, don't you? Lu Xing nodded. That's right. The physician gently patted Lu Xing's hand and offered comforting words. Life is not merely a single examination. Do not be overly anxious. Your physical health is robust, yet your spirit is excessively tense. Such a state may lead to complications. Young man, life resembles a marathon. If you sprint at the outset, the journey ahead will prove arduous. Lu Xing tugged at the corner of his mouth. suddenly realizing that he felt utterly exposed before the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. This doctor possessed an intriguing understanding, though the process may have been flawed. The outcome was indeed correct. Well, thank you, doctor. I will take heed. Lu Xing responded with a smile and a nod. Song Junju studied Lu Xing's countenance, realizing that he had been anxious about the examination. It seemed her previous preparations for him were insufficient. At that moment, another doctor inquired while palpating Lu Xing's shoulder and neck, "Are you experiencing any discomfort here?" Lu Xing nodded, admitting to a slight soreness. "A bit," he confessed. The doctor acknowledged, "You should have an examination at the hospital to utilize imaging tools. If you have scoliosis, treatment will be necessary. We may need to make an incision in your back, stretch the skin, and then use nails." Lu Xing suddenly grasped the doctor's hand, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "No, no, no, I feel no pain now, not at all. A miraculous recovery, doctor." Ha ha. The doctor chuckled, contemplating why Song Junju was so fond of this young man. Indeed, he was quite entertaining. "I merely wish to remind you to be mindful of your posture. Your physical condition is quite good, lacking the ailments typical of modern individuals. You do not suffer from myopia, nor do you have rhinitis, and your teeth are in excellent shape." Noticing Lu Xing's anxiety, the other doctors hurried to reassure him, anxious that Song Junju's favored protege might be disheartened. As Song Junju absorbed the positive results of Lu Xing's health assessment, her brow relaxed significantly. However, she kept the words of the traditional physician in her heart. Lu Xing's spirit was indeed strained. Once the medical team had departed, Song Junju turned to Lu Xing and said, "Failing to gain university admission is not a tragedy." Lu Xing responded, "What? Sister, how can you say such a thing? Are you cursing me?" Song Junju calmly settled beside him and remarked, "If you do not get accepted, I shall send you to study in the United Kingdom." Pausing, she reconsidered, shaking her head. No, the weather in the UK is unfavorable. Perhaps Germany, but that would be challenging for graduation." Song Junju had already begun to contemplate which country would be best, while Lu Xing sat beside her, his back prickling with apprehension. Wait, in a few months, Song Junju will be heading abroad to teach, yet she speaks of sending me overseas for studies? How could that be possible? Moreover, he was not even tense about the examination. Lu Xing awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, lowering his gaze as he shyly spoke. I do not wish to go abroad. I truly like it here. I cannot always impose upon you, and I believe I can perform well. Professor, I have diligently reviewed the materials you provided. I shall not let your efforts go to waste." Song Junju's thoughts were interrupted, yet instead of feeling anger, she gazed at Lu Xing with admiration. Suddenly, she recalled a line from the rubber tree. "If I love you, it shall not be like the climbing vine flower that flaunts itself by clinging to your lofty branches." A wave of joy washed over her. He is truly wonderful. She had paved a smooth path for him, yet he showed no signs of being moved. Rather, he seemed determined to strive on his own. No longer wishing to be the climbing vine flower, she resolved to support Lu Xing in his endeavors. With this thought, Song Junju glanced at Lu Xing's hand. Oh, it was his left hand that was injured. His right hand was still capable of writing. "Rest for 10 minutes first, then we will begin revising chemistry, followed by biology and mathematics in the afternoon, and physics tomorrow morning." After a brief pause, she added, "I will study with you." Lu Xing was taken aback. "What? Sister, are you really organizing a schedule like this? This is essentially the same as the old blackboard timetable filled with chemistry, mathematics, and biology." Just a glance made Lu Xing feel dizzy. The most critical part was that Song Junju intended to personally guide him through the revision. All right. This left Lu Xing in stunned silence. He had heard of paid classes before, but this was the first time he had encountered a paid tutor. Song Junju's spirits lifted as she smiled. Naturally, she hoped for Lu Xing to excel, regardless of which university he aimed for, as she could accompany him wherever he went. "Dear witch, you have forgotten to add the frogs." The rain and wind raged outside, while the warmth inside felt like spring. Lu Xing endeavored to keep pace with Song Junju's line of thought. Despite her narcissism, Song Junju possessed genuine talent, unlike those who relied on their parents, professors, and mentors to pave their way. If she were in college, one would see her as a frog in a well gazing at the moon above, at the postgraduate level. She resembled a mayfly aspiring to the vast sky. After a morning of study, Lu Xing suddenly understood why diligent effort could not compare to the guidance of the privileged. The sensation of being uplifted by a top student was exhilarating. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with admiration for Song Junju. If only he could record her lectures and offer them as paid knowledge. He could make a fortune. even if he didn't monetize it. Sharing it online to benefit the broader community would still be a virtuous act. Alas, what a pity. Noticing Lu Xing's gaze, Song Junju awkwardly focused on her exam paper, poked his head with her finger, and softly remarked, "Why are you staring at me? Is there something written on my face? Focus on your studies." Lu Xing suddenly found her words remarkably familiar. It seemed she had uttered the same phrase before. However, the tone was vastly different this time. He couldn't help but marvel at how his diligent compliments had earned him this moment. As the time approached noon, Lu Xing inquired, "Professor Song, what would you like for lunch? I can cook for you." He winked at her. "I'll make a little extra to express my gratitude for the enlightening private lesson." Song Junju glanced at Lu Xing's bandaged hand and contemplated for a moment. "No need. I will cook for you." "What?" Lu Xing's smile froze. "Seriously?" He quickly turned to check if the sun had risen in the west. It was that he underestimated Song Junju. He simply doubted her culinary skills. Tentatively, he asked, "Professor Song, have you cooked before?" Song Junju looked at him with a puzzled expression, furrowing her brows. "Is cooking really that difficult? Isn't it just mixing animal and plant remains together and cooking them?" Lu Xing was at a loss for words. He wondered if there were instant noodles in her home, as he might need to resort to them later. The path was indeed winding, and the outcome was uncertain. Half an hour later, as he observed the dish Song Junju brought to the table, Lu Xing pondered for a long while before picking up a piece of shredded potato. He chuckled to himself. He could not believe anyone could ruin a dish made with potatoes. The next moment, he was proven wrong. "Who taught you to stir-fry shredded potatoes with ginger? Are you playing Minesweeper?" With tears in his eyes, Lu Xing turned his chopsticks to sip the soup. After the first sip, he noticed an uncommon glimmer of anticipation in Song Junju's usually haughty eyes. "Is it good?" Lu Xing struggled to swallow the mouthful of soup and then asked, "Should I speak the truth or lie?" Song Junju paused and replied, "Let us go with a lie. Wow, it's delicious. I have never tasted such a unique flavor. The truth is, dear witch, you forgot to add frogs while concocting the potion." Song Junju fell silent, harboring her anger. How could something be so unpalatable? This was her first attempt at cooking. In the next moment, Song Junju silently tossed aside her chopsticks and picked up her phone to inquire of Lu Xing. "Which restaurant's food do you wish to eat?" The stark contrast rendered Lu Xing unable to suppress his laughter. Song Junju shot him a sidelong glance, yet she was not genuinely angry. Suddenly, Lu Xing realized that Song Junju had indeed changed significantly. In the past, when he smiled like that, she would have pinched his face and scolded him for being a scoundrel. After lunch, Song Junju commenced her paid tutoring session. Lu Xing listened with rapt attention. This was far more invigorating than the crack of a whip. Moreover, while others had to spend substantial sums on private tutors, he had the privilege of listening to Song Junju, this brilliant and eccentric teacher, and even earned money in the process. How delightful. "Oh, I adore you, god of wealth. Your intellect is commendable. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me on WeChat. You may also inquire in person on weekends. This time, your performance in the mock exam has improved significantly. If you can place in the top 10 during the next one, you shall gain entry to a university in the capital." Song Junju earnestly analyzed for Lu Xing. With her guidance, Lu Xing's progress was a certainty. Yet, Lu Xing himself was quite curious. Why did Song Junju not teach at a university in the capital, choosing instead to remain in Haicheng? Why, despite her wealth? Did she live like a recluse in her villa, devoid of any lively atmosphere? However, everyone has their own past, and he did not wish to pry for answers. Many things simply lack a resolution. As evening descended, Song Junju lectured on mathematics for 2 continuous hours, leaving Lu Xing's head buzzing. Finally, when Song Junju ceased her discourse, he seized the opportunity to pour her a glass of water. Turning around, he was startled to see her emerging from the bedroom in a different outfit, a delicate black box in her hand. Lu Xing was taken aback. The box contained her whips, but that was not the crux of the matter. Who could explain? Why was Song Junju dressed in a maid outfit? Why was she wearing frameless glasses adorned with cat ears? Who taught her such a peculiar ensemble? In his moment of bewilderment, Song Junju feigned calmness as she tossed the black box to Lu Xing, her expression impassive. "Choose one from inside." Lu Xing, "Huh?" Confused yet respectful. He randomly selected one and awaited Song Junju's subsequent instructions. She cast a glance at him, then stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, lifting the hem of her dress. She had caused Lu Xing much distress, yet he bore her no malice. Rather, he was like a sanctuary amidst a tempest, providing her with a safe haven. In recent days, she often dreamt, sometimes of her childhood beatings, other times of striking Lu Xing. while Lu Xing harbored no resentment towards her. She began to feel an inexplicable unease, for she had always trusted her sixth sense. Lu Xing experienced an unsettling feeling of impending loss, prompting her to examine her liquid assets and real estate holdings. As she witnessed Lu Xing rushing towards her through the torrential storm, Song Junju thought, it matters not. Whether it was tutoring him, providing financial assistance, or any other form of support, it was all inconsequential. She sought to quell this sense of unease. In her childhood, when she endured beatings, she always harbored the resolve to retaliate one day. So let it be. Outside, the tempest raged fiercely. Song Junju gazed at her reflection in the glass, and after a brief moment, she closed her eyes and softly uttered two words, strike me. Lu Xing's CPU crashed entirely. 082. A sedative without side effects. Death is but a state of mind. One may contemplate it, but one cannot truly embrace it. As is often said, the thought of death lingers, yet by year's end, the mortality rate reveals itself to be a resounding zero. Lu Xing finds himself in this very state. He stands behind Song Junju, silently observing as she gathers her hair before her, exposing her slender back. Song Junju has lost her sanity. She is genuinely unhinged. Lu Xing had previously jested about her being mad, yet now he perceives the truth of her madness. Instinctively, he steps back, the whip in his hand feeling as if it were a searing ember. Striking a client within the contractual period is akin to striking one's employer during work hours. What difference is there? After spending considerable time understanding Song Junju, Lu Xing never imagined she would embody a submissive nature. What is her intention? He himself has accepted payment, so enduring a beating poses no concern. Yet, for Song Junju, who pays for lessons, must she also pay to be struck? What peculiar tendencies do the wealthy possess? Mad, indeed. Lu Xing remains rooted in silence for an extended moment. Finally, after a prolonged wait, Song Junju turns to him, her expression earnest as she reiterates, I want you to hit me. Lu Xing gazes into her eyes, slowly and resolutely shaking his head. That cannot be, he replies. Unless, of course, you truly desire it. He pauses, give me a few days. He intends to study the techniques, to practice how to strike in a manner that is painless yet pleasurable. At present, he knows nothing. If he were to injure her with unwarranted force, what then? The cardinal rule of a professional servant to clients is to ensure their safety. Song Junju, fixated on the reflective floor-to-ceiling windows, catches a glimpse of Lu Xing's hesitant expression and lets out a cold laugh. Even during the contract period, he is unwilling to strike her. When the contract concludes, he will be even less inclined to do so, she muses. Lowering her head, she speaks somberly. If I ask you to hit me, then do so. She has meticulously calculated how many times she has struck Lu Xing. If he reciprocates, they shall stand even. And perhaps her overwhelming sense of unease will dissipate. Once they are settled, she shall no longer feel guilt. With a soft chuckle, she conceals the madness in her gaze. She is affluent, abundantly so. Enough wealth to bind Lu Xing to contracts lasting decades, even centuries. They have struck each other. They will be even. Then, she can take him to see the snow, to embark on journeys together. Their time stretches infinitely before them. Turning back, she observes Lu Xing's silent countenance and smiles. His exquisite features, strikingly alluring, exude an almost vampiric charm, as his full, crimson lips softly utter two words, hit me. Perhaps it all began with the fireworks at the harbor of Haiqing. She has longed to hold Lu Xing tightly since that moment. Fortuitously, she possesses wealth. Song Junju repeats, this is my request, hit me. At this moment, Lu Xing's mind was nearly smoking, grappling with the unprecedented challenge of failing to fulfill a client's request at work. Song Junju was strikingly beautiful, her thick, curly hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. She slightly turned to the side, placing her palm against the floor-to-ceiling window. At that moment, she uttered the words, hit me. As a professional sycophant, one must master the art of peeling back the layers of a situation to uncover the true essence within. Lu Xing approached Song Junju, whip in hand. Just as she closed her eyes, bracing herself for the anticipated pain, a soft sound resonated. The whip fell to the ground. In its place emerged a warm embrace, a calming balm devoid of side effects. Lu Xing enveloped Song Junju in his arms, leaning close to her ear, whispering gently, do not fear, I am right here. The expected agony did not manifest, and Song Junju opened her eyes in astonishment, feeling the warmth radiating from her back. The proximity of his words surged through her limbs like an electric current, leaving her mind blank. Observing Song Junju's expression, Lu Xing exhaled a sigh of relief. He had guessed correctly. This tempestuous soul did not genuinely wish to be struck. Much like children in elementary and middle school, who may resort to unusual antics to capture their parents' attention, she was likely burdened by unexpressed emotions, resorting to this extreme method for release. As a dedicated sycophant, carrying sweets and trinkets in one's pocket is merely a cherry on top. Who cannot play the role of an echo? The essence of this profession lies in soothing the client's emotional turmoil. If Song Junju desired him to strike her, Lu Xing must meticulously unravel the threads to discern her true motives. Otherwise, this so-called provision of emotional value would be nothing but a farce. Song Junju was undoubtedly experiencing unease, and although Lu Xing was unaware of its source, his consolation sufficed. He tightened his embrace, holding her closely. For individuals like her, both frantic and insecure, often find that a firm hug can provide more comfort than 1,000 words. Indeed, as expected, although Song Junju leaned against Lu Xing, her body trembled uncontrollably. Ever since she became conscious, she had been labeled a genius by everyone, the epitome of first place. Her entire existence was overshadowed by the relentless emphasis on those two words. In comparison to certificates and trophies, what she truly yearned for was a heartfelt embrace and a whisper of comfort. Why was it that her intelligence allowed others to perceive her as a mature adult, yet she could still cradle her younger siblings? Why, at the age of 27, did she finally receive what she had longed for at the tender age of 6? Why had it taken her until now to recognize who truly deserved her care? Why must she only come to this realization after the pain had been inflicted? Alas, I arrived at an inauspicious time. The muffled sounds of suppressed sobs filled the room. Song Junju was crying. Lu Xing remained silent, making every effort to envelop her, offering her a sense of security. White lightning streaked across the dark sky, and the torrential rain was pelted against the glass window. As Lu Xing gazed forlornly into the pitch-black night, is it truly so easy to earn money? With 20,000 yuan, one could easily find a subordinate available at a moment's notice, yet mere compliance is insufficient in this line of work. As Lu Xing previously remarked, clients often remain unaware of their own desires. Thus, as a professional pleaser, one must discover what the client genuinely longs for. What Song Junju seeks is not a whip. Rather, she yearns for peace of mind. Hence, let us offer her that solace. It is his duty to resolve matters for a fee. Lu Xing's hands encircled Song Junju's waist, gently patting the back of her hand while softly humming a melody. The dark sky hung low, adorned with bright, twinkling stars. Insects flitted about, and he thought, let them weep. Tears are not a sign of weakness. True bravery lies in standing tall while holding back tears. Embracing the emotionally shattered Song Junju, Lu Xing's mind was clearer than ever before. He suddenly recalled Wen Lingxiu's peculiar behavior the previous day. Was the story she told derived from her reading, or was it influenced by Lu Xing's autobiography? He remembered that there were no books on Wen Lingxiu's desk at the time. Therefore, it seemed she had indeed conducted an investigation into him. All of Wen Lingxiu's oddities from yesterday were merely expressions of pity for him. Lu Xing smiled. And what of you, Professor Song? Why do you weep? Have you investigated me as well? Do you feel pity for me, or perhaps guilt? Song Junju stared blankly at Lu Xing's hand resting on her waist. Her ears filled with his gentle, resonant tune. The warmth of his embrace enveloped her tightly, and her tears cascaded down, falling onto the back of Lu Xing's hand. Looking back over the span of 27 years, this was her most tranquil moment. Song Junju's shimmering eyes brimmed with profound reluctance. Yet, I arrived at an inopportune time. It matters not. I shall persist regardless. In this moment, Lu Xing wholeheartedly agrees with the statement that women are made of water. Unexpectedly, the first time he experienced being wet was with a woman's tears. Aside from the occasional times when Song Junju would become unsteady after drinking and require Lu Xing's support, he had never set foot in her master bedroom. Life is truly remarkable. 6 months ago, he had been sleeping on the sofa in her living room, and she paid him no mind, not bothering to consider how he managed his problems. After all, she rose later than Lu Xing and retired to bed earlier. Such matters were of no concern to her. Yet now, as Lu Xing reclined against the headboard of the master bed, Song Junju lay beside him, deeply asleep. Her slender arms wrapped tightly around his waist. Observing the remnants of tears on her face, Lu Xing felt that his professional demeanor had indeed intensified. Sister Bang Yi, you shall find no one more dedicated than I. Gently, he grasped Song Junju's wrist, carefully shifting her arm away and placing a pillow in her embrace. As anticipated, her brow furrowed momentarily before settling into tranquility once more. Lu Xing let out a sigh of relief, akin to Jerry, as he tiptoed to the wash basin to retrieve a towel soaked in warm water. After a brief wait, he checked the towel's warmth. It was just right. He cautiously returned to the bedside, leaning over to tenderly wipe the tear-streaked visage of Song Junju. The gentle caress and comforting warmth elicited a relaxed sigh from her, causing her to instinctively nuzzle against his hand. Inside, Lu Xing felt a sense of triumph. It seems my expertise prevails. Since Song Junju had uncovered his background and felt a sense of guilt towards him, his future days might indeed improve considerably. One could consider this a stroke of good fortune. At times, Lu Xing felt a sense of conflict within himself. He was acutely aware that divulging his background to clients would evoke sympathy, yet he hesitated to do so, fearing it would come across as self-pity. He was capable of earning a living through the emotional value he provided. Never mind, he thought. After all contracts would conclude by June. After ensuring Song Junju was comfortable, Lu Xing covered her with a blanket. Thud. She kicked the blanket off. He placed it back over her. Thud. Again. She kicked it off. What on earth? Lu Xing exclaimed in frustration. Why are you so rebellious? His irritation flared, channeling a maternal instinct. He was determined to keep her covered. Cover, kick off. Cover, kick off. This is infuriating. In a fit of exasperation, Lu Xing rummaged through her belongings until he found a piece of her glasses cloth. Taking a deep breath, he carefully draped it over her abdomen. A traditional belief held by the Chinese. One may forego a blanket, but must keep the navel covered. Perfect. Satisfaction attained. Lu Xing felt a surge of joy and decided to leave the master bedroom with a light-hearted stride. However, as he turned around, he was unexpectedly tugged by the corner of his garment. Stunned, Lu Xing glanced down to find Song Junju leaning over the edge of the bed, her thick, dark curls sprawled across the blanket, murmuring in a dreamy haze, "Don't go." Startled, Lu Xing's heart raced. When had she awakened? Surely, she had seen his midriff exposed? With trepidation, he prepared to respond, only to discover that after uttering that one phrase, Song Junju had succumbed back into silence. Upon closer inspection, Lu Xing realized she had drifted off once more. Well, that was understandable. After an emotional outburst, it was only natural for one to feel an overwhelming fatigue. Contemplating this, Lu Xing lay back down. Song Junju clung to him as though he were a massive source of warmth, refusing to let go. Lu Xing mused. The 27-year-old Professor Song seemed rather insecure. Perhaps he should buy her a plush toy to hold onto. Yes, she would pay for it. At 11 o'clock. Lu Xing checked his WeChat and indeed received the script sent by Lu Qingqing. Upon seeing the title, his pupils widened in shock. A kind-hearted teacher who spares no effort for her students and a rebellious, psychologically troubled student? Quite the premise. Lu Xing had never played a CEO, nor had he been a mechanic, let alone a popular young star in a secret marriage, so he approached these roles without any psychological burden. However, this time, was he a bit too relatable? Why a student? He sighed, beginning to worry about Lu Qingqing's mental state. Had she truly lost her grip? He was quite reluctant to divulge his personal information to clients online, even more so to let them know he was still a student. Thus, he would have to act unpolished. It was indeed difficult to maintain that facade. Lu Xing glanced down at the peacefully sleeping Song Junju. He attempted to gently pry her away with a finger, but she remained utterly still, almost as if glued to him. "Professor Song?" he called out. But she showed no sign of awakening, appearing to be deeply asleep. The young and disinterested student, Xing, was one who loathed studying, leaving every teacher helpless until one day, a new teacher arrived at the school. Feeling uneasy, Lu Xing recited a few lines from the script. Still, there was no reaction from Song Junju. Very well, then. At 11:30, Lu Qingqing's call came through punctually. With an anxious gaze fixed upon the script in her hands, Lu Qingqing was overwhelmed by a sense of panic. Although she reassured herself that the Lu Xing on the list might merely be a namesake, what if it were not? Among those students visiting the school from the prestigious high school, there was a significant probability they would attend Haicheng University. As the president of the student council, everyone knew her. What would she do if the real Lu Xing actually enrolled in Haicheng University? The situation could grow dire. If Lu Xing indiscriminately claims that the president of the student council is a pervert, what should she do? After portraying herself as the sweet and demure senior for so long in the eyes of others, she simply cannot bear such a cost. Testing the waters. She can only test the waters. Lu Qingqing deliberately altered the name of the protagonist in the script and set the backdrop in their school days. Based on the subtle hints dropped by Lu Xing, she would surely deduce whether this person was still a student or had entered the workforce. Do not panic. Do not panic. Lu Qingqing's mind was taut. Upon hearing the first words from Lu Xing on the other end of the line, her brain surprisingly became even more active than before. Damn, she had miscalculated. However, as she listened to Lu Xing's deep, enticing voice. She felt a bit more at ease. And when Lu Xing stumbled through the terminology from the textbooks, Lu Qingqing suddenly found herself laughing with relief. Lu Xing, on the other end, expressed her guilt, saying, "I'm sorry, I've graduated for too long, and I've returned all this to the teachers. It's my fault. May I offer you an additional 20 minutes as compensation?" Lu Qingqing finally relaxed, comfortably lying down. Indeed, it was a case of sharing the same name. In the midst of a conversation, Lu Qingqing's voice on the other end of the line brought a sense of relief to Lu Xing. As he looked down, he noticed Song Junju frowning deeply, her usually pale cheeks tinged with a hint of pink, as if she were lost in a dream. Instinctively, she shifted slightly closer to Lu Xing. "Ah, the top sister, I suppose you were fortunate to hear this," Lu Xing remarked with a chuckle. It was true, however, today. Song Junju had indeed cried herself to exhaustion, appearing utterly drained, as if she had fainted. Thankfully, she had worn herself out from crying. Otherwise, managing both Song Junju and Lu Qingqing awake at the same time would have posed quite a challenge. He was grateful for Song's professor-like routine. Suddenly, Lu Qingqing called his name, startling him. "Yes, I'm here," he replied, realizing in that moment how much he resembled an artificial intelligence. "Little Xing, I'm here. I'm here." He laughed at his own amusement. "Yet," Lu Qingqing continued, "has the money been transferred to your Alpay? You work during the day and still engage in this at night. Isn't it too tiring?" Something felt off to Lu Xing at that moment. He quickly responded, "It's manageable. My usual work is quite relaxed. Besides, being busy is preferable. It keeps boredom at bay." What had prompted Lu Qingqing to engage in such casual conversation? At this hour, she would typically be in a state of contemplation. He resolved not to let Lu Qingqing discover that he was still in school. Fortunately, she seemed to have merely mentioned it in passing, without further inquiries, which relieved Lu Xing. With a beep, the call ended, and Lu Qingqing drifted off to sleep, while Lu Xing's heart raced with a sense of unease. Something felt amiss. He checked his WeChat, finding no messages from clients, except for a notification from an old client, Qi Yueshan. "Ah, a video this time?" Lu Xing focused intently. How cunning. As she had intentionally blurred the video thumbnail. To discern the content, he would have to click on the video. Without a second thought, he knew that the video would showcase Qi Yueshan in her most exquisite form, aiming to captivate Lu Xing's attention from the very first second. How impressive, Lu Xing mused. Qi Yueshan certainly had a talent for this. If she were to pursue a career as a professional admirer, her success would surely rival his. Indeed, our faction is flourishing. He thought with great satisfaction, downloading the video with ease. Now, he awaited Qi Yueshan's rise to fame. After all, if towels used by stars could be sold, then selling an exclusive video of Qi Yueshan was hardly excessive. Furthermore, Lu Xing prided himself on his morals, considering that Qi Yueshan was fully clothed. If she were not, well, he would simply pretend to be oblivious. All the tasks for today have been accomplished, and there was an unexpected reward. Lu Xing yearned for a comfortable slumber. Glancing down, he found Song Junju clinging to him, unable to detach herself, her cheeks flushed with an unusual warmth. Well, perhaps she was just feeling a bit overheated. Lu Xing placed his hands over his heart, adopting a posture reminiscent of a corpse, and closed his eyes. "I am but a wooden figure. I am but a wooden figure. I am but a wooden figure." On this Sunday, Lu Xing realized that Song Junju possessed a certain sense of integrity. After learning of his background, she seemed genuinely remorseful, speaking to him with a tender softness. It was truly astonishing. He felt an urge to capture this moment for Song Junju's students, as it might result in a few more patients for Zhang Yu with dislocated jaws. Clad in silk pajamas, her hair cascading loosely over her shoulders, Song Junju seemed unconcerned. Simply resting her chin on her hand and gazing at Lu Xing as he worked on his problems. Previously, she might have deemed such behavior as a waste of time. But her perspective had shifted. Lu Xing was undeniably handsome, long eyelashes, bright eyes, and a perpetual smile that radiated warmth. Last night, Song Junju had braced herself for Lu Xing's retaliation. However, to her surprise, not only did he refrain from avenging himself, he offered her the most unforgettable embrace of her life, one so powerful it reminded her she was alive, rather than a mere wandering spirit. He was truly wonderful. Song Junju felt an immense joy. In her dreams the previous night, she had envisioned herself as Lu Xing's teacher. Yet the dream version of him was nothing like the real Lu Xing, rebellious and disinterested in learning. No, the Lu Xing of reality was far superior. She pondered that since Lu Xing chose not to seek revenge, perhaps she could make amends in other ways. After all, she possessed ample wealth. With that thought, Song Junju picked up her phone and commenced her shopping plans. Lu Xing cautiously stole a glance at her from the corner of his eye. Upon noticing her focus on her phone, he finally exhaled in relief. Goodness! The unpredictable nature of this woman was truly remarkable. The contrast between yesterday and today was astounding. It was almost miraculous. Moments ago, Song Junju had been fixated on him, causing a cold sweat to trickle down his back. He feared she might have overheard him reciting lines to Lu Qingqing the previous night. Thankfully, it seemed she was unaware, and he owed his good fortune to his usual balanced diet and virtuous deeds. As evening approached, Song Junju observed Lu Xing preparing to leave with his backpack, suddenly interjecting, "There are many rooms here, and the ground outside is damp from the rain." Lu Xing silently rolled his eyes. Now she acknowledges there are numerous rooms. Why hadn't she arranged one for him before? "It's quite all right, Professor Song," he replied, donning a professional smile. "Yesterday, I noticed that the pot of bamboo seemed a bit wilted. The soil in my home is quite fertile, so I plan to conduct an experiment upon my return. If the soil proves to be genuinely good, I shall bring some back next week." Song Junju paused for a moment, suddenly reminded of the pot of sending Junju, and a multitude of emotions surged within her heart. Unexpectedly, Lu Xing not only harbored no resentment towards her, but also paid attention to such details. He truly is remarkable. As Lu Xing boarded the bus to the hospital, a notification chimed. Alipay deposit, 50,000 yuan. Lu Xing. The moment the sound resonated, every passenger on the bus cast him strange glances. What on earth? Is the wealthy gentleman experiencing life by taking the bus? Lu Xing promptly opened Alipay, where he found a transfer from Song Junju, with the note reading, "Soil transportation fee." Lu Xing fell into silence. Then, a smile spread across his face, followed by overwhelming joy. "Professor Song, you are indeed my most cherished darling. Moi, moi, moi. I could kiss you to death." 085 Whether the divine is sacred remains uncertain, yet it is evident that the air is thin. Ding ding ding. Arrival at Central Hospital. Passengers disembarking are reminded to take their belongings and prepare to alight. Heeding the bus announcement, Lu Xing stepped off with purpose. Before entering the inpatient department, he paused, circling the flower bed at the entrance several times. The flowers are flourishing. It seems the soil is quite fertile. He hopes that when he returns in a couple of days to dig, no security personnel will chase him away. He has yet to be pursued by a man, which makes him feel a tad bashful. With a buoyant stride, Lu Xing entered the inpatient department. The corridor on the first floor was bustling with people, most wearing frowns, yet Lu Xing always arrived with a smile. Adorning his relatives with joy, he believed his grandparents preferred to see him with a cheerful countenance. Stepping into the elevator, Lu Xing extended 2 fingers and raised the corners of his mouth, smiling at his reflection in the polished elevator walls. Indeed, it felt genuine and looked delightful. Ding! The elevator arrived. Lu Xing exited with confidence and navigated skillfully into the ward. "Ah, you're here." Zhang Yu greeted as he entered the room, colliding perfectly with Lu Xing. Lu Xing feigned grievance. "Ah, who else could it be? Did Dr. Zhang not want me to come?" Zhang Yu shot him an exasperated glance, a shiver running down his spine, and pushed Lu Xing's shoulder, retorting, "Enough with the theatrics. Go inside and check on your grandparents. Your grandfather has been recovering quite well lately." "All right." The moment he heard this, Lu Xing's spirits soared. As he entered the room, he was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. Mr. Zhao Henmei and Mrs. Zhao Jinju were both diligently engaged in some activity, heads bent low, completely absorbed in their task. Upon noticing Lu Xing's arrival, the elderly couple swiftly concealed the objects they held behind their backs, exuding an aura of concern. "Are you hungry? Are you cold?" Lu Xing raised an eyebrow, already aware of what the two were up to. His birthday falls on June 11th. Although calling it a birthday is somewhat inaccurate, as he does not know the exact date of his birth, it merely marks the day he was discovered. However, since he came to know his grandparents, they have quietly initiated a competitive tradition around this time each year. Remarkably, the combined ages of these two elderly individuals span over a century, yet they possess a fierce competitive spirit regarding such matters. "This year, my precious grandson undoubtedly favors my birthday gift. But what of it? Last year, he clearly favored my birthday gift." After years of companionship, Zhao Henmei and Zhao Jinju had exhausted their usual banter. Yet, the topic of Lu Xing's birthday gifts remained an endless source of contention. Lu Xing pondered briefly. This year, he ought to prefer the gift from his grandmother, which prominently featured a water-carrying theme. However, there was one year he did not carry water. As he was supposed to favor his grandmother's gift, that year, His grandfather had taken up wood carving and crafted numerous little figures to keep him company. Lu Xing cherished the birthday gift he received immensely. He had taken the time to place the figurines on his bedside, counting them every night before drifting off to sleep. Alas, they were reduced to ashes in a fire. Well, let us feign ignorance. Lu Xing smiled sweetly and retrieved his report card from his backpack, presenting it to Mr. Zhao Heme. Grandpa, I've made significant progress in my exams, the teacher said. Just then, Lu Xing was abruptly interrupted by the elderly Mr. Li from the adjacent bed. Mr. Li swiftly pulled out his phone, exclaiming, "Oh, little Lu. Come quickly and take a look at my granddaughter. Just look at her arms. So strong. And her face, doesn't it radiate joy?" Lu Xing had long since grown accustomed to this. Ever since he entered the hospital, Mr. Li had persistently been recommending his granddaughter to him. It seemed that Mr. Li's determination was far more tenacious than the cancer cells within Lu Xing's own body. Each time Mr. Zhao scolded Lu Xing, it was always followed by a bold proclamation of next time, I dare you. Noticing Lu Xing's lack of response, Mr. Li feigned anger, saying, You rascal, do you think my granddaughter is too plump? Lu Xing cast a glance at the photos on the phone and cleared his throat. Truly, this elder had lived a few more years for a reason. He possessed far more discernment than the simple-minded. Mr. Li quickly sensed something amiss. He turned to glance at the phone screen, promptly locking it with a snap, and awkwardly chuckled. Oh dear, it appears my granddaughter's photos have vanished from my album. I'll show them to you next time. Lu Xing nodded with a smile. Very well, he would pretend he hadn't noticed the enchanting beauty on Mr. Li's phone. Mr. Zhao Henmei pulled Lu Xing closer, protectively glaring at Mr. Li. Old man, don't corrupt my grandson. My dear boy still has school to attend. Refrain from matchmaking here. Mr. Li was at a loss for words. Oh please, my granddaughter is a charming and plump girl, a blessing in disguise. You simply have no taste. Seeing the two squabble again, Lu Xing helplessly retreated to the side of Ms. Zhao Zhenju, wrapping his arm around her shoulders and playfully asking, Grandma, have you missed me? Ms. Zhao Zhenju was too weary to engage with the bickering old men and turned to adjust Lu Xing's collar. Time had etched merciless lines upon her face. Yet her benevolent aura grew more pronounced with each passing year. Ignore those two. They argue endlessly, she remarked. Yet, despite her words, the smile on her face was irrefutable. After all, she preferred witnessing the lively antics of the old man over seeing Mr. Zhao bedridden and half alive. Ms. Zhao extended her hand, and Lu Xing promptly crouched down, presenting his head for her to stroke. Amidst the lively banter of her husband, Ms. Zhao Zhenju felt a wave of contentment wash over her. Knowing you were coming today, I brought a measuring tape. I've heard it's best to make new clothes for children before exams. I'll measure you in a bit. Our circumstances have improved. So let us make several new outfits for my dear grandson. Mr. Zhao Henmei, while escorting Grandpa Li, took a moment to exclaim, Make one for me too. Ms. Zhao Zhenju, assuming her age had rendered her somewhat deaf, pretended not to hear. You, go away. I'm making clothes for my dear child. So keep your distance. Lu Xing nodded with a smile. All right. Stepping out of the ward for some fresh air, Lu Xing encountered Zhang Yu, who stood in the corridor. Observing Lu Xing, who seemed to soar above him, Zhang Yu muttered in frustration, Why am I not 8 meters tall? It's infuriating. One day, I shall break the legs of all you long-legged beings. Lu Xing chuckled. Come on, you're not so bad. Aren't you 166 centimeters? With shoes, that's 170. Add some height insoles, and you're 174. Style your hair, and you could reach 178. Round that up, and voil, you're practically 8 meters. Zhang Yu retorted. What the hell? You beast. He shot Lu Xing a glare, genuinely amused by how this kid had become increasingly entertaining, wondering where he had learned such antics. Your grandpa will be discharged soon. Are you staying in Haicheng for the summer, or heading back to your hometown? In truth, Zhang Yu felt a tinge of reluctance to part with Lu Xing, having watched him grow up, making her somewhat of a devoted fan. Lu Xing squinted at the darkening sky outside and replied with a smile, I wish to travel around leisurely, to unwind. Zhang Yu, who often enjoyed exploring scenic spots and had quite the knowledge about it, inquired, Have you decided where your first destination will be? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xing responded, I want to go to Tibet to witness the sunrise over the Golden Mountain. Zhang Yu's interest piqued. Oh, are you embarking on a pilgrimage? I haven't been there myself, but a friend of mine said it was a remarkable experience, one that puts everything into perspective. Perspective? More like a lack of oxygen to the brain. Lu Xing laughed. The altitude is high, and whether it is sacred or not, I will definitely be gasping for air. Once that happens, I won't have time to ponder anything. As she ambulated slowly, supported by a cane, Qi Yushan was accompanied by Qi Shui, who held medicine in hand and wore a look of concern. Sister, are you all right? Should I get you a wheelchair? She was clad entirely in black, her head covered by a hat, revealing only the pale lower half of her face from the side, enduring the agony in her waist. Qi Yushan resisted the notion and replied, I am not disabled. I can walk on my own. Qi Shui thought to himself that her condition was hardly different from that of someone incapacitated. However, knowing that his sister seldom complained about professional matters, he had no choice but to accompany her at a slow pace. Suddenly, Qi Yushan paused, causing Qi Shui to jump in surprise. How did I perform today? She inquired. Qi Shui promptly gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, professional, truly professional. A sigh of relief escaped Qi Yushan's lips. Thank goodness I didn't mess it up. Qi Shui felt a surge of silent admiration. His sister truly was a diligent and dedicated opera performer. She murmured, thank goodness I didn't fail. Otherwise, Lu Xing would accuse me of being unprofessional again. Qi Shui retorted, get lost, you lovesick fool. Observing Qi Yushan's slow movements, Qi Shui discreetly distanced himself by 3 meters before commenting, Sister, do you know the difference between you and a turtle? This was a veiled jest at her slow pace. Qi Yushan glared at him. Just wait. Once I'm better, I'll make you pay. The innate pressure from their bloodline caused Qi Shui to shrink back instantly. He lifted his gaze, his pupils dilating in shock. Sister, what are you doing? Stop being so annoying. Suddenly, Qi Shui noticed Lu Xing standing by the window, expressionless, gazing out at the scenery, lost in thought. Qi Yushan fell silent. Was it possible that the deity of opera felt pity for her and was thus looking after her? Grateful, she reflected on her fortune. Taking a deep breath, her eyes brimmed with tears, ready to spill over. The solidity of her foundational skills left Qi Shui utterly astonished. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Now I understand what it means to be an exemplary inheritor of the intangible cultural heritage of face-changing. He mused. You terrifying women. Why don't you lose your composure when changing faces? Qi Yushan tossed her hat at Qi Shui, allowing her long, inky black hair to cascade freely. Sister, why not brush your hair? Qi Yushan shot him a look. What do you know? Disarray can be a form of beauty. It can even evoke more sympathy. Sister, how should we approach this? It was his first formal encounter with his brother-in-law, and he felt somewhat out of sorts. What should I say? Qi Yushan was still contemplating her emotions. I've injured my waist. Isn't it normal for me to be seen in the hospital? I am disabled. Is it not entirely reasonable for me to ask Lu Xing for assistance? I made no errors in this performance. So is it not also reasonable for me to seek his praise? Qi Shui, you were not saying that just a moment ago. Boo-hoo. You women are truly insufferable. Sister, shall I help you over there? Qi Yushan smiled faintly, pulled out her phone, and tapped a few times. Ding dong. 1,000 yuan received on Alipay. Go have some fun. Qi Shui stood in shock. Qi Shui was astounded. She turned and ran away. Hiki. Another profit made. After witnessing Qi Shui sprint away, Qi Yushan tousled her long black hair into a more disheveled state. The beauty's eyes glistened with a hint of redness, her hair cascading chaotically, exuding an aura of delicate vulnerability. Just right. Qi Yushan composed herself, drawing upon her lifetime of theatrical training, and slowly approached Lu Xing. No reaction. Qi Yushan sauntered past Lu Xing again. Still no response. She continued to glide by Lu Xing's side. Again, no reaction. Lu Xing remained as silent as a statue, utterly unresponsive to Qi Yushan. Oh, I see. So this is your game? Leaning on her crutch, Qi Yushan approached Lu Xing, waving her hand in front of him. Lu Xing remained completely still, as if he were a piece of art. Qi Yushan. Very well. So you wish to play the part? She waved her hand before Lu Xing's eyes once more. Yet again, no response. In the next moment, she grasped Lu Xing's right hand, which hung limply at his side, and placed it directly onto her own hand. Hey, why are you harassing a statue? Lu Xing immediately withdrew his hand, eyeing Qi Yushan warily. Just as I thought. Boys must also protect themselves in public. Heh. Qi Yushan chuckled inwardly. So you're not pretending now, are you? Truly detestable. Not only does he ignore her messages, but he also chooses to be a statue when she is present. Having failed in her earlier attempt to feign vulnerability, Qi Yushan realized that whenever she encountered Lu Xing, her intentions seemed to fall flat. However, at this moment, she believed it prudent to first build a protective buffer. Back in the theater, Song Junju's comment about her stalking left Qi Yushan dumbfounded. Now, she did not wish for Lu Xing to misunderstand her, so she began, how fortunate. I am here treating my back injury. Lu Xing nodded. He noticed the crutch Qi Yushan was leaning on. Qi Yushan hesitated momentarily, her lovely face reflecting a desire for praise. I performed excellently today. Lu Xing nodded. If you had faltered, it would have long since trended on social media. Qi Yushan suddenly felt somewhat uncomfortable. She found that facing Lu Xing's indifference was even more piercing than his silence over WeChat. After pondering for a moment, she opened WeChat and navigated a couple of options. Then, she blinked her eyes and, in a sweet tone, said, I transferred you 4,000 yuan. Lu Xing looked at her with amusement. I told you I do not take repeat customers. I am not trying to do business with you, Qi Yushan reiterated. I need to see a doctor, but I am moving too slowly, and my back still hurts. Qi Weishan devoted her entire lifetime's worth of theatrical prowess to this moment. With a gaze filled with despondency, she fixated on Lu Xing, gently grasping a small corner of his garment and giving it a slight shake. I beg of you. I am truly in pain. Lu Xing silently regarded Qi Weishan, reluctant to disclose that his grandparents resided in the hospital. He resolved to accompany her to the doctor and personally ensure she got into a taxi to leave the hospital, for only then could he find solace. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xing acquiesced. Let us go. A look of undeniable astonishment spread across Qi Weishan's face. Having grown numb to rejection recently, she was astounded that Lu Xing had truly agreed. Payment for services rendered, Lu Xing remarked, supporting her arm with a curious expression. What happened to you? They both voiced their inquiries simultaneously, Lu Xing concerning Qi Weishan's waist, and she regarding the bandage on his hand. Lu Xing suddenly felt fortunate to have a reason for visiting the hospital, and thus smiled as he explained, who comes to the hospital without an injury? I had been contemplating some exercise, but I ended up falling and cut my hand. Qi Weishan looked at his hand with worry, prompting Lu Xing to redirect her attention. What about you? Instantly, Qi Weishan was drawn into recounting her tale, detailing, I have had a waist injury since my time at the drama school. Transitioning to the role of a Qingyi performer alleviated it significantly, yet it still flares up occasionally. Today, while performing The Legend of the White Snake, I unknowingly twisted my body during a martial arts segment, and my injury recurred. In professions like athletics and opera, injuries and ailments are constant companions from a young age. Lu Xing, perplexed, asked, What do you mean by transitioning to a Qingyi performer? Were you not in this field before? Since their first meeting, Qi Weishan had already been performing as a Qingyi. In an effort to understand her better, he had even researched her background and sought insights from the opera community, arriving at the same conclusion. He suddenly felt his professional integrity was being called into question. Hearing his words, Qi Weishan's smile faltered, her lips pulling into a slight grimace. We met too late. If you had seen me at the drama school, I could have performed a segment from the Bamboo Grove. At that time, I was the finest Daomadan. 087, but you were surprisingly talented, Daomadan. Lu Xing glanced at Qi Yushan's face in astonishment. When he received Qi Yushan's order, he had taken the time to brush up on his knowledge of traditional opera. To his surprise, some of the opera segments possessed a rhythm even more captivating than rap. They were truly fascinating. However, Lu Xing also recognized the arduousness of learning opera. Mastering Dao Ma Dan and Wu Dan was indeed the epitome of suffering. Anyone emerging from an opera school would inevitably endure injuries, whether a fracture here or a sprain there, and would feel embarrassed to mention it. Even so, those who could persevere until the end were exceedingly rare. Before him, Qi Yushan had always presented a dignified and cool demeanor to the audience, embodying the role of a Qingyi. It was unexpected that beneath her seemingly delicate exterior, she possessed a remarkable resilience. Lu Xing slowly raised his thumb in admiration. Just as Qi Yushan blinked her eyes, filled with anticipation for Lu Xing's praise, he suddenly exclaimed, Incredible. Qi Yushan retorted, You. Who permitted you to utter those words? In such a delightful atmosphere, how could he say such a thing? The cool facade of Qi Yushan shattered. And though she wanted to scold Lu Xing, she couldn't bring herself to do so. She merely remarked, Your choice of words is truly. Lu Xing raised an eyebrow, smiling as he replied, If you don't like it, I won't say it again. Wait. Qi Yushan tightened her grip on Lu Xing's wrist, a sharp pain radiating from her waist. Countless nights, she had been tormented by this injury to the point of tears. Yet now, she found herself unexpectedly grateful for the pain. Without it, she might never have had the chance to meet Lu Xing. Could this be the adage of misfortune turning into fortune, or vice versa? Qi Yushan enlightened. Take it slow. Lu Xing quickly supported Qi Yushan, realizing the severity of her injury. He had initially thought she was exaggerating. Alas, he had been too judgmental and needed to reflect on this. Otherwise, similar issues might arise in the future while attending to clients. A professional who constantly seeks self-improvement shall not be cast aside by the tides of time. Only then can one navigate the vast seas of the era. Yes, let the passion ignite. Though she was in considerable pain, Qi Yushan seized the opportunity to lean gently against Lu Xing's shoulder, careful not to overstep. Feeling his arm loosely encircle her, she couldn't help but smile inwardly. Lu Xing was more innocent than she had imagined. He was hesitant to hold her firmly. If it were someone else, they would have been bolder. Enduring the pain, Qi Yushan grasped Lu Xing's tentative hand, pressing it firmly against her waist. Lu Xing was taken aback. With Qi Yushan resting in his embrace, she looked up at him with sparkling eyes and a light laugh, saying, "I asked you to support me." Lu Xing averted his gaze. He conceded that Qi Yushan's artistic prowess was indeed remarkable. When your master first taught you to sing opera, he likely never anticipated that you would apply it in this manner. The ideal portrayal of Qi Yushan, vibrant and spirited on stage, singing with fervor. The reality of Qi Yushan, her emotions, like fleeting glances, are entirely directed towards Lu Xing gritting her teeth to endure the pain in her waist. Qi Yushan forced a smile that was riddled with fragility. She reached out with her index finger and gently poked Lu Xing's shoulder, her voice trailing off with a hint of curiosity. "Do you find it useful?" Lu Xing paused for a moment, then grasped Qi Yushan's fidgeting hand. "Not at all." "Very well." Qi Yushan sighed. Lu Xing's emotional defenses were even higher than she had imagined. Given her usual prowess, she could easily navigate the barriers of any guarded individual. Even the most indifferent souls could be swayed with a mere leap to bridge the gap. Yet, Lu Xing was different. The moment she stood before him, her heart fluttered, and everything unraveled. Moreover, Lu Xing was more challenging than anyone she had encountered. He was not merely guarded, but rather an expansive and silent ocean. Toss a stone into it, and it would sink without a trace, leaving not a single ripple behind. Qi Yushan let out another sigh, feeling a genuine sense of melancholy. She couldn't comprehend Lu Xing, yet he had turned her world upside down. Attempting to feign grievance in front of him was futile, as he was not swayed by such tactics. Offering him straightforward monetary gain yielded no return visits, and her earnest attempts to reach out went unnoticed. Qi Yushan truly felt at a loss. Perhaps, attempting sincerity might be a worthy approach? "May I speak with you?" Lu Xing nodded. "Go ahead." "Damn it. Why on earth? Why did his information contain inaccuracies? It's infuriating. His career has been meticulously cultivated, only to face such a grievous error. Truly despicable." Leaning gently against Lu Xing's embrace, she began to share her story. "I was sent to opera school at the age of 9. Before dawn, I was already rehearsing. A little child, molded like dough, subjected to relentless training. Out of the 7 friends I had at the school, 3 left in the first year, and another 3 in the second. After so many years of comings and goings, it seemed I was the only one who persevered. They laughed at me after quitting, saying I was pursuing a path devoid of future, that peaking opera would soon vanish, rendering my efforts meaningless. Yet, I loved it. I adored singing opera. The lyrics are so beautiful, so profound. They called me weak and timid, but I was determined to master the most challenging roles. I was resolute in my pursuit until the very end. Just as success was within reach, I fell, injuring my back, and my dreams of becoming a leading performer were shattered. Upon investigating the incident, it turned out that my prop had malfunctioned. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Xing's eyes, but it quickly settled into calmness. School is akin to a microcosm of society. There are always individuals who face exclusion and discrimination for various reasons. Sometimes, excessive effort can lead to condescension. Lu Xing had not anticipated that manipulating props could indeed be considered a form of bullying. It was no wonder that whispers of Qi Yushan's training in the art of knife dance had not circulated within the drama school. Otherwise, explaining the reasons for her career shift would pose a challenge. After all, the institution preferred tranquility over taking a stand on behalf of its students. Lu Xing sighed, reflecting that it mattered little. Though they looked down upon her, she remained the most resilient. "Do not weep. Soon enough, they will label me a scoundrel," he remarked. With tears glistening in the corners of her eyes, Qi Yushan broke into a radiant smile upon hearing Lu Xing's words. She anxiously grasped his arm, a stark contrast to her former self while performing. "That day in the rain, I saw you. Your gaze was so tranquil and clear. I wanted to discover if your heart mirrored that serenity. I wished to see if you could endure, just as I have." Qi Yushan lowered her eyes, her voice barely a whisper. "I am sorry. The records of achievements are verifiable. When confronted with happiness, one may suddenly become timid. The courage required to seize joy often surpasses that needed to endure suffering." The comfort of pain provides a greater sense of security than the unfamiliar realm of happiness. Over the span of a year and a half, under Lu Xing's unwavering gaze, Qi Yushan experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Despite the fact that she could easily reach out and grasp Lu Xing, she found herself overwhelmed by trepidation. This world resembles an expansive study of child psychology. Some individuals become paralyzed by fear over minor missteps, perhaps stemming from childhood experiences where breaking a dish led to harsh reprimands. The actions of an adult often reflect the indelible marks left by their formative years. Qi Yushan yearned to remain close to Lu Xing. Yet she was burdened with anxiety that Lu Xing might depart as her companions had done, or that he might silently mock the significance of her efforts, or that her sincere affection would eventually invite ridicule and bullying akin to what she faced in drama school. Qi Yushan felt increasingly conflicted. She longed for a steadfast yet gentle presence, but simultaneously resisted such an idea. Lost in thought, she stared blankly at the tiles beneath her feet, forcing a self-deprecating smile and murmuring, "I was foolish to attend drama school." Had she not made that choice, perhaps her propensity to question everything would not have manifested, nor would her disposition have soured. She could have encountered Lu Xing in a more suitable setting, fostering a natural connection. No matter how arduous her struggles, her determination remained unshaken. Yet, after witnessing the unperturbed look in Lu Xing's eyes, she began to doubt whether her decision to attend drama school had truly been wise. No, it couldn't be. That was not the glimmer in Lu Xing's eyes she once recognized. She felt as though she were nestled in Lu Xing's embrace, their hearts drawing ever closer. Yet why did it feel as if they were worlds apart? Lu Xing observed Qi Yushan thoughtfully. He perceived her strategy of retreating to advance as quite adept. A cunning and elusive woman, indeed, demonstrating remarkable finesse. When all schemes prove ineffective, frankness becomes a unique tactic. Sincerity is a powerful weapon, yet to remain perpetually sincere is folly. Intermittent sincerity is the most formidable approach. He noted this down for future reference, certain it would prove useful. In the company of three, there is bound to be a teacher among us. He mused. Master, I have gained insight. With a newfound lightness in his heart, Lu Xing slightly raised the corners of his mouth, offering a comforting smile. Do not belittle your younger self. You are not foolish. To discover your passions and pursue them throughout life is an extraordinary blessing. Many individuals do not even know what they love, let alone persist in such endeavors. Much like Lu Xing himself, who possesses little interest in anything and struggles to find motivation. Perhaps he truly requires a period of rest. In truth, Lu Xing had harbored fondness for Qi Yushan in the past. She had her dreams and the perseverance to pursue her passions on stage, showcasing her vibrant spirit. Lu Xing admired such individuals, for he himself was devoid of dreams. The gentle words of reassurance from Lu Xing brushed against Qi Yushan's ears. Yet she felt as though they pierced her heart like daggers. She longed to smile but found herself on the brink of tears. Lu Xing was indeed such a person, steadfast yet tender. Happiness had once been within her grasp, so why did she hesitate to reach out? Why couldn't she bring herself to believe? As Lu Xing supported Qi Yushan and urged her forward, he spoke calmly. You might consider altering your disposition, otherwise, when you encounter the next person, it will merely be a repetition of the past. You wish to gauge someone's heart, yet by the time you have done so, that very person may have already departed. Humans cannot withstand such trials. Those accustomed to deceit, even when speaking the truth, will inadvertently intersperse their words with lies. Qi Yushan's nature rendered her perpetually sensitive and suspicious. Even in moments of honesty, she could not entirely suppress her insecurities and vulnerabilities. Conversely, Lu Xing's character led him to inherently distrust emotions. Even in his moments of sorrow, he instinctively compelled himself to smile, regardless of whether it was genuine. The dispositions of Lu Xing and Qi Yushan destined them to remain two insincere souls. Such is the marvel of humanity. Character shapes destiny. Every conclusion is determined by character from the very outset. Lu Xing gently patted the back of Qi Yushan's hand and stated, "If your apology brings you solace, then I shall say that I forgive you." He expressed gratitude to all clients who provided him with financial support. Perhaps character is difficult to alter. Yet habits are relatively easy to change. In the first 10 days, you may struggle with my absence, but after 20 days, 3 months, half a year, you will eventually adapt and cultivate new habits. As Lu Xing spoke, he suddenly chuckled, playfully shaking his head. So, how about it? Was your money well spent? I even offer after-sales service. Sigh, there are indeed few conscientious merchants like him. Qi Yushan managed a slight tug at the corners of her mouth. unable to muster a smile. This was not the kind of forgiveness she sought. What Lu Xing offered was not forgiveness at all. It was merely forgetting. Doctor, are you serious? Lu Xing observed the doctor beside him demonstrating movements to alleviate Qi Yushan's back pain, and he found himself lost in thought. Although Qi Yushan was injured, her years of foundational training remained, rendering her supple and slender. At this moment, she knelt on the mat, her waist bent, her face resting against it. Lu Xing stood behind her, contemplating before quietly repositioning himself. Upon hearing Lu Xing's skepticism, the doctor felt her professional integrity insulted and retorted indignantly. I am the goddess of rehabilitation in the national service. Countless athletes have returned to the field under my guidance. My methods are genuine and verifiable. With a chuckle, Lu Xing found the doctor quite amusing. He glanced at the name tag on her chest, which read Hao Hao, and found himself inexplicably amused by the peculiar name. He gave her a thumbs up to express his admiration. Dr. Hao, you are truly an exceptional physician. Dr. Hao? What on earth are you saying? It's as if the tape is stuck. Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, Qi Yushan couldn't contain her laughter and collapsed onto the mat, thoroughly amused. Eventually, Dr. Hao also succumbed to laughter. She had been the subject of many jokes due to her name. Nevertheless, Lu Xing's remarks were undeniably entertaining, so she held no resentment, merely stating, "You little rascal, I sincerely hope you don't injure your waist in the future. Otherwise, if it falls into my hands, you shall face the consequences." Lu Xing raised an eyebrow and patted his waist. That is certainly not a concern. My waist is in splendid condition. Qi Yushan lay on the mat, slightly lifting her gaze to scrutinize Lu Xing's waist, and after a moment of silence, she inquired, "Do you have verifiable achievements?" Lu Xing. P.S. Oh my, I actually managed to add 4 updates today. How crazy. Is there anyone willing to reward me? In the rehabilitation room, Qi Yushan diligently performed movements designed to alleviate her lower back pain. Strands of her dark hair clung to her forehead, while beads of sweat trickled down her brow and disappeared into her clothing. Her cheeks bore the rosy hue of post-exercise exertion, and her skin radiated a luminous whiteness. Lu Xing found it challenging to gaze directly at her, opting instead to observe her intently through the mirror on the wall. He had just perused the profile of Hao Hao, discovering that she was indeed a deity of rehabilitation in ancient Greece. The exercises taught to Qi Yushan by Hao Hao were nothing short of master classes, pure essence, absolute refinement. Should Lu Xing wish to meet Hao Hao again, he would undoubtedly have to pay a consultation fee. Thus, he was determined to absorb every moment of this free learning opportunity. Learning is an endless journey. The multitude of skills Lu Xing had acquired was largely through the experience of accompanying others. His clients were affluent, and those who served them were often the elite from various fields. While these individuals imparted their invaluable knowledge, Lu Xing quietly made strides in his own understanding. Suddenly, Qi Yushan let out a muffled groan, collapsing onto the mat in exhaustion. Lu Xing instinctively reached out to assist her but restrained himself. In an instant, Qi Yushan sprang back up, resuming her previous position. She supported herself in the same posture, gazing at Lu Xing with eyes that shimmered like autumn waters. Her expression tinged with a hint of grievance as she explained, "I wasn't trying to feign weakness." She was unwilling to surrender. Since Lu Xing perceived her as insincere, she endeavored to control her reactions. However, these behaviors had become ingrained in her being over the past 2 decades. Changing them would require a painful process of peeling away the layers of her flesh until the essence within was exposed. Yet, the anguish of such transformation paled in comparison to the thought of losing Lu Xing's presence. She would change, indeed. Lu Xing nodded, acknowledging her resolve. Rehabilitation training is a trial of willpower for those who have endured trauma. Those who cannot endure may as well bid farewell to the industry. Clearly, as someone who had excelled from the drama school, Qi Yushan was exceptionally strict with herself. Even in pain, she remained silent, only letting out soft, breathy sounds that sent tingles of empathy down Lu Xing's spine. Seated on the sofa with one leg draped over the other, Lu Xing appeared relaxed yet indifferent. He recalled his earlier impulse to reach out and, resting his chin on his hand, pondered aloud, "Do you suffer from occupational hazards?" Occupational hazards? Qi Yushan paused, struggling to lift her head. "Are you referring to my injuries?" Lu Xing chuckled and shook his head, as thoughts swirled in her mind. Qi Yushan suddenly considered another possibility. "Are you talking about my daily tone, inflection, and movements?" Lu Xing nodded. A smile graced Qi Yushan's rosy lips, delighted at having deciphered his meaning. "Of course, I do. At times, I find myself suddenly silent when others inquire about my well-being. I simply reply that I am awaiting the door to open. Haha. Lu Xing could not suppress a chuckle. It turns out that he is not the only one afflicted by such a severe professional ailment. Ah, what a relief. He remarked that his instinctive urge to assist others is indeed a manifestation of his occupational malady. Qi Yushan discreetly lifted her gaze to observe Lu Xing's cheerful demeanor, contemplating whether to inquire about the severity of his own professional affliction. However, she refrained from doing so. Lu Xing's profession is exceptionally unique. What if her question inadvertently touched upon his wounds? That would undoubtedly exacerbate the already precarious state of their relationship. Having finally achieved a harmonious exchange, she did not wish to disrupt this atmosphere. After some contemplation, Qi Yushan was reluctant to let this pleasant ambience fade into silence. Thus, she shifted her posture and casually remarked, "You might want to observe the movements I perform. They are exceedingly standard. I am, after all, Dr. Hao's most favored patient. Once you familiarize yourself, you can practice them when your back aches in the future." Lu Xing laughed. "You really are quite spirited. Don't you feel fatigued now? Do hurry and say you're tired." This would allow him to personally escort Qi Yushan to a taxi. Only when she departed could he truly relax. As an exemplary professional admirer, he must learn to extract vital information from complex and trivial conversations. For instance, while listening to Qi Yushan converse with Hao Hao, he discerned her routine visits to the hospital. This knowledge was invaluable. Typically, Qi Yushan would come to the hospital for rehabilitation from Monday to Friday. This visit was merely an anomaly. Thankfully, Lu Xing silently expressed gratitude to the deities and celestial beings. His thankfulness knew no bounds. After all, she would not be coming to the hospital during weekdays. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was unlikely that they would cross paths again. However, an additional layer of assurance was necessary. Observing Qi Yushan biting her lower lip while performing her movements, Lu Xing calmly inquired, "Is your back condition chronic?" Qi Yushan paused momentarily, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, as she pondered the implications of his words. After a brief moment, she understood. She quickly refuted, "No. My back only hurts occasionally. Yet, it is quite functional. If you doubt me, I can demonstrate 10 precise somersaults and consecutive backflips right now." Lu Xing replied, "Well, fine. One is not merely a tool, it is entirely natural not to adhere strictly to a script." In the next instant, Qi Yushan's gaze fell upon Lu Xing's hands. She gently stroked the mat beneath her and softly inquired, "How about your hands? Are they severely injured?" "Yes. Qi Yushan, you are my only sister." That was precisely the sentiment. Lu Xing felt elated, pleasantly surprised that despite the deviation from the script, they had returned to familiar territory. After a moment of reflection, he smiled with a hint of relief. "It's just a bit painful. Had I arrived at the hospital a little later, it would have healed entirely." Qi Yushan let out a soft chuckle. She still enjoyed witnessing Lu Xing's vibrant demeanor. Qi Yuanshan murmured, "What a pity." "Pity for what?" Lu Xing inquired. Eventually, Qi Yuanshan reached her limits, collapsing onto the mat, her ink-black hair cascading down to her waist. With a hint of melancholy, she remarked, "It's a pity I won't be able to see you in the hospital anymore." Lu Xing forced herself to suppress the upward curve of her lips, reflecting on the sentiment, "Life is invariably accompanied by regrets." Haha, that is splendid. The insurance is taken care of. Truly, I excel at this, performing as effortlessly as breathing. However, Lu Xing scratched her head, feeling an unsettling sense that she had forgotten something. 090 The pool. How could I possibly live without it? This overly cautious admirer is exceedingly strong. Lu Xing still felt a sense of unease as he cast his gaze down at Qi Yushan, who was resting. She seemed to be evading reality, sprawled on the mat with her arms extended, revealing a delicate, creamy white wrist. In contrast to the composed and serene figure she typically presented, Lu Xing found that this person attempting to burrow into the ground was far more representative of Qi Yushan's true character, a cunning yet somewhat innocent girl. Leaning back on the sofa, Lu Xing awaited Qi Yushan's rest before departing, but his mind was occupied with thoughts of how to implement an additional layer of assurance. As the saying goes, a little bourgeois sentiment, and one is cured of all ailments after 3 days of toil. It was evidently unrealistic to expect Qi Yushan to take up a job, yet it was entirely plausible to immerse her in a whirlwind of work. After all, when one is busy, there is little time for romance and affection. Moreover, given the uniqueness of Qi Yushan's expertise, should she rise to prominence, she would undoubtedly attract support from all quarters, instantly becoming a bearer of traditional cultural heritage. With such a title, it would be unreasonable not to keep her perpetually engaged. Thus, Lu Xing cleared his throat and urged, "Have you rested enough? If so, I shall escort you to the vehicle." Taking a step back to advance. He had learned from Qi Yueshan that merely jotting down notes in a notebook does not equate to true learning. It is only when one can apply that knowledge that it is genuinely mastered. As expected, upon hearing it was time to leave, Qi Yueshan became anxious. Her autumnal eyes shimmering. She earnestly pleaded, "Can I rest a bit longer, please?" With a sigh, Lu Xing settled back down, conceding, "Very well. May I watch some videos while I wait for you?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yueshan, with her profile resting on the mat, gazed up at Lu Xing with a playful smile. "Videos cannot compare to my beauty. Just watch me, and I shall sing for you. Would you like a taste of a foolish monarch experience card?" Lu Xing chuckled with relief. "Ah, that's the spirit. What will you sing?" Qi Yueshan's eyes sparkled with delight. A bit surprised that Lu Xing had genuinely agreed. "Wonderful." She attempted to rise but was halted by Lu Xing. "Just find a comfortable position. I didn't truly mean for you to sing and dance." "All right then." Qi Yueshan stood, using the wall for support, and cautiously settled onto the sofa beside Lu Xing. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her long hair cascading like ink down to her waist, her skin fair and tender, and her eyes radiating a softness that seemed to flow endlessly. "May I record this?" Lu Xing languidly reclined on the sofa, glancing at Qi Yueshan's elegant visage, convinced this video would surely go viral. Qi Yueshan hesitated for a moment, not expecting Lu Xing to want a keepsake, yet she nodded without hesitation, "Of course." "Aha, that's the right attitude." Lu Xing observed the rare, bashful side of Qi Yueshan, and then glanced at his phone, suddenly feeling as if he were on a filming set. "Oh no, my imagination is truly dreadful. Get out, get out." Lu Xing shook his head, dismissing the thought. Qi Yueshan took a quiet breath, swiftly suppressing her nervousness. "Is there something you wish to hear?" "The Song of Pear Blossoms," Lu Xing responded promptly. However, Qi Yueshan suddenly froze. This was the last song she had sung for Lu Xing. A hint of bitterness flickered in her inky eyes, but she quickly rallied her spirits. "Are you ready? Okay, action." "All right, goodbye. Take care of your back injury." Lu Xing escorted Qi Yueshan to the taxi, smiling as he waved farewell. Qi Yueshan leaned against the car window, a few strands of hair cascading across her forehead, her watery eyes gazing at Lu Xing. Just as he was saying goodbye, she unexpectedly grasped his hand. Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively attempting to withdraw his hand. Yet Qi Yueshan firmly held on. Placing a small box of ointment in his palm, Lu Xing paused. Qi Yueshan released his wrist, a smile curving her lips. "It's a special ointment for healing wounds." Lu Xing, puzzled, asked, "Where did this come from?" He had been with Qi Yueshan the entire time and had no idea when she procured the medicine. Qi Yueshan looked a bit disheartened, her head resting against the car window. "I asked doctor how to get it while you were in the restroom." How frustrating. At that moment, Lu Xing should have displayed a look of surprise. Clearing his throat, Lu Xing said, "Thank you. I'll make sure you go viral online in return." In the realm of artistic creation, emotion and skill are both indispensable. Genuine feelings are what resonate with the heart. The last time Qi Yueshan sang the Song of Pear Blossoms, it was merely a display of technique. However, today, she donned the simplest, even plainest attire, yet imbued her performance with unprecedented emotion. Even Lu Xing was deeply moved. Now, this video was in Lu Xing's hands. If it could touch someone as emotionally detached as he, moving others would be a mere formality. The most crucial aspect was that Qi Yueshan was undeniably beautiful, an essential factor. "Master, it's time to go," Lu Xing informed the driver as the time approached. "All right," the driver replied with a smile, activating the player. In an instant, a song began to play softly. In this fleeting moment, the closest distance, tracing the texture of your skin, winding along your arms, I'll weave a dream for you. The car slowly started. Qi Yueshan turned to look back at Lu Xing, who stood smiling and waving. Like an NPC, like a machine, but certainly not a human. "How much farther must I go to enter your heart? How much longer until I can draw near? The person so close yet so distant, still waiting to meet you." Listening to the music within the car and gazing at Lu Xing standing still, Qi Yueshan fell into a deep state of melancholy. She had developed feelings for a robotic entity devoid of emotions, and had previously neglected to maintain it. This was undeniably a perilous pit she had dug for herself. Alas! Qi Yueshan let out a faint sigh, the wind swirling into the car, dissipating her breath. Half a minute later, Lu Xing gazed at the taxi that had only moved 2 meters, his expression one of bewilderment. "Excuse me, driver, are you out of gas?" Qi Yueshan also looked at the driver in surprise and suggested, "Perhaps I should switch to another vehicle?" The driver, with a face full of exasperation, leaned towards Lu Xing and exclaimed, "Why aren't you following the script?" Huh? Lu Xing was taken aback. What script? Has Tiet already been played out? His double insurance was all used up. The driver, with a hint of dissatisfaction, inquired, "Miss, what is your surname?" "Qi," she replied. The driver then directed his words at Lu Xing. "I'm driving this slowly. You should be chasing the car." As he continued, he added, "Will we meet again, Qi? When we do, may you find happiness." "Qi, how can I live without you?" "Lu Xing." Qi Yushan. Qi Yushan felt so embarrassed that she wished to hide beneath the car seat. Lu Xing, equally mortified, longed to flee 300 meters down the street. What kind of people are these? He thought, his scalp prickling with discomfort. Just when he thought the vehicle had finally distanced itself, he heard the notification of a new message on WeChat. Lu Xing, tears streaming down his face, lamented, "I despise that notification sound. It's too terrifying." Upon opening the chat box and glancing at the contact's name, he suddenly froze. "Oh no, I just remembered something important. Xia Yexiang's birthday is today." In the opulent lounge atop the Zhenghang Hotel, a door creaked open with a soft click. Wei Qingyu, clutching an exquisite box, stood in the doorway. Her usually placid gaze now laced with confusion. Why had Lu Xing not arrived? The expansive lounge was illuminated as brightly as day, the glaring light prompting Wei Qingyu to lower her eyes. Xia Yeshang nestled on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, silently gazing into the night outside. The person who once radiated brilliance akin to the sun now seemed enveloped in a heavy gloom that felt suffocating. Her golden hair was partially tied back, adorned with a jewel-encrusted crown, while her delicate legs rested casually on the armrest, exuding an air of languid defiance against decorum. Upon hearing footsteps, Xia Yeshang turned with delight, her golden locks flowing like silk, carving elegant arcs in the air. Wei Qingyu? It was evident, even to the somewhat oblivious Wei Qingyu, that Xia Yeshang's tone was tinged with palpable disappointment, as if her presence was unwelcome. Today was Xia Yeshang's stage, prompting Wei Qingyu to don a modest black dress, the most unassuming attire she could muster. Yet, regrettably, even in a burlap sack, her beauty would still be perceived as a creation of some eccentric luxury designer. Xia Yeshang scrutinized Wei Qingyu's ensemble with growing irritation. Damn it, how could someone be so strikingly beautiful? It was no wonder Lu Xing favored Wei Qingyu. Wei Qingyu approached Xia Yeshang with calm composure, extending the box before her, sincerely wishing, "This is a birthday gift for you. Happy birthday and may you enjoy good health." Xia Yeshang cast a glance at the gift's branded packaging, customized headphones, undoubtedly costly. How irritating. She studied Wei Qingyu's face and then the gift before her, her mind racing back to Lu Xing's words from that fateful day. "Shall we continue the contract, Boss Xia?" Boss Xia. How amusing. Once, she had called him Xiaoge. Now, he referred to her as Boss Xia. Why was there a need to continue the contract? The original premise had crumbled. What justification remained? Xia Yeshang found herself grappling with this very question. She had pondered for an eternity upon her return, yet a glaring truth lay before her, one she was reluctant to accept. Could she truly be so frivolous? How could she possibly have developed feelings for a man in such a short span? This was too reckless. She simply could not accept it. With irritation, Xia Yeshang cast a glance at the emotionless Wei Qingyu, who stood before her like an automaton. Were it not for her words, Lu Xing would never have suggested terminating the contract. Yet, Wei Qingyu was infuriatingly innocent. She could not bring herself to berate her directly. This was maddening. Recently, Xia Yeshang had basked in the warmth of Lu Xing's affection, living in a state of bliss. Now, with Lu Xing gone, love felt like a tranquilizer, and without it, she was left adrift. She had once again returned to a state where everyone appeared irksome, and she felt an overwhelming urge to give them a piece of her mind. Wei Qingyu observed Xia Yeshang ensnared in turmoil, placing the gift on the table and earnestly inquiring, "May I take a seat? Who is stopping you?" Xia Yeshang retorted, her tone laced with unmistakable irritation. "Thank you." Wei Qingyu politely nodded, smoothing the creases of her skirt and sitting upright on the adjacent sofa. The lounge was enveloped in silence. In the past, whenever Xia Yeshang met Wei Qingyu, she would invariably exchange barbs with her. Yet now, she was acutely aware of Wei Qingyu's affliction and had received her gift. Damn! She could barely muster the words of reproach. The once arrogant Miss Xia was experiencing a sensation of suffocation for the first time. She contemplated messaging Lu Xing to vent, but his words echoed in her mind. Ending the contract? Did Lu Xing truly yearn to escape her presence? What was he hoping for? To become a sycophant for Wei Qingyu? No, that was quite right. It was not mere sycophancy. That day in the piano room, as sunlight danced upon Wei Qingyu's hair, she had confessed her affection for Lu Xing. Great. Xia Yeshuang smirked bitterly. Lu Xing and Wei Qingyu were in a mutual infatuation, while she was nothing more than an afterthought. If this were a television drama, she would undoubtedly be cast as the malevolent antagonist thwarting the union of the lead characters, eliciting the audience's desire for her demise. Are you waiting for Lu Xing? Wei Qingyu, rarely one to initiate conversation, broke the silence as she observed Xia Yeshuang, who resembled a restless little lion. Xia Yeshuang shot her a glare, responding with dissatisfaction, who said, I'm waiting for him. I was simply exhausted downstairs and needed a moment to rest. That is indeed your prerogative, Wei Qingyu replied, a slight smile gracing her lips as she uttered the words. Whether to smile or not, to feel joy or despair, remained entirely within her rights. The sentiment echoed the essence of her connection with Lu Xing, as if they shared an unspoken understanding that transcended time. Xia Yeshuang cast a startled glance at Wei Qingyu's expression. What is wrong with you? Who granted you such perceptive capabilities? She was far more accustomed to Wei Qingyu's emotionless demeanor. Wei Qingyu chose to remain silent, accompanying Xia Yeshuang in stillness for a while. She was accustomed to the quiet. A week of silence would have little effect on her. However, Xia Yeshuang was not the same. She anxiously monitored the time on her phone, which was swiftly approaching 11 o'clock. Yet, Lu Xing had yet to arrive. Xia Yeshuang thought that as long as Lu Xing showed up today, she would surely renew their contract. She contemplated sending him a reminder, but with Wei Qingyu seated nearby, she felt particularly awkward. After a moment's deliberation, Xia Yeshuang tilted her chin and urged, Why haven't you left after delivering the gift? Wei Qingyu closed the book in her hands, gazing at Xia Yeshuang in bewilderment. I came to see Lu Xing. Is he not coming? What? Xia Yeshuang exclaimed in shock. She had never imagined that Wei Qingyu had attended her birthday solely to see Lu Xing. This was utterly absurd. On a summer night, Xia Yeshuang expressed her annoyance. Lu Xing isn't coming today. You may leave. All right, Wei Qingyu replied without a hint of doubt, closing her book and straightening the folds of her skirt. Xia Yeshuang, perplexed, inquired, Did Lu Xing inform you that he would come today? Wei Qingyu responded nonchalantly. No. Then why are you here? Xia Yeshuang simply could not comprehend Wei Qingyu's line of thinking. What if he doesn't show up? Isn't that a waste of time? Wei Qingyu calmly explained, based on my observations, whenever Lu Xing is absent from school, the probability of him being with you is 94. With a 6th chance that he is in the restroom. People are unlikely to spend extended periods with those they dislike. Thus, as you are good friends, coupled with the fact that it is a friend's birthday, it stands to reason that Lu Xing has a 99% likelihood of attending. Wei Qingyu's words left Xia Yeshuang momentarily bewildered. However, she seized upon a key phrase to regain her composure. How unfortunate. Today you encountered that one chance. So your reasoning isn't as infallible as you thought. Wei Qingyu regarded Xia Yeshuang and earnestly analyzed. There is no such thing as a certainty of 100%. Even if Lu Xing were to attend the birthday celebration, unforeseen events such as torrential rain, storms, earthquakes, or accidents could occur, and these possibilities must be taken into account. Furthermore, I do not consider this unfortunate. Should Lu Xing come, I would be delighted to see him, but if he does not, it bears no consequence for me. I chose to come of my own volition. He is under no obligation to fulfill my expectations. Xia Yeshuang's smile faltered, her teeth clenched in frustration. Damn it. Who on earth allowed AI to evolve? I swear I'll get you. P.S. Good luck on the exam. Just do it. Once you finish, I'll add more. At this moment, he was oblivious to his actions. Confronted by the wrath of Xia Yeshuang, Wei Qingyu's mind suddenly conjured a question. How should Xia Yeshuang respond to her current foul mood? The reasoning unfolded. Since Lu Xing harbors feelings for Xia Yeshuang, his emotions fluctuate with hers. Given that she is exceedingly upset, he too will likely feel disheartened upon learning this, as she wishes for Lu Xing's happiness. It follows that she ought to console Xia Yeshuang now. Indeed, Wei Qingyu arrived at a conclusion, realizing her course of action. Consequently, she donned an expressionless visage and endeavored to soften her voice, attempting to engage in dialogue with the tempestuous Xia Yeshuang. Wei Qingyu, are you very angry right now? Xia Yeshuang, what do you think? Wei Qingyu, do not dwell in negativity. Xia Yeshuang, Wei Qingyu, is your mood any better now? Xia Yeshuang, I feel dreadful. Wei Qingyu, do not feel dreadful. Xia Yeshuang, her defenses crumbled. How dare you provoke me? Who sent you to irritate me? Xia Yeshuang's head buzzed with rage. Were it not for her residual guilt regarding her past behavior towards Wei Qingyu, she would have undoubtedly challenged her to a duel. How absurd. Are you attempting to comfort someone or merely drive them away? What nonsense are you uttering? Feeling down? Just don't hungry? Don't be thirsty? Don't feel it. Goodness. Are you out of your mind? Xia Yes Wang was immensely grateful to be reclined on the sofa. Otherwise, she feared she might suffocate from her anger and crash onto the floor, potentially injuring her exquisitely shaped nose. Wei Qingyu, clutching her book, stood perplexed, gazing at the furious Xia Yes Wang with a look of confusion. It seemed she had only exacerbated Xia Yes Wang's anger. Yet, she had indeed been trying to comfort her. Was her approach misguided? Earlier, Xia Yes Wang had been absorbed in her phone, likely engrossed in a conversation with Lu Xing. Thus, her initial discontent must have stemmed from his absence. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Qingyu reflected on her misstep and made another attempt. I apologize for inciting your anger. Please, do not be upset. Although Lu Xing is not here today, it does not diminish your bond. He holds you in great affection. Xia Yes Wang felt as if she might vomit blood, trembling as she extended a finger toward the door. You should leave. The urge to curse was lodged in her throat. However, considering Wei Qingyu's social awkwardness, she paused and opted for a less aggressive term. Oh, fine. Seeing Xia Yes Wang's evident fury, Wei Qingyu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. It appeared she could not grasp the ability that Lu Xing possessed. What made it so effortless for him? When others are engulfed in anger, Lu Xing can effortlessly utter a few words, akin to a refreshing spring, washing away all traces of discontent. Wei Qingyu suddenly pondered, unaware of what Lu Xing might be doing at that moment. As she approached the door, a thought struck her. I apologize, but I have one more thing to discuss. Xia Yes Wang, trembling, lifted her cup, but in her unsteady hands, some water spilled onto her shoulder. In that instant, she recalled how her arm had once gone numb while Lu Xing had been feeding her water. Again, she wondered what Lu Xing was currently occupied with. Speak. Xia Yes Wang's tone had softened slightly, influenced by her previous guilt towards Wei Qingyu. Yet, Wei Qingyu, that infuriating automaton, was truly exasperating. Consequently, Xia Yes Wang's tone reverted to its former state. Wei Qingyu remarked, Lu Xing has shown considerable improvement in this exam. The homeroom teacher wishes him to accompany us for a visit to Haicheng University. Xia Yes Wang furrowed her brow, her golden locks bristling with annoyance, her delicate features radiating impatience. What are you saying? I am not his mother. Wei Qingyu nodded. I understand you are not Lu Xing's mother. However, when I consulted him, he expressed a desire to be with you. I believe this is a splendid opportunity for relaxation. If you are willing, perhaps you could persuade Lu Xing. Xia Yes Wang had initially anticipated that Wei Qingyu might utter something more infuriating, yet her expression suddenly relaxed. Hearing that Lu Xing wished to be with her soothed her previously restless heart. Lu Xing wants to be with me? And he said it in front of Wei Qingyu? It seems he knows how to express himself. Xia Yes Wang felt elated, elegantly arranging her golden hair. And feigning an air of restraint, she inquired, why don't you persuade him yourself? Wei Qingyu fell silent. After a moment, suppressing the dull ache in her chest, she replied softly, Lu Xing only listens to you. Xia Yes Wang's happiness grew, and she let out a triumphant hum. Of course, you may leave. I will have a word with him. Her tone exuded familiarity, as if Lu Xing were her possession. Wei Qingyu thought to herself that she seemed to be increasingly fond of Lu Xing, for her heart ached. After Wei Qingyu departed, Xia Yes Wang stared intently at her phone's chat interface. She had retracted 18 messages. There was no reason for Lu Xing not to see them. Wait. Suddenly, Xia Yes Wang recalled Wei Qingyu's earlier conjecture. Could it be that this infuriating automaton had truly guessed correctly? Was it possible that Lu Xing had been in an accident? Damn it. Xia Yes Wang slapped her face. Think positively. Think positively. Knock, knock, knock. A respectful voice from the butler called from outside. Miss, it is time. Understood. Xia Yes Wang replied dismissively, standing before the mirror to arrange her appearance. The young girl in the mirror, despite her tender age, has already revealed her exquisite beauty. Summer Yashwang is adorned in a striking yellow haute couture dress, instinctively caressing her delicate face. Charming, refined, and radiantly captivating, she is truly beautiful. But why? Why has Lu Xing come to see her? Suddenly, as she gazes at her reflection, Summer Yashwang feels a wave of disinterest wash over her. Devoid of any desire to embellish herself, she merely tidies her hair before stepping out. The butler stands outside, astonished by her attire, and inquires with a hint of confusion. Miss, did you not prepare another outfit for when you make your wish? Summer Yashwang casts a glance at the butler, her face devoid of any smile. Silence. What use is there in dressing up when no one is coming? Irritated, she descends the stairs. At the center of the banquet hall stands an enormous custom cake. Lavishly expensive yet largely untouched. The attendees, for the most part, are merely there for socializing. Though it is heralded as her birthday celebration, it is, in essence, merely a commercial networking event orchestrated by the elder Summer. How dull. Surrounded by throngs of guests, Summer Yashuang finds herself positioned before the cake. With a snap, the lights in the banquet hall dim, and the flickering candle flames reflect in her eyes. She quickly assesses the situation. To her left stands her stepmother, smiling yet inwardly cursing, and to her right, the elder Summer urging her to make a wish. Guests encircle her, waiting for the ritual to conclude so they may resume their mingling. Frost, hurry and make a wish. Ha ha ha, Father specially ordered this beautiful cake for you. Miss Summer, you are truly stunning. Yet, in this moment, under the gaze of so many, Summer Yashuang feels no trace of nervousness, joy, or excitement. She fixates on the flickering candle flames, her thoughts wandering to Lu Xing and what he might be doing at this very moment. In the realm of astrology, one entire birthday feels utterly bland. No. Perhaps it is more accurate to state that every birthday she has experienced since becoming aware of her existence has been devoid of excitement. Xia Yexiang is acutely aware that she finds herself amidst a bustling banquet hall, filled with the clinking of glasses and the hum of conversation. All around her are individuals who are the epitome of elite society, discussing investments and ventures with fervor. Yet, she remains an isolated island. Suddenly, a sense of bewilderment envelopes Xia Yexiang, as if her spirit has detached from the lively scene, observing coldly from afar. Hey! A voice calls from behind her, and a sudden jolt on her shoulder snaps Xia Yexiang back to reality. Before she can muster any irritation, she turns to see the newcomer, and her earlier confusion dissipates slightly. Zhao Yeyue? She inquires, puzzled. Indeed. Did you not expect me to come see you? Zhao Yeyue beams, taking Xia Yexiang's arm and leading her to a seat. Finally, we can rest a bit. Xia Yexiang has grown accustomed to Zhao Yeyue's boisterous demeanor. In truth, they share a half-sibling relationship. Zhao Yeyue is the child of Xia Yexiang's stepmother. Originally, Zhao Yeyue bore the Xia surname, but following her stepmother's remarriage, she adopted her current father's name. The elder Xia remains vigorous and charismatic, embodying the notion that wealth begets offspring, ensuring the Xia family could field a football team of children. No, upon considering the illegitimate children, they could form two teams. A flicker of derision crosses Xia Yexiang's gaze. Despite the circumstances, the elder Xia still audaciously claims to have favored her mother the most. What a farce. Indeed, he professes to have loved her mother most dearly. But there are others whom he has favored second, third, and even fourth. Xia Yexiang has come to accept the fickleness of human affection and the transience of love. However, she cannot condone the elder Xia's actions, masquerading his pursuit of women resembling her late mother under the guise of mourning. Ultimately, he declares with self-righteousness, yes, we have a child. This is nothing short of an affront. Among the throng of lively children, Zhao Yeyue is the least irksome. Consequently, Xia Yexiang maintains a decent rapport with her, considering her a trusted confidant. Especially after Zhao Yeyue's mother remarried, their relationship has been devoid of any conflicting interests. Zhao Yeyue, grinning, presents a plate of cake, blissfully savoring a bite, and exclaims, Xia, you look even more beautiful. Xia Yexiang glances at Zhao Yeyue's gown, her expression pausing as she thoughtfully suggests, you might want to adjust your neckline. Zhao Yeyue looks down, realizing that due to standing for an extended period, her dress has shifted slightly, revealing a few red marks on her chest. Unfazed, she adjusts her dress and chuckles, thank you. I hadn't even noticed. Despite Xia Yexiang's exposure to various facets of life, she rarely encounters someone as unabashed as Zhao Yeyue. How curious you are, wondering how this came about. Zhao Ye leaned closer to Xia Yexiang, peering inquisitively. Suddenly, Xia Yexiang distanced herself, clearing her throat awkwardly and stating, I am not curious. Clearly, you are quite intrigued. Zhao Ye teased, playfully poking Xia Yexiang's arm. This attitude may very well lead you to lose your true love. Xia Yexiang paused, a smile flashing in her mind. That won't happen. Lu Xing enjoys spending time with me. Zhao Ye continued, absorbed in her own thoughts. You know, I recently transferred schools and encountered a male classmate. Although he comes from a humble background, he is exceptionally handsome. You cannot imagine how charming he is. His physique is remarkable. Suddenly, alarm bells rang in Xia Yexiang's mind, prompting her to ask, what is his surname? Zhao Ye was taken aback. Do you know him? Xia Yexiang grew anxious. Just tell me his name. Oh my. Zhao Ye sensed a juicy revelation. Could it be that she is involved with someone Xia Yexiang has previously known? Hesitantly, Zhao Ye replied, his surname is Wang. And his name is Wang. Oh, I see. Xia Yexiang visibly relaxed, her previous tension dissipating. She swore that if she discovered Lu Xing was not only selling emotional value, but also engaging in such activities, she would be utterly powerless. Xia Yexiang found herself getting angry, especially considering Lu Xing's absence that evening. What is wrong with you? Zhao Ye was perplexed, sensing that Xia Yexiang's emotions had become increasingly difficult to decipher. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine, and now she was suddenly agitated. Could it be that the man in question truly was someone Xia Yexiang had been involved with? Instantly, Zhao Ye felt a twinge of unease. To be honest, she quite liked that guy. Xia Yexiang glanced at Zhao Ye's chest, contemplating the implications. If that man could leave a mark on Zhao Ye, what about Lu Xing? Never mind. Xia Yexiang feigned calmness, touching her slightly flushed ears, and said, you both need to be cautious and prioritize safety. Huh? Zhao Ye was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, throwing an arm around Xia Yexiang's shoulders. Xia, I have more experience in this area than you. You might find yourself seeking my advice in the future. Don't worry, I will be careful. Besides, he is truly wonderful and considerate of my feelings. I genuinely like him. Xia Yexiang swatted Zhao Ye's arm, her tone serious. Zhao Ye, please, be more aware. Do you realize how much your current behavior resembles that of someone infatuated? You cannot be deceived by a man. Zhao Ye scratched her head. Is that so? But he really is charming. Xia Yexiang felt exasperated. You find him charming. And you still don't recognize that as infatuation? When has there ever been a man who was genuinely charming? Zhao Ye countered. Have you never found any man to be charming? On a summer night, Xia Yexiang was about to retort when she suddenly fell silent. After a brief pause, she composed herself and replied, of course not. Zhao Yeyuan narrowed her eyes. Is that so? I find that hard to believe. Frustrated, Xia Yexiang exclaimed. It's truly not the case. Zhao Yeyuan nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly said, I've been studying constellations lately. Aren't you an Aries? Let me test your knowledge. Quick questions and answers. Which sign is most compatible with Aries? Huh. Zhao Yeyuan shifted topics too swiftly, leaving Xia Yexiang momentarily disoriented. She instinctively responded, Gemini. Oh, Zhao Yeyuan elongated her tone. Is that guy a Gemini? Xia Yexiang was taken aback, her face flushed with warmth. Xia Yexiang was about to explode. Who will come to my rescue? What? The compatibility index between Gemini and Aries is surprisingly lower than that between Gemini and Aquarius? What absolute nonsense. This is nothing short of alarmist rhetoric. After bidding farewell to Zhao Yeyuan, although Xia Yexiang claimed that such astrological matters were childish, she pondered for a moment before stealthily retreating to the lounge to calculate the compatibility of the stars. However, when Xia Yexiang discovered that her compatibility with Lu Xing was indeed lower than that with Wei Qingyu, she was utterly shattered, truly devastated. Thud. Xia Yexiang slammed her phone onto the table, expressing her indignation, declaring this to be sheer superstition. She would never fall for such juvenile nonsense. How infuriating. After a moment of silence, Xia Yexiang picked up her phone once more. No, if the stars have proven untrustworthy, she must resort to the study of Bazi. She refused to believe there wasn't a single compatibility index that was favorable. As Xia Yexiang embarked on her nocturnal journey into the mystical arts, Lu Xing diligently played the role of a dedicated voice actor, tirelessly serving Lu Qingqing. That's not quite accurate. It was Lu Qingqing who was serving him. Quite disobedient. This was indeed a punishment. How could he be enjoying himself? Lu Xing rubbed his temples, reciting his lines in a voice imbued with a formidable authority. Get on your knees. Hiss. Lu Qingqing's breath quickened, her tone laced with urgency and excitement. Kneel properly. Lu Xing chuckled softly, his indifferent voice carrying an intense pressure, arrogantly and huskily inquiring, what should you call me? Little. Huff. Hiss. Lu Xing attentively listened to the subtle shifts in Lu Qingqing's tone and voice, attempting to ascertain her state. Alas. It's no wonder that the blind possess such acute hearing. It's impossible not to be sensitive in this line of work. While reciting his lines, Lu Xing opened the chat history with Xia Yexiang. She had sent some messages, 18 in total, only to retract them all. When a girl sends a flurry of messages like that, it clearly indicates a desire to communicate, yet an inability to lower her pride. At this moment, If the relationship were to continue, a message would be sent. If not, silence would prevail. Clearly, it was Lu Qingqing's time for service. As a professional admirer, abandoning a client to pursue another woman was utterly reprehensible. Thus, Lu Xing paid Xia Yesheng no mind as the clock struck midnight, his mouth still spewing fervent lines to the phone while he listened for variations in Lu Qingqing's voice. Busy, it's best to be busy. At 2:30 in the morning, Lu Qingqing, utterly exhausted, placed her phone against her ear, striving for Lu Xing's voice to reach her auditory senses as swiftly as possible. She performed admirably today. The payment had been sent. Lu Qingqing's voice carried an unmistakable air of exhaustion. By the way, she said, Lu Xing is always on standby. After Lu Qingqing's satisfaction, he typically refrained from ending the call abruptly, instead lingering for a few more words, allowing her to regain her composure. It was akin to a soothing interlude following an intimate encounter. In essence, this was the hallmark of a professional admirer. One could hardly be devoid of sentiment. Like a sloth, Lu Qingqing slowly turned onto her side, resting her head on the pillow. Her pink hair cascaded across her cheeks as she let out a faint, fragile laugh, revealing adorable dimples on either side of her face. With a hint of a nasal tone, she sweetly drawled, "Let's find a time to discuss the contract extension." Sated, her voice was as if infused with honey, delightfully sweet. Contract extension? Lu Xing paused, his voice soft and low as he replied, "All right. I am currently overseeing a project due for completion around June. Shall we discuss the contract then?" Project? Lu Qingqing, propped up on her pillow with her pink strands obscuring her face, giggled dreamily, still dazed and absent-mindedly remarked, "See you handle projects? Just making a living." Lu Xing quickly interjected, ensuring the conversation did not fall into awkward silence. Lu Qingqing felt reassured. It seemed the previous list had indeed been a case of mistaken identity, which had unnerved her for several sleepless nights. So comfortable, Lu Qingqing hummed contentedly, her body relaxed, lulled by Lu Xing's gentle reassurances. She felt assured that she would have a good night's sleep. Lu Xing listened quietly to her soft murmurs, suddenly realizing that this woman would be an absolute treasure as a voice actor. Her voice was simply ethereal. A few minutes later, Lu Qingqing regained her composure and ended the call. Silence enveloped the room, with moonlight cascading through the window, casting a silvery glow. Lu Qingqing lingered in the darkness for a while, her mind slowly returning to clarity. She turned over like a pancake, lying flat on the bed. After a moment of contemplation, she extended her trembling arm to her slender neck, slowly unfastening the clasp of a black leather choker. Ah, freedom to breathe. Lu Qingqing stared silently at the ceiling, suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of self-disgust. Ugh. She swiftly rolled over, reaching for the wastebasket, retching repeatedly, but producing nothing. Thud. Lu Qingqing fell heavily onto the floor, seemingly numb to the pain in her body, her gaze lost in the sky outside the window. The moon hung high, stars twinkling. A beam of moonlight illuminated her enchanting face, enhancing the beauty of the tear mole at the corner of her eye. Lu Qingqing let out a soft laugh. How revolting. Like an uncivilized creature, she was ensnared by desire. So disgusting. Yet within her sweet, expressive eyes lay a profound sense of confusion and despair. When would this life come to an end? Was there anyone to come to her rescue? On the other side, Lu Xing gazed at the message sent by Xia Yexiang, lost in contemplation. AAA Xia Yexiang, 18 years old, easily provoked. What is your MBDI? Lu Xing scratched his head. Has the little golden-haired one turned to fortune-telling? In the vast expanse of the universe, where the heights of ambition and the depths of longing intertwine, a petite yet spirited girl adeptly navigates the intricacies of the human heart. Despite Lu Xing's extensive experience in the realm of unrequited affection, he often finds himself perplexed. As is the case now, on this summer night, Xia Yexiang called him, vociferously questioning his absence from her birthday celebration. This inquiry was far more unsettling than any sudden query regarding one's MBTI type. Could it be that she intends to cast a spell upon him? Lu Xing felt a twinge of trepidation. He pondered the ideals of prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony for a considerable time, which ultimately assuaged his fears. It seemed that he had no intention of terminating their agreement. His suggestion to Xia Yexiang last week was merely to offer her a chance to reconsider her choices. He hoped she would not grasp at a toxic vine simply out of loneliness, as such actions would only lead to self-destruction. When someone appears in your life who resonates with you on multiple levels, it is imperative to act wisely, perhaps by downloading the National Anti-Fraud app. Lu Xing gazed at the 18 retracted messages in their chat and the latest inquiry regarding MBTI. A sudden realization struck him. Xia Yexiang had not genuinely contemplated his question. Although she seemed surrounded by countless admirers at school, this golden-haired girl was, in truth, quite solitary. Often, when she requested that those around her step away, she did not genuinely wish for them to leave. Regrettably, her peers, in their obedience, would comply, unaware that her true desire was for them to remain. Oh, the paradox of a seemingly proud, yet vulnerable heart. Lu Xing commended his own astuteness, concluding that he had indeed provided her with an opportunity. As the contract extended until June, and since Xia Yexiang was unwilling to dissolve it, their entanglement must persist. After all, he was not one to shy away from financial gain. Lu Xing, Sister Xia, I am uncertain of my MBTI type, kit crying emoji. No sooner had he sent the message than Xia Yexiang, like a specter residing within his phone, instantly responded with a link. Lu Xing? He recalled that Xia Yexiang was reputed to be someone who favored prompt replies. Yet, during his informal assessment of her reputation, he had heard tales of her notorious silence. Some audacious individuals had even inquired if she had overlooked their messages, to which her standard reply was, I responded, silence is my answer. The thought made Lu Xing chuckle. He found Xia Yexiang to be quite intriguing. Though she was prone to explosive reactions, she would not seek conflict without provocation. Viewed in this light, she was merely a polite yet proud young lady. With amusement, he continued to observe the messages she was composing. The next moment, a new message appeared. AAA Xia Yexiang. 18. Easygoing. Just a quick note. Lu Xing? Lu Xing theatrically covered his face, feeling that this was rather inappropriate. On a sultry summer night, the 18-year-old Xia Yexiang withdrew a message. Xia Yexiang. Check it out. This dreadful input method is truly abysmal. Through the screen, Lu Xing could almost envision Xia Yexiang's face and ears flushed with embarrassment. Haha. As a professional admirer, one must be well-versed in the characteristics of each client. For a little Sundra like Xia Yexiang, a prompt reply would undoubtedly reveal to her that Lu Xing had seen those 3 words. It is everyone's responsibility to protect the innocent, to prevent this world from losing a mortified little golden retriever. Lu Xing switched pages and perused a collection of humorous love phrases before returning to the chat interface. Lu Xing, apologies, Sister Xia. I was preparing something and missed your message. Could you kindly repeat it? Xia Yexiang, preparing what? A swift reply again. Lu Xing couldn't help but smile. This little golden retriever was far simpler than Qi Yushan and effortlessly followed his lead. Lu Xing, preparing a gift, sorry. JPG. Upon reading this message, Xia Yexiang, who had been lounging on her pillow, suddenly straightened up, her tousled golden hair resembling a little lion's mane. Dressed in a white spaghetti-strap nightgown, her delicate and slender collarbones were exquisite. However, upon hearing that Lu Xing was preparing a gift, she miraculously felt her hair smooth out a bit. Preparing a gift? A thought sparked in her mind. Whose gift is being prepared? Of course, it's for me. Who else could it be for? It's not Wei Qingyu's birthday. Xia Yexiang huffed, her lips curling upward without her noticing. Her earlier annoyance at not seeing Lu Xing at the birthday banquet dissipated entirely. She knelt on her bed, solemnly holding her phone, her finely arched brows now unusually tense. What should she reply? It wasn't that she was particularly concerned. She simply wanted to respond to Lu Xing out of politeness. Xia Yexiang bit her lip, caught in a dilemma. After much contemplation, she solemnly typed a single word. Xia Yexiang, neither overly warm like good nor cold like oh. Simply perfect. Xia Yexiang felt proud of her intellectual prowess. A minute passed. Lu Xing did not reply. Xia Yexiang continued to lie there, staring at the chat interface. Half an hour later, still no response from Lu Xing. She cranked the phone's notification sound to maximum volume. 2 hours later, Lu Xing had yet to reply. Xia Yexiang's hands slowly moved to her eyes. In the next moment, Chua? She propped open her heavy eyelids, continuing to gaze at the chat interface. The following day, as expected, Xia Yexiang could not rise from her bed. On Monday morning, Lu Xing encountered Li Dachuan and Hu Zhongzhong as he entered the school gate. After Li Dachuan's relentless inquiries and discussions with Hu Zhongzhong, their relationship had remarkably advanced. The specifics manifested as Hu Zhongzhong affectionately referred to Li Dachuan as Big Fool Chun, while Li Dachuan playfully called Hu Zhongzhong Skinny Bamboo. Upon catching sight of Lu Xing, with a bun clenched between his teeth, Li Dachuan hurriedly approached, tugging Hu Zhongzhong along with him. Oh dear, Big Fool Chun. What are you up to? Hu Zhongzhong was unceremoniously dragged over, appearing quite disheveled. Li Dachuan, indifferent to his plight, joyfully turned to Lu Xing and inquired, Star, have you had breakfast yet? I have buns. As he spoke, he retrieved a bun from the plastic bag in his hand, proudly proclaiming, "This one is filled with pickled mustard greens. It's delicious. This one is a meat bun. It's delightful. This one is tofu. It's tasty." Infuriated, Hu Zhongzhong interjected, "Why didn't you let me have any?" He was fuming, having nearly starved moments before, while this insufferable big fool Chun had denied him even a single bite. Lu Xing chuckled, taking 2 buns, one for himself and the other to stuff into the incessantly complaining Hu Zhongzhong's mouth. "Thanks." Hu Zhongzhong lamented, his mouth full. As he took a bite, his expression shifted to one of sudden clarity. "Wow, this is so delicious." Li Dachuan puffed out his chest with pride. "Don't underestimate the bond one share with food. While one may question my taste, my palate is beyond reproach." Lu Xing laughed, remarking, "Your desires seem to have dwindled to just appetite. I dare say your angle coefficient is nearing 1. Li Dachuan corrected him, "Not just nearing 1. Lu Xing, skeptical, replied, "Really? I assure you it is 1. Lu Xing was convinced. "Truly, it's just like you." "Good morning," a bright, unvaried voice interrupted their banter. Hu Zhongzhong turned to see Wei Qingyu, who today donned a revamped uniform. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her emotionless dark eyes, set against her fair complexion, rendered her as exquisite as a delicate cake. Lu Xing's gaze was drawn to the star-shaped brooch on Wei Qingyu's chest, which gleamed under the morning sun. He nodded, greeting her, "Good morning." His attention then drifted to the nanny car parked not far from the school gate, with the steward standing outside. In front of Lu Xing stood 2 trees, the dull-witted Li Dachuan and the warm-hearted Hu Zhongzhong. The legend of Wei Qingyu had been passed down through generations at the school, beautiful, taciturn, aloof, intelligent, and affluent. When some questioned the exaggeration of these descriptors, their encounter with Wei Qingyu revealed that even such words fell short. She was indeed a rare blossom atop a high ridge. Wei Qingyu regarded everyone with an equal indifference, a peculiar comfort settling in the hearts of those around her. After all, the terror of personal failure paled in comparison to the chill of another's success. Those who once admired Wei Qingyu could console themselves by thinking, "Though she looks down on me, she looks down on you as well." However, now, the moonlight that never favored anyone had softly alighted on Lu Xing's shoulder, weighing heavily upon him. Lu Xing was certain that the steward outside the school gate had seen him, perhaps even watching him intently. He sighed and inquired of Wei Qingyu, "Do you need something?" Wei Qingyu paused momentarily before shaking her head. "No." "Yet," she continued, "but yesterday was Xia Yeshuang's birthday, and you weren't there. She was in a bad mood." "Apologies. I intended to cheer her up, but it didn't work." Lu Xing was puzzled. "Wait, you didn't cheer Xia Yeshuang up, so why apologize to me? What are you talking about?" His gaze shifted to the star-shaped brooch on Wei Qingyu's chest, stirring an uncontrollable irritation within him. Lu Xing wished to reiterate his disinterest in Wei Qingyu. However, as he glanced around, he noticed several classmates, aside from Hu Zhongzhong and Li Dachuan, casting furtive glances in their direction. He believed that if he voiced his sentiments now, Wei Qingyu would simply respond with, "I know." Such words would allow Lu Xing to cleanse himself of the previous label of a sycophant, while placing that very label upon Wei Qingyu. People revel in the act of deifying others, yet are even more eager to topple them from their pedestals. Lu Xing sighed again. He had never harbored the desire to see Wei Qingyu, this rare flower, fall from grace, nor wished for anyone to mock her. Never. The simple-minded goose had simply been a bit daft. She did not deserve the cruel words of others. Lu Xing recalled the reason why Wei Laodad had employed him, because Wei Qingyu had been slandered, even when such rumors circulated. She did not seek her family's intervention or attempt to defend herself. She merely continued her silent endeavors. Lu Xing did not desire such a fate for her. Although Wei Qingyu resembled an artificial intelligence, she possessed human warmth, a heartbeat, the ability to savor floral fragrances, perceive the hues of the sky, and shed tears. She was indeed a person, capable of both laughter and sorrow. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xing smiled slightly. "If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave. Goodbye." Wei Qingyu hesitated for a moment, swallowing the words she wished to say and joining him. She nodded. "All right, goodbye." Lu Xing turned and departed, while Li Dachuan swiftly tugged at the reluctant Hu Zhongzhong. Wei Qingyu stood, gazing blankly at Lu Xing's retreating figure, lost in thought for a moment. Wei Qingyu removed the brooch from her chest. She caressed the star-shaped ornament before carefully placing it into her pocket, murmuring, "I apologize. You are beautiful. But he does not fancy you." Lu Xing frowned upon seeing the brooch. The entire morning, Lu Xing kept glancing back at Xia Yeshuang's desk. only to realize that the individual had not arrived at all. Never mind, perhaps he should check the music room. Ding ding ding, the school bell rang at noon. And Lu Xing picked up his backpack, intending to slip away. In the next moment, he was once more halted by Hu Zhongzhong. Hu Zhongzhong placed his backpack on Lu Xing's desk and stood up straight, nervously, as if he were a recent university graduate facing an HR representative for the first time. Trembling slightly, Lu Xing, puzzled, opened the backpack to find a large stack of red bills inside. "Are you attempting to bribe me?" Lu Xing inquired. Hu Zhongzhong, flustered, exclaimed. No. This is all my New Year's money, scholarships, and my saved living expenses accumulated over the years. Lu Xing picked up a 1 yuan coin from the backpack. It appeared that Hu Zhongzhong had truly emptied his savings. His entire fortune was contained within that backpack. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xing understood. "You harbor feelings for Wei Qingyu, so you seek my counsel?" Hu Zhongzhong, excited, grasped Lu Xing's hand. "Master, can you teach me?" Lu Xing tossed the coin into the air. Ding! The coin landed. With a smile, Lu Xing remarked, "A coin has two sides. You only see one. Why not consider the other?" Hu Zhongzhong was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Lu Xing lowered his gaze. "Her father could easily crush yours. Why do you believe you can win her affection?" Hu Zhongzhong stood there, stunned. Lu Xing continued, "Setting aside familial circumstances, tell me, what do you like about her?" "She is beautiful and excels academically," Hu Zhongzhong replied. Lu Xing chuckled and asked, "So, if a more attractive and academically superior person were to appear, would you not immediately shift your affections?" Hu Zhongzhong was at a loss for words. Lu Xing patted his shoulder, paused for a moment, and said, "To love a specific person is not the same as loving an abstract idea. You claim to love her, yet you disregard the essence of her soul. You merely affix labels upon her, declaring, 'I love her because of this or that.' But do those labels truly represent Wei Qingyu, or merely how she is perceived by others? She is a living, breathing individual, not a TikTok video that can be tagged at will. For love to endure, it must be the collision of two souls. But what if that soul is not as you have imagined?" Hu Zhongzhong fell silent. "Thank you." Lu Xing turned around to find Wei Qingyu standing silently behind him. Her typically calm eyes now slightly reddened. Lu Xing was speechless. What a glitch. He nodded, shouldered his backpack, and politely replied, "It's nothing." He subsequently picked up the coin from the ground and placed it into Hu Zhongzhong's hand before turning to leave. As he gazed at Lu Xing's departing figure,